Just like, oh my god, dude. That shit. Yeah, I know. That kind of stuff. When you see, like, you ever see, like, traffic down the street and on the club marquee, they go, all right, like,
Special on you motherfuckers.
You know?
This bullshit. Zoot is the funniest. Is a finalist for the funniest person in all of South Australia. I feel so badly for those people. If Zoot.
I know it sounds good. I feel like it's still settling in here. I didn't turn into a sound. Because Brian just turned on his truck. Oh, okay. No, I can hear feedback. Going on something with the sound. That's where you got the guy who shit. He was like, yeah. He's still doing it. He's not even doing it. Yeah, dude. Have you gone on any dates? Not real dates. What is dating like now? Though I totally right. Dinner or something. I feel like oh my god. Yeah. Well, because I was in. So and I took the family and we were with another family and me and the husband went to go pick food and it was Friday night I think and they were like a couple of like was one thing, but they were like people that you could tell were on a date. And I was looking at them, wow. I think, how do you get there? Like, what was the process to get there? Oh, shit, I got 6 months on Instagram. Right. Do you want to meet up? And it was interesting to be they were nice. And the girl and I was just like, man, they must be exciting, right? This young generation, I don't think these girls even get their number out live. Like, when's the last time a girl in her 20s? You know, it's funny about actually went, well, here's my number live. But no, it probably never happens. I know it's I've seen people be like, oh, I don't give out my number. And it's like, you know, I'm under whatever. But it's like, You can block anyone from anything. Yeah. So why is that different than giving them your history? Chris, did you ask girls through people you knew, or was it through technology? No. Technology, maybe not me. I met her in person. Oh, you did? Yeah. Oh, man. It was all, yeah, that's the coolest way. Yeah, it is, I guess, the best way. I mean, I don't think it really matters, but you get an energy immediately. I didn't spend a lot of time online. Rachel's liked some of my pictures. Followed me. Come to my show. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I guess I know. So, what I'm saying is, like, it wasn't like she wasn't like, you spent all this time talking to somebody for so long. No, I get that. And there's nothing wrong with however you meet somebody. I don't think it's it used to be when they first started it. There was a state where there was, yeah. It's the only way people. I think there's actually a stigma now going the other way. If you're like, how'd you guys meet? Somebody say, well, we're at a bar. Like, oh my God. You didn't get to look at this dossier before. Yeah. Good point. But, no, it is, I met my wife after a show. She was there for not me. It was at the comedy store, and then, we hit it off. And it was just immediately, immediately, she was just like so my love. But, and when you met Rachel, was it immediate? Like, hell yeah. Oh, no, dude, I never told you guys this, baby. So I said her, well, she said, well, tickets, I need tickets. This is what she was back on. She was actually going on a date with a dude to a comedy show. Okay? Sure. So I said, that's fine. I said, here's some tickets. So, I'm on stage. And at the time, I had these jokes that I would do about, like, I don't do friends. That's hilarious. So, and I'm doing those jokes all the time. And then I left. I think you want to date.
What down the scene?
I'm not going to stick around and talk to you when there's something. Yeah. You know what I mean? So then, the next time I met up with her, she was on a date again. But this time, it wasn't like a date. It was like a date, you know. And then, like, he was like singing at Delilah. You know, I went to Delilah. And the guy saw me and he was like, man. He was like, oh, man. Bro, sit over here. So he sat me next to her. And then we just started talking about it. And then we went out to talk outside. And then I was like, let's like a couple days later. And like, she's good. It wasn't like, you know, that guy's got a bunch of great I invited a woman
that truck you're on.
Stole my
Told it. He owned the car. I had to open up the truck.
and I
had to be coming to my
talk
shouts.
online. So
Still want to
she was like this.
like coming to the baseline. The Dutch,
Or
so
is
that I'm not
like
asking, I have the ability to do that. And that conversation will open up my
woman with like
Of course.
not to interrupt you,
So an old son coming to share
story.
and show her
You have to say it was kind of cool. She was like,
no, remember the
you know,
just a moment,
and
right? Because they're gonna
and I
remember
invited her
your
to show
recourse.
it.
They're gonna your recourse. I don't have to do it.
I had to really what went on.
So first of all, it's two reasons. Number one, so you decide
And
that
she came out.
but my voice
Finally,
issue is I have to
we met, and she
not
came
pass that
alone.
we passed it.
And then I was like, come out on the patio or something. We were talking on the patio.
Believe us, I come in the moment.
Felt
General, I
like
love
we're
is
vibing and stuff.
even if I am coming to my
She starts talking
I
about
am to send and come to be
And
opened up on my behalf.
I said,
How about
"Oh, you
coming
have a boyfriend?"
Mace? Oh,
And she said,
yeah. You're coming to my
yeah.
Then
And I
what?
said, oh,
Then you
And I
imagine
texted her, I
I
said,
love carbon
why did you
cloud.
come here? Yeah. And she said, oh, I
when I
don't know.
saw
I thought it was like
you are coming to my
friends. And I was like,
now,
I'm sorry, like this. I'm sorry, like this.
send
Okay. Because you're trying to put it in a look. Men and women think differently. Okay, fine, you know. So, but then I literally, I'll never get this. If I invited a guy to a show the way I invited me to a show,
you may not send carbon at all. But
okay.
watch this. Yes, I think
And she
now,
literally goes
how
like
about the
this.
past? Adds in another thing.
And I'm like, yeah,
So watch this. Now
that
look
would be
at
so gay.
carbon. That was
She,
in
she,
the
and
first
I always remember that. And I, every now and then, like, I'm scrolling, I'll see a picture, I'm like, oh, that's a fucking chick. This is such a, that's so, that's one of those ones where you have to,
You have a couple up on your behalf. My church. Yes.
she can't
My
alone.
face. No.
Shut up.
Now
You know
that
what I
I'm
mean? This is
in
weird. The whole thing was weird. I'm like, you mean friend? No, I know. I know that, but she knows that. Yeah.
So I say,
But so that to me, I'm like, you know,
you know,
I don't know. Sometimes you meet, man, I just think that creator and just meeting people. Yeah. Remember I used to go to the
there's never a need
House of High.
to
Yeah. On
Well, you
a lot of it was just like Puerto Rican waitress. And I would go there all the time. And then we started talking to Ernie, and then like I remember I never forget broken into. I was living in Koreatown, and I was like, I didn't have a parking spot, and I was like, she's like, well, come over. Park your car. Again, there, you know, and there are flowers. Like, let's go, girl. What's happening? She got a kid. I didn't know. I just thought that was like, to me, I was like, I before. I thought it was weird. It was like, oh, your kid's here. It's like, you know, who wants some weird kid to get out? Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah. I just felt it was like, oh, this is awesome. I feel for single moms. Because you try to be yeah, it's a little try to live and take care of your kid. And then you also try to have a personal life that you have to deal with, you know? I mean, single moms are fucking amazing. And I'm not saying shout out to all. I don't even understand how that works. It's like, how you work. My mom was a single mom, and I just lived right out. Right? Yeah. I don't know how people do it. I don't know how to do it. Especially if they're breastfeeding. Like, I don't know how to actually.
So again, you know that I made a general statement.
Yeah, baby, and you're like by yourself. My God. No, it's really. My heart really feels a certain way about it. It goes out to the single moms just damn. They're really what they're doing. And it's also crazy. A guy
Beautiful, good, right?
can have a kid.
Say told you.
I don't know, maybe it's a compartmentalization. I guess it is, but
Yoshi, what's saying next?
if I had a kid, if I impregnated a woman, right? You know, 15 years ago, and she is 15 years old, right? I don't understand how I could wrap my head around not having that kid be in my life. No, that's just how I feel now. I've always been able to that is very true. That's very true. Okay, but check this out. I need that. But so you have to remember what next. Because like that shit, no, of course, yeah. It's like a broken condom. You have a kid. Then you have like oh wow. That responsibility factor comes in. I don't know. You know what I mean? Except for a little bit. But if a girl's like, I don't get pregnant, you don't worry. Just what's that? You know what I mean? You know, like that's clearly she. That stuff matters. The situation and the context until the kid is true. You know, yeah. Like, I agree. Yeah. I don't know. And look, I do feel certain type of way about that. Because I have two kids I love. It's just, what did you find now right now, somebody hit you up for like a 15-year-old. I'd be fucking pissed off. Yeah. She's like, oh, this is okay. I'd be pissed the fuck off. I'll believe you. That'd be crazy. And I'm not saying even the girl knows what she wants to do, but I'd be pissed off. I don't know. But I mean, I'd be like those years were stolen from both of us. I feel because of I go, no, I would fucking, and I'm not getting what I'm saying. It's like, that person should be pissed. That person should be pissed. Yeah. But like, I know that people gotta make certain choices in their life, and whatever at the time, they have to make that choice for them. Yeah, I sure. You know what I mean? And it's also okay. Yes, and it's okay. I'm saying I wouldn't necessarily be pissed off at her. I would just be like, sucks. Yeah. I mean, most likely I'd be pissed off at her. Situation. But there are situations where I'd be like, okay. But I would be heartbroken. I mean, yeah. Wow, okay. What's that? I mean, Milwaukee and a bunch of different cities, Cincinnati, St. Louis, Boston, Australia. I'll go get it. I'm going to be at Omaha and Nebraska at the Funny Home on, what's that date? January 25th. One show, January 25th. Go to our home. You're in that area. I need you to come out, buy some tickets early. Come out so we can blast out there, and then Eric and I come out on dates coming up. I keep filling up the calendar with other things. So it is. And if you're in a city, Eric's he's coming to Atlanta. After my show.
I don't understand. If once you tell me that going to be sick during the abortion is not good, then that's a non-point to the abortion. And if a non-point does the abortion is high, so why don't you say that when you sick, when you sick, just like the abortion is behind some that's not the case. You see that the 6 during the abortion, although the abortion is possible, the point is not high. Watch this, which the person show having the closer the guardian, you shall not rough what's the guy that I should so that I and the most or roughness that I does the abortion without washing his hands on his. The Torah is explicitly in both of those cases that once higher Musa. Or say, see, take the general Musa. In general, the Torah could have just said once that if you don't do the abortion in accordance with the divine plan, then what? You have what would that have taught you? That would have taught you that any deviation like that results in
First of all, never show up on time.
Back to the Torah goes out of its way to single out certain behaviors as being the death penalty. Tells me the death penalty only applies in those cases, and that is what the Torah calls so in other words, when the Torah states something once, then what? It's actually very interesting. Then what? You can say the once serves as a parent, as a call, and applies to all things. When the Torah states something twice, then what is that saying? It's only specific for those cases that are stated. So the Gemara says, Torah goes out of the death penalty by and by a coin it doesn't wash his hands if you what? Shnei Ksubin Abayim on top of Dalit. But Chol Ksubin Abayim Ke'echad Ein Melamdim. It was just to point out, he just went to the top days, Amud Beis, to top Dalit, Amud Dalit. I'm just saying. So again, let's say, so what's the halacha? The Torah goes out of its way to say that a Kohen who doesn't do the avodah with, or a Kohen who does the avodah without washing his hands and his feet, so the Kohen of the head and does the avodah without what? Where the part because it is Chai Isa. Torah says that twice. To teach you that what? It's like only in the specific cases. The Choshmek Subra Abayim Ke'echad Ein Malan. And therefore, what do we learn from here? Anytime Torah goes out of its way to say multiple times tells us it only applies in the cases in which it is stated and cannot be applied to the cases in which it's not stated. The here, Mr. Abosai is only stated by specific cases of Kohanic deviation. Where is it not stated? Not stated by Yeshiva, by Sith, which that a coin who sits by the avodah, as much as he is by a prohibition, is not Chayyisa. Watch this. Rabbi said 21 says, when the Torah states something twice, you can still go ahead and third time the Torah speaks that when is that? Drinking wine. So it tells them from wine before doing that Chayyisa, which also means that what? The Torah goes ahead and in 3 instances highlights the ability for Misa, even if you don't subscribe to the principle of Shnei everyone agrees that what? That Shlosha Ksubin Abayim Ke'echad Ein Malamdim. That if the Torah states something 3 times, everyone agrees that what? That you cannot create an overarching principle, rather than therefore, again, I will say, because the Torah goes out of the way to highlight the fact that the Kohen is rich minus Chayyim, so the Kohen washes his hands not with the confess his Chayyim. It tells me that what? It's only in situations of specific Kohanic deviation where there is a ability for Misa. But any case of Kohanic deviation where there is no death penalty. Therefore, what? There is no death penalty in death. By the case of Yeshiva, the Torah goes out of its way to tell me that a coin has to stand, but what? The Torah does not tell me that a coin sits high Misa, which then leads me to say what? The coin sits as much as the avodah will be hustled, the coin will not.
Hey everybody, you may know this picture.
Everyone say good morning.
This
Good
picture,
morning. Let us begin.
it is a very famous picture of
Begin another week of Zvachim
an
together.
associated
All
photo
of
journal.
our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Tishrei, Havali Latova Yol and Sarah Kelman, in celebration of completing Seder Nezikin for the souls for Am Yisrael. Nate M. Smith.
What's up, baby?
The
You may know this picture. Well,
sponsors for
this
today.
picture. It's from 1968, and it's a photograph by Associated Press photojournalist Eddie Adams, taken during the Tet Offensive of the Vietnam War. It depicts South Vietnamese police jeep Nguyen Long shooting Viet Cong Captain Nguyen Van near the An Quang Pagoda in Saigon. The photograph was published extensively by American news media the next day, would later win Adams the 1969 Pulitzer Prize for spot news photography and the 1968 photo of the year. You know, these two guys weren't that different. They probably were related pretty closely. And it's really sad that all of this had to happen. Stupidly.
Actually, if it's not okay.
But for our
we're going to start at the bottom
purpose,
of bases.
you all should know that if I were this motherfucker right here, and sometimes I refer to this picture as that motherfucker in the middle of the street in Ho Chi Minh City, which, if you ever hear, this is what I mean. And this is the situation we were in. I would say to the world that we need peace. And peace is very important. Our success as a civilization. And just like these two guys aren't that different, we aren't that different. With that being said, have you ever used some of the software that these asshole corporations put out? It doesn't have defaults. Why don't we have defaults? Why don't we have filters? Why can't we easily organize information? Why isn't software efficient? Why isn't it user friendly? Why don't these companies use focus groups and find out what the needs of their customer base is? I don't understand that. And if I were sitting here or standing in the middle of Saigon or Ho Chi Minh City or wherever the fuck you are, and I have one last thing to say to the world aside from peace is the answer. We need to improve technology. And we need to give incentives to companies, people,
as long as what? There's no
and put people
as long as
over
there is
profit.
no lapse of awareness, even if he leaves the precincts of the Beis Hamikdash, he does not do another Kiddush line. Well, I can say That's because the God was. That's because when he leaves, he is still in a personalistic state of readiness for a goal. In other words, there's nothing that precludes him from doing the goal. There's Kishan Ryan ultimately remains. About Holocaust, the Gabriel Chazi, Asuki Daite. Asuki Nisakadaite. But over here, when it becomes Kame, remember, according to becomes terrible. So what can it become to me? You only people a lot, but he can't do it. So perhaps since his Tuma precludes him from doing the Avoda, therefore by definition that negates his Kiddush Shadayim Raglayim. Maybe we have to sanctify Odoma, or maybe we could say even the Chazi, stop label of us or maybe not. And also what happens in but I mean, you become tar, right? Even though
damn, bitch. It's literally just selling. Zuckerberg, what are you doing, dog?
Even if I am Tame, I can become tar. That is the guiding right piece of information for personal success. Because if when a person becomes Tame,
I have a friend named Sarah.
There's no hope for the future. There's never any hope for children.
Really?
But if when I become Tame, I know
She
that
hates
one
this.
day, somehow, some way, I will become tar.
But maybe she'd like it in the future.
Myself back up. So again,
Can I do it? I don't know.
One day he's going to become tar. And therefore,
What you know tonight? The light into the sunlight. A good part. You call me, and when I like can't go on, you come in and me together smile.
In a case where just his hands become Tame, that's not our shayla. In other words, if his hands just became Tame, we know that once he becomes tar, he need not be sanctified, right? Because again, that's a very limited, lesser form of Tame.
Waiting for the sunrise. I believe in. You gonna dedicate these bitches? Oh, no.
So because of that, anytime that there's a mandated passage of class, is going to be a lapse of awareness. To which the Gemara says, no, keep going. We're talking about a case where let's say between Tamei right before Shkia. Right before sunset. That's the case of both sides. So just to give you like a simple case, Kohen did Kiddush Shayim Raglayim right before duty, did Kiddush Shayim Raglayim. What happened? He touched the sharets. What happens when he touches sharets? You're Tamei. What kind of tumah? Full body tumah. He goes to the mikvah. And now, Allah sunset. But again, this all happens right before sunset. So therefore, there's no real time delay. There's no time delay. So the Gemara says, what's more? What's a very interesting case? Rabbi Chia bar Rabbi Yossi Amar Mekadosh Jaris Bifnim Liyotze. So the Lord says,
and she had a roommate? Ooh, spell her name the way the song is. And I think she's masturbates me a lot. Really? I had a dream that I found out that this woman masturbated a lot. Let me just really? Oh, for sure. And I have this picture of where I'm like, my lips are like, when they're really interesting, it's a wild like a headlock. Who knows? You have to do is say, when you hold, you want you. And when I feel Sarah, for me, Sarah, Sarah.
So there are things that you do require sanctification of hands and feet.
Sarah. There are a bunch of bitches named Sarah. Really? How many Sarahs do you know?
Which means
Too many.
that they would be
Allegedly, my first kiss might have been from a girl named Sarah. Really? Oh, well, maybe a girl named Mary. Technically. No. I remember. Really? Really don't know the story. Allegedly. Was at this thing. What was it called? Called a locker room. Really? Allegedly. I'm just making up a story. And I was there, and there were these people allegedly, and
once you was a tfulium, that's when you do the process of paraduma.
there was this closet in the music room allegedly. I remember this like a motherfucker. Anyway, I don't remember with whom I went in there first. It was one of two chicks. One of them might have been Sarah. Sarah's cute, but her mom was gorgeous. Her mom looked like Julia Roberts. Really? Extremely pretty woman. Really? What about the other girl? She's a pretty lady as well.
Whatever, simple case. Say, hold this, give me the jet shots,
And
right? You hold that shot,
I don't know when I went in there first,
She says,
but I went in there with two chicks. Well, separately, allegedly.
So right after they would be him,
Really? In a closet?
they would then immerse him.
Yeah. But then I didn't even fucking remember it. Really? Yeah. And so whenever anybody be like the first kiss, allegedly, I'd be like, maybe perhaps never been kissed. But then there was this softball team, and a bunch of chicks on the softball team, and I don't know which one was first. But it was just, they were like lined up. Really? A softball team? A softball team, kids. Really? Yeah. For Rizzy? I mean, I'm not. I wouldn't just bullshit you. Really? So who was it? It was actually a chick named Mary. Allegedly. But that was very, very young. And then how, like, four, like, count, five, maybe. But then there's two chicks in the closet, allegedly. And there was a softball team. And then
across the valley, right down to Har Mishka, Har Zaysim, Mount of Olives. Right, that's where everything is done.
There were a lot of people.
Give him a shout out.
Really? Yeah. Anyway.
Okay. Now he's coming. Then they would have mercy.
There was a stairs.
He would immerse. Now he's at full yo.
Shit.
So speaking, he's not.
A lot of shit went down.
So that night.
Really?
After the mikvah, he would then do the process of the.
I crossed the room one day, and we fucking. I mean,
what did he have? What's missing?
It was wild shit. What about the
sanctify his hands and feet? What does that show you? That shows
it was wild shit.
Does not
really? Yeah.
Previous
how many bitches have you ever slapped lips with? 2 out, baby, allegedly. Really? I can't count them. Really?
Sanctification of hands and feet, and then became Kame.
For Rizzy? I don't even remember.
It would appear that the answer
that many?
That is no.
Like Will Chamberlain said, who knows what an encounter is? He had 20 years.
Was in order to go ahead and show the
really? Yeah, kind of hitting a little dry. Really? Well, but with good reason, because we're gonna slay chicks like a fucking night in the future. Really? I have to take shit. Allegedly. Kyle Walker. Thanks, Kyle Walker. You like my real 4 hours ago. That's tight. I gotta take a dizzy.
It's okay to like adopt and let live approach.
Really? Yeah.
I don't have to agree with everyone. Never has to. You can have your opinions. I can have my.
How many people with the name Sarah have you ever done that?
That's it.
Too many to count.
Interesting that sometimes, sometimes you must go out of your way
Not as Sarah.
in order to highlight what is MS and what is what's true.
Did you know about this motherfucker in the middle of the street in Ho Chi Minh City?
You have to take a stand for truth. You must go out of your way to disprove falsehoods. And if you don't do that, if you
it's you
that,
and me forever.
Occur. Because when there's a corruption of MS, there's a corruption just of truth. And there's no longer what is true and what is false. If there's no MS, everything ends up crumbling. So also say, it's interesting to see over here. And again, just like this is one of the greatest challenges that we see.
You're a rich girl, and you don't do well, but you don't know better anyway.
What happened?
Rely on the old man's money. You can rely on an old man's money. It's a bitch, girl, when you're there anyway. Don't get you, I'll get you far. Oh, don't you know it's wrong? Make what's given you so far gone. Oh, you can get out of be strong, and you'll never be strong. And you know it don't anyway. You can rely on old man's money. You it's a bitch, girl. It's spending on too far. Say money, money to fall. I am out of the rain. So easy. Married on the road, guns off and grow.
Like it's not.
To the other Sarah, I forgot to put your name on that.
We stand
Let's
up
see if we
for
can
what is
figure that
right.
shit out now.
And again,
Who's this
people
bitch?
say things that are objectively
Anyway,
wrong.
really?
These were just kind of
Yeah.
a blind eye to it.
If I can't, I'll do it again.
Because if we don't
Really?
ultimately get what
I
is
mean,
tennis in
nobody
this
gives
world,
a shit.
if we don't promote it with MS, no one else is. And if no one
Oh, I
else is,
can't?
then again,
Oh, I did put it.
once truth is gone. And
Shit.
unfortunately, the most
Oh,
terrible,
okay,
horrific
tight.
things possible.
Who's that one? I don't know. Some rich girl.
I don't know what Hazal felt the need.
You know any rich
to
chicks?
stand
Yeah, I know
over here.
bitches that never
But it's
pump their own
interesting.
gas.
There are many other
These guys
things
are from
that still
New
They were
Jersey.
like, whatever,
Or Oregon.
whatever.
I think they dropped
Or like Paraduma.
Anyway,
Remember, it makes sense. What's Paraduma? Paraduma is like.
who's the richest bitch you've ever known?
Like,
I don't know. I've known some bitches from Abu Dhabi, though. Really? Oh, yeah. They wanted me to bite on the nipple. Anyway, we won't get into that. Who's the name of the other chick in the closet? Is a big name? Really? How many Katie's do you know?
That's all there is. And Hazal went out of their way
Well,
to
Shanas?
this context.
Yeah.
Regular schedule.
Maybe some Shanas.
Remember, back to this thing.
You know, like Shanas?
From here,
Oh, for sure.
not head and in any way up and keep the Steinbach lining, to which they give on a guys.
Of all the girls that you've ever known, not like that one, what is the most popular name? Like, what name do I know?
Why can't you?
One of those two, probably.
Obviously,
Really? Yeah.
itself is only unique.
And names that are like that
Why is
popular.
it so unique identity? Because to Will Young could do it. That website. Now remember again. What
Oh, yeah.
Will Young do
Yeah,
in
there
Germany?
is.
What could Will Young do?
If you count offshoots of Miriam,
So
there are
again, once
really?
Will Young could act,
Yeah.
surely quarterback the
Really?
process.
Yeah, so like those first three, Miriam, Khan perhaps, and Sarah,
Hey, there's a different set of laws.
those three I know.
Different set of laws. So
Really?
therefore, again, you're right, by
If you count offshoots, what's the name that you've never met? Girl,
but you can't bring a riot from
I've met a Harut. We FaceTime from Israel, but I've never met her in real life. I broke up with her. If anybody asks, I broke up with that bitch. But you know it don't matter anyway. You can lie on your old man's money. You lie on your old man's money. It's a bitch, girl. With money, you're too far, get you too far. I'm the way. It's so easy. You heard all along that your long girl. And you know that you need oh, rich girl, rich as you fall, cause you know it don't matter anyway. Rich girl's money, it's a rich girl, bitch, and you don't too far, but you know it don't you too far. Say money, money, won't you too far. You say one can ride on an old man's money, you rich girl, rich girl, you want girl, rich girl. Oh, that, no,
which in Hashem we haven't discussed yet. We will get to. But here's the shot. But one thing is clear.
Who's the richest bitch you've ever known? Well, I've known that through somebody.
Right.
Really, yeah.
Right.
Didn't
Again, you collected in a clean
know her
wash like that,
directly, so that doesn't count.
And like you washed from the flow. So you're the kilo was.
I've known, I think, whose dad was like an ambassador or something. She owned like an island. Some bitch from like Abu Dhabi.
Can you immerse your hands and feet in the kiyar?
No,
Like
some
imagine the coin goes ahead, just like he immerses his hands. So does the version in the kiyar?
I don't know though. I don't know if it. I've known some moderately wealthy chicks. You ever known any poor chicks?
From it and what? Not in it. Like the
homeless?
Put your feet in the kiyar, right?
I think everyone.
Right?
You've never known a homeless chick? Like, I might know some chicks who
if you're watching from the
futons at points of their lives. I don't know. I don't ask. I gotta think of shit though. How about that?
So it's very interesting. So this is just stomach going, and water collected in a cave. The coin goes ahead, and the coin goes ahead, and
yeah, you're a bitch.
What do you see?
I remember singing that song, or like hearing that song, and they're like, oh, the B word in my, and I'd be like, he called her the B word at the end of it. Say it to my mom. I think they try to cut it off. Oh, you're. And my mom would be, I think they cut it off, right? Sometimes they'd say it's on stage or something, or they cut it off right before this. And my mom would be like,
she says,
we don't call women that. Really? That's exactly it. We don't call women. Here, B.
Shane Shuvin, Shane Khan, Tvila Khan, Avahaka, Tvila. So again, I'm gonna thought like this. I might have thought that halacha l'maisa.
Oh man, I gotta take a dizzy.
That aura, since technically speaking, could work ultimately again as in the prima aura works for the body. So perhaps that should definitely work. Not like that's the point of the Mariah from the main one. So it's interesting enough.
You got in the front behind the handle, but the flame is burning the candle. Man, I've been feeling the stuff that I've been handle, that the bell behind the handle. And you make my dreams come. You, well, yeah, you make me come true. When I want the dreamer, and with dreams and brains, can you shout make yourself around? And I can be the same. Oh yeah. Yeah, yeah, you, my dreams come true. You. Oh, that was sick. When you're talking about the guy with the thing and the other guy, and the other guy, yeah. And, ooh, Oates and Hall. I used to think Holly. Oh, it's like a farmer or whatever. Spelt. That kind of shit. Man, I can't wait to fall asleep to Chabad tonight. Well, it's better than nothing. I'm gonna be dreaming about screaming at people like, "Did you know that the rainbows didn't have colors until fucking Noah's Ark?" They're gonna be like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" Well, you. My dreams come true. You can do that better. Well, you make my dreams come true. Oh, yeah. Listen to this. You make them dreams come true. Oh yeah, you make them mind. You make them mind dreams. Oh, waiting for dreams come. That's a bitches. What up? How are you, hostile? How you living, pimp?
How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How'd you find out about me?
I was just searching live, kind of live surfing on YouTube. Saw the title.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 100%. How's your day going?
Time here, it's going good. It was a long work week. I'm kind of wrapping it up. Just sort of philosophical or concepts on my mind. And I don't want to be in echo chambers. Find myself.
Absolutely. Share with me what you.
Yeah, so is there anybody else here that
must be done by
knows that stuff?
Oh, I'm sure Brandon's into it at certain points. I don't know if he's there right now. He's live streaming, doing his own thing. But we do get many people who are into the things. I teach a class on Kabbalah every day, every morning, from usually Pacific time, about 9 a.m. Pacific time, and usually lasts anywhere between 1 and 3 hours. And while I certainly don't consider it on all things esoteric. It is certainly an interest of mine, and I have both secular and religious knowledge. So, what's on your mind?
The same way by a particular, I can no longer sprinkle the blood.
A certain
The
tradition
water is only usable if it was re-immersed. One of the things that was done is that they created essentially like a subterranean well.
Well, most certainly, certainly my rabbinical colleagues and rabbis are some of the foremost thinkers that I think have helped to mold my thoughts on Kabbalah, specifically the Talmud, if you're familiar. From a Zohar standpoint, certainly Moshe Cordovero, Isaac Luria. If you really want to know my honest opinion, though, I'm very skeptical of Kabbalah, specifically the Zohar and its foundations in the 5th century, from its supposed first writer named Moshe de Leon. If you're not familiar, essentially there's a so he says that it is essentially teachings of Simon Bar Yochai of the 2nd century, and there's just a lot of inconsistency within the Zohar that make that story less than credible. However, I don't necessarily disagree with what's written. It's just perhaps the authorship, original authorship, maybe it's somewhat in doubt as to whether it was actually from Simon Bar Yochai or whether Moshe de Leon actually published it. There are arguments to be made that he authored it over the course of 6 years, really to make a buck. His widow would later say that there was an intense investigation into it. But that doesn't necessarily mean that many of the things that are written in it can't necessarily be true.
Do you think that some sort of motive trying to convince the reader that it's more ancient
Well,
he said that it was the teachings. Whenever anybody pressed him on it, he very closed to revealing that shows some deception and not necessarily as much honesty as I would like out of the text. And that isn't to say that many of these pseudo authors of other books, including some Kabbalistic books, didn't necessarily have inspiration in the earlier stages, and then put it to text. But for Moshe De Leon to be adamant that he received this essentially through oral teaching from the Tanaic period, basically the 6th century of the Common Era, I think is. There's a lot of argument to say that it's a falsehood, especially get into the Aramaic that he used. He used Middle Aramaic. He referenced some Iberian influences. He didn't have a good knowledge of the land of Israel. There's just a lot of arguments to say that he needed money, and he made up the stories and said that it was passed on from the sages. And with that being said, that doesn't mean that what he wrote wasn't certainly inspiring and doesn't necessarily have a place in not just 13th century Iberia, but also in 21st century globe. It is a shaky foundation that causes me to have my qualms when I hear people who want to dive in to Kabbalah. They should know that at least the main text, the Zohar, does not have the perhaps the authorship or the does not pass academic rigor with I would like, but that isn't to say that that can't be said of the Masoret text, the Bible itself. So nothing is perfect, and that's kind of a lesson within Kabbalah, is that we're working towards perfection. Yeah, healing of the world, 100%.
And people would say to him, "What about the world? It's not." I know Kabbalah, the Rebbe from the Trumas Hadeh. About first Sabbath in the morning was at the time maybe you can would remove the ash from the base. What is that? After taking up the trash, there's removing the trash, and when it does come of Olam's home, is from Messiah, are collapsed. Like to the point that whenever I see, how do you see that? How do you see that? Some of it actually by children of people. Is it some metaphysical thing? Do we lose our bodies? Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
Absolutely, yeah. What you're saying is accurate. So many times this is discussed. Well, even if you're not familiar, at least in Judaism, there is not one single end time theory not only what happens to your body when you die, uh, the say, well, certainly within the Bible, there are multiple ways people die. Some people just walk with God, like Enoch. Uh, some people live very long lives, like Methuselah, 909 years. People just die and become dust. But what we traditionally believe within Judaism is that there is a world to come. When you get into Kabbalistic teachings, it can be varied. Some people state, or some rabbis you'll find, state that our souls are sent essentially to Sheol. It's not hell, it's not purgatory, but it's essentially a place where. Okay, excellent. Okay, so usually for a that takes place person 12 months for perhaps someone who didn't righteous of a life, and then ideally we are to metaphorically sit the right hand of God and study Torah. Now there are also discussions with Kabbalah of a sitting amongst the angels, perhaps in a field of roses. But these are all just metaphors of rabbis who really didn't know. The idea of the world to come traditionally is discussed a lot when it comes to Mashiach. So perhaps our Jewish Messiah will come. We believe that he will be a human form, raised by parents not from God, not not divine, and will be a great uniter of people. And there's an argument to be made that when we talk about world to come, we're talking about messianic times. And so we believe that, at least general mainstream orthodoxy, that Mashiach will be someone who delivers a message, who rebuilds the Beit HaMikdash, the temple in Jerusalem, who unifies people of all creeds, not just within Judaism, but also will ensure that the tribes in exile are brought back to Israel, and a center aspect of his teaching will not change Torah and push for the revivification of the dead, and at least within some teachings, generally mainstream, there's what's called the loose bone, basically in your tailbone, that is the hardest bone in the body, and perhaps in a time of messianic revival, that bone will be used to revivify the dead, and that's one of the major reasons why in Judaism we don't cremate our deceased, because we feel that Mashiach will come and use that bone to revivify us, and the world to come may be a day where death is in the past, and we to live in a peace-filled world. That's one argument of the world to come. There are other arguments of the world to come that there is that, certainly, but then also at some point we may stop living, maybe not die, but something will happen where we are have the opportunity to learn Torah at the right hand of God, figured, because we think of God as being incorporeal, basically no body, but really no one knows. And I know in a lot of other traditions we'll think, okay, well, there's a heaven and there's a hell in some traditions and other things, but really within Judaism this hasn't been unified. It was never unified in Tanakh, so not in Torah. It's not unified within the Talmud, and it's not even unified within Kabbalah. Are certainly certain theories on what happens, but no one knows, and we're pretty honest about that. That we call it the world to come, and we don't really on it so much. We do what we can to live a world, a life that's filled with goodness, that's filled with charity, that's filled with certainly the mitzvah and living, not necessarily when you die. However, when you do die, you do celebrate your life, and we say Kaddish, so it's basically our tradition where we ensure that we try to get your to the world to come as quickly as possible over the course of 11 months with your loved one, or everybody usually says this. But aside from that, no one really knows. I hope that answers your question.
He's hoisting it out. If he's hoisting it out, what does that tell you? That it was submerged. So this seems to go ahead with a 3-point system. Concept that submerged before worlds collapsed into absolute. And I hadn't heard that from Kabbalah. He thought that that's what Kabbalah taught. And reading works. He was not submerged. So he did right. And it seemed like what you were explaining that actually before worlds were tamed before. I will say, for a second, if he's submerging it, essentially, I don't have my assumption is like I don't mean this in like the Western mystery tradition way, even though it's very similar, but it is like the archetypal man for a reason. It's because it is to that's how I see God's teachings, at least. It's like heaven is to be brought down to earth. There's like this symbiosis between earth and heaven. And that's like the plan. But yeah, he brought up this idea that before worlds collapse back into the archetypal or the absolute. I just never heard that before. In Kabbalah. That was the Kohanim
he was trying to say that it was inspired or influenced by the Sabbatean, and that most of the elites or the elect with the God movement were secretly Sabbatean, and I have not seen any evidence of that. I haven't seen fruits, that would allude to them being Sabbatean. Maybe you're right.
Excellent question. So generally, Chabad is a Hasidic movement. I mean, it is a Hasidic movement, and Hasidism was a rejection of Sabbateanism. Now, that isn't to say that some perhaps fringe members weren't strict Sabbateans or Frankists later on. The argument, though,
no, right? I don't mean to interrupt arguments. Like, if they are, that you're not going to know it's a perfect thing. Like, so it's kind of self-defeating to make that claim because no one explicitly says they are. If they are, how would you know?
That's exactly right. And at least in my encounters, I have had my suspicions of people who still perhaps are Frank Sabbateans or Frankists. And the big argument is that this is. Do I think that they were? Yeah, I do. That they would have the front of a modern Orthodox life, but truthfully, I feel as if they perhaps were living the opposite of what they should have been. So, for instance, there's an argument to be made that Mashiach will come when the world is either completely perfect or completely imperfect. Basically, when there's total good or total evil. And the thought is that it's impossible for everybody to be good. So in order to bring then everyone should be evil. And this argument I have heard, and I have had my suspicions of people. Of course, I don't see what is always done behind closed doors. Within mainstream Orthodoxy, though, it's a fringe group. It's not even like I've never known anyone to openly talk about knowing even someone who was or Frankist. Really, in a lot of ways, it's pseudo messianism. It is heresy and was treated as heresy and still is in mainstream Judaism treated as heresy. But that doesn't necessarily mean that in some circles who have lived an Orthodox life, get sick of it, want something else to do, they could be fun to live an outwardly Orthodox life, but secretly perhaps live a more wicked life. It doesn't happen. And You see some of the things that happen in the world, and you could see how this certainly can take place. But at least there are no openly frankest rabbis in the world. I mean, you might find someone who is of some fringe society that claims this, but you won't find this in Chabad, you won't in Young Israel, you won't find this in your local Orthodox shul. And I can't speak for any other Jewish movements because I'm not associated with anything conservative, reform, reconstructionist, humanist, really anything like that. But at least in my encounters, this is certainly seen as. Now, from a Chabad standpoint, in the four worlds, yes, they're emanation, creation, formation, and action. And these are certainly discussed from a Kabbalistic standpoint, but also united under the idea of the world to come. And the truthful answer is no one knows. The Rebbe didn't know. No rabbi knows. The Chaim didn't know. The Vilna Gaon didn't know. Rabbi Soloveitchik didn't know. Rabbi Moshe Feinstein didn't know. So these are just basically a lot of Kabbalah as well, and I find to be almost like we're yearning for Mashiach. We're yearning to rebuild the Beit HaMikdash. We're yearning for this world come, and so without the ability for it to occur immediately, we write some things down, study some things, so we meditate. People write books, other people have new teachings to those books, but at no point does Kabbalah override classic halakha, and we do. Mainstream Judaism does its best to be able to ensure that there's still a separation between Kabbalah and halakha, that Kabbalistic teaching don't ever override traditional Jewish law. Tradition are
it's I mean, in most you could say it's in those words it states something like the man needs to be a switch. Like nobody even touches it until like
40 years
beyond the age you take it seriously in like politics or any influential position.
That's exactly right. And traditionally, it's been 40 years old, and to have married and for as much as I am discussing it with you, I currently am 40 years and 27 days. You may say, you know that down to the exact day? Yeah, I do, because I just started my Kabbalist classes once I hit 40 years old. That was really important to maintain that tradition. So perhaps at 41 years and 27 days, I will have the answers even more in depth to all of your questions. But you're absolutely right. Traditionally, it has stood that a man should be 40 years old and have reproduced before Shabbat. Now, I'm at a point where I have not yet reproduced, which is certainly
It's not in a derogatory way, but like it's like it's like a lack of some certain experience. That's how I see it.
Yeah, it's an exception, and that isn't to say that I didn't have plans to, but my life took me in a different course, and I had a matchmaker about 5 years ago, and was really to settle down and marry, and the pandemic hit, and a lot of our my Jewish classes remote, and our services went remote, even within the Orthodox world, and within the Sephardic communities, they were using live streams on Shabbat, which certainly wasn't something that would be traditional Judaism, and that broke my many of the traditional practices within Judaism. We have this global pandemic, and now we 10 men and a minion to stay 6 feet apart. We had all kinds of practices about kissing Torah and but it just really changed things within Judaism. And many of those changes have persisted. And I by trade, am a certified project management professional. I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and my position as a app developer went remote. So I go into work every day in a suit and tie. First, I go to shul every morning, then to work, and that rhythm changed during the pandemic, and I from never ever being on camera, not wanting to be on camera, to being on camera for at least 2 hours in the morning for shul, and then another 8 hours for work. So I was already on camera for 10 hours, and I had my I would say that the anxiety that one gets while being on camera lessened, and I got more comfortable being on camera to the point where even once the pandemic was getting through the peak time, that I was still working remotely, and I felt if I'm already on camera anywhere between 8 and 12 hours a day, that's really most of my waking life. So at least I personally, I decided that I wanted to do something more with my life, just be an app developer or just work for a Fortune 500. And I fortunately been able to maintain some financial independence due to my success with my positions. And after work during the pandemic, I would go to Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim, California, which is close to base, and I would hit golf balls. And I mean, everybody had to stay 6 feet apart, and all the restaurants were closed, and all of my normal activities would change, and I wanted to improve my golf swing. And so what I ended up doing was video recording my golf swing and getting it on camera. And I would make jokes to myself that, I thought my future family would think we're, to see their dear old dad hitting slices and hooks and topping the bone. It showed my humanness. And I thought, as I'm approaching perhaps what my life was like during the pandemic, during this globally sensitive time. And so I would upload that video an easier way than just download all this data and re-uploading. And really the answer is streaming. But I didn't want to be a streamer. That's not something that I wanted to do. I didn't be an influencer, and certainly was comfortable with my life being completely as close to anonymous as possible. But I recognized that I was in a really time of my life, that the dating scene during the pandemic somewhat has stagnated to some extent. And while I did meet some women, I recognized that I wanted to perhaps to give more to the world, and I didn't want to have to settle. And so in 2021, I started my first YouTube channel. And it was basically to document my life. I figured I'm already on camera for 12 hours. Why not just get the other 12 hours on camera on YouTube? And if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to document my life, I want to do it better than any person's ever done it in global. And so what I decided to do was buy all of the different devices that you see, about 10 different laptops and Chromebooks and another 23 handheld devices. And I started live streaming my life, not just from one angle, not just two angles, but multiple angles, as many simultaneously, because I wanted to tell the story of what not just my life was like, but what world history was like. And I keep a radio going in the background 24/7 that plays world events, and certainly maintain as much of an orthodox style as I can. I like candles. I don't combust. I don't work on. I don't drive on Shabbat. But at least from a Sephardic standpoint, and I'm Ashkenazi, but I know that the Sephardic world certainly would allow during the pandemic the live streaming, and that was being embraced in many Ashkenazi communities as well. And I figured, you know what, this is really a beautiful story that I could tell to them. And so I have been live streaming my life 24/7 now for the last 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a king, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If I may ask, Cosmo, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? That's what my life is. And there's a lot for the world to be able to learn from a science standpoint, biologically. I mean, I've been doing this now. I'm moving into my 5th year. We'll be able to study my aging, my behavior, behavior patterns, my eating habits, my drinking habits, my breathing habits, my circadian rhythm. I mean, you can just imagine from angles how much data I've been able to upload over the last and how important that's going to be to society in the future, especially when it comes to AI. AI needs human examples on which to build its models accurately, and I have more human data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is extremely important. It's going to be extremely interesting to the world. And I figured, look, I can be a single individual and a minion, just like I had been for years, every single day in school, and that was fine. Or I can show the world what it's like to be an Orthodox Jew in as best an environment as I can. And thus I say blessings on food. I gone to film 6 days a week. I certainly daven, like candles, certainly celebrate days as best I can. But additionally, give people a sneak peek into the more human side of Judaism and conversations like these. So I've been doing this for now 4 years, and I am moving into my 5th year. And if you're like, well, I just see you here and maybe a couple of other people. Sure, I've got 2,800 people in the community, which is great. But how do people find out about you? Well, I've created robots that basically promote myself on different platforms. So I have more social media than any person ever. I have over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. This is essentially a treasure world to be able to study in the future. And then on top of that, so specifically in kind of in Twitter Spaces. Now, I avoid doing that on Shabbat, but I do it 6 days out of the week, and I do promote myself. Really, this is what I tell them. It's about 2.5 minutes, but I'll give you my spiel. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 765 days a year for world peace. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person else. To be very influential. I'm going. When I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent. If you're not already, I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream or 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube streams, the link's available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find it in a pinned post. You'll also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. To look at my link tree, nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I invite you to join our community. I'm proud to say we just exceeded 2,800 people and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, water greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by cryptocurrency that's worth $1 million. That's where all merch is that you see here and what I'm wearing. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the lifestyle program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we convert seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're replying, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want free, and that's a coach and friend, send me a follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share. And when I tell this to people, they love it. And I've gotten in the last 70 days or so, like 35 years just organically on Twitter doing that. And I know this type of promotion up, enough people are finding out about me, enough projects are finding out about me. It's going to be very exciting when I go viral. So I know I said a lot hostile. What are your thoughts?
No, it's very interesting. I appreciate you sharing too. So there's a way that there is one other person that I'm going to similar. I don't know if he's learned as you have, but there's this guy on YouTube, Spirit Man, and he's like he breaks down the human condition into metaphysics or something like that, and basically he's striving for peace as well, but he uses like Hegel as his ground. He thinks that there's like a unique logic that can fix the world or something like that. It's strange. I wonder if this is like an emergent phenomenon within humanity. And you guys are like, you guys are like the first across the line to do these kind of things. I wonder if people are going to follow suit eventually.
Very well. If I may ask, does he live stream 24/7?
Yes, he's doing a hunger strike. And he constantly records his hunger strike. It's limited though. I've noticed that like he eats, but he eats certain things. Certain things like obviously, I mean, my life is so I'm not as fortunate to be in that sort of position to do that, right? To actually limit my energy and efforts to do that as much as I'd like to, but yeah, so I don't get to watch him enough, but yeah, he is recording all the time. His channel is called Spirit Man. It's something like World Peace or something. I can't remember.
bandages here with a piece of grass on Shabbos, but not outside of the mikveh. Ultimately, I love the Medina. Not outside of the mikveh.
remedy
And the whole scene that it does,
cure the
but
human
again, it's
condition
wrapping
through
something
the
around
universe
to
logic.
extract blood. The kind also.
Yeah, it's very interesting. But yeah, he records himself to
which is going to be also
not as much as you have, though. So, not as many devices. Use as many social media platforms. Though, so I could. I do notice that to people. Sometimes on YouTube, there's nobody in the chat but me. So he must be using other forms of social media as well. But I don't know if there's as many.
Absolutely.
Literally a
Yeah,
belt. So he's a little belt.
very interesting.
He's like a bandage.
Yeah, over here it's getting late. I apologize for coming in and out.
A bandage is
No,
problematic.
you're absolutely fine.
I'll keep watching and I'll keep appreciate you sharing your insight
Bandage
and answering
looks
some of my
like or has
questions
a
that you have had.
designation of wearing an additional article
Yeah, just
of clothing.
I'd like to say
Right?
thank you.
And so
You're
yesterday,
more than welcome. Absolutely. And I'm always here if you need anything. Thank you so much for coming in and being so kind. You had excellent questions. And if you ever need anything from me, I'm here. Okay?
I said no.
Thank you. Yeah, have a good night.
You too, my friend.
Is not the only place is a problem with additional garments is when you're wearing something additional in a place where garments are normally worn. But if you're wearing something additional in a place where garment is not normally worn, then there's no problem with the garment. So remember again, on your fingers, there's no big day kubula, and therefore the act of putting a bandage on your fingers is not a problem. But the safer play mishum chatitza. But second, there is a problem. What's the problem? Even though there's no begotten on the hand, when a coin does the avoda, there can't be anything that includes his hand, and let's say the cliche, right? The surface utensil. If he has a bandage, isn't that going to be a chatzitza? Not a problem. It's small. It's on his left hand. It's on his left hand, so he's doing the avoda. Inami, or the other possibility, or we're talking about a situation where he's not actively doing the avoda right now. Okay. Someone says, either other, and certainly some other. He's not really dumb. Hold up. About this stuff. The makom begotten. Akinu nima akos says. Brother says like this. Brother says that in
It's only a day 232. Well, I mean, that's cool.
Even one thread goes ahead and creates a chatzitza.
He does do what I do.
I'll say this, but again, if it's placed on his body where he normally wears clothing, then what? Then ultimately shalosh al shalosh. So chotzos.
How many days are you on,
Rabbi?
Rabbi?
Something that's 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths. That creates a chatzitza. But anything less than that does not create the chatzitza. So the Gemara says that's a statement of Rabbi. Rabbi Yochanan Badek,
I gotta talk to this guy.
ultimately again does it contradict shiny tziltzil cut in the kasha is possible because a small bandage, even if it's less than 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths, may pose a chatzitza issue because it's chashav, because it has an importance. There is importance to it. Lishnachli, an alternate version of this, an alternate version of this. So the Gemara says, sorry, Lishnachli, no.
No food. I mean, that's cool.
Bandage himself with. Bandage himself with a piece of
Day 246. Are you fucking serious? Yeah, talk to me when you've been doing this since the pandemic, bro. Really? Yeah. All my different stuff and talking about all my shit. I will. Really? Oh, I'm the best.
Comes on Rabbi Yochanan says, the only time that something poses a chatzitza issue is when it's 3 finger breaths by 3 finger breaths, and that's only the makom begadim. But ultimately, I'm sorry, and that's by makom. But if it's not a makom begadim, in other words, if it's on a part of the body where you wouldn't normally wear Kohanic clothing, then ultimately, again, only in a breast like 3 finger breaths poses a chatzitza. Less than that does not. Ultimately, again, this is the name of this. Just a moment. So what we have?
My first year.
So we have Coin gets a cut on his finger. He wants the back. What can he do? So it seems to be everyone is good with a piece of reed grass, right? Why is everyone good with that? Number one, because it's small. Number two, because it doesn't pose additional clothing issues. Why not? It's not an article of clothing, right? It's just a piece of grass. Once you get into going in and using a bank, so then so we get potentially into some issues. So then we're supposed to become another sub-issue, which is what's the status of kasa on a piece on the body where you normally wear clothing or don't normally wear clothing. This, if it's a place ultimately again where you normally wear clothing, then halacha l'maisa, it's possible that any amount can be up. But if it's a place where you don't normally wear clothing, it's only 3 finger breadths and more. Or again, a version of that, even in a place where you wear clothing, ultimately it's only 3 finger breadths or more. So that's our issue. That's our focus case over here. So Marcelino Pligi that you got raised here. So cities are using the here. So you want to say shiny tziltzil cotton, still a small bandage, different. Why? Because I will say it could very well be that a small bandage has a kashibus. What's its kashibus? And ultimately, again, ultimately, it has the status of like a beggar. So because it has this,
2 years
That is the
ago.
fact that maybe it's reckoned differently. Rabbi Yochanan, my area Gemi, Lishmoinon Sol Kaki. So Rabbi Yochanan, if that's the case, so why are you bringing up the case of reed grass? Why not go just that? Why not say that you could even bandage? Because he said you could even bandage. To which the Gemara said, Milsa, Agav, or Kamash Malon to Gemi.
I mean, he already says
So
day
ultimately,
200,
teaching
whatever.
us just kind of like an additional piece of information, which is that
Maybe that's what it's
reed grass has curative powers. Okay, so we're kind of getting two lessons in one. Number one, the lesson of Chatzitza, and number two, that the reed grass ultimately again has curative power. So just so you should know the halacha is like this. So first of all, just a very interesting halacha to kind of keep in your back Talmudic pocket, which is Xenos Rabbanon do not apply inside of the Beis Hamikdash. Okay, we've seen that concept before. So therefore, for example, outside of the Beis Hamikdash, you are not allowed to engage in medicinal healing on Shabbos. Now, that is a very broad statement. And obviously, if a person has a medical condition that's there's a lot. But in a general sense, we are not allowed to engage in medicinal healing outside of the Beis Hamikdash. Why? Because rabbinic prohibition, because you may come to grind herbs. That does not apply inside of the Beis Hamikdash alone. To go ahead and use a grass as a bandage, again, no cuts. It's an issue. What are the halachos?
So that's still like only 200 days.
It's that halacha nice in a place where you wear clothing, even the smallest thing creates a hatzitz.
Dude, you gotta be. There's no doubt you've got 1,000 different streams. He's not as funny as you are. Doesn't have as much shit. He's not in everybody's Discord. He doesn't, slang dick like you do. I mean, everybody knows you're the biggest dick slanger of all time. And he doesn't. That's another. He's not keeping the world news about it.
That would require
my shit rocks.
big bandage, pretty big bandage.
But what he's doing cool.
Consider, however, that's assuming it's not on your hand when you're handling a clicharis. Because if you're handling the clicharis, there can't be anything between your body and the kli. Okay, so a lot of people be big. So along these similar, the big now. This is so interesting, right? So let's say again.
All right, let's talk.
And what happens? A wind gets into his clothing, blows out his clothing. Blows out his clothing. So in other words, meaning his clothing is not touching his body. Clothing touching his body. So the shaila is he kosher to do avoda? So the Gemara says, yeah. So Nicholas Ruach. It's like, remember the 80s? Right? Everything was baggy. Everything was baggy, right? But if I don't talk about it, I don't want to talk about it, right? So, now, I don't know. Now it feels like even men wear leggings these days. But okay, a different. So nice. So again, so what happens now? So say wind gets into the big day kahuna, right? And then for most it kind of blows it up a little bit. So, meaning the gut aren't touching his flesh. They're on his body, obviously, but you're not touching his skin. So we'll say, so what's the shiloh? On one hand, he's wearing, right? He is wearing the clothing, right? So the nice, again, so the nice set should be kosher, right? But I'm sorry, I'll start reading about that. It needs to be on his flesh, and right now it's not on his flesh. It's not on his flesh. Oh, deal with that. No. How about because he has to wear his clothing in the normal way? He's wearing his clothing in the normal way. The fact that there's a wind that got in and kind of expanded it, so it's not touching his flesh. Maybe that should have another question. So we're just building up. There's about like 7, 8 questions now in a row. Kina, what about a louse? Cohen has a louse on his body, right? Does that create a chatzitza? So much the mesel, if it's dead, then obviously that's chatzitza, right? Why? Because you know, first one I will say chaya nine. What happens if it's a living louse? Chatzitza. Oh, Dilma gave him the cup on the chatzitza, or on the other hand, no, generally a person. Hard maushi achos. What about dirt? Coin is kites. Dirt, of course. Dirt is a chatzitza. What's about? Ella abba. Rather, you're going to say, what about dust? So let's see, they've seen dirt and dust, right? So dirt is not just like a mamash, so there's like a substance to it, right? It's just dust. So is dust code 6. Okay, next. So we'll say, so the Gemara is leaving all of these. These are all open-ended questions. Next, base having ma'ushe yachos al bisaro. Sorry, ma'ushe yachos. So we'll say, what about your armpit? Now, interesting enough, what's the armpit case? If you look at Rashi, about 4 lines before it gets wide, here, base has Shefi could go and got these rows. So, Shokhalu, go to Inner Gabish. This is actually interesting. What happens if the big dikuna are such that, let's say, the shirt, really the tunic, doesn't extend up into the arms? Like it hangs down. It's like the shirt part just low, it hangs down. Then it hangs down. So what is that? So the Gemara says, so basically Mount Shepherds out the sorrow. But you know what? Like on one hand, maybe you need the clothing on your flesh. In other words, you need it a little bit more, just like tighter fitting, and then hug the body a little bit better. If it's too loose on the armpits, it's going to fill that requirement. Oh, no, that's common. In other words, people sometimes wear that it's not snug enough armpits. Okay. It's very interesting. What happens if the Wayne puts his hand inside of his garment? So, say for example, he puts his hand inside of the tunic, so that his hand is on his body, in between his body and the garment. So, what's the kind of case like that? For me, it's alone. So we'll say ultimately again, can your own body ultimately again create the chatzitza? That was an interesting enough. That happens to that shiloh comes up in a number of different, where this comes up the most. This comes up the most where, let's say, again, a person doesn't have a yarmulke, let's say, for some reason, right? And they want to drink, they want to make. Can you put your hand on your head? So the truth is, in general, by Hilchos Brachos, not work, right? Because why? Because it's all the same thing, right? You can't create a covering with your own part of your body. It's interesting enough over here. You might ask me, so what's our tikuna? Right? Does that work like a tikuna or not? Okay. Next. So you might say, what about a string, a thread? A thread. Can a thread create a chatzitza? Of course. Of course, a thread goes against chatzitza. We just said that before, actually. Any foreign material between your body and the big dekuna creates a chatzitza. No. What if the thread is from the big dekuna itself? In other words, a thread being a chatzitza, what type of thread was it? It was an alien, a foreign thread from something else. What happens if the thread is from the big dekuna itself? Can that create the chatzitza? Okay, so the Gemara says, you have a big damau. What happens if, let's say, the Kohen's own hair got into the big dekuna? His own hair extended into the big dekuna, created they're posing between his body and dekuna mahu. Do we say that your hair is like an extension of your body or not? We'll say for case here. Tefillin, what about tefillin? If the Kohen is wearing tefillin, ultimately, again, does that big dekuna? Salib, listen to this. Salib demand Amar Laila Sman tefillin. So according to the opinion that nighttime is not the time for tefillin. So watch this. It's not a kasha. Kivan Laila. That will say, by the way, with tefillin, we also don't know what are we asking? Tefillin shalyad, tefillin shalosh, both, one. So we're going to get to that in just a moment. So first thing I want to say like this. According that says that you don't wear tefillin at night. So ultimately, again, see, because you also listen to this. If night time is not the time for tefillin, then certainly if a Kohen were to wear tefillin at night underneath his big dick, when they won't halacha, it's certainly a chatzitza. Now the Gemara is going to say, but once it's a chatzitza at night, then halachically, categorically, it's a chatzitza, and therefore it's going to be a chatzitza by day as well. So Gemara says chaitz. Gemara says kevan delayla chaitzi yom nami chaitz. Kiti by the chas. What's the shayla? Leman the Amar Laila's man tefillin. According to being that says daytime is the time for tefillin. So my mitzvah digufei chay is olo chay. So ultimately, again, since tefillin is a mitzvah to wear on your body, is it a chatzitza for big dekuna or not? So we says in Gal Yom Sap. So the matter escalated and it came before Rabbi Ami. Amalei Talmud Aruch Biyadenu. It is an explicit halacha. What's the explicit halacha? Tefillin chatzitza. Tefillin is a chatzitza. Incredible. Tefillin is a chatzitza. Amazing. 1 second. Kohanim Babodasam. Ulevim B'Duchanan. B'Saba Ma'amada. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. To see the actualization of this phrase. Kohanim, when they're doing that, the being when they're standing on the Duchen, you saw when they're doing the Ma'amad, Terminat Tfilon, they are exempt from davening and from Tunim, which makes sense. Why? What's the principle? All of them are ultimately, again, in their respective part of temple service, and therefore they are exempt. So Moses says, "My love in Yinicha in a chot." It sounds interesting. The Lashon is potter. So what does potter mean? What does potter mean? You don't have to do it. But it sounds like if a kohen were to put on tefillin, again, it would not be a chatzitza. So the Gemara says, "No, in Yinicha chotzitzos." No, it's not true. What it means is if they put it on, it would be a chatzitza. If that's the case, turin asurim violate. If that's the case, then it shouldn't say that the Kohanim, when they do the avodah, are potter from tefillin. Rather, what should it say? It should say that they're usher to burn tefillin because it's a chatzitza. So Gemara says, no. Okay, but the Ikaladim, the Yisrael, must be usher. No, because since we're talking about Kohanim Leviim in Israel, so as for Kohanim, it made usher because of the chatzitza. You can't use the lashon of usher by Leviim and Israel. So therefore, use the lashon of potter. Tanya in Yenichan Eiran Chotzitzos, but it says, as Rice says, that if they put on tefillin, it doesn't create the chatzitza, so that objectively contradicts what you just said before. That tefillin is the chatzitza. Here we go. Hadiyad, hadirosh. Incredible. When we say that tefillin is a chatzitza, what are we talking about? Tefillin shal yad. Tefillin shal yad. Ultimately, again, what's not the chatzitza? Tefillin shal rosh. 1 second. Maishna yad tzidil b'shal b'saro shlo yedav v'chotzeitz beino leb'saro. So ultimately, again, so the Gemara's animals there. When it comes to the yad, why is tefillin shal yad a chatzitza? Because the pasuk says you have to put the bidikuna al b'saro on your flesh. The Gemara says, "Rosh namik sid the sam famits nefes al rosho." Already, by what's it? One of the bidikuna is a turban, is a hat. So how can you wear tefillin shal rosh? That's create the chatzitza within its nefes. Oh no. So beautiful. This is so. I'm not saying Yom Kippur, but Yom Kippur, right? Like he's going before Nila. The Kohen Gadol will be getting home right about now, right? Right about now, making his way to the masses who wanted to kiss his hands. Right? So the Gemara says over here. So the Kohen Gadol, remember again, the Kohen Gadol had a specific. He had one of his unique vestments was called the tzitz. The tzitz is the metal plate that sits on his forehead that says Kodesh LaHashem. So amazingly enough, there was a space between his turban and the tzitz. What was that space used for? It's tefillin shal rosh. Tefillin shal rosh. So the Gemara says, so his hair visible between the tzitz and its nefes. Amud beis Rosai sheshama manin tefillin. For the ultimately again that the Kohen puts on his tefillin. So if I was like, interestingly enough, When the Gemara speaks about tefillin being a chatzitza, it's a reference to tefillin shalyat. But it appears that tefillin shalosh can be put on in a way that not interfere with the tekuna, and therefore ultimately again does not serve as a chatzitza. Incredible. Also, I'll just point out something amazing. How difficult is it that we're learning the halachas of chatzitza Matzah Yom Kippur? And I will say it is important to understand Yom Kippur is over, but Tova is not. And I think for many of us, one of the fascinating dynamics of this time of year is that we finish Yom Kippur, and I think for many of us, it's the first time that I actually have exclusivity about what I have to do. Right? My Kabbalah ala asi, like what about I come during my plan for the future. Okay? I did my tshuva, I made amends for all the things I did wrong. My slate is absolutely unequivocally crystal clear. It's perfect. It's beautiful. And now one of the things we have to work on, many of us have to work on, are what are the chatzitzas in life.
Yeah.
So we walk around with a lot of chatzitzas. We walk around with a lot of things that interpose. There's a lot of blockages. A lot of blockages. Sometimes before I have to go ahead and do the Asay Tov and engage in the positive dynamic activities, and to figure out what is being chotzitz between me and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, what's being chotzitz between me and a fellow Jew, what's being chotzitz between me and myself. And now after Yom Kippur, the clarity, now I know my chatzitzos. And now, of course, comes the sacred mission of trying to remove them. Because if you don't remove the chatzitzos, you have the most beautiful baby brain. You have all the proper accessories for religious, spiritual development. You have all the tools you need for success. But if I can't get rid of my chatzitzos, I can't move myself forward. How would I wish it? So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, next, going down the list. We're not finished going double yet. So remember again, this is someone who is coming and is missing their karbanos. Azal, Metzora, Yoledes. So such a person ultimately again is right? Well, not Yoledes, but again, such a person is not allowed to do the avodas. What do we do? So this is actually by the Yoledes. The pasuk says the Kohen will atone for her, and she will be purified. Tara, which indicates to us up until the point that she brings her karbanos, even though again she's waited the requisite time, she's a mikvah, but ultimately again because she has not brought her karbanos, therefore she is still quasi state of tumah. So point over here is you see that someone who has to bring their karbanos, even though they've waited the requisite time, they've gone to the mikvah. Halacha again, they are still in a quasi state of tumah, and therefore, if a kohen does his avodah in this state, the avodah isn't valid. Incredible. And if a kohen did not wash his hands and feet, so the avodah is possible. There's a lot of stuff that comes out of that Gzir Shava, and therefore, again, if a kohen did not wash his hands and feet, his avodah is invalid. This is ridiculous. Kohen Gadol Shalom Tavo V'Shalom Kidesh Bein Veget LeVeget U'Bein Avoda LaAvoda. And what's that? Yom Kippur. So the Kohen Gadol did not go ahead and did not immerse in the mikvah, or did not wash his hands and feet between changes of clothing and between each. Take a look at Rashi. This is absolutely wild. First short line. Kohen Gadol. Kigon b'chomesh avoda shel Yom Kippurim. Incredible. Yes, I always did that just now, but that was good. I know, so it's the kiss. So the word says, Kigon chomesh avoda shel Yom Kippurim. Diafina b'seder yuma. Mishnah Rishanim b'migdei zav b'migdei lavan. Or b'migdei lavan b'migdei zav. The Kohen changes ultimately from gold clothing to white clothing. The Tzara Pilu Tvila, which Rabbi said every single time he changes his clothing, he needs an immersion in the mikvah and a washing of his hands and feet. Do you understand what the message was? What Baruch was telling us? This is not just a kiss. It's not just a kiss. You know what this is? Do you know what this is? This is in Psuki B'Zimra, right? We say Bocher b'shirei zimra in Shtabach. Bocher in Shtabach. Bocher b'shirei zimra. Right? Because who loves the shir, he loves the songs of his servants. The Baal Shem Tov HaKadosh says it's Habocher b'shirei zimra. Rebbe Shem loves shirayim. He loves leftovers. Loves leftovers. The great challenge of any elevated spiritual experience is taking it with you. Taking it with you. We have these incredible moments of spiritual elation, elevation, and then what happens? The event ends, and so this are his odorless. HaKadosh Baruch Hu says, take shirayim with you. Take leftovers with you. Whatever experience you have, pay it forward. Keep it going. Don't lose the momentum. And what happens? What does Cheshbon do? He gives us a Yom Kippur Gemara, Yom Kippur Erev Shabbos. It's the bridge. The Yom is just saying, just to Shabbos. Just make it the Shalom Shech Your Kedusha. So what does he do? He gives us a real sight. It's the most beautiful thing in the world. He's giving us the Rebbe is giving us shirayim, giving us leftovers from Yom Kippur. Overwhelming. Says the Gemara. So let's say Kohen did all of these changes, but he did not go to the mikvah, or he did not go ahead and wash his hands and feet between a clothing change. So the avad, the avodah kshera, the still kosher. Versus the elkot kohen gadol, the kohen head, yoshlo kidich yodav raglav shachris, the avad avodah psula. However, any kohen, a regular kohen, a kohen gadol, if you do not do the initial hand and feet washing in the morning, going to the base hamikdash, and you do the avodah without that, ultimately it is possible. So we'll see here's the distinction. If you miss the first hand and foot washing in the morning, in the morning coming into the base hamikdash, and you do avoda, your avoda is possible. If, however, the Kohen Gadol omits any of the immersions or hand and feet in the clothing changes of Yom Kippur, b'diavad, his avoda is still kosher. Gemara says if the Chumash to be those Vasari Kiddushin Da'araisa, the Chulka Ksin, B'Hulakfu. So that's like Sravasi said, 1 second. Immersions and the hand washings of the Kohen Gadol on Yom Kippur between the clothing changes and avodas, that's still right. That's still right. So that is really explicitly in the Torah. So ultimately, again, how can you say Gadol omits it? That his avodas is going to be kosher. Amalei Kra, V'lav Sham. Rabbi Shema saying that after Maki. So he said to him, no, Uluvei Sham means
if you could read and manage your mail from anywhere,
that ultimately again is
wish you
Maki.
had a professional.
Again, nothing else is Maki. So Ravasi was very excited. Amalei Vav Afufsak Sigalach. Then he said to him, so we'll say this was an expression. A vav is written on a wooden log. So what does it mean a vav is written on a wooden log? Sometimes he actually points out if you try to carve a vav on a wooden log, it's not going to come out well. Okay, so that was a Talmudic expression. Ultimately, really holds water. That's what the Gemara says. That Allah again, the Kohen does not need to do the immersions and the hand and foot washing in the changes of clothing and avodah. So if that was true, that it's not ihaki, it's safarnami. Understand? Then even if he omitted the first one in the morning, ultimately again, the avodah should still be kosher. As I was saying, the Gemara saying is like this: is all of the hand washing the same. So the amount of shach. If you tell me that the Kohen omits the immersions and he omits the hand foot washing between the clothing changes and avodos, and that's not ma'akev, then even if he misses the first in the morning, it shouldn't be ma'akev as well. And if he missed the first one, the avodah should still be the evet kosher. So the Gemara says, Amar Chizki Amar Kra, by Salam Chok Olam Lo Nizaro L'Dorosam. Dovki Bizarro Ma'akev Bo. So the way it works with Kuna is like this. Anything that is Ma'akev is an indispensable necessity for the Kohen's offspring, i.e. for all Kohanim, ultimately is Ma'akev for a Kohen Gadol. Davar she'eino ma'akev bo, ein ma'akev bo is something that is not ma'akev spring, even regular Kohanim, is not ma'akev for the Kohen Gadol. So therefore, both say hand and foot washing in the morning. B'chitzas yadayim braglayim. First thing in the morning, for these that is something that applies to all Kohanim. Since Kohanim, therefore, what? It is an indispensable necessity, which, if omitted, fundamentally invalid avodah. The immersions and the hand and foot washing in between all the ranges and avodos, that's to the Kohen Gadol. It has to be done, but if it's not done, ultimately, again, does not invalidate the avodah. Incredible. Here, sorry, if you understand, Moshe Aaron Ubanav. That's incredible. They were washed from it, talking about Kiyor. Moshe Aaron and his sons. Davar Ma'akiv Ubanav, Ma'akiv Bo. Davar Shino Ma'akiv Ubanav, Shino Ma'akiv Bo. Essentially, it's the same drug, just different pasuk. Something that ultimately, again, is Ma'akiv for his sons, i.e., all Kohanim, is ma'aki for the Kohen Gadol. There's something that is not ma'aki for other Kohanim, ultimately not ma'aki for the Kohen Gadol. Incredible. So now, interesting enough, they're both saying the same thing, but from different sources. So why didn't Rabbi Yonasan and Chizkiah source? I'm going to how the Torah as you can see. That's for future generations. The Ida, my time ago, Amar didn't. The first step in the second pasuk. Me by the also with Hanina. During the Hanina, listen to this. Kesilo got a different menu. Aim the catching bow. But I want to say, in order for the Kiyar, the Kohanim have the ability to wash from it at the Upanov. Right, so ultimately, again, because the pasuk says, from the kiyar, minimum dimensions of the kiyar ultimately, again, require the ability, keeper that comes out over here. So first of all, we learned that, again, rechis is not line muscle. That's number one. However, if the Kohen omits any of the immersions or hand, his avoda is kosher. Incredible. Tell me what I want to say. First one, it's kiddush line of sanctifying the hands and feet. Okay, so what do? You put your left hand on your left foot, and I want to say, now watch this, umakadosh. And what you're doing over here is that you turn simultaneously. So the Gemara says, this is wild. That's not how you do it. Maniach shte yadav zu agavzu, the agavi top of the other, and one foot on top of the other. One problem, below, hits over. You're going to fall over if you try that. There's no way for a regular thing good. He's saying good. So Rav Yosef, his friend always helps him. So what ends up happening over here is that, again, his friend is holding.
Well, this guy may be on a hunger streak, man. Come on, I mean, that's tight. I got him, but yeah. Do you? I remember.
Left hand on his left foot and watch like that. He says, no, he can even be surprised. The Gemara says, belay submissive. I don't understand. How much easier. Let him sit down and then you can do what you want. To which the Gemara says, belay sub, when the Gemara says, so ultimately the washing of the hands and feet is called just like avoda has to be done.
Dude, you know how this is.
Wow. Like the first of the Tanakama, that the way he follows, right hand on right foot, left hand on left, simultaneously standing. So that's how Kiddush was done. I also just to point out, one of just for us because it's Torah. I will say that also, the halakha right? One reason is Ra, the spirit of the in the morning is because when we wake up and we enter into the world, ready to embrace the service of the new day, so too again when we wake up and ready in Ras Hashem, a good night of Shabbos.
Probably were pretty closely, and it's really sad.
Shabbos, everyone.
But for our in Ho Chi, in the middle of the street of Ho Chi Minh City, which to the world, our success.
All right, I will say good morning
Ever use
was with us
some of the
yesterday during the
software
break.
that these asshole corporations?
So
Why do
this
we have
left us
filters?
begin by taking all of
Why
our
can't we
sponsors
use organized
for this
information?
morning shoot. Thank our
Why
commentators to the one
is it
position
so
submission of
efficient?
completion of CD
Why isn't it user-friendly?
his uncles
Find out what the need
Yitzchak and Yaakov
is.
Cohen, Avram Cohen, Hirschman, Avram Cohen, Mordechai
I don't
Avram
understand
Cohen,
it.
then
We're standing in the middle of the road.
families in the Chava,
and peace is the answer. It would be
Shalom and the Kol and Massey, they have
that we need to give incentives to companies to
So
help people.
we're closing the terror attack yesterday. Manchester, those who are here upon our people, wherever we are,
Why Israel?
habits in
You all
the
should know him,
your
and
protection,
he
your
was
prominence.
protesting
So with that, let
on
us
June
begin today's
11,
test. We have an incredible,
1963.
really ridiculously
But
amazing
there's a
doc.
very high corporation of Mark
It
Zuckerberg.
feels like we started later. So a good ground history. It's fantastic. It's really. I had three readers. I could have done a different stuff. We are up to left off 18B. You're incredible. So yeah, I will say just a new song last night is Mansim Hasenu. Beautiful niggas going to put up the that's a pasuk in Yecheskel.
So you worried about somebody beating you? Really?
How did you know this? Before Yecheskel came along, how did we know?
I've been through what I've been through.
Using that same logic.
Fucking talking about interstellar travel?
What's the other halacha?
Aliens.
Which is a Kohen who's not circumcised.
What is it?
But before Yecheskel came along, what did I know?
Action.
Gemara Gemurila, I want to codify it in a pasuk. Hakanami Gemara Gemara. So that pasuk, incredible. So I lo yachkaru biyaza.
I remember
So it's a good way to start the week, end the week with some girding. So the Gemara says, they have to put on the big day kahuna, specifically the abnei, the belt through it. So you have to put the belt on in a place where the body does put on the abnei, the belt, in nothing. It means like the area by the stomach and the hips. That because cap called it's an accumulation of schwitz, you're tying the belt on your chest. That is then you get into arms where there could also be an accumulation of sweat. So where should you put that? Where should, it's very interesting. The abnei was tied opposite belt where we classically wear a belt, like around this. So Rav Ashi said, like the one time Huna Barnasan told me that the Gemara says front of is Gadar the king. I was once in front of the Persian king, and what happened is incredible. Too high, and he pulled down my belt. Now, again, you can do whatever you want. See, Va'amali is so beautiful. Va'amali, Mamlechas said that you are a nation of priests and a holy nation, very kadosh. Dress, pull your belt down, and dress up. So much in this story. Then what I will say, dress for work, but if you're part of the way they see it, and Mamlechas the way that we come before our king. This thing says something amazing, which is that they will come, but it's so important for us. We are forward-thinking people, and the anti-Semitism. But one day, and the Hashem nothing. But again, for literally again, kings will be your caretakers. So this is where the nations will take care of you, and even a Gentile. What a chizik, right? As yesterday, right? And Matzah Yom Kippur, we come back to such tragic news. It hurts now, but in Meretz Hashem, you will see that the great, not awesome. Kohen Shalaka Betzbar. There's some really interesting cases over here. Penny is like a piece of grass, like a reed. He's allowed to tie a reed around Avalova Medina. So this is talking about on Shabbos. Now, I'm going to ask Samimon. Ultimately, again, it's a zero. You make again, it's a din drabanan, din mikdash, which is just finger with a side of the mikdash. That's what it means ultimately. In the hotzim and down, but wrapping something around his finger to extract blood, then kan aser. And ultimately, both in the mikdash and as a mikdash. Incredible. Already with the radar kia. Losha elegant katan havi yiter, but very interesting. And we'll say tziltzul is literally a belt. It applies to a piece of reed grass. But if you go ahead and you put on a ring of bandage, additional article of right, and we saw in yesterday's daf that ultimately again was fascinating. But everyone said no. It's the only time there's a problem with additional in a place wearing garments. But if you're wearing something additional, so remember again, on your fingers there's no big pizza. 1 second, there is a problem. What's the problem? Even though there's no big clicharis, right? To serve this utensil, if he has a bandage, so he's doing the avoda with his right. Inami, or the other possibility, okay. Place with a coin in one red. Go say this, but again, it's clothing. Then what? Ultimately, shalosh al shalosh. Then it is on chotzos, pafi the chatzitza. So it's obviously this contradicts Rabbi Yochanan. Because a small bandage, even if it's less than 3 finger breadths by 3 finger breadths, make it an alternate version of this. What is a coin allowed to bandage himself with? He's only allowed to bandage himself with a. Rabbi Yochanan says no, lo al sitza. The top is mishalosh al shalosh el b'makom the god. Comes on Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan says the only time that something's only the makom the god, but all wouldn't normally wear kohanic clothing. Then ultimately again, this is the statement of Rav Nimrach. This is never most like bandage it with. So it seems to be grass, right? Why? Number 2, because it does additional clothing issues. Why not? Because it's not an article. So then we come to another sub issue, which is don't normally wear clothing. So it sounds like what the Gemara is saying over here is like this. It's possible that any amount is only 3 finger breadths and more. Or again, alternate version of that, no zerkia. So I will say, say this argument is Rashi, because I will say it could very well be that a small bandage has a status of like a beggar. So because it has the status of a beggar, maybe my area gemi, lishmoinon sol katan. So he'll teach us that why not say that you can use bandage? Because he said you could even use the bandage. To which the Gemara is enriching us with just kind of like an additional piece of information, which is that by the way, the wheat grass ultimately again has.
Where do you think that guy goes?
So says it just Talmud pocket, which is
What do you feel like when you see somebody like stiff arm in a motherfucker? May 2025?
Obviously,
Talk to me when you're 3.
healing outside of the base of Mikdash. Why? That does not apply to the base of Mikdash along with any other
15th of
You're
Shabbat.
allowed to when it comes to big day. So let's say so we can have Paskins. In just a moment. See, even a
How
thread
much is this?
goes ahead and where a Kohen is not normally wearing big day
Alan?
that's Shalosh Hashach. Now, one more piece to consider, however, that's assuming
I bet it's boring as fuck
between
there.
your
Why?
body and the
Right there,
right? So let's say again, the Kohen is wearing his big day
the boy with the Lagbar
His
Omer.
clothing is not. So the shaila is he kosher or is he kosher? It's like, remember the
All right.
80s?
They better be sick. They better be like, when?
So again, so what happened? Because they aren't touching his flesh, they're on his body. On one hand, he's wearing it, but it's not on his flesh. It's not on his flesh. The fact that there's a wind that got in and kind of expanded it, so it's not touching his flesh. What about a louse? There's a louse. Why? Because you don't want that there. Right? First time animals, it comes and goes, right? So the mice maybe that's generally a person is mashkin on not having a louse on their body. So maybe again that the upper badai chayitz. Dirt, of course, dirt is a so dirt is not as like there's like a substance to it, right? Dust, just ended questions. Next, base hashefi. Not enough. What's the armpit case? If you look at Rashi, about 4 lines up. Base hashefi, you can go. Batis are also that. Let's say the shirt. The shirt part just lower hangs down. It hangs down. So what is that? Maybe you need the clothing on your apartment. Oh no, that's common. People sometimes wear their clothing like that. His hands inside of his tunic, so that his hand is on his body, in between his body and your own body. Again, create the chatzitza. That was most for, let's say again, a person doesn't have a yarmulke, let's say for spa. So the truth is, in general, because why? Because it's all the same, right? You can't create a covering. Over here, so what's all about big dick kuna? Right? Does that? What about big dick kuna? What about a string, a thread? A thread goes at it. We just said that before, actually. Any Rudella smell? No. What if the thread is from the big dick kuna? Foreign thread from something else? What happens if the thread is from the big dick? What happens into the big dick? In other words, his owners, therefore interposing between Gufodami. Do we say that your hair is like an extension of your body also? What about tefillin? If the Kohen is wearing this, that nighttime is not a kasha. Given the Laila, that will say, by the way, with tefillin shalosh, both one. So we're going to get to that says that you don't wear tefillin at night. So only you were to wear tefillin at night on big when there won't be the halachot. It's certainly a chatzitza. That is what I was going to say. It says, given the Laila chayit, because what's the shayla? The man, the Amar Laila's man shalom. According to being that says that this is the chatzitza for the big or not. So the says, is thou your way? Talmud arachu biyadein halacha. Tefillin chotz. Tefillin is a chatzitza. Incredible. Hanin babodasam.
For those 14 years, the Mishnah stood at Gilgal.
You saw when they're doing a ma'amad. They are exempt from that. All of them are engaged part of temple service, but they are exempt. So that's it. So Russian is potter. So what does potter mean? You don't have to do it. But it sounds like if a coin worship Gemara says, well, in your knee themselves. No, it's not true. What it means is if they put it on, it would be a chatzit. So when they do the avoda, our potter comes through. Rather, what should it be in the Israel? Well, must be like usher. It may be usher in chatzitza. You can't use the lotion of usher by Levium and Yisrael. It says that if they put on tefillin, it doesn't create hadiyad, hadarosh. Incredible. But ultimately, again, what's not the chatzitza? Shloye davar chotzeitz. They know the sorrow, sorrow on your flesh. The Gemara says, "Durosh nanipsid." The sample, how can you wear tefillin shalosh? Doesn't that create the chatzitza? I'm actually talking about the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol is probably getting home right about now. Right about a specific. He sits. It sits is the Medrash Hashem. So amazing there was a space between his turn, his tefillin shalosh. Tefillin sits, and between them it's nefesh. Amr days of Osai, shesh tefillin. So for Osai, interestingly enough, Salach Lamaisa appears that tefillin shalosh can be put on in a way to serve as a chatzitza. It's incredible. Also, I'll just point out something amazing. Also, it is important to understand Yom Kippur is over, but Shuvah here is that we finish Yom Kippur, and I think for many of us, I plan for the future, okay? I did my Shuvah, I made amends for all the things that are beautiful, it's pristine. And now I actually know in Chatzitzas, we walk around things that interpose. There's a lot of blockages, and to figure out what is being chotzik between me and now after Yom Kippur, I have the clarity, now I know, because if you don't remove the Chatzitzas, you have the most beautiful thing to do. You have all the top, I can't get rid of my Chatzitzas, I can't move my list. We're not finished with Kohen yet. And it's so Yoledes. So such a person ultimately again is keep our coin Vitahira. This is actually by Yoledes, which indicates to us that up until the point that she brings her she has not brought her karbanos, therefore she is still in the state bonos. Even though they waited requisite, they've gone to the mikvah. Allah says avoda in this state, the avoda is invalid. Incredible. Oh, famous Zera Shav got back Zera Shava, and therefore did not wash his hands and feet, his avoda is invalidated. Then about Tavo, Bishalo Kidesh, being Beget, Lebeget, Yom Kippur. So if a Kohen Gadol did not, between the changes of clothing and between each of them, let's take a look at the first short line, Kohen Gadol, keep going, the Chamesh Avodah. Incredible. Yes, that's the kiss. I don't know who did that just now. The Chamesh Avodah Shom Kippur and the Afina, the Seder Yuma, should be the Tzarech L'Chol Chiluk Tvilah, U'Shnei Kiddushin. Not this kiss. Do you know what this is? This is in Psut Shalom. Habocha B'Shir Zimra. Because Baruch Hu loves the Shirim, loves Shirayim. He'll challenge of any elevated spiritual experience is, and so does our his holiness. Baruch Hu says, take Shirayim with you. Take left over. What does Baruch Hu do? He gives Erev Shabbos. It's the bridge. Ribbon Shalom is just saying, just get to Shabbos. That's Ribbon Shalom. But Ribbon Shalom is giving us Shirayim, giving us leftovers from Yom Kippur. Wash his hands and feet between a clothing change. So Shachris, Va'avad Avodas Psula. However, and washing in the morning when you come into the Beis Hamikdash and you do the first hand and foot washing in the morning. The Chitzai Raglaim in the morning coming into the Beis Hamikdash. Deep washing between the clothing changes of the Rashi of the Yochanan. Nidaraisa, the Chuk, the Re'akfu. So that's the ignorance of the Kohen Gadol on Yom Kippur between the clothing changes that I've also explicitly in the Torah. So ultimately, again, how can you say that the Kohen Gadol is saying that Ashanaki? No, Uluvei Sham. Uluvei Sham means it is only the word, again, nothing else is Maki. So it's not the point of Apusak Sigalach. So literally, then he said to him, so we'll say this sometimes he actually points out if you try to on a wooden log, it's not going to come out well. Okay? So that's what the Gemara says. Ihaki, and that was true. In other words, clothing and avodah. So that was true that it's not ma'aki. Ihaki, it's again the avodah should still be kashed, not the hand washings. And all of the tefillah tell me that if the Kohen omits the and he omits the hand and foot washing between the clothing chain, it shouldn't be ma'akiv as well. And if you miss the first one, the avodah just davar ha-ma'akiv bizarro ma'akiv bo. So the way it works with kunas like this. Anything Kohanim ultimately is ma'akiv for a Kohen Gadol. Not a Kohen Gadol. So therefore, I will say, hand and foot washing in the morning, it is an indispensable necessity, which if omitted, clothing changes and all those. That's unique to the Kohen Gadol. It has to. Rabbi Yonasan, Amar, essentially, it's something that ultimately again is ma'aki for the Kohen Gadol. It's something that is not incredible. Rabbi Yonasan, that's for future generations. The Ida might have from Moshe Aaron Ubanov. What is the minimum dimensions? The Kohanim have the ability wash from it at the same, because the pasuk says, "For Aaron's sons plural." Here ultimately again require the ability to go ahead and wash for pieces down by line, washing of the hands and feet first thing in the morning, indispensable washing in between. Eved is that both is kosher, incredible. What's the first one line of sanctifying the hands and feet? How do you do that? Wash the hands and feet. Right, so what do? You put your left hand on your left foot ahead, and I will say, now watch this from the kaddish. And what you're doing over here is that you simultaneously. One stream of water. So the Gemara says, the Yosef says, the Gemara says, why? How do you do it? Mania Shtavzu, the Agabe Shteva Raglof Zuagabzu, on top of the other, and that's how you wash literally every Hiflagdo. He answered last question. That's too much for a regular person to balance themselves like that. The Gemara says, Shah the Kavir Messiah. When the Kohen is washing, it always helps him. So what I here is that again, Kohen number one is washing. One foot off the running him up. That's the only way to do this. The Gemara says, what's practical difference between that? Being permitted to go ahead and wash a sister. In other words, he does that foot, left hand on his left foot, holds that Kohen has to wash unsupported. Second opinion says no bench. Right? It's just called the tree you want. Mesa Ulatanish Amakra Aris. Shiras Mu'umatu. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, Halakha Mesa, no, because so all the hands and feet have to be done standing up as well. So we'll see how do we pass in? Raglo Hayamanis, Yado has smallest, Halaglo has smallest, right hand on right foot, left hand on left foot. Because it's Torah. And we'll say that the halakha is we do just that every season, even for the tilas purity, because a person goes to sleep. Sleep is 1/16 of that. But one of the other entering into the avoda. So what the two are ready to embrace the service of the new day, ready to go there, Shabbos.
Or the Rambam, or Habayis. The Talmud says there are 10 levels of holiness than any other lands. Within the land of Israel was holier than them. And in this Jerusalem, there was a higher level of
It's like good morning, Give me my thing, one of our sponsors for this morning shirt, Tova, sorry, 12 minute celebration for Am Yisrael. For the entire year.
It was not like the mission of the inner courtyard of this much larger than what
Judaism, Richard, Judaism, now, and our learning sponsors, Alexander Anshel, whose yard site is tomorrow. All those things are for Shabbat, the whole holy is to be successful. The whole massive day and so it's almost for Am Yisrael. The very that is designing the center.
Go up another grant.
We have a lot of that which is 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. Initially through the various individuals, if they go out about owning. So it's masculine all by strong by and put forward a different conclusions. So we are again not to be allowed by Kavya, which almost say different based on what based on Kavya. What's the Kavya? I'm not saying that Halakha myself, the majority of probably saw this coming. So that's also clean up. But even if it is the Kohen Gadol, if it's a Kavya. Like Shalom. When it comes to Aninos, but again, Halakha myself, the Aninos, he's still not allowed to offer up communal. So too again, Aninos should just not a Kavahomer. It's also Tuma eats a Kohen Gadol based on a Kavahomer. What's the Kavahomer? Tuma Aninos, not permitted by a Kohen Gadol in a state of Aninos, does not have a right to offer up a Kohen. It's permitted to offer up even a state of Aninos. It is Tuma. What trades a Kohen to offer up a Kavan Sivor? Ain't no so what trades a Kohen Tuma? Ultimately, probably also the majority of the bunch should certainly be eats a Kohen head the Kavan Sivor and Kavahomer. You know, Sivor in a state of Tuma based on a Kavahomer. And you know, where a Kohen Gadol is permitted to offer up a Kavan, even in Kohen head regular Kohen, cannot offer up. Even a Kohen Gadol is only permitted to offer up, not permitted to offer up a Kavan Yochid. Ain't no din, Shalom Ether, for a Kohen head so we skip parentheses. So the point of here requires making is all of these Kavahomers are at a different conclusion. So the central Gemara says it like this. Essentially, we ignore the Kavahomer. First have again 17, 18, I don't know, which is actually very important actually. Because these Kavahomers, but also if you notice what happened with these Kavahomers is that each of them, what do I do in a situation like this where Halakha nice again, all the Kavahomers, so the Gemara says, the extra choose no dog, so this is when we've seen this Lashon made over, Tishbi, Kais, Kushnas, so we all have to answer it. You see, God say, since the Kohen Gadol, Stam, being the Yachid, being the Tzibur. Cover I was talking about, either a private offering or a communal offering, because of the psukim is that a Kohen Gadol has a heter to offer up the Kishanes or the Hedjot. Similarly, again, when a Hedjot being the Tzibur Nasra, well, it's the private offering. Kohen Gadol could offer up any type of carbon. And a Kohen Hedjot can't say that Tumah Hutra B'Tzibur. And say that Tumah at 51% of Klal Yisrael is Tamei. It's permitted even for a Kohen Hedjot. So therefore, a Kohen Hedjot could operate in Tumah of Tumah Hutra B'Tzibur. Only applies to communal offerings. Does not apply to the Kohen Gadol is permitted to offer up in a state of Aminos. When we say Tumah Hutra B'Tzibur, it applies both to Kohen Gadol, Kohen Hedjot. So I suppose it's continuing to going through the list of people. This Bouillon went to the mikvah, requires Harav Shemesh. It requires the sun to go down. I know that if it's Bouillon does the Avodah, that the Avodah is, how do I know that if it's Bouillon did the Avodah, that ultimately again the Avodah is profaned. Hamuromar, profaned. Okay. In Enyo Inyan Latame, however, again, we already learned out. Rashi points out that we are getting the pasuk. He's talking about Tumah. However, again, if I don't need a pasuk to teach me, remember again, I said this was yesterday's daf. So if I don't need a pasuk to use this pasuk, although I says the Gemara, Tnei Inyan Lakoreach Karcha, Ulumashkis Tinu Karcha B'nei Nechamis. You're not allowed to spot in out of mourning for the dead. In other words, he was to do that. Similarly, again, you also can't destroy, which refers to shaving with a razor or things like that. So maybe the Avodah is profane. Maybe that's what it's talking about. The pasuk of Kedoshim Tiyu V'lo Yichalu doesn't need to be used for Tumah, right? Which the Gemara says, no. Tvul Yom Dim Avad B'miyu V'lo Yichalu for Tvul Yom. So where will you know? Listen, you make it zero. Now how do we know that? The Pasuk of Truma, Machil Avodah, and Avodah. The Pasuk of Truma, Machil Avodah. And what do we learn from that? The low Pasuk of Truma, but anyone who is allowed to eat Truma will not go ahead and invalidate the Avodah. Says Avodah Truma, so to ultimately he does the Avodah. Says Avodah. Now, by the way, I just want to point out, we're gonna see mourning for the dead, or who shaves with the razor, destroys his. We're going to circle back to that. The Gemara just said, well, if that's the case, then Truma. It teaches us that essentially, any Kohen, because he's not permitted to eat Truma, therefore what? Therefore, Allah said if he does some Rahman Tamei, Utzmu Yom, or Ufusu Kippurim. I have a number of people who, if they do the Avodah, they profane it. Actually, Tamei does the Avodah. Number two, Tvul Yom. Best example of that would be like the Mitzvah or the Zav. So Mitzvah or the Zav, of course, they essentially have three parts. Number three, Karbanos had the first two, but had third. So let's say again, the Mitzvah had the passage of time, Karbanos. This is called the Chosuk Kippurim. He's lacking the Torah. So all three. Now, that's the thing. But it's what umbrella do they all fall under? Well, obviously, the guy who's Tamei is Tamei. The Tvul Yom Kippurim, his Tumah is still totally not Tumah. He's not allowed to Avodah. And if he does so, ultimately invalidates it. Why are you the Rahman Tamei? She came together from the why? Because he could actually communicate with Tumah. So perhaps that's already Avodah. She came possible Truma. So again, I will say, so on one hand, Tamei is different because halacha l'maisa also can't be learned out. And why? Because ultimately, again, he's part Tamei has a number of these different factors working against him. But Mechusa, they're both saying, now remember, in the case of Mechus Kippurim Tvul Yom, in Mechus Kippurim, says, okay, awesome. So therefore I understand. You can't learn out all three of these categories. You know what? I can at least omit one of them, right? And three. And halacha l'maisa, which one should I omit? Which one should? And therefore I give the case in and learning out from the other cases. Cases are possible with Truma. And the low with one of the two. So therefore again, don't go ahead and write it by Tvul King with Kusar and Maisa. Those other cases that will say is literally again Klisha Rei Tumas. So let's see at the end of the day, those other cases. The Mechus Kippurim, Shahari Herev Shimshon had what we'll call a lighter form of Tumah. If you leave out Tvul Yom and learn out Mechus Kippurim, right? But this is not how you might say, so your Tumah ultimately again, but Mechus Kippurim is the carbon. If you think about it, he has immersion mikvah, he has Hash Amad Beis, I'll say. Sava, Mechusiki Kizav, Kizav Dami. So it says actually kind of holds that in the case of Kippurim, it's actually very interesting. So it says take the case of Zav, because let's again, what does a Zav need to become Tar? It needs the cessation of zivos, immersion in a mikvah, ultimately again, karma. So listen, just want to point out just the moment, right? Again, it's really is overwhelming. So I will say everything you need to know in the zav. I know that sounds a little bit strange, but it's still, if the impurity is still flowing, nothing's going to work. Certainly not. First thing going on, it doesn't make a difference how much other good is happening. The good is to stop committing the negative activities. In order to affect change, you need some level of change. But it's been really only sticks if it's being forced. Ultimately, again, I need mikvah. So what does mikvah represent? Also very important. What does mikvah represent? Mikvah represents a rebirth. At a certain point in time, in order to become a Baal Tshuva, a person has to be willing to say, I'm a different person. I'm a different person. That's what Soloveitchik says. Do you know why mikvah plays such an important role? I don't know what mikvah is. In the words of Soloveitchik, so mikvah is surrounding one's self with the primordial building blocks of the universe. I don't know what that means in English, but I think what it means is like this. In the beginning, remember again, what was the universe? Bereshit bara Elokim es haaretz, right? Haaretz haysa sovavo, u'rak halakim rachafas al pnei hamayim. In the beginning, before there was anything, there was water. Water is the first thing that existed in this universe. When a person goes into the mikvah and they surround themselves with water, what they're doing is they're recreating themselves. That's the power of the mikvah. That's why mikvah plays such a central role in Yiddishkeit. I'm going in and literally I'm recreating myself with the very building blocks of creation. I'm starting again. And then what's next? Carbon. What does carbon represent? Carbon represents the acetate. Carbon represents the things you do, the positive, dynamic things you do in order to bring yourself closer to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So I will say, ultimately, anything and everything I need to learn to become a successful Baal Tshuva, we learn mamish from Zav. From Zav, so the Gemara says, okay, back to the Gemara. For a holy cause, so the Gemara says that we kind of hold and many nations came to King Shlomo brought gifts. The Mechusar Kippurim by Zav, the Zav still has the status of a Zav. In other words, and so while you have not brought your carbon, ultimately again, you still have the status of a Zav. See, we thought this whole time that when you're just Mechusar Kippurim, in other words, if you've gone through all the other steps, and the only thing I'm missing is the carbon, that I have what we call a Tumah Kalisha, ultimately a lesser form of Tumah. It's not true, the Gemara says. According to this Tana, until ultimately, again, I have brought my carbonos, I'm still in the status of Zav. So the Gemara says, now, reality was said this very point is in Machlokes Tanoim. This exact point is in Machlokes Tanoim. Here we go, this is very interesting. Sanya. Sarpa Oren and Mechusar Kippurim. So it's a very interesting case over here. This is fascinating. Paraduma. So now let's say Paraduma, and I remember we spoke about this 2 days ago. Paraduma is not shechted in the Beis Hamikdash, it is shechted on Harazim. Shechted outside the Beis Hamikdash looking into the Harabais. So both sides, just to orient yourself, just from the opposite side that we normally view Harabais, right? We view Harabais from the back. Kosel is the back side of the Harabais. When you stand on Harazesim, not Harazesim where the graves are, right? Harazesim wraps around. So if you go to Harazesim on the other side of the graves, essentially you're looking at the Harabayas from the opposite side of the Kosel, right? In other words, so you look at the Harabayas and you see the Kosel, you see Harabayas and Kosel in the distance. That is actually that's where they would shaft the Paraduma, and you would be looking into the front entrance of the Beis Hamikdash itself. So the Gemara says as follows: the Sanya, Sarpa Onen. Let's say again, an Onen went ahead and a Kohen who was an Onen checked the Paraduma, or Mechusar Kippurim, or for that matter again, a Kohen who was a Zav or a Metzora, right, who went through the entire process but has not yet brought his karbanos. What's the halacha? Kshera. The carbon is good. The Paraduma is kosher. Yosef Ababli Omer, Yosef the Babylonian said, Yosef Ababli Omer, Onin Kshira, and Onin is kosher, and Onin is kosher, but Mechusar, but Mechusar Kippur is fossil. But ultimately, again, if let's say the Kohen is a Zav or a Mitzvah, and he did not yet bring his Kavanos, ultimately the Paraduma will be fossil. I wasn't take a look at Rashi. Rashi is a Rikshira. The Kache Vedek Habayasi, the Ein Onin Asrama, the Loksi, Hanafrai, out of the custom is there. That was very interesting. We've seen it already a couple of times. Paraduma is not a carbon. Paraduma is not a carbon. How do I know that Paraduma is not a carbon? How do I know that? Because it's shechted outside of the Beis Hamikdash. So what is Paraduma if it's not a carbon? Where it says it's Kache Vedek Habayis. Ultimately, again, and it has physical sanctity, and therefore halacha l'maisa again an onin is only not allowed to offer up kachin mizbeach, but an onin is permitted to go ahead and offer up kachin bedek habayis. So what I say now, first opinion said, Tanakama said that if a mechusar kippurim offered up paraduma, it's kosher. Yosef Ababli said that it's pas. My love hakameth. What are they arguing about? Mar Savar Mechusar Kippurim Kizav Kizav Dami, Mar Savar Lav Kizav Dami. Oh, here's my focus. What is the status of a Mechusar Kippurim of a Zav? What's the status? So ultimately, again, Tanakama holds Mechusar Kippurim of a Zav. Mechusar Kippurim of a Zav is not like a Zav. Tumah Klisha, it's a lesser form of Tumah, and therefore Allah the covenant will be good. And Yosef Ababli says no. Yosef Ababli says Mechusar Kippurim of a Zav is like a Zav, and therefore Allah the covenant is invalid. The covenant is invalid. To which the Gemara says, no, not true. Everyone agrees that Mechusar Kippurim Kizav is like a Zav. Here's the focus. Here's what they argue about. The Gemara says, he's a hatar, mechrash mitame. I will say this is very interesting. So this will have a we'll say total size of the paratuma. What does the pasuk at paratuma? The he's a hatar al hatame. The person who is tahar will sprinkle the ashes, right? The ashes mixed with spring water on the tame. I will say. Now that pasuk is totally extraneous. Why? If you look at Rashi, it actually says over here, so the Pasuk already says that the person who is doing the paraduma process has to be an ishtahar. It already says that. If that's the case, all it needs to say is Vihiza al hatameh. He will sprinkle on the person who is coming. Why does it have to say Vihiza hatahar al hatameh? That's extra. We must how do they do it? I'm reading actually Vihiza hatahar al hatameh. We need al tuyo shekasher paradash solos. I say it back to the Gemara. What does it teach me? Linik in al tuyo shekasher bepara. So this is incredible. It teaches me that a tvul yom is permitted to go ahead and sprinkle the paraduma. That's what it teaches me. As I say, that's really fascinating. It doesn't have to tell me tahar. It's already said tahar. When it says tahar, v'hisa hatahar, tahar must be referring to a different type of person who's tahar. What type of person? A tvul yom. A tvul yom. And even a tvul yom who is tahar, but has not reached complete tahara capacity, ultimately again is going to be fit for paraduma. Mar savar tumah the Torah kula. Mar savar tumah the half parsha. So it says what's the machlokes over here? We did look at actually Mar savar tumah the Torah kula. Hanakama savar high tvul yom the ach shibakra at tvul yom the Torah shibakra kai. Tanakama holds that when the Torah permits a tvul yom or paraduma, what type of tvul yom does it apply? Because also remember again, the concept of tvul yom applies to which types of tefillah? Which types of tefillah? All types of tefillah. Because what does a tvul yom mean? Tvul means a person who is coming went to the mikvah and is waiting for sunset. That could refer to any type of tulah. The Tanakama holds you right. When the Torah permits a tvul yom to do the sprinkling of paraduma upon the person who is coming, ultimately, again, it's any kind of tvul yom of any type of tumah. So what do you see from here? For example, even a tvul yom of a zav. Now we'll say, tvul yom of a zav, even though it's a tvul yom, what else is he? If he's a tvul yom, what else is he? He's Mechus Kippurim. He also hasn't brought his kabbalas. And yet, what do you see? Halach l'maisa, he's permitted. He's permitted to do the sprinkling, which tells us that what? That Mechus Kippurim of a zav is not like a zav. Not like a zav. So Mar Savar, Tumah T'chalat Kula. One will say it's Tumah T'chalat Kula, which means any type of tvul yom, including a zav. Which means again, you see from here that a zav was Mechus Kippurim is not like a bona fide zav. Mar Savar, Tumah the half parsha. The other thing, Yosef Adavi says, no, you do the first ultimately again to the Tumah of Paraduma. Well, so what's the Tumah of Paraduma? Tumas Mace. Tumas Mace. Now, Tumas Mace, ultimately, again, I will say, Halach l'maisa, that's the only type of Tumah. But it wouldn't apply, for example, to a Tvul Yom of Tumas Mace. So, Tumah that Parsha Hilcha, Onein Utvul Yom, the Tami Sheretz, Dikiri, Asibakabachom, and the Tvul Yom Demace. So, therefore, for example, as long as it's a Tvul Yom of a lesser degree of Tumas Mace, for example, a Tvul Yom of Tame, or a Tvul Yom of Sheretz. Ultimately, again, these are more kal, and therefore they could go ahead and be brought to the kavachom of the mace. Aval Mechus Kippurim is zov, the chomer, taking Tumah Yotza Loving Gufa alone, but perhaps a tvul yom of a higher form of Tumah, for example, ultimately again of a zov, that since it's a high form because the Tumah emanates from him as well, that cannot necessarily be learned out. So we'll say, so just a fascinating detail over here. Then Halach l'maisa again by Paraduma. So again, here's what just back up a little bit. Here's what everyone agrees with. Everyone agrees that a tvul yom can be the sprinkler for the Paraduma. It's just interesting. What's the machlokas? What type of tvul yom? Is it a tvul yom of any type of tumah, or a tvul yom of just tumas mace? Everyone agrees that tvul yom of tumas mace can do it. Shaila really becomes, what about a tvul yom, let's say, of a zav, who's, let's say, again, at this point, in the Mechus Kippurim. So let's say, so again, that machlokas, fundamentally is dependent on an earlier machlokas. What's the earlier machlokas? The earlier machlokas is, what's the status of a zav who's Mechus Kippurim? Is he still like a bona fide zav? Or ultimately, again, not like a bona fide zav. So that machlokas, which is the machlokas that we started with, ultimately trickles into Paraduma as well. Riveting and fascinating. But again, we'll leave that machlokas open. That's not really our primary topic right now, so we'll leave that. But they will say, here's the good news. Here's the good news that you should remember, right? There's one takeaway from all of this. Is that a tvul yom, ultimately, again, is kosher to be the sprinkler for Paraduma. They will say, what does that show you? What does that show you? That shows us the best lesson in capacity of Arab, which is you need not be perfect in order to go ahead and effect tara for yourself and for others. The tvul yom is not himself in a perfect state of tara. He still needs sunset. Yet, he is still considered to be tar, and he can still be the vehicle of tara for other people also. The Ribono Shel Olam does not demand perfection. He does not demand completion. The only thing he does demand is effort. So if I get myself to the status of a tvul yom, remember again, how do I get to the status of a tvul yom? Step 1, stop being tamei. Step 2, ultimately passage of time, reinforce positive behaviors. Step 3, getting to the mikvah, a willingness to start again. All right, I still need to do my kabbalas. I still need to build a traction of positive dynamic activity. But I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Shmuel who says, that's fantastic. And to a certain degree, that's good enough for now. You don't need to be perfect in order to go ahead and be tar and ultimately affect tara for others. Incredible. Let's go back to the first regard. We'll say all tremendous lessons. Ultimately, again, on Arab Yom Kippur. All you need to do, as Mishpah tells us everything we need to know. All you need to do is stop being distracted, listen to the lessons, and HaKadosh Baruch guides us exactly along the path we need to go. That's all we need. Says the Gemara. Next. So as always in the next case what? The Kohen is not wearing the right pajamas. Right? So again, not wearing the right Kohanic vestments. Halach l'maisa again, his avoda is in the towel. Says Gemara, no, where do you know this from? So says it's really incredible. I'm gonna be off tonight. Umata ba mishmei these are lots. And I will say, by the way, how incredible also is the Tony Imam Gadol on Erev Yom Kippur. But remember again on Yom Kippur itself. Remember again, there was the specific and special Big Day Kahuna. Remember again, the Kohen, of course, his Big Day Kahuna were not his normal Kohanic vestments. On Yom Kippur, the Kohen would only wear Big Day Lava. And that night, but for the Avodah Kini, the Avodah inside the Beis Hamikdash, he would wear the white garments. White garments. Incredible. Says the Gemara, I'm not the Avodah. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Umativ b'mishmei Rabbi Lazar b'shis damar. The pasuk says, "V'chaganta osam arnei alon ubanav, v'chavashta lahem mikbaos, v'aisa lahem kohuna u'chukas ola." So let's say this is really beautiful. So the pasuk says like this, right? You'll put on them a belt, Aaron and his sons. You'll put on them mikbaos, which were the hats, and it will be for them the kahuna. Kahuna will be for them an everlasting statue. So it says. So what is the Gemara reaction? This is so beautiful. Bizman shebigdeihem aleim kihunasam aleim. When their clothing is on them, that's when the bris kahuna, that's when the Kohen ship is on them. Ein bigdeihem aleim, but if they're not wearing their clothing, ein kahunasam aleim. Ultimately, again, their clothing is not upon them. So the juxtaposition ultimately again to the Big Day Kahuna, and ultimately again where it says Kahuna Chukas Olam. So ultimately again, when is there an everlasting statue of the Kahuna? When they're wearing their clothing. But if they're not wearing the Big Day Kahuna, then at the end of the day, they cannot function as Kohan. The Gemara says, what's that mean? We have a different source. What's the difference? What's the Sanya? How do we know that if a Kohen drank wine, ultimately, again, he pertains the Avodah, do not drink wine or any intoxicating beverage while on duty. So the Gemara says, so again, it's number one, I know a Kohen can't do the Avodah while under the influence. How do I know that a Kohen can't do the Avodah when he's not wearing the Kohanic clothing, or he has to wash his hands and feet? Top of his vest. Ultimately, they won't say there's Xer Shabbat, Fuka. Look at Rashi. Rashi says Fuka. B'shtuye yayin ksiv Fukas olam. U'mekosha begadim ksiv kirhuna Fukas olam. Over the says Yalvego ksiv Haisalam Fukas olam. So most like the Torah uses Russian of Chok. Ultimately, again, by all of these cases, so it says Chok. Ultimately, again, by shtuye yayin, by not drinking wine. It says Chok. Ultimately, again, by begadim, and it says Chok. Ultimately, again, by washing hands and feet. Just like the Kohen Gadol, just like the Kohen can't do the Avodah while under the influence, so too he can't do the Avodah without washing his hands and feet, and so too he can't go ahead and do the Avodah without wearing his clothing. So two different sources ultimately again for the fact that a Kohen can't do the Avodah without his leading. So stop over here for today. Shkayach everyone. Daf tomorrow and Hashem during the break. So right after Musaf, I'm sorry. I didn't see how long the break is. Whatever, however long the break is, so we'll do the daf during the break. What time? Approximately 3:15ish. Shemir Tzashem. So we will have a nice time. Beautiful daf tomorrow. Also an incredible daf with some different times as well. Shkayach everyone. Gemar Tzimitova. All right, everyone, so pretend to everyone. Give back to Tzimitova. Beautiful. Good to get to everyone. It's supposed to learn with all of you. We should just result from Hashem to a year of brachas. So it's 12 us continue to come together. We should continue to swim to the Yam shall come together for many years to come.
And Shishak left. The king of Egypt left, but he did impose heavy fines and tributes on the people. The Chacham rebuilt the cities that Shishak had destroyed. He rebuilt the fortifications. He reorganized his army. He was able to maintain the kingdom's independence. He even managed to maintain control over Edom in the south, between the immediate south of Israel, the nation of Edom. And so he was able to maintain the independence, but the glory, the old kingdom's glory and strength, her wealth and her influence were gone. Not surprisingly, there were hostilities between the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom throughout the Chavam's reign. There were always skirmishes at the border. It was there were always hostilities. main general, Rahab's main general was his son, who led his army, was his son. His name was Avia, something's called Avia. Avia. When Rahab died, Avia succeeded him. And at this point, battles that had been, small battles that had been going on between the north and the south escalated and finally came a decisive battle. Yerovam was determined to conquer the kingdom of Judah and incorporate it into his kingdom. And he led a huge army, vastly outnumbering the army of Avia. He attacked the southern kingdom, tried to surround them, and although vastly outnumbered, Avia fought bravely, and even on the battlefield, he called out to Yerovam and his army, chided them for their idolatrous ways and for their hostility to the kingdom of Judah. But they didn't listen, and they attacked anyway, and because he was vastly outnumbered, he won. And Yerovam retreated back to Shechem, to the northern kingdom, and the hostility remained, but there wasn't open warfare. Anyway, Avia died after only 3 years on the throne, and he was succeeded by his son Asa. Asa was a great king, very righteous, very religious. He restored Jewish life to what it had been before. He got rid of all the pagan influences that were here. He enriched the Beis HaMikdash, he enriched the temple with gold and silver utensils, a lot of kalim, clay shards he brought in. He fortified many strategic cities, made the country strong again. This was a program of military training, so he rebuilt the army. There was a war that was going on in the south of Israel at that time. The king of Ethiopia, down in Ethiopia, had conquered Egypt and overrun Egypt, and Shishak, who had invaded Israel some years before, was now invaded by southern Ethiopia, Zerah, the king of Ethiopia, and all his treasures were taken. And the Ethiopians continued into Judea. Again, the Jewish army was vastly outnumbered. And Asa prayed for victory. King Asa prayed for victory, and the Jews were victorious. The Ethiopians were routed. South back to Egypt, and the Jewish soldiers were running after them. They had to abandon the Ethiopian soldiers. Their army had to abandon the treasures that they had taken from Shishak. These treasures had originated in remember, Shishak had come and taken them, and now they returned. Now they were restored to the Holy Temple and to the royal capital. So peace reigned under Asa because he was goes down as one of the really good kings Jewish history. Back up north, I just want to say, because of this development, bordering north, for the most part, we're not able to get the Holy Temple, so these classes are focused so much on the northern kingdom, because we're focusing on Beis HaMikdash. Other classes will get to that, but we're just going to talk about that a little bit to understand what was going on in south of Jerusalem, a little bit with the Holy Temple. So up north, Yerovam had died. He was succeeded by his son Nadav reigned for only 2 years. In the second year, his king was assassinated by his general Baasha. Baasha became king in the north. Baasha was no better than Yerovam. Continued the hostilities towards Judea, and in fact invaded Judea and started building a fortress, city, a fortified city, very near Jerusalem. It's called Ramah, a high ground. And it was a very obvious prelude to an attack on Jerusalem. King Asa, the righteous King Asa, knew he saw the threat, and turned to one of Baasha's allies. Baasha had allied himself with the kingdom of Aram. The king of Aram at the time, his name was Ben-Hadad. And Ben-Hadad was helping Baasha, the northern king. So Asa turned to Ben-Hadad, and he said, and he asked Ben-Hadad to join him in an alliance, and that assists Baasha in his attack on Jerusalem.
העבודה שליש בקריטי סוג סומה חסמדana.
money
Se
talks,
você mais conhece o que fala.
us offering apparently more than Basha offered.
Se você
The highest bidder wanted to took it. Us and
tá
we
bom,
do
não?
that and take
Então
out
eles
again.
podem se cair
Trends,
nisso.
and
So
the
go
wealth
ahead
of
and you can
Muslim
buy.
of
And
the
then
temple.
you want to
And
be able
even
to
to Ben
stand
Haddad,
again, then
so Ben Haddad will desist from attacking,
I would have liked to learn how from
helping
the United
helping Basha.
When
This was not a good thing to come. This was a mistake. One mistake because of it generally
that's
was a very
also the type of avoda.
this was one mistake he should have relied on God that he had done the earlier in the field. And he was victorious and he should have done that now. But anyway, this is what happened. Ben Haddad, the Aramean king, didn't want that. He could only not help Basha in the north, but he attacked Basha. He attacked his old friend, his old ally, many of his cities. So Basha had to abandon the fortifications that he was building, the fortress that he was building of Rabbah near Jerusalem, and rush back up north to repel the invasion of Aram. And so Asa very quickly took all the wood that had been gathered, and a tremendous amount of wood and material that had been built into this fortification. He tore it all down and built a fortress of his own on his side of the border. Generally, Asa attracted his prestige, attracted many defectors, many people who were really getting sick and tired of what was going on, of the corruption, the idolatry, the immorality, and the power struggles that were going on there. As we'll see in a second, the throne of the north was never quite secure, and many of them came over to the south and rejoined their brothers and sisters in Judea. Also ruled for 41 years. It was generally a very good time for Judea. When he passed away, he was succeeded by his son Yehoshaphat. Yehoshaphat took after his dad. He was also very virtuous, friendly, impressive personality.
Remember that
He ruled the nation very well. He was a good political leader, and he was a good spiritual leader. He was a tzaddik. He upheld the laws of the Torah, and he upheld the abundance of his Hamikdash. Things flourished in many educational reforms. He sent Levi and Levites from the tradition, the ones that would teach and inspire the people. He sent them throughout the land to teach Torah to the masses. He reorganized civil administration, he reorganized the army, made it stronger, he kept the borders safe, and he actually earned the respect of the Philistines, the Edomites to the west and the south, and the Arabian tribes that were to the south, who he earned they feared him, they respected him, they sent him tributes and gifts, and things were good under Yehoshaphat. Let's back up a minute. Asa had done something else. I think it was toward the end of his reign. He realized that war between the Jewish kingdoms was running long. And actually, let's go up north for a moment. Let's go up north for a moment. There's a lot going on, there's a lot of political turmoil here. I just thought we should back up for a second, just so remember who's start with the southern kingdom. King Solomon had passed away, his son Rehoboam had taken over. Rehoboam was then succeeded by his son Aviah. After Aviah had come, also north, more kings, Yerovam ben Nevat was the original king. He died, his son Nadab took over. Nadab was assassinated by Baasha. Now Baasha was king for a while and was stuck with the power of Aram, trying to protect Judea, but then Baasha died and he was taken over by Elam, his son Elam. Elam didn't reign for very long before he was assassinated by Zimri. Zimri was the captain of the chariots. The chariot that captain in the chariot. Zimri assassinated King Elam while the army was off fighting the Philistines. So the northern army is fighting the Philistines. And back in the capital, Zimri kills the king and makes himself king. He did not reign for very long. He reached the army where they were at the Philistine front. They found their general name was Omri, and they decided that Omri should be king. Omri made his way back with his army to the capital, Shechem, and approached the
Ella
palace.
Lahab,
Zimri led was no hope of defending himself, and he set the palace on fire, threw himself inside it, burned down the palace, threw himself inside it, and Omri became king. It wasn't so simple for Omri either. Apparently, while the army had made him king, the civilian populace had favored a man named Timni.
that possibility originally taught us
So there was a
that
civil war
only
in the
does the
north
Avodah
between
after
Omri's
having
forces and Timni's
conceived
forces for 5
the
years.
Avodah is
Eventually,
possible.
Omri
Remember,
won,
previous passages,
and
Yain b'Sheicha
Timni was killed.
Atu Torah says, don't drink wine when you're on the job. Like, don't drink
Omri
wine when
moved the
you're
capital.
suddenly
He bought land from
Okay,
Anatoli,
now,
from King
that doesn't mean us. It
He
doesn't
bought
tell me
land.
why.
I mixed up words of this, but I want to say in the last class,
Remember, the person comes along and says,
apparently I said
"Well,
everything
I'm
up to the
full."
temple
To
to
teach
play.
that the Avodah
I don't remember
as
saying
well.
it, but I did
Now
tell
what
you
we're
that.
saying is, I don't need
I
the
don't
person
think
to
they would
teach
come to
me
the temple to
that if
play.
you drank wine, the
I
Avodah
probably
also.
meant
Why not? Why
that
not?
they came to pray.
Because I have people who have the Xavier Shabbat. So if I have
But it
the
is
Xavier
good
Shabbat, then what do I do with this
to
possible?
get
So
to come
watch
to pray. In
this.
fact, when you're
So Ella
cut
Hamdul
those
level,
words
what
aloud
are
to
you the
really
possible
play.
for? To figure out. Listen to this. This comes from just
Respect
out
toward
of
the
God.
Torah,
Why?
all
What
because
did
of
I
actual
do?
halachas about it. If your shoes, if you can change from what
The Rav will
for
move
while
from Amura
you
Ali Yom HaKavala
your staff, give it out to
was
the
a
Torah.
Rav
Just to clear up
would not go ahead
misunderstanding.
and will move from
People
Amura Ali
wouldn't actually come to play,
would not go
come
ahead
to
and
pray.
set up
It would
the
also,
Amura.
it was also a very joyous occasion. It wasn't playing, but it was a very, very happy and joyous occasion. Anyway, back to Omri. King Omri in the north bought land from a man named Shemer. Shemer owned land on a hilltop, and Omri bought the land and built a new city. Maybe there was a city before, and he kind of expanded it, made it bigger. He built a palace there. He made this the capital of the north. He made the capital of the north for the duration of the northern kingdom until the end.
So Rav would not have his
He renamed this place. He had bought it from Malik Shemer, and he named the city Shomron, which is Samaria. Now the whole region is called Samaria. It's called Shomron. It was actually a city, Shomron, which was the northern capital. Now, Omri was a smart political had good political sense. He realized that the war between northern kingdom and southern kingdom was not good. The king at the time in the south was Asa, and Asa also did not want war. And so Omri and Asa, and the tradition of those times, they cemented this deal with marriage. Asa, southern king, had a son named Yehoshaphat. Yehoshaphat married Omri's daughter. Omri also had a son. His daughter married Yehoshaphat. His son, he married off to a northern neighbor, as we discussed in the last class, the Phoenicians. The Phoenician king at the time, the capital was Sidon, and Sidon, which is a city today, 11 stones. And the king had a daughter, the Phoenician king had a daughter named Isabel. Omri married his son Achav to Isabel.
Then the
This was the beginning of a very unhappy story. Let's go back to the south.
That this prohibition doesn't just apply to Avodah. What else does it apply to? The custody of
Back down south, Yehoshaphat had become king.
Go ahead and engage in the custom of which is
Yehoshaphat followed the ways of his father. He was very, very
after
Jewish
what
king.
has been seen.
Loyal to
So
Hashem,
we'll say, so
loyal
in other
to
words,
Judaism,
what we're saying over there is as follows.
and
The idea that if you consume wine in the Galatians, the Avodah, so that's what makes it Shabbat Kuka, and now we're saying that the possible the Hadid and Kodesh and
Achav is one of the villains.
one should not pass in halacha.
Worse than Achav, his wife. His wife was a Phoenician. She was fanatical Baal worship, and she did nothing would stop her from trying to implement worship of Baal and the cult of Baal into Israel, when she became president. Achav became king, and she was loyal.
Now we're up to now is our third
She
source.
killed many prophets. It almost pretty illegal. Was illegal to be a prophet. Many prophets in those days we know some prophets know it, but for many prophets we don't know it because their prophecies were not recorded. And many people that were loyal to Hashem, even throughout all these years of the northern kingdoms, they were still loyal to God and His Torah, and Zevel made it a mission to eradicate them. She killed many prophets. Thousands of prophets who were loyal to Judaism. The prophets who survived had to hide out in caves. And
I'm sorry, Hassan Matko, but that's going to be out of coin.
already kind of started with the rubber McFuzz and the gold people that he placed that he placed the pilgrimage to Jerusalem. That was, a more, if you could call it a mild form of idolatry. Now when the devil came, things took a sharp turn for the worse. And the country really degenerated. People looked to the royal family and they were the role models of the country really degenerated. Real paganism. Yehoshaphat is Achav's brother-in-law. And he's in the south and he's a very righteous, virtuous, good Jewish king. He had an alliance with his brother-in-law, with Achav. They got along. There was peace between the two brother states. But that was a good thing. There was peace. There was no war. But the problem was some of the idolatry in the north started seeping into Judea, into the south. Achav was going to war against the good old Ben-Hadad, the Maravi. Ben-Hadad was still around, and Achav wanted to attack Aram. He needed help from Yehoshaphat. So he asked Yehoshaphat to join him. Yehoshaphat came to Samaria to Shalom. He sat with Achav. This is described by the Navi. They're sitting at the palace gates. Harmony. Yehoshaphat had his own kosher food.
The coin war, the God of the coin.
But they're sitting together, and Yehoshaphat said, "I'm happy to go with you. I'm happy to help you in this campaign against Aram, but I want some sign from God that will be victorious." In those days, there were many prophets. Asking for a sign wasn't a joke. Really, you have a prophet who would instruct you to tell you what God wanted. So Achav brought out hundreds of prophets. All said, "Go to Aram. You'll be victorious." Yehoshaphat, something wrong.
Concept that
There are no true prophets. No true prophets. Speak the exact same way. God reveals his prophecies to every individual. Somewhat different. Now, when you have two prophets saying the same thing, you know the one of them is wrong. You know the one of them is a fraud. Yehoshaphat saw them right away. Because there were 400 prophets that were all saying the same thing. One of them put iron horns on his head. He said, "Hey, let's back up. Start off with these iron horns. You will gore Aram. You're going to be victorious over them." Yehoshaphat wasn't buying. He asked Achav for a real prophet. Come on, a real prophet of God. Not one of these Baal prophets. And Achav said, "There is a guy. I do know a guy. I don't like him. His name is Mephiel. I hate him. Because he's a real naysayer. He's telling me these guys always make me feel good. They always say exactly what I want to hear. They said, "Come bring him out." And Achav told him on the way when they were bringing Theo out, Achav told him, "You better say help him." And Theo said, "I'm going to say exactly what I should know." But anyway, they went to war. They went on the campaign against Aram. Achav disguised himself as a common soldier within the Arameans would be out to get him. And so he disguised himself. But it didn't help him. He was hit with an arrow and he was killed on the battlefield. Yehoshaphat managed to get back to Jerusalem in safety. Achav was dead. He was replaced by his son Achaziah. Achaziah died very shortly after, and he and his brother Yehoram became king of the north. Yehoram also convinced Yehoshaphat to go to war with him, to assist him in war, this time against Mesha, the king of Moab. It's very interesting. They found, in recent times, they found, in excavations, they found a steel. It's called the Mesha steel, king of Moab's name was Mesha. And the steel is a bargain. It's S-T-E-L-E. Stone tablet used to inscribe the king Mesha, there makes reference to the king of Israel. It's called the Mesha. Anyway, the northern king of Yehoram convinces Yehoshaphat to join him in battle against Moab. Moab has been a vassal of Israel since the time of King David. Now, the northern kingdom going in the wrong direction. Moab had rebelled and will stop being true. And so they went to battle against him. Yehoshaphat again said to him, "Go, the prophet of God told him to go." He went to the prophet of God, his name was Elisha. Just a word about Elisha. Again, not going too much into the history of the north, but during this period, his son Achav were great prophets of Israel.
the coin is not going to top of the Duggan. Ultimately, again,
Elijah,
yeah, all this possible. I'm asking right now, yeah, all the
Gilad, Leo Hadavi, and
so ultimately, again, we have all this possible. What are we going to
disciple Elisha's home. So now Yehoshaphat went to Elisha's home and
although
came
the
very
most
humbly.
authoritative among them seems to be the
Took
Shava
off
of
his crown, took off his royal garments, and dressed himself as a common,
lying,
and came humbly to
of
Elisha,
men like
asking him
lying.
if he should go to war against Moab. Elisha assured him of victory, and they went
Or if you
to
stand by that,
battle.
and
They were victorious over Moab. But unfortunately, the troubles weren't over. A combined force of Edomites, Moabites, and Philistines marched on Jerusalem. And Yehoshaphat was very afraid. They came, these allies came, these enemies came as far as the Dead Sea, so they're getting close to Jerusalem. And Yehoshaphat realized that there was nothing to do. The combined forces were too strong to resist. And he proclaimed a day of fasting and prayer. All people of Judea came to Jerusalem, from every town, from every village. They came and they joined together in the holy temple of Yehoshaphat stood in front of the congregation and he implored God to save them in their hour of distress. The prayers were answered. A true prophet of Hashem told the people that they would be victorious. He said, the battle is not yours, but God's. You're not even going to have to fight it. Sure enough, Yehoshaphat and his soldiers were now confident, because in the words of the prophet, they marched into battle singing, praising God, and when they got there, they found nothing but corpses and spoils of war. Apparently, this combined force that was getting combined for too long, and the Philistines and the Edomites and the Moabites started fighting the other tribes of Israel, started fighting each other. The armies annihilated each other, and all that was left for the Jewish army to do was to collect the spoils of war and return home victorious. Peace and happiness reigned. It was a good time after that. It was peaceful and tranquil. In Judea, under a very virtuous king, Yehoshaphat.
Told him was too long. Or,
Keeping a close alliance between the northern and southern kingdoms.
or say you should talk to me.
Yehoshaphat had married Achab's sister, married his son
So not that
to Achab's daughter, Athaliah. Athaliah took after her father, and she divorced him after
but about so
which was also a terrible accomplishment.
let's say even if the clothing was too long,
Fanatical
too
about
short, or
she
too worn out, you have only
she managed to restrain herself
Love us,
while her
stay up
father was alive.
but if the plan went through
Her
there's a
husband
man.
King
Stay up late, two belts. Or
apparently not very strong,
we see one of the leading
not very strong
or act
character,
on
which
something
eventually
control.
dominated
Osha unsubtle via Amakas Pesar or he was wearing a bandage
killed
on
his
his
brothers,
flesh.
killed
That
6 of his
movie
brothers,
wasn't resting directly on his flesh.
she said that they would be rivals to his
We'll say or, for example, again, the clothing was construction means it was dirty. The clothing was dirty. Only Kulan or the clothing was dirty. But about so I was saying, hey, this is the about what's the Rafa is the about this. So again, the clothing was too long, too short, or too worn out. But if you wore too many articles of clothing, was missing article of clothing.
and he came
Or had something, or the clothing wasn't resting on his flesh, or the clothing was dirty, or the clothing was torn, and he did the avoda. Ultimately, again, the avoda is possible.
assassinated Yehoram. He also assassinated Achaziah, who was his so Achaziah then back down in the southern capital of Jerusalem. His mother Athaliah, the daughter of Achab, was powerful herself. She destroyed any rivals that she might have for the throne, and any people who might uphold the traditions of Judaism and of the family of David. She destroyed the seed of the house of David, which included all of her grandchildren. Only one young child survived, a child named Yoash, less than a year old. He was saved by the high priest, according to the Yada, according to and he was saved by putting him in prison. Face Hamikdash was built, structure called the Heichal, the sanctuary, had 2 floors. The upper floor of the Hamikdash, the Holy of Holies, although it didn't have the same sanctity as the Kodesh Hashemit itself, still nobody would go. They only go there when they had to repairs like this. And Yoash was charged there for 6 years. 7 years old. The high priest orchestrated this whole very carefully planned. They put different groups of Levites in positions
That's what
brought
I'm
the
saying
young
again.
king out in his dressed in royal garments, and all hail the true king of Israel, the true king of Judah, and Hasalia, which is her grandmother, heard what was going on. She started shouting, treason, treason, and he arrested her. He took her out of the temple grounds, opened the field of the temple grounds, and had her executed. Yoash became king, and very extensive renovation of the Mesa because it had fallen into disrepair over years of terror,
Measurements.
paganism, and
It's just
correct.
correct. Then the nice
Had to go renovate the empire. Every Jew participated. The whole country participated.
French is still good.
This restoration, renovation of the house of God. It was extremely urgent, very good king. As long as his men weren't Yehoiada HaKohen was alive. After Yehoiada passed away, he passed on as chief Torah as he had before. And this was punished by an invasion by Aram. The old Ben-Hadad was gone. Replaced by Uzziah, his general, of course, by assassination. Uzziah had killed Ben-Hadad, he had become king, and now he attacked Judea. He managed to make it to the gates of Jerusalem, where Yoash was able to defeat him. That made making go home was giving him a lot of gold and silver. Anyway, Yoash died. Sorry, Yoash says, Yoash was assassinated by his servants. He was sick, he had gotten his father ill, his servants assassinated him, and he was succeeded by his son Amaziah. Amaziah was a real senator, and this is pointed out by Navi early on in his reign, as soon as he became king. He needed punishment and his father's murderers executed. However, the Navi says, it's important to say he would not harm the families of the assassins. He had them executed in Russian families. Torah's Moshe says, as the law of Moses says, children should not be punished. Another thing that I want to just get back to for a moment is something that we mentioned in the last class, but we didn't really get into because it wasn't time. And that was about the Beis HaMikdash. The Beis HaMikdash we mentioned was built on different levels. The Mishkan in the wilderness had been on all on one level. The Beis HaMikdash was built on a mountaintop, and so there were different levels. You had to go up grand staircases to get from the inner courtyard, from the outer courtyard to the inner one, and then into the Heichal. And this was very symbolic. The reason was like the sections have been built on a mountain. There was a tremendous effort made to build the Beis HaMikdash easily to landscape it a little bit and put it on one level, just like the Mishnah. No, it's supposed to be at different levels. The Beis HaMikdash, the different parts of the temple had different levels of holiness. The more closer it got to the Kodesh HaKodashim, the greater the holiness was. It was reflected in a lot of halachas, a lot of laws, which didn't allow people who were impure to come into the more holy places. It didn't allow people who were not Kohanim. The Jewish people were not Kohanim. Until the Kodesh HaKodashim, only a Kohen Gadol, who obviously was in a state of impurity, was able to enter. So the Beis HaMikdash, the way it was built, reflected the different levels of holiness. So something very powerful. The Mishkan had been built in the wilderness, a place that was holy, a place where God's presence rested. However, it didn't remain there. When the Mishkan was dismantled and moved to a different location, the holiness of the original place went away. And there's nothing holy about the 42 places in the Sinai Desert where the Mishkan had been placed. Just like Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai was very holy for a time. God revealed himself there. Now, it's not like any other place. Difference what happened, and the same thing with Shiloh, so nobody knew what the place of the Mishkan was. What was special about Jerusalem, remember we mentioned, Jerusalem was chosen. The place that God chose for his presence, and after he rested his presence here, no other place would ever be allowed to house the Beis HaMikdash. No other place that the Jews would be allowed to for others. This was the final place. This is the place. And the idea here is that the place itself became sanctified. This real estate, this land, this most physical thing that you possibly have, this piece of land becomes holy. And the transformation of the physical, the spiritual into holy is reflected in the fact that the design of the Beis HaMikdash shows you the different levels. The Mishkan was a temporary holiness that was there and then moved. And so the physical design of the Mishkan didn't reflect all the details, the details of the Kedusha of the Beis HaMikdash. But the Beis HaMikdash did. And that's the it's very powerful. Today we don't have it
the belt, which
right?
doesn't mean again.
Built,
You're wrapping
it's still a lesson. It's still a lesson in our lives of the transformative power that we have, that the mitzvahs have. Every time we do a mitzvah, we actually are changing
And on top of that,
physical thing we do it, although we don't see it. Also, not we will see how powerful it is. Everything that we do.
long. And what happens? You wrap them up around the belt, underneath the belt, and as a result, you shorten them. It's not the right shape. Ultimately, again, that goes because of a concussion. Why I would say that see that way anything wrapped underneath the belt, because if it's cutting down to size.
Continuing our story, the era of the first temple in Israel, or particularly in Jerusalem, in the southern kingdom. You remember that the kingdom had been divided, and the southern kingdom, also called the kingdom of Judah, the Malchus Yehuda, later on Judea, became. We're in the middle of the story. The king is Amaziah, and Amaziah was by and large a pretty good king. He strengthened the defenses of the kingdom. In fact, Edom to the south had rebelled against Jewish rule sometime before under the reign of King Yoram, and Amaziah went to war with Edom. He raised a large army, 300,000 troops. In fact, 300,000 troops wasn't enough. Edom paid the northern king, who at the time was Yoash, not to be confused with the king in the south, also named Yoash. But anyway, the king Yoash, he paid him a tremendous amount of silver for another 100,000 troops. A prophet came to Amaziah, the prophet of Hashem, and he told him that God did not want this. It wasn't the right thing to do. Don't join forces with the northern kingdom. The northern kingdom had been acting very wickedly, a lot of idolatry, immorality, and cruelty, and this alliance was not meant to be so. Having paid the money, and the troops having come, he sent them back home. They were a little insulted, and they looted and ravaged and destroyed cities on their way back. Anyway, Amaziah went to war with Edom to the south. Edom had built up a lot of fortifications. Their capital was on a very high rock called Selah. Selah means a boulder. And it seemed impregnable. But Amaziah was victorious over them. And subdued them and annexed a lot of land. A lot of Edomite land was attached to Judean territory. The soldiers of Amaziah were too harsh with the Edomites. They killed many innocent people. And they were harshly reprimanded by prophets for being killing so many Edomites. Now, Amaziah made a very great error, which unfortunately after winning this war, he brought back some of the idols from Edom, and he put them up in Jerusalem and worshipped them. Of course, people were horrified, and Amaziah had a brother named Amos. Amos was a prophet, and he himself chastised the king, his brother, for doing this terrible thing. And Amaziah wasn't satisfied with having won this war. He wanted greater glory, and he made war on his northern neighbor, King Yoash, the northern king of Israel. Yoash warned him, well, not to be good for you to start up. We're not playing games here. Be happy with the victory that you've already won. But Amaziah couldn't be deterred. He went to war in the north, and he was defeated. He lost, and he lost all the respect that he had gained for the victory against Edom was kind of lost with this second campaign. And at this point, he abandoned God. He abandoned Judaism. He turned to idolatry, and the people were very dissatisfied, very unhappy with him. Eventually, they turned on the king, who fled the capital, and he sought refuge in Lachish, which is a city, which is a little fortress in the southwest. So he had a lot of friends here, he had family here. What's interesting about Lachish is that there are a lot of excavations there. We have a lot of evidence, even going back to the time of the first temple. Very interesting finds, letters that were sent during wars, etc. Anyway, the people back in Jerusalem appointed the king's son, Uzziah, to be king. He sat on the throne of his father. His father was hiding out in Lachish. After 15 years in Lachish, which was a very strong fortress, the people managed to penetrate that to get to Amaziah, where they killed him. His son now officially was
Colocaria um espaço carvão.
He had his
So
father's
Martin
body
how
brought
you
back
see
to
it,
Jerusalem
right?
to be buried,
Yes,
to
sir,
be buried
Martin,
with the
listen
kings
to
of the house of
Você
David.
watch this.
And,
Quando na focus você
and
ainda
now
fala.
Uzziah became king.
What
He
happened?
had been
What
for
do you want
15 years during his father's lifetime, he had been king, but had been somewhat under the control of the aristocracy. People had put it on the throne. And now he was able to assert himself and to consolidate power. He built up the defenses of the country after the disastrous campaign against the north. And he again rebuilt the border towns, the fortresses along the border that protected the southern and the eastern, the western borders against the Philistines, the Edomites, the Egyptians. And Uzziah's rule was great. This was a very good time for the southern kingdom of Israel. In fact, the fame of King Uzziah was probably the greatest of all kings, all Jewish kings, since the time of Solomon. Of course, we're only talking about half the country, or even less than half, we're talking about the southern kingdom. But it really flourished. Uzziah had built up the security to the extent, to the point that trade was able to be resumed with a lot of countries. He opened the port of Eilat again. He controlled the port of Eilat, which opened up trade with the Phoenicians to the north. So they were able to get to the sea, to the Red Sea, to get to India, and bought very good weaponry for the military. And this was a very, very good time. In general, it's important to remember that when we talk about history, we talk about the stories that happened. We spend much more time talking about the bad times than about the good times. There could have been many decades of good, peaceful, tranquil, happy times in Israel, and we say it in one sentence, so things were good. When there are problems, it's important to talk about. But this was a relatively good and peaceful time for the people. The Holy Temple was a place that was always good, and we were able to really experience, that we spoke about it earlier classes, we were able to experience a connection with God that was impossible anywhere else. There was a certain revelation, a certain consciousness of divinity, of spirituality that was in the base of it. One of the functions of the Beis Hamikdash that we didn't discuss that much is what the Torah says very often. It's a place of kapara, a place of forgiveness. People who have abstinence and be forgiven for these things. And in a larger sense, it stood there and atoned for the nation's sins once a year. Kohen Gadol would enter, the high priest would enter the Holy of Holies and atone for the nation. All the nation's sins would be cleansed. And part of this, of course, was the process of tshuva, of a person feeling a person returning to God and deciding to not continue to do anything bad, to do good. The Beis Hamikdash was there as a compartment. It was a very, it's hard for us to imagine to the people, to the masses. This was the most powerful thing. Any mistakes that we made, any paths that were taken, all taken, things that we're not proud of, could be wiped away by sincere tshuva and by the presence of the Beis Hamikdash.
Clothing worn by night
Yom Kippur, the Gemara says that the two goats that were brought to the Holy Temple were sacrificed on the day after the carving. The other was sent to Azazel into the wilderness and symbolically carried, more than symbolically, carried the sins of the nation with it as it went, as it was brought to the wilderness. So when the person appointed to bring this Seir Azazel, bring that to the city, all the throngs of people that were Jerusalem would be poking him, pushing him to get rid of our sins, get them out of here already. Anyway. So Uzziah, back to King Uzziah, generally, again, by and large, a good king of the house of David, strengthened the economy of the nation. He sponsored agriculture, cattle breeding. He owned a lot of land, and he cultivated the land very well. And it is a good example for the people. He dug many new wells, built canals, that irrigated land that was far from a river, from the sea. They exported a lot of wine and cattle as far as the Arabian Peninsula and India. And much gold and silver was brought to Judea in this time. It was a very good time. Uzziah, unfortunately, let it get to his head a little bit. He did something which was very wrong, a grave sin. It should be remembered that when somebody is singled out for a sin that they had done, by implication, most of the time probably was pretty good. They probably did generally were a good person. And this was one sin that he committed. And this was he made a big mistake. In Judaism, most of the time, there was division between shul and state. The king was the political leader, but it was the Kohen Gadol, the high priest, who was the religious leader. And the Torah made it very clear that these two positions should not be combined. The king comes from the house of David, which is the tribe of Yehuda. The high priest comes from the house of Aaron, which is from the tribe of Levi. So you couldn't have the same person. Uzziah, at a certain point, decided to mimic the northern king. The king of the north was both the head of state and the head of the spiritual. And Uzziah wanted to be like that also. And he decided that he wanted a great honor of bringing the Torah, of bringing the incense. The incense was brought every day. As we mentioned earlier, in one of the earlier classes, there was the small mizbeach, the small golden altar inside the Heichal of the Beis Hamikdash. And every day a very special recipe was made, was a very specially made incense was brought in. The Torah is a tremendous significance. It says God were divided into 24 groups and rotated every week. A different group called the Mishmar, a different watch, would be fulfilling the duties, doing all the avodah, all the procedures that were done in the Beis Hamikdash, bringing the korbanos, lighting the menorah, etc. So every week you had a different group. Within each group, they divided into six bati, of the six kind of families, and every day of the week a different family or different days out of a different group would do it, would do the avodah, would be in charge. On Shabbos, the entire mission or the entire group would participate. And on Yom Tov, on the major festivals, all the mishmaris would join together and would do the avodah. How did they decide who did what? There was a lottery. There was a special lottery called the Qiyus, where they would go around different kohanim who were on duty and choose who would do what, who would do the different avodah. And one person could be chosen to do an avodah more than once. You can be the one who kindled the menorah, who runs lines up of the offerings to the staff, or whatever any of the avodah. You can do that more than once, you can do it many times. There was one avodah, there was one process which was you were only allowed to do it once in your life. That was the Keteris was such a tremendous blessing to be the one who actually brought the incense into the Eichel, that they wanted to give as many people a chance to do as possible. You never repeat. In fact, the person who did it would usually become wealthy. It was a school for Hashem says people would become rich because they brought the Keteris. In a spiritual sense, the Keteris is a brings about a connection with God, which is greater even than that of a carbon offering. I remember we said that the carbon comes from the word kiruv, closeness, and bringing the carbon to God, besides the physical act, the physical mitzvah, which has a lot of details and a lot of specifically, it's specified in the Torah, how a carbon should be brought. The details are all very important. It's very important to do them, to the physical actions, but they all reflect and mirror the spiritual process which is happening with the carbon. And that is the closeness that comes about with Hashem. Between the person, between Hashem and the person who's bringing the carbon, or the public carbon, is the carbon is tzibur, with the nation as a whole, connected the closeness. The Keteris also, the Keteris is on the inner altar, and it's an inner mizbeach, and this mizbeach is on the inside, it's in the holy, in the room called the holy, and it represents a much closer connection with God, a much tighter connection with God. The word Keteris itself comes from the word bond, knot. So carbon means closeness, but the Keteris means a knot. A knot is when you take two things that are separate and you make them into one, bind them together, and that's what the Keteris accomplished. Anyway, King Uzziah made a very big mistake. He became proud and he thought that he should have this honor of bringing the Keteris himself. This was very loudly and vehemently protested by the Kohanim and by the prophets, but he didn't listen to them. He brought the Keteris himself, he was immediately punished for it, and he was struck with leprosy, sort of shameful punishment. He had to be removed from office. He couldn't continue as king while he had leprosy. He had to isolate himself. He isolated himself to a house where he lived the rest of his days outside the the capital city. He was succeeded by his son, Yasam. Yasam was first of all respectful of his father. He did not call himself a king while his father yet lived, even though he ruled the country. He considered himself just an agent of his father. He considered his father's real king. He,
That's very nice.
after his father died, he took the crown and became king. He was a wonderful, even greater. Kings that had come, the last few kings that we discussed were pretty good, generally speaking. Of the kingdom of Yehuda. They had made mistakes. King Yosef is one king. There is not record anything that he ever did wrong. And he said much credit is given to him. It's weird. How do I know? Great kings, but usually things were good. Things were good, but things weren't so good. Best of times. Well, the best of times in the same. The prosperity that King Uzziah had brought, and the booming economy had negative effects.
Before the festival, how did I know that? And the Gemara
This led to all
let's say
kinds
rather
of
these things are halachas the Moshe is
corruption.
the Quran quoting has to be made of
Country
living
corruption.
and a non and a point who isn't allowed can't do the avoda.
And around this time, there are a lot of prophets. Now, we're talking about prophets a lot. There were many, many thousands of prophets. We know about very few of them. Most of the prophecies that were reported weren't meant for prosperity. They were meant just for a particular time and occasion when the prophets spoke. We call them major prophets. The prophets that we know of because they wrote their prophecies down in books and became part of the Tanakh, part of the Bible. Because their prophecies were meant not only for their generation, but for all generations to come. So society was not doing so well spiritually at this time. It was starting to degenerate. Generally speaking, the nation was still good, serving God and keeping the Beis Hamikdash. But they were starting to go down a path which was not so good. And the son of King Yosef, after Yosef died, was King Achaz, and Achaz was going to drag the country into very, very terrible places. Let's go for a moment to the northern kingdom and find out what's going on there. The northern kingdom was doing exceptionally badly. Although politically they had certain sometimes a person of good of stability of peace. There was I'm not going to mention all the kings. There were many kings in the north. Many of them didn't die peacefully. There were a lot of assassinations, a lot of political coups. The strongest and longest reigning king was Yerovam II. Remember, the first northern king was Yerovam ben Nevat. This was no relation, but his name was also Yerovam. Yerovam II was a pretty good king. He respected the prophets, but the terrible sins that had been ingrained in the northern kingdom from its very inception, namely the two golden calves that had been meant to replace, at Dan and Bethel, that had been meant to replace the pilgrimage to the Beis Hamikdash. The two golden calves still stood there. People still would go there instead of going to the Beis Hamikdash. In fact, the situation had evolved so that people were actually worshipping these golden calves even worse. They had imported a lot of foreign gods, and idolatry was rampant in the northern kingdom. And some great prophets arose around this time to reprimand them, to try to bring them back to God and to avert disaster, avert war. And if they continued along this path, they would be destroyed. The northern kingdom would cease to exist. And very poetic language. The prophets begged the people to return. One of these prophets' name was Hosea. Hosea was the Trey Usher. These prophecies are included in the 12 prophets. Sometimes called minor prophets. There's nothing minor about them. They're great men and women. Actually, 12 are actually, but there were female prophets at this time also. But anyway, prophecies of Hosea prophets speaks about the relationship between God and the Jewish people. He talks about Ephraim. He talks about when he's talking about the northern kingdom. The most, I think, it was the most populous tribe of the 10 tribes of the north was the tribe of Ephraim. So he uses Ephraim as a name for the people, just like Israel or Jacob is used for the Jewish people as a whole. He talks about Ephraim. He says God talks to Ephraim as a young child. So a young child raised us.
God, I said, what about the piece of the
He talks about
what about the piece ultimately
the love between God
or did not wash his hands
and the love
from
between
where do you know that such
men,
abode is
the greatest, closest, the greatest
Omar,
there can
Huka,
possibly be. And yet there is strength because they're not following God.
between the person and the giant Sefer Al-Kish. Anto
spoke out
Ubanecha,
very strongly
the
against the
Rockama
corruption,
Morimos,
against
Castle
the
of Rose,
injustice
was the so uses
that
the
we're
word Huka,
in the northern kingdom, and we're starting to happen also in the southern kingdom. Another prophet in this time was Micha. Micha spoke more in the south, in northern Judea. He predicted the fall of the north, the fall of Sharon, but also the fall of Jerusalem. And he said, if people don't get their act together and start acting good, terrible things would befall Jerusalem. He spoke up for the oppressed, for the poor people. The rich had grown richer and started oppressing the poor. And this was a situation that was getting worse. Just to read inside from the prophecy of Micha, therefore, for your sake shall Zion shall be plowed up like a field. Jerusalem shall become ruinous heaps. The Temple Mount will become a forest covered height. Terrible word. Terrible words. Terrible words. He has money. He talks about God is beseeching, begging Jesus to return. He's talking to them. He says, let's engage, let's talk. Let's talk about what we've been through. I brought you out of Egypt. I sent you Moses and Aaron to bring you out of bondage. And the people are oppressed by the merciful acts of God, and they ask the prophets. This is Micha talking. He says, how shall I come before the Lord? I'll bow myself before God. I'll come to him with my korbanos. I'll bring rams. I'll bring calves. And the prophet says, will the Lord be pleased with thousands of rams, with streams of oil? Shall I give my firstborn for my transgression? No, this is not, bringing korbanos is wonderful. Korbanos is a great thing. What's important is what's behind the korbanos. What's in your heart. What's important is how you treat your fellow people. Quote, he has told you what is good and what Hashem requires you only to do justice, to love kindness, to walk humbly with God. Who's forgetting that message? So it's going to have terrible consequences. Micha predicted, he proclaimed the downfall of Jerusalem if people would straighten their ways. By the way, an interesting thing about prophecy, Navi, the prophet of God, predicts something. Says that something will happen, the thing comes to pass, then you know that it's a prophet. That's what the Rambam writes. That's how you know if it's a prophet. He says something will happen, and the thing happens, but only if it's a good thing. If it's a bad thing that he says will happen, and then it doesn't happen, he might still be telling the truth. We don't know that he wasn't telling the truth because God sometimes will issue a decree. Will issue a decree for something bad to happen. People show that people pray, he'll change it. Whereas when God promises something good, he won't change it. He won't reverse it. But anyway, getting back to Micha, at the same time that he was talking about the doom of Israel, if they didn't shape up, he also spoke about the future glory of Israel. Time of peace between all nations, peace would reign in the world. As Micha says, then shall every man sit under his vine, under his fig tree, none to make them afraid. So God has spoken. So all people walk, each one in the name of his God. We shall walk in the name of Hashem, in the name of our Lord forever. At this point in history, the neighborhood around Israel was becoming very, very dangerous. But there were the small kingdoms that often fought with Israel and sometimes won and sometimes lost. But now a great mighty power was growing in the north. to the northeast of Israel, the area which is today Iraq. This is the kingdom of Ashur, Assyria. Assyria had been an ancient kingdom. They had actually been dominant many centuries before the Jewish people lived in Israel, before the time of Abraham. And then they've been subdued by the Babylonians, by Hammurabi. But now, many centuries later, they again were becoming a mighty empire. And they were flexing their muscles. They were trying to expand the empire. They expanded into the area which is today Syria. The force of their armies, the ferocity of their warriors was terrifying. Even compared to the other, frightening armies that were at that time. This was something that was unheard of before. The last thing we were talking about was King Yasem. Yasem, as you said, was a pretty good time. And when he died, an era of relative peace and tranquility, which was over 100 years long. It was 125 years of relatively good times. But we spoke about invasions and wars that had happened along the way. Sins that some of the kings had committed, and things were not perfect, but it was 125 years of pretty good times. And we forget that sometimes when we look back in history, it looks like just page after page of tragedy and disaster. We forget that there were good times, there were people that died, had children and grandchildren, all peaceful and good times. The son of King Yasem was Achaz, and Achaz was not follow in his father's path, not act like a house. He didn't act like a house. He didn't act like a king of the house of David. He was an idolater, pure and simple. It wasn't a small mistake that he made, it was a big mistake, and it was bringing idolatry into the land, like the northern kingdom, and established temples for the different pagan cults. He dragged society down in a very short time to very, very low morals, very low morals, and prophets tried as much as they could to reason with the people, reason with the king. There was no avail. Things were just out of control. And soon terrible things happened. King of Syria, I mentioned Ashur, before Ashur controlled Syria. It was ruled by many. Restream was the king of Syria. He joined forces with the king of the northern kingdom of Israel, whose name was Pekah. Pekah had become king because he had killed the previous king. His name was Pekahia, not to be confusing at all. Pekahia was the son of Menachem. Menachem had killed the previous king and had become king himself. Menachem's son was Pekahia. Pekahia was killed by Pekah. Pekah made an alliance with the king of Syria and marched on the south. The prophet came to King Ahaz and he told us that he had nothing to worry about. Told him he had nothing to worry about. There was nothing to fear. The southern kingdom would prevail. But King Ahaz didn't have any faith in God. He didn't have any faith in God's prophets. So he turned to this new power, to the beast of Ashur, Assyria, and he asked the king, the emperor at the time was King Nebuchadnezzar. He asked Nebuchadnezzar to please help him. And of course, he didn't come from he had tremendous amounts of gold and silver treasures from the place that he sent to Ashur for his assistance against this network of the northern Syria. King Nebuchadnezzar didn't need anything coming or encouragement. The money was good, and so was the opportunity to expand his domain and reach the Mediterranean. So he attacked Syria, and he attacked the Transjordan area of Israel across the Jordan River. He took some of the tribes of the Transjordan into captivity and completely annexed the area north of Israel. And now the empire of Assyria was right on Israel's doorstep. They had designs on a mighty empire to the south of Israel, which was Egypt. That's where Israel's right between the Israel, and it's not very comfortable, not a very comfortable position. Who was the prophet? Who was the prophet that warned King Ahaz? I'm sorry, that assured King Ahaz of victory, and told him not to go into an alliance with Assyria. This was actually a cousin. You remember we mentioned Amaziah, King Amaziah, the first king in this class,
had a brother whose name was Amos. Amos was a prophet, and he had a son who would become one of the greatest prophets of history.
Why wouldn't that be strong?
What he accomplished, I think we spoke about that. Vertebrate throughout history and have changed civilization forever. And his name was Yeshayahu. Isaiah would be king of Gabriel, and would be around for a long time. In the meantime, King Ahaz, in order to keep the Assyrians happy, had to constantly take gold and silver from the Beis Hamikdash. He needed the treasury of the Beis Hamikdash. Of course, the Beis Hamikdash had a treasury from which all the brothers who brought the yearly half a shekel of every Jew to contribute toward the Beis Hamikdash. And Ahaz had to constantly dip into these funds in order to keep his very powerful ally, to keep him his ally. The northern kingdom was in a downward spiral. Nothing that the prophets did could help the situation. King Pekah, who we just mentioned, was killed by a man named Hoshea. Not that he was the prophet Hoshea, this is King Hoshea, Hoshea ben Elah, the last king of the north. He actually did something very good. He moved the golden calves that had been there from the beginning of the kingdom, done in Bethel, and he opened the borders of the south, and the people were now again allowed to make pilgrimages to Jerusalem. The tragedy of it was that after centuries of not being allowed to, they just lost the desire to do so. And so open borders, golden calves gone, he still didn't this terrible sin, and it hasted the destruction. Tiglath-Pileser died, the emperor of Assyria. His son Shalmaneser became king. Shalmaneser attacked, invaded the northern kingdom, plundered the cities, destroyed the cities, and exiled the people of the northern kingdom. The Assyrians had a very smart way of preventing their rebellions against their rule, against their empire. And that was when they would conquer a land, they would kill other people. And the survivors would not be allowed to remain in their homes. They would be exiled. They would move populations. They would move populations around from one place to another. So the people in any parts of the empire, of the occupied areas, were their homeland. So they would feel very patriotic toward the country that they were in. They didn't feel comfortable enough to start rebellions against Ashur. This was it was pretty effective. And this is what they did to the northern kingdom. This was the 10 tribes, and he exiled them first to Ashur, and then
I'm sorry, after that, I not coming up with the Aaron coin.
That places the 10 lost tribes in every continent. Don't know what happened. Many of them actually returned to the southern kingdom. Something a lot of people don't know. Later on, talk about the prophet Jeremiah. Jeremiah actually brought back a lot of the exiles. A lot of them were lost. And one of the things that the prophets promised was that there would be a time when the nation would be reunited north and south. The lost tribes would be brought back from wherever they were. And the entire nation of 12 tribes of Israel would flourish together in the time of Mashiach.
When he is dressed properly, and also the mother does something which is not only does the coin have to wear, they get
Mentioned Isaiah, Yeshayahu. The short time that we have here, we can't begin to talk about the greatness of this man. As I said, he was the nephew of King Ahaz. He came from the royal family, the aristocracy. And at this time, the aristocracy was one that were not being very good example to the people. They become very they were just getting richer and richer and really oppressing the poor, charging the high rates of interest, and not caring for the orphans. And they needed not care to the widows and orphans. Something that is a very strong theme. One strong theme is against idolatry, against paganism. In the works of the prophets, another one is justice. Caring for the widows that don't have something.
So another source for the concept
Yeshayahu
talks about Israel as God's child. Quote, says, Shemai, hear, O heavens, give ear, O earth, for Hashem has spoken. Children have I raised and brought up, and they rebelled against them. Even an ox knows his owner, even a donkey knows his master's crib. But Israel does not know, people don't consider it. Forsaken the Lord, provoked Hashem to anger, they've gone backward. And he talks about the desolation of the country, the cities burned with fire, the soil which will be devoured by strangers, desolate land destroyed by enemies. And this came to pass before them when the Assyrians swept through, destroyed the cities by fire, killed thousands and thousands, and took the rest into captivity. Foreign lands. In fact, since some of the excavations today, and I was in a place was that the archaeologists had found traces of soot in some ancient ruins, and they had dated it to this time. This is evidence today of the destruction that the Assyrians did. Actually, now I do remember this was several. This actually happened a little later. The south was also invaded by Ashur, so this was anyway, the destruction of the northern kingdom should have been a wake-up call to the south. Achaz had plunged the south into idolatry. And this, the terrible fate of the north should have been a wake-up call, but unfortunately it was not. Yeshayahu spoke truth to power. He spoke to the leaders of the people who took them to task, because they were the ones who were leading the people astray. He took to task the people who would bring korbanos, who would come to the Beis Hamikdash and bring offerings. And it was hypocritical. They would turn around and sin and oppress people. He says, to what purpose is the multitude of your sacrifices unto me? Says God. Wash yourselves, make yourselves clean, put away the evil of your deeds, cease to do evil, learn to do good, seek justice. These words have been, I think, a part of any human rights movement in history. Draw on these words of Isaiah. What does God want to do? He just wants to bring korbanos and then act cruelly and act harshly to others. Learn to do good, seek justice, relieve the oppressed, do justice to the orphan, plead for the widow. Then things will be good. And even though you've made many mistakes, come now. Now I'm reading again. I'm quoting again. Come now, let us reason together, says the Lord. You says if we say this in our prayers on the high holidays, though your sins should be scarlet, they shall become white as snow. Though they shall be red, like crimson, they shall become like wool. If you're willing to obey me, you shall eat the best of the land. Things will be good. All you have to do is, again, do justice, take care of the poor, do good. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be. King Achaz died, and Achaz had been so bad. One of the terrible things that he had done, besides killing many thousands of people that opposed the paganism, the idolatry that he brought into the country, he even did something mimicking the Phoenicians, who had a cult of Molech, who warned against specific sin. Besides the general sin of idolatry, to give your children to the Molech, this was a cult where people would sacrifice their children to the fire of Molech. And Achaz sacrificed one of his sons and had him killed as a sacrifice to the gods to the Molech. He tried to do it with another son, but this time his mother intervened. Her name was Abi, and she saved her son from the fires. And this son would become king after Achaz died. And this son was also one of the most remarkable. His name was Hezekiah. He would be one of the greatest kings. He would be one of the few kings about whom it's written in the Tanakh. The Bible says about him that he was good. A lot of the good kings are described as being very good and going God's ways, but not the same way as King David. Not as much as King David. Chizkiah is noted since he walked in God's path like his father did, like his ancestor did. He was the 12th king of Yehuda, of Judea. He was an extraordinary qualities. Even while his father was on the throne, he tried to be comforting to the people, and now that he took over and he was in power, he dedicated himself to reversing his father's terrible policies. He destroyed all the idols which were in the kingdom, cut down the groves, the trees, the Asherah trees that grew for idolatry. He eliminated the bummas. This was something that flourished in the land. Private altars where people would bring sacrifices to God, which were forbidden for certain times in history when they were allowed. But once God chose Jerusalem, the Harabayis, as his resting place, bummas, private altars were not allowed. But they had still flourished. It had been hard to eradicate them. A lot of the good kings were noted for their goodness and their virtue, but the Tanakh often adds that they didn't get rid of the bummas. Hiski got rid of the bummas, but he did something even more. He restored the pilgrimage, the thrice yearly pilgrimage to Jerusalem, which his father had stopped. He brought them back to all their splendor. He organized educational reform. It says in the time of Hiskiah, he wasn't a child, a boy or a girl throughout the kingdom who was not expert in the laws of Tumavatara, ritual purity, which the Torah talks a lot about when you come to visit, because you have to be in a state of purity. There are a lot of very complex laws, which most adults have trouble with. And in Hiskiah's time, he wasn't a child that wasn't expert in these laws. Hiskiah reached out to the north and asked and tried to bring them, going back a couple of years before the 10 tribes were banished. He asked them to join. The borders were now open to come to the pilgrimage. He made a great Passover that had never been seen before. He set the Passover celebration, and the amount of people that came to Jerusalem. Unfortunately, very few of the northern of the Jews in the north took them up on the invitation. But there were some that came that were inspired and remained in Judea. King Hiskiah was also a strong king. He defeated the Philistines. He took Gaza, which was the capital. The other neighbors were now became respectful and didn't start up with Judea. And from the time of Achaz, you remember that Achaz had, in order to keep the Assyrians happy, he began to make tribute payments. Hiskiah now felt that it was time to stop the tribute payments. This was an act of rebellion against the empire. And Yeshayahu told him that he would be safe in doing so. The Assyrians would not conquer Jerusalem. Unfortunately, among Hiskiah's in the government, his government, some people who did not have faith in God, put their faith in other nations. They made an alliance with Egypt, with other small kingdoms who wanted to rebel against Assyria. Hiskiah, the true prophet, had told him to rebel against Assyria and put his faith in God. There were other elements of the government that put their faith not in God but in Egypt. And Egypt assured them that they would help them in rebellion against Assyria. Sure enough, and the Assyrians attacked, and Shalmaneser had died by this time. Son Sanherib, Sennacherib, famous Sanherib, Melech Ashur, invaded Israel, and he invaded the southern kingdom as well. He destroyed many cities. That's where I think those expeditions of Hebron found these ancient ruins. You can see the blackened rocks, which the archaeologists were not particularly religious. Belief come from this time, from this war. The Egyptians who had promised to help the Jews did not. Ashur sent their army into Israel. There was no help coming from Egypt. At first, Hiskiah was able to keep the king Sanherib at bay by offering him tribute and giving him, like his father, giving him gold and silver from the house. But eventually, Jerusalem would be attacked. He strengthened the fortifications of Jerusalem. He built a tunnel to bring water into the city so that people would have to go out. One of the ways of besieging the city was obviously to cut it off from supplies and from its water source. And if the water source was outside the city, it was relatively easy to place snipers, archers, where they could pick off the people coming to the water and starve the city. So what Shinsky did was he built a tunnel which toward today near David Jerusalem. It's quite an incredible experience. You go through this tunnel which they had built, which seems almost miraculous. The way they built it to bring water into the city to prepare for the siege. Sancheiriv destroyed any opposition, destroyed all the neighboring countries, and anybody who rebelled against the people that he said before, the populations around. And the way the Talmud describes it is, Sancheiriv confounded, confused, mixed up the world. You no longer know who comes from the nation of Ammon, Moab, or Egypt. There are various mitzvahs, laws in the Torah that pertain to the descendants of Ammon, Moab, and Egypt. Today, the people from the time of Sancheiriv, the people living in those countries are no longer Ammonites or Moabites and Egyptians. They're different people that Sancheiriv had put there. He also brought people to populate the northern areas that would have been the northern kingdom of Israel. He brought them from the island of Kuta, and they would be known as Kuta. They would also become called Samaritans because they lived in the area of Samaria. And there would be a source of a lot of trouble for the Jews in later centuries. Sancheiriv, after destroying all the opposition around Israel, after destroying many cities in Judea, descended on Jerusalem. Jerusalem was packed with pilgrims for Passover and also with refugees from all the cities that had been destroyed. And the people were terrified. The terrible armies of Sancheiriv were approaching. He came with an army of 185,000 troops encamped outside Jerusalem with chariots and fearsome weapons. And sent for the general, Rav Shaki. Rav Shaki came to the walls, came outside the walls of Jerusalem, called out, and he spoke Hebrew. And he said, you had confidence in Egypt. You leaned on Egypt like a reed that turned out to be a broken reed that just pierced your hand. What can, and then he cursed, he blasphemed against the God of Israel. Against, he said he wouldn't go. He spoke terrible blasphemy, real blasphemy. Is so terrible for the Talmud to think about. The Talmud never even calls it as a curse. What it is cursing Hashem. And the Talmud doesn't want to call it that, so it always calls it a blessing. Hashem. Here calls Hashem to sin, but it's euphemism for cursing. Shocking, just utter terrible blasphemy against God, against Judaism, against the Jewish people, and he assured them that there was no way that they'd be able to survive the armies of Sancheiriv, and he encouraged them to surrender the city. The people tore their clothes in mourning when they heard these terrible blasphemies. They went running to the king and to the prophet to tell them the terrible things. The king also rent his garments when he heard that. He prayed to God. Let's read what he said. O Lord God of Israel, who thrones over the crown, you alone are God over all the kingdoms of the earth. You created the heavens and the earth. Bend down your ear. Listen, hear us. Open your eye and see. Hear the words of Sancheiriv who sent to blaspheme, Lord. And now Hashem, save us out of his hand, that all the kingdoms of the earth may know that you are God, and you are the Lord, you alone. And the prophet Isaiah brought God's answer back, and he spoke in no uncertain terms. He said that the Assyrians would not take the city. As terrible as the situation looked, the Jewish people would be victorious. The message came from Yeshayahu. The Lord has heard your prayer. Of Sancheiriv, he has spoken, God has spoken, and he has said, she despises you. She laughs at you in scorn. She laughs at Assyria in scorn. The virgin daughter of Zion, the daughter of Jerusalem, shakes her head at you. Sancheiriv, whom have you scorned? Whom have you cursed against? Against whom have you raised your voice, lifting your eyes? Against the God of Israel, against the Holy One of Israel. Isaiah stood on the walls of the city, just imagine people huddled in fear, and the prophet Yeshayahu speaking God's words to them and saying, he shall not come into this city. Sancheiriv shall not come into this city. He shall not shoot an arrow into the city. He shall not come before it with shields, nor cast up a mountain against it. On the same way by which he came, that way shall he return into the city. He shall not come, says Hashem. I will shield this city and save it for my sake and for the sake of my servant David. That night was the night of Passover. The people sat down to have a Seder. Imagine what kind of Seder it was. But they learned from Pesach, they sat up to the saint and they recounted the miracles of Egypt and hoped for miracles in their own day. King Hiski himself, after the saint, did a very curious thing. He had prayed, he had heard God's reassurance, and now he did something that's hard to imagine. He went to bed, he went to sleep, completely confident, utterly confident in God's promise. People woke up the next morning, and the camp of the Assyrians was deserted. The soldiers that he fled, many of them were dead. The Tanakh says the angels came and smote them. Other nations that should have said that they were going to desert. They found that the remains of the 185,000 soldiers had all been destroyed. We actually have accounts of this story from the Egyptian sources that were found in recent times by archaeologists. And in some Assyrian sources, different nations attributed this miracle to different things. Epidemic had swept through the army, whatever it was, but everybody recognized that it was miraculous. Sancheriv was not killed. He managed to escape, like Isaiah had said. He ran with his tail between his legs back to Assyria. He promised his God, his idol, that if he would make it back to the capital, Nineveh, in time, he would sacrifice his two sons to his God. Unfortunately for him, his two sons overheard this, and they were not as inspired by this as their father was. They didn't think it would be such a good move. But when his father kneeled, to worship his God, his two sons killed him. And that was the end of Sancheriv. King Hiskia's reign was glorious, it was triumphant. It was another golden age, golden era for the Jewish people, notwithstanding the terrible tragedies that occurred in the north. The south flourished. And for a time, it looked like things were going to be okay. People had returned to God spiritually, physically, materially. The country withstood the attack of the Assyrians. Hiskia was such a great tzaddik that Hashem actually wanted to make him Mashiach. He erred, he made a mistake. We'll talk about it in the next class. We'll talk about it in the next class. So let's talk for a moment more about this great prophet Yeshaya, Isaiah. They talk about the salvation from the Assyrians in his time, in his generation. He spoke about the future glory of Israel, Messianic era in the distant future. And he says, among his many beautiful comforting prophecies, many of Haftarahs that we read during the year, especially the 7 weeks following Tisha B'Av, are from the prophecies of Yeshaya. And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of God's house, the Har HaBayit, shall be firmly established above all mountains, exalted above all hills, reminiscent of mighty empires, competing and intimidating the Jews. And as they work with time, the mountain of God will be exalted above all hills. Unto it shall flow all the nations, and many people shall go and say, many people from all the nations will say, come, let us go up to the mountain of Hashem, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may teach us his ways, that we may walk in his paths. From Kimitzion, Tetzei Seir, Far Hashem Yerushalayim, from Mount Zion, shall go forth the law and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem, and he shall judge among the nations and represent many people. What happened? They shall beat their swords into plowshares, their spears into pruning knives. Lo yisa goyim goy cherev, and lo yilmu b'mid milcham. A nation shall not lift up sword against nation. They shall no longer study war. It will be a time of peace, stability, of knowledge of God. Let's pray that it happens very, very soon.
Once you have more than 4 corners, then what? You no longer have a corner garment, and therefore again not sizing. We'll say, what does that do with us? So we'll say, what happens if the Kohanic clothes is too long? So we'll say, once it's sexy, we'll say, it's in my clothes. One opinion will say, once it reaches the requisite length, then what? We don't really do anything beyond the requisite length, and therefore the big difference. Whereas the other opinion will say, no, we do everything that's part of the Kohanic
The reign of
code.
Hiskiah, Melech Yehuda, King Hezekiah, was a peaceful and happy time for the Jewish people. That's the last class
We'll
that
say, you
survived
can't ignore
the invasion
reality
of
as
Assyria.
much as people
Beis
try.
Hamikdash still stood
And
in
therefore,
all its
again,
glory.
even in the fifth
The
corner, you
pilgrim,
can't
the
ignore the fifth corner, just like you can't ignore the additional length of the Kohanic code.
people studied
Shiny
Torah.
Alpha, the Rabbi
Prosperous,
Rahman
again, wealth
Hashem,
flowed
or
as
say
the
cities is
effect
different.
of
Just like cities about you know, it's just corners. It also calls the primary part of the festival.
I've
So
never
the
been as
primary
great
part
sometimes
clothing
being
itself.
solid.
So because of that, again, that is
Fiskia
completely using a five-cornered
at a
garment.
certain point
It's not like
he
this
writes
as a garment
was
that is
afflicted with
obligated
terrible
to
illness.
no.
It seemed like he's
I
gonna
am
die.
the concept on my
And he called for the
house.
prophet
They
Yeshayahu,
don't know that a
Isaiah's cousin.
five-cornered garment is five inches.
And Isaiah told him he was being punished
With
because he had never married, he never had children.
which the
Fiskia
Gemara
said
says the first white line, divided into the sun.
divine inspiration, Ruach HaKodesh, he had foreseen
The first
that
says
he
you
would
shall
have
see the
first
Looks
everything that he had
also
accomplished
this comes
here
to
down.
the garment worn at night.
This
And a garment worn at night is not highlighted. So for example,
beautiful
you got your brand new four-cornered pair of
virtuous kingdom that
pajamas.
Fiskia had
Malcolm, you
built
got your four-cornered pajamas.
bring
You don't have to
bring
put scissors on.
drag
Why
them
not?
back down
The Apostle Francis
into
says
terrible
that will
idolatry
release them also.
and
Release
bring
them.
ruin to
Just
Israel.
like what? That the
That was why
abolition of
you
cities is
want to
only
marry
on
children.
garments worn by day,
And Yeshayahu
but
told
not
him
by
that
garments worn at night. Prophet says
that was not
oh,
that was not for him to decide.
Prophet
What he
says
has
Suma, was maybe not
mysteries of
maybe
the Lord are
it
beyond
comes to
human.
what?
You don't
A
get
blind
inside.
person, garments.
Fiskia
Was
said,
maybe a
all right,
blind
you
person
did tshuva.
is not
He said,
obligated to
all right,
put
we'll
scissors
get
on his
married.
garments.
And
Why?
Yeshayahu said,
Because my can't see them. You Omer
the decree has already been
Shekaseba,
passed.
and when the pasuk
Fiskia
says
was
that you have to put scissors on a
Talmud
garment that you
says that
clothe
Fiskia
yourself
at
in,
that point
Harik Sus Suma.
rose up,
So it's like
told
even a
him, he said,
Suma
Ben Ahmed, son of Ahmed,
but
leave,
you can't see
finish
it,
your
then,
prophecies and leave the
but the
palace.
Maisa
Because
Shekaseba,
I have a
he's still
tradition
clothing
handed
himself
down
in.
to me from
So
my
you must
great
come out in the
grandfather.
Kaimalism also. So if
That even
Asher
if the
Tekaseba,
sword
what's it teaches me that what? What's very important?
someone's
Asher
neck,
Tekaseba teaches me that even a Suma is
sharp
obligated
sword
to
to the
put
person's
scissors
throat.
on his clothing.
One should
If that's the
one should
case,
never
then what do I do
abandon
with
faith.
Isam also? Frog with
Through God's
Susaima.
mercy.
Was I so Isam
Nothing
also
that
starts
stands in
like
the
the
way of faith.
Kasaba
After
teaches me
Yeshayahu
that
left
Suma
Fiskia, turned
is obligated to put
face to
scissors
the
on his
wall
clothing.
and
Isa
prayed.
also teaches me
And
that
God
other
heard his prayer.
that
It's a
Sus
very
Laiba,
powerful lesson. God
clothing
never
worn by
closes his
night
ears to prayer.
is not
And
tied
prayer
with
can accomplish
scissors.
something.
Magro is
Turns
not
out we ask for
also
something.
Sumulo, Sus
First, even
Laiba.
a heavenly decree.
Is
There's
the why
nothing
you
that can stand in the way.
how do I
Beyond
go
it.
to include
Yeshayahu
the clothing
had
of a
been able
blind
to see.
person and exclude
Sure
clothing
enough,
worn by night?
Fiskia lived for another 15 years,
Marban
which were
Susuma,
wonderful years.
Yesh
He had a son named Menashe, and Menashe, unfortunately, went did exactly what Fiskia had been afraid of. We'll get to that in a moment. There was something else that Fiskia did that was considered an error or a sin for somebody of his stature, and that was as we discussed, the empire, the dominant empire that becomes Ashur, Assyria. Assyria was now threatened by an upstart kingdom within its empire.
Again,
Herodes
Baladan, so somebody has
he was a
four
ruler of
corners
Babylon. So Babylon was part of the Assyrian Empire. But Herodes Baladan rose up against the Assyrians, against Ashur, and he asserted independence. And he eventually conquered Ashur and took over the empire. Herodes Baladan heard of Fiskia's greatness and he sent emissaries to the king. And the king, he was so impressed.
Here's what
And
everybody
the
agrees
king
with.
welcomed the messengers of Babylon, and he showed them into the temple. He showed them all the treasures of the This was wrong. He should have done that. And the prophet Yeshayahu appeared to the king, came to the king and told him he had committed a sin because he could have used this opportunity to show God's greatness, show God's miracles that he had wrought for Fiskia, for the people of Israel. And instead, he had kind of boasted of his own riches. For a person of his stature, such a great tzaddik, this was a sin. And the prophet said that eventually the treasures that you showed in Babylon will eventually make their way to Babylon. They will be plundered and taken to captivity. Because Fiskia was such a tzaddik, this calamity would not come to pass in his lifetime. But it was foretold. Anyway, Fiskia passed away, and his son Menashe took over. Menashe was very young; he was 12 years old when he became king, and it's very difficult to imagine how this could happen. But he was apparently a good character. There were still people who were idolaters in the royal court, and that happened in favor of Fiskia's reforms. They now exerted a lot of influence on the young king. He
with skin, easy acting alone.
destroyed what his father had built.
Made of wood, and not any other material. Elabaj Kadosh Kadosh in Shikakika. When you tell me that one of the other Russians have lied, is that the clothing has to be new. It shows me new, yes, but worn out, but what's that? What do you learn in the bicycle about it? But I know the Shikaki share. And also, you learn in Amadama that even if the Kohanic clothing is worn out, that it is still kosher, to which the Gemara says, Amalei, Ulatane, God is true, but God is the Gemara. If you ask the same question, bicycle relates that later, then every thread has to be 65 thread. The word bad itself is the Chad,
His shear,
that's what I say.
and referred to him
This is what it means to say.
disrespectful manner.
How to come up? The God is Shnama of
That
Hantai.
night, Gemara says that Menashe appeared to Rashi in a dream.
Any time, right, when the Torah discusses clothing that has to be bad, what's the definition of that?
You think that I don't know how to learn Torah like you? That's scholarly.
They have to be made of brand new linen.
He asked Rashi a question, halacha.
It's woven and then it has to be made of 6 ply thread. So Yeshua
Rashi
the
didn't know the
mitzvah,
answer. Rashi gave
Yeshua
me
the
the answer. Rashi said,
What's that?
you're really wise. You're a
Some of
Torah
these
study
details
first and fast
also
as
are mitzvah, which means that it has to be done this way.
silly things
Or
was
some of them on the eye. Some of them are
so
not done this way.
ridiculous.
So what?
And
And
Menashe said,
validate the conditions
it's a
that are
different
done.
time.
So I'll say again, right now, all the months
At the time, the temptation for idolatry was so
not
powerful.
telling us necessarily how we know now.
Had you or
Right,
Rashi
the
lived
high
in that
bad
time,
business.
you would have
This is
lifted the
not
hems of your
How
garments
do
to
you know that
run
God,
to
the
the
Torah says
temple
that
of the idols
God,
to worship there.
how do you know that
And
God
so it's difficult for us to understand this part. This was this we discussed it before.
Never how old
This
the Matar that
very
God is
strong
God. Refers to
allure
God,
that
one
the spiritual
something that comes
that
out
that idolatry has.
one stalk,
Even
stalk is
that even though there was a tremendous
all of the Matar that God
consciousness of godliness in this Hamikdash, there was still the counterpart to idolatry.
will say, well, what?
Menashe's crime has so many people
Apparently, again, what type of
opposed him,
crime?
opposed
Ultimately, again, comes up
his
one
terrible
stalk,
ways. He wanted to be loyal to God.
the other 2 stalks from one
Years,
is apparently new. Aim up in love, say the first to
the
war.
society just
What's that? How that
just went went to the
well,
down.
it's out of the sheet.
After 22 years,
Brand
Menashe
the
was
wolf
punished,
construction is
and the new
old,
power,
just like
Babylon,
the Gemara says,
sent
Imam
an army,
Mitzvah,
took Menashe in prison,
Imam Mitzvah.
to take him to Babylon,
Look at that.
and he was
Mitzvah, an Imam Mitzvah. So I was like, it's the time I read in there.
prison, prison cell far from home, far from the glory that he was used to.
Which was
He called out to all his idols to help him. Eventually, it was all foolish and ridiculous, and he turned to the true God. He had to be the true God. He turned, and he promised that he would be loyal to God. Sure enough, he was free, and he came back to Jerusalem. He sat on the throne again. And he had done tshuva, but apparently, and he stayed for a very long time after that. His reign, I think, was one of the longest, the longest of all the kings of Israel. He reigned for 55 years. Verse 22 was bad. The next 33 years, he was after he had done tshuva, but the die was already cast, and the people didn't, he wasn't strong enough to bring the people back and show them light. And so the nation was really headed to disaster. The prophets cried and screamed and begged the people to verse to change their ways and avert the disaster that was in the top. If the nation continued down that path,
Using that same logic,
after 55 years of rule, Menashe died.
I'd say by your festival, I was like, how do I know
Continued everything his
that I
father
could
did. He
have
got a lot worse. He killed many people. And
for
all the sins and all the crimes of society, this that became even worse. Fortunately, he was king for a very short time. After 2 years, he was assassinated by servants in the palace. And he was succeeded by his son. His name was Yoshio. During this period, people emerged.
But
People
you
come
can't
onto the stage.
can't do the avoda. Before the festival, how did I know that? And the Gemara Yuri. So we'll say rather these things are halachos of Moshe. Gemara has to be made of linen. And in that, and according to the Hallel, can't do the avoda. She says he said halacha of Moshe Sinai. Festival came along and instituted him in the pasuk. So the Gemara Yuri, the Asi festival, the Asi Mechiasa. Halachana and Joseph was like a article you have to be made of linen. Gemara Yuri, ultimately it's a tradition, but the festival went ahead and modified it.
Also, Shaphan, the scribe, Shalom was one of the ministers. Shalom's wife was a prophetess, Huldah, and these people helped shape the young king to be a good king, to go and to change what his father had done, what his father and grandfather had done, go back to the ways of Hiskiah, and try to repair the damage that they had done. And in the 18th year of his rule, Yeshayahu, Josiah, announced that he would have the Beis Hamikdash renovated during the time of Menashe and the time of Amri. The Avodah and the Beis Hamikdash, the Karbonos had stopped. I don't know if they stopped completely, but they were certainly, for a large part, they were abandoned.
All right, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning trip to thank. Our Talmud sponsors for the month of Tishrei. Yolan started Talmud and celebration and completion of Seder Nezikin, and the Swiss of the Soros Fellows for Am Yisrael. Nathan Perry Smith, and the Swiss of the entire Kizila Rika Learning sponsors. First, Alan Sumaris, commercial ethics of their grandparents, aunts, and uncles. Avram ben Yaakov HaKohen, Baksha Bas Chaim, Yitzchak ben Yaakov HaKohen, Jacob Bas Avram HaKohen, Hirsch ben Avram HaKohen, Mordechai ben Avram HaKohen, Richard and Judy Littleman, the Eli Mishma, Margaret Schwartz, Methel, Nachman, and Nochum, Zikon of Rabbi Yosha, and Meretrak, all of the Mishnah, Sagan Aliyah, families in the Kama, all those who need a report, having given Kol Yisrael, which brought the Shemiyah from all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Kalat and allow all these soldiers to be successful, the Kol Maasi. As with that, let us be on the lot to be today. Today's daf is Test Zion 16. We are picking up at the Mishnah on Test on the days 15b. Says the Mishnah as follows: Kol Azvotim Shekiblu Daman. So what's it? We're dealing with fine situation. Any carbon that we're covering in Kabbalah yet to receiving the blood. We have Shchita, which is slaughter, right? And then Kabbalah, which is again the first Shchita is share of desire. Shchita can be done by anyone, but Kabbalah ultimately again requires a bona fide code. Now the Mishnah says if Kabbalah was done by any of the following individuals, it essentially invalidates the Avodah. Who's the list of invalid individuals? Number one, Zar, non-Kohen. Number two, Onen. Onen is a person in a state of Avelos, specifically in the state between death and burial. Tvul is a person who went to the mikvah, but ultimately again requires hair of shemesh. Right, so remember again, sometimes you go to the mikvah, going to the mikvah is not enough, you also need sunset. That's called the Tvul Yom. Mechusar Kippurim is a person who was Tamei, did all of the pieces for his Tara, but still has outstanding Kabbalah. So an example of this would be a Zav or a Mitzola. These individuals, again, who need to go to the mikvah, need to go to the requisite amount of time, but also need Kabbalah. So they went to the mikvah, waited the requisite amount of time, went to the mikvah, but still have not brought their Kabbalah. This is the Kippurim. Mechusar Begadim is a Kohen who is not wearing all of the proper Kohanic vestments. Last, Shelo Rachad Yadayim Baglayim, a Kohen who did not wash his hands and his feet. Aral, uncircumcised, Tamei, Yoshev, right? Yoshev is a Kohen who's sitting. We're going to see that Avodah has to be done in a standing position. Only Al Gabe Kalim, a Kohen who's standing on top of utensils, which essentially we're going to see the halacha rights. In order for Avodah to be kosher, you have to be standing directly on the floor of the Beis Hamikdash. So when Al Gabe Kalim, Al Gabe Neimo, or on top of an animal, Al Gabe Raglei Chavero, or standing on his friend's feet. Common denominator in all those cases is the halacha so you're not standing directly on the floor. In all of these cases, puzzle. Ultimately, the avodah is puzzle because either the individual is not in the right, either it's not the right individual, like a zar, or the kohen himself is not in the right state. Even the small, plus what happened with Kabbalah was done with the left hand. Right? He did Kabbalah, he received it with his left hand. Puzzle. Ultimately, again, this is possible. Reb Shimon says no, it's kosher. Good. So let's say, so you can see from this Mishnah, there's a lot of exciting gemaras ahead of us over here because there's a lot of fascinating details in all of this. But again, focus on what invalidates Kabbalah. Says the Gemara. We're going to go through the list one by one. Zar. How do you know that if a non-Kohen does Kabbalah, ultimately, again, it is possible. It's kind of maybe. Dabra al-Alon ve'al-Bonav Limor. The Yinazru Mikache B'nei Yisrael. Now, I won't say the truth is, love Dabra that the Gemara is just talking about Kabbalah, just in general. The Gemara is asking over years, from where do we know that halach? Kamaisa, a non-Kohen is not allowed to do a hold-up. To the Pasuk. It says, speak to Aaron and his sons, saying, the Yinazru Mikache B'nei Yisrael. Now, by Yinazru, they should remove themselves, just like a Nazir is removed from wine and grapes. By Nazir, they should remove themselves from Kachim and Esau. Now, the context over here, Rashi points out, is Tumah. And saying that really, again, Kohanim cannot operate in a state of Tumah. But this phrase, the Nazir and Kachim and Esau, ultimately, again, seems to be prohibiting something else. And it would be mine. Who's coming to who is supposed to stay away from the apple? Who is that? If you want to say it's talking about women, carbon nashim tumah, would you have a havanina that the carbon of a woman could be offered up in Torah? Maybe he's coming to exclude idolaters. Hashtag tzitz monora. But again, I will say it's the tzitz. Now, in general, we saw this back in our there's a little bit apples, there's always a little bit that the tzitz is meratza. But ultimately, again, remember the tzitz refers to the plate that the Kohen Gadol wears on his forehead that says Kodesh Lashem. That tzitz has Shilas days. That tzitz has the ability to go ahead and I can pretty much say any Masechta, you guys will just nod. Thank you being so agreeable. Right? So it was your bonus daf base, right? So the tzitz, remember, so the tzitz is the plate that the Kohen Gadol wears on his head that says Kodesh Lashem. The act of just wearing that tzitz by definition for certain things, specifically for certain parts of sacrificial service which were done in a state of ritual impurity. So that only works ultimately again for Jews. If an uncle did something, ultimately again it just doesn't affect the Kohen for that. Don't matter. The all big will come and be showing they raise it low words up, right? By ultimately again by all big coming something was done to show you what remains here, the tzitz does not help. Therefore, for Tumah Prav, would you have a that ultimately again at that awkward you can offer up something in a state of Tumah. Allah Kamar, the Israel is coming to exclude. Allah Kamar, they not make heart shape in Israel. Follow your Kamar. Or really what it means is, it's not Kamar. By Nazir make heart shape. Ultimately, again, those who are in a state of tumah, ultimately have to be careful to stay away from anything sacrificial in nature. B'nei Yisrael below Yechabalu.
All the people gathered in Jerusalem.
Furthermore, again, B'nai Yisrael, non-Kohanim cannot get involved in the avodah, or if they do, ultimately, again, they pray. So they'll say, here is the proof that a Zar is not permitted to get involved in any part of the sacrificial rites. And by the way, we know that Shechita is Ksher of the Zar, but as the Gemara introduced to yesterday, or the day before, it's actually pretty dramatic. The Gemara says that Shechita is actually not an avodah, which sounds totally counterintuitive, but again, those two things have to be true. In order for a Zar to do Shechita can't be an avodah, because if Shechita is an avodah, it must be done by Kohen. But again, I will say, it's putting the comma in this statement. Those who are coming after remain always stay away from Kachim. The name is Slav, although you call it. The name is Zorin, Azar, non-Kohanim, can't get it. Not move Kabbalah, otherwise they profane it. But the very short time, so in the very short, they learned out this idea that Azar came to be avodah. They learned it out from a Kalva Chomer, from a Balmum. Balmum refers to a blemished Kohen. What's the Kalva Chomer? Not Balmum, Sha'okal. A Balmum. Now, interestingly enough, a picture of Balmum, while he's not permitted to be avodah, he's allowed to eat from Kabbalah. It's not to eat.
Now, it seems strange.
So my bamboo, shoka, so bamboo is not to eat. Kabanos, in Abba Kino, if he does the avoda, he profanes it. That's a possible. Like if he does the avoda, he profanes it. That she says, the sin mum bolo yikabanos nikoshi. So again, so a bamboo is allowed to eat kabanos if he profanes the type of kazayim. Zar, she'ino ochal. Anal din shin abad kilo, so zar and non not really these kabanos, right? In general. Again, Rashi points out kachik kadoshim. Obviously, kachik kalim, like shlomin, so zar and non does get a portion of that. But in kachik kadoshim, ultimately, again, zar does not. So if a zar is not allowed to eat, then of course it goes without saying that it was. If he does the avodah, he's going to profane it. So mercy, one second, comparison not necessarily good. Mago ba'mon shekin, ot shekin, asa bo, sheba, kin asa bo karab nakir. Ba'mon is different. Because what's unique about ba'mon? The invalidation of ba'mon applies to both the kohen and the karban. Interesting, right? If the kohen has a mum, he can't go ahead and do the avodah. If the karban has a mum, ultimately it can't be offered. So perhaps it's no type of status. Tell me, well, tell me what happens with Tommy. Again, by a Tommy, a coin who's coming is not allowed to do the avodah, and if he does so, he profanes it. But yet, that designation does not apply to the animal itself. Malatom shekin, the Tommy is different. Like if someone who's coming has the ability to convey that state to someone else. So we come back to Balmul. Here's the problem. Remember again, just to keep our eye on the ball. What are we trying to figure out? We're trying to figure out another source for the fact that a zar isn't allowed to do the avodah. So we already advanced to one of them. So now the Gemara was just saying the Bina Bishwal is advancing it. But Kavachomer is ultimately into a Balmul. If a Balmul who's allowed to eat from the karbanos is not allowed to do the avodah, and if he does so, the avodah is invalid, then all the more so a zar who is not permitted to eat from karbanos. Because if he does the avodah is invalid. That's the Gemara says. The Lord is Ekreizah. The reality is, again, these things are not totally similar. So what is the common denominator? Ultimately, again, they are prohibited from doing the avodah. And if they do the avodah, ultimately, again, they profane it, i.e., it's invalid. So I could also include a zar in here. I could also include a non-coin, because he satisfies his common denominator as well. He is not allowed to do the avodah, as we discussed. And if he does so, ultimately again invalidates the avodah. Incredible. Exactly. I mean, no one's the most hard. But from where did that Kavachomer presupposes that a zar is not allowed to do the avodah? Where do you know that from? Where do you know that a zar is not allowed to do the avodah? Someone says, Nazru. So again, if you want to go back to what we just quoted before, the Nazru B'nai Yisrael, the Nazru Nikache, B'nai Yisrael, if that's the case, that's the puzzle we just quoted before, if that's the case, we will make Sidney. And also, you don't need this whole Kavachomer. Why not? Because then pretty much it's explicit in the pasuk that the zar is not allowed to do the avodah, and if he does so, he profanes it, i.e., invalidates it. So your whole Kavachomer is unnecessary. Rather, the Gemara says it must be learned out from the pasuk of the zar lo yikari aleichem. So the zar literally again shall not come close to you. The Gemara says, okay. But still going back to the Kavachomer, we could ask, very interesting, maybe the common denominator amongst the cases quoted before is that they are not permitted to go ahead and serve on a bama. Rashi says, look at Rashi, it's in the short lines, about 6 lines in. The bama siyachim, so we're talking about what's remember we mentioned this yesterday as well. There's what's called the bama siyachim and the bama vigola. So bama vigola was a bama, right, which was an altar that was used for communal sacrifice. This is talking about outside of the Mishkan, outside of the streets of Jerusalem. Bama siyachim was a bama you had in the backyard, your own private bama. So Rashi points out over here, the bama siyachim, the shash etra bamas, this is not that class. As man by no sir by Kalei, Shavin Bazia. Well, right, Satanya, Allah, Farm, she shoves stuff on the Bama Vigola. Down the mountain, the Bago of the moment. Homer bizarre shekasher baba. So once here's this interesting. Azar, right? Azar ultimately again is permitted by a baba, right? Azar is permitted to offer by a baba. Yet interestingly enough, Halakha Lamaisa, these other individuals are not. So perhaps that's the distinction. Which the Gemara says, "Lo, ima tamayopia," because tamayopia is ela ima onin yopia. I give enough onin. Now the onin chikin asu b'maiser. Onin is different. Why? Because in onin ultimately is permitted to consume maiser. But mumiopia, and once again the Gemara says the Chazar agreeing. Lori Zechariah, Lori Zechariah. That's our Shabbat Shabbat Shoni's Harim. So again, we'll see. Come full circle, full denominator. Come denominator ultimately again is that all of these individuals are precluded from doing the avodah, and if they do so, ultimately again the avodah is invalid. Therefore, I will come to include a zar who is not permitted to do the avodah, and if he does so, the avodah is invalid. So again, the Gemara is doing is creating essentially like a paradigm or a principle. And the principle is anytime someone is not permitted to do the avodah, if they do so, ultimately the avodah is invalid. So I will include zar in that same category as well. Arkanami, so the Gemara says litro, Ma'ala Sala Shabbat Shabbat, Shekino Putra Petama. But once again, why can't I go ahead and ultimately say that maybe become the denominator in these cases, besides from zar, is that you're not permitted to offer up an abama. Yet a zar is permitted to offer up by abama. Maskif lo Rav Sma, really do abama. How do you know? How do I know that an omen is not permitted to offer up an abama? Maybe an omen is permitted to offer up an abama. The Mishnah Amar Asi Kabbalah Yoshi. So Mishnah says, okay, so that rejected that really word. But Mishnah comes along and says, you can bring the Kabbalah from the Yoshi. Now get a whole second. So just understand. Okay. Still same topic. So you want to still focused on how do I know that if a zar, right? The Mishnah told me that if a zar does the avodah, specifically Kabbalah, ultimately again the Kabbalah is invalid. So if we globalize this, if a zar does avodah, ultimately again the avodah is invalid. All we're asking now is how do we know that? So the first approach was Mark quoted the pasuk. Second approach to be that Yishmael trying to figure out a Kabbalah, which is trying to figure out what the Kabbalah is. So Mishan Shia, I'm going to ask the Kabbalah Yoshi. So Mishan Shia, he brings the Kabbalah from Yoshi. What's the case of Yoshi? Yoshi is the case. Yoshi was of a Kohen who was sitting during the avodah. Apparently, if you sit while doing the avodah, ultimately again the avodah is invalidated. Says the Gemara, my Yoshev Shalka, my Yoshev Shalka, my Yoshev Shalka, in Avad Tila. Now again, I will say, remember again, Yoshev Kli, what does this mean? You're allowed to eat kabbalah while sitting. Right? So in other words, even if a kohen is sitting, he's allowed to eat kabbalah. So again, if he does the avodah while in a state of sitting, the avodah is invalidated. Zar she'ino ochel. A zar is not allowed to eat kachei kadoshim, right? High sanctity kabbalos under any circumstances, right? And eat enodin shel abad kilo. Certainly, if he does the avodah is profane. The avodah is invalid. So we'll say that's the Kabbalah. That's the Kabbalah. If Yoshev, a Kohen who's sitting, could eat kabbalas, but if he does the avodah while sitting, the avodah is invalidated. Then certainly a zar who's not allowed to eat under any circumstances. If he does the avodah will be invalidated. Says the Gemara. 1 second. Now the Yoshev shekin pasol le'edus. Interesting. Well, you can't necessarily bring a ride from Yoshev. Why not? Because Yoshev sitting has its own set of scriptures even outside of Avodah. Namely what? But ultimately, again, a witness who is sitting is not permitted to give edus. We saw this in our Makkah days. Ultimately, again, that someone going ahead and giving edus has to go to Rashi says that it should be apostle edus almost right across. Rashi, Gamir Misach Shvuas, Ba'amdu Shnei HaNashim, Ube'edim HaKosam Megaber. Shvuas says, Amdu Shnei HaNashim, Apostle says, the two people will stand. So you see there that edus has to be given in a standing way. So in Martinalia, Shishkin Basel, Leivas, Yishav Kamcha, No, it's not true because, for example, Kavachacham is allowed to sit. Rashi says over Mashani Mishatan Chacham, Chacham Maisi Bar the Kashla is the Amina Hassan. Shebeitim Kolkin Lo Kavod Umoshiv Masal. Kavachacham is allowed to sit. So therefore, again, the point where the Gemara is saying is it's not true. It's not an exclusive rule that Eidos has to be given sitting down. We see examples of where Eidos allowed to go out and sit. First, the Gemara says, Ma Mashin Yoshe Shikim Paslaitas. The Chacham is an exception. In general, a category of sitting is one ultimately, again, that is problematic by testimony. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, the Gemara answers up, Shen Yoshe Lo Par. Okay, so however, the Talmud here is not going to bring up, he's not going to explain the Kavachomer based on a category of yeshiva. But in things of Allah, and if ultimately, again, you want to see what ask it based on the fact that that's categorically, Yoshe is excluded from Eidos. Asya Miyoshe Umechad Nehana. You learn out Zar from Yoshe and one of the other cases. Yoshe, Kasher Babala Minala. How do we know, by the way, that a Yoshe is Kasher by Baba? Like, let's say, again, whoever's offering on the Baba, if you do it sitting, ultimately, we have all this still going to be Kasher. To which the Gemara says, Lamo V'pei Hashem Nishar So. V'pei Hashem V'lo V'pei Baba. The Pasuk says, stand before Hashem and to serve Him. Which is talking about the Beis HaMikdash, the Mishkan. So what do you see from here? You only require Amida when it's with Hashem. When it's with Hashem, but ultimately, again, if it's not with Hashem, i.e. on a Baba, ultimately, again, you don't need Amida. Okay, incredible. So we'll say, so it turns out that essentially what the Gemara does over here is, here's the good news. Everyone is agreeing that a Zar is not permitted to go ahead and do the Avodah. And if he does so, ultimately, the Avodah is invalid. Where do I know that from? First approach, Apostle, the Nazru Mikache B'nei Yisrael V'lo Yechalu. But the Nazru Mikache, Kohanim who are Tmei, have to stay away from Kavanos. B'nei Yisrael V'lo Yechalu. And if a Ben Yisrael, i.e. a Zar does it, he makes it Hulud when does it here. So, second approach, Tanim B'nei Yishmael, ultimately, they're going to learn that from a Kavanos. Which exact Kavachomer? That's a Machlokas, but the Kavachomer creates a principle. What's the principle? Anytime someone is precluded from doing the Avodah is invalidated. So to a Zar who is prohibited to do the Avodah, if he does so, the Avodah is invalidated. So that's it. I want to use my conclusion, one of two sources for that conclusion. Next, Onein. So let's remember again, who's the Onein? So the Onein ultimately, again, is the individual. Remember, Aminos, for our purposes, means specifically the state of mourning, death and burial. Now, again, we'll go with that approach over here, although in general sense in Halacha or in Gemara, only could also just mean general Avelos, but for our purposes, let's just keep with the more specific definition of the very between death and burial. So again, a Kohen is not permitted to go ahead and serve as an Onen. If he's an Onen, he can't do the Avodah. Now, there's one exception to that rule, which is Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol is not the Onen. Kohen Gadol does the Avodah even in a state of Aminus. I'm going to say as follows. You know what? So from where do I know? So really, again, I will say, what we might asking to Nolan is, Nolan means, how do I know that if a Kohen who's an Onen does the Avodah is invalid? Where do I know that from? So let's say, the Pasuk talks about the Kohen Gadol. The Kohen Gadol says that the Kohen Gadol should not leave the Mikdash, should not profane. Now, the way the one is understanding it is the Kohen Gadol should not leave the Beis HaMikdash, and therefore what? What is he doing? He's going to do the Avodah, and when he does the Avodah, he doesn't profane Avodah, because his sacred, even in the state of Aminus. But what can you infer from that? But another Kohen, who in a state of Aminus didn't leave, but instead remained in the Mikdash, ultimately what? Kila, does profane Avodah. So the Gemara is learning out the fact that the Kohen Gadol has an obligation to be makriv Onen, to do the Avodah when he's an Onen, and if he does so, if he doesn't do so, if he leaves, he proclaims. That tells me that other Kohanim aren't allowed to do the Avodah when in the state of Aminus, and if they do so, big group of thing about that. The laws are not up. So that's our first approach. The laws are bring the difference. Hey, Mikrigu, hey, Mikrigu, and Mikrigu, others say the sources in Parshas Achregos after the death of Nadav and Abihu. So we'll say so. There's a whole discussion over here because one of the Aaron said to fully burn one of the kabbalas, and Aaron says to Moshe, "Hey Nikiru, did my sons offer up the carbon? Anihi krafti, I offered it." Aaron says. So what you see from here is, Moshe Rabbeinu was upset that the carbon was burned. Aaron said, "I made the decision to burn it." So again, we'll get into this more in just a moment. And Aaron said, "I'm the one who offered it." Now let's say that interestingly enough, it's only because Aaron offered it that Moshe Rabbeinu was surprised that it was burned. More can we see from here? Had one of Aaron's sons, a regular Kohen, offered it, then Moshe would have agreed that the carbon should have been burned. Why? Because it would have been invalid. Why would it have been invalid? Because the sons were owning it. And regular Kohanim who are in state of animals cannot do the avodah. Incredible. The Elazar, my time will Omar me, Mikdash Lo Yetzei. Why does Elazar use this last concept? Why doesn't he learn it after Mina Mikdash Lo Yetzei? Omar Lecha, Miksiv Ha'akash Lo Yetzachilo. Does the concept say that if someone other than the plain level did it, he pertained to avodah? It doesn't say that. It doesn't say it. You're inferring it. The other opinion, my time alone Amar Mehenekrivu, and why doesn't the other opinion learn it out from Henekrivu? Very interesting. He knows that by Parshas Achlegos, the reason why the carbon was burnt in the aftermath of the death of Nadav and Abihu had nothing to do with Aminos. The reason it was burned was because it was coming. Somehow it had become coming. That's why it was burned. So we'll say, so now once again, so we'll see, keep on the theme over here. The Beit Yishmael is constantly trying to learn out these halachos on the Kavachomer. Because the Psukim, and one thing we have to acknowledge is, the Psukim are not explicit in this context. Because they're not explicit, the Beit Yishmael kind of just lapses back to a Kavachomer. So therefore, what's the Kavachomer? What's the Kavachomer that says that owning is because the avodah, ultimately the avodah is profane. It's invalid. So Tasma says, what's Kavachomer say? Uma, on the base. Uma Balmum, Shochel, Im Abad, Philo. They will say once again, a Balmum is allowed to go ahead and eat Kabbalas, but yet that same Balmum, if he does the avodah, he invalidates it. Again, so a Balmum is considered to be on a higher level because he at least has a license to eat. So he's allowed to eat, but yet if he does the avodah is profane. Only in Ochel, or only who is not permitted to eat in Kasher Kadashim, and Din Shim Abatino, and it goes without saying that what? That if he did the avodah, he certainly profanes it. That's the Kavachomer. One second. This is a repeat of the previous conversation. Bring her from Balmum. Balmum is a different category. Why? Because Balmum has only invalidation where the invalidation applies to both what? Offering and offerer. Right, yeah. In other words, it applies both as well as to the carbon. In other words, if the coin is blemished, you can do the avodah. If the carbon is blemished, you can bring it as an offering. So the Gemara says, Zar Yokia. So bring a riot from Zar. Because we won't remember again that Zar, the Gemara says, is not allowed to eat, and ultimately, again, if he does the avodah, it's invalid. Say the same thing by no name, to which the Gemara says, Ma'al Zar Shekin Ein Lo Takana. This is giving her from Zar, but why I will say, being a Zar is a non-rectifiable status. So what Zar? Always a Zar. What's a Zar? Always a Zar. That's different, by the way, than, let's say, Onen. Right? Onen ultimately again is an episodic status and is going to change. Balmum, back to Balmum. Balmum is Balmum that can serve as a raya. Why? Because Balmum is unique that it applies both to the offering and the offerer. But those are again, Lori Zekri is there, the Lori Zekri is there. So we have these cases are exactly comparable. But what's the common denominator? All of these people are not allowed to do the avodah. Right? That's the common denominator. And if they did do the avodah, the avodah is compromised and invalid. Therefore, we'll say that's the principle. Right? Common denominator amongst all of these individuals is They're not allowed to do the avodah, and if they did so, the avodah is invalid. Ani of the onen. So too, I will go ahead and I will bring an onen. I'll include onen. Shemosar, right? An onen is not allowed to do the avodah, and if he does so, the avad, and if he did do the avodah, ultimately again, the avodah is going to be compromised. Okay, now what's the Navi asks? That sounds good. From where do I know that an onen is not allowed to do the avodah? So we'll say, here's what I want to point out. Our Mishnah says that if we did the avodah ultimately again is invalid. What I'm saying is just in general, from where do I know that an onen is not allowed to do the avodah? Where does that information come from? So we must take a musaf. You know, the fake today. So if you want to learn from the pasuk I mentioned before, which again is referring to the Kohen Gadol, and saying the Kohen Gadol does not leave the Mikdash even in a state of Anidos, and therefore you're going to infer from there it's a Kohen Gadol who doesn't leave, a Kohen Gadol who's not Rivone, but a regular Kohen is not Rivone. Okay, that's really what happens. Here's the issue: the fake today. They're going to say, I don't need this whole Kabachomer. Because now I can just learn out from the pasuk itself that the avodah is invalidated. I don't need the whole kabachomer. Hello, mehei mehekri l'kasara. Or again, rather, you're going to learn out from the pasuk from the exchange between Aaron and Moshe in the aftermath of the death of Nadav and Abihu. Where Aaron says to Moshe, "You think it's Elazar and Tamar who offered it? My sons, no, I offered it. What do you see from here? You see from here that Aaron is saying, I'm allowed to offer it. And ultimately, again, I decided to burn the kasavar, mipnei aninos nisracha. And what happened? They're all saying, what happened? Why did Aaron burn the carbon? If he's the Kohen Gadol, and he's allowed to offer it in a state of aninos, then ultimately, again, why did he burn it afterwards? To which the answer to that is, Aaron felt he had, as a Kohen, license to offer the carbon, but he felt in a state of aninos, he should not consume the carbon. So he offered it, and then after offering it, fully burnt it on the mizbeach. But the reason he did that was because of aninos. So what's the one? So ultimately, again, but here's the problem: you can ask on the kabachomer. In a lot of these cases, ultimately, there is no permitted paradigm, or there's no permitted case in these categories. Look at Rashi's. Rashi's right across. So it's interesting enough in the case of Zar and the case of Balmum, there's no exceptions to that rule. Right? It's Asur. Onen, interestingly enough, there is an exception to the rule of Onen. Who's the exception to the rule of Onen? Kohen Gadol. So perhaps again, you can't go and make this kabachomer. Tami Yochia. Rabbi says, what about Tami? Right? Tami will prove ultimately again because halacha l'maisa. Tami also has an exception. As we're going to see, what's the exception of Tami? Tami is permitted in case of what we'll call carbon sibur. I will say that by halacha l'maisa, we'll talk about this. That if actually we saw this really a little bit in Chaliyos also, that halacha l'maisa, if you have the majority of the tzibur in a state of tumah, that allows for the offering of certain communal kavanos. So there is a permitted case of tamei. Yet the halacha is that someone whose tamei is not permitted to do a carbon, and if he does so, it's invalid. So the tamei should came with tamei. You can't bring a riot from tamei. Why? Because it was unique in what sense? Someone whose tamei has the ability to communicate that status to someone else, which the Gemara says. I don't feel beautiful. Because I didn't. Okay, so they want to say, Mark keeps explaining in circles a little bit. That none of these cases are fully compatible to one another. But what is the Tzala Shala Shalahan? Shemusar. But we keep coming back to the common denominator. And the common denominator holds constant. What is the common denominator? That any case where halacha l'maisa, you're not allowed to do the avodah. If you did the avodah, what happens? It's invalid. So too, I will include onen. Where halacha l'maisa, again, we've established the onen is not allowed to do the avodah. By extension, the Tzala Shama's common denominator says that halacha l'maisa, if he did so, ultimately again it's asur. I believe the carbon rocket.
God had sent them in the
So imagine maybe the common denominator is, in all of these cases, right, there is no permitted case ultimately again by a coin gadol, by individual carbon. The Gemara says, Shem Tuma Mia Ishtar. But again, Tuma is different, right? Because Tuma is permitted where? In the case of carbon. In Sibur. But Mishar Shi Amar Asibakava Homer Miyosh. So Mishar Shi never switches gears a little bit. Mishar Shi says like this. Let's learn it out.
He wanted to buy from Zuckler.
From a Kava Homer, from Yoshe. Many people say that's easy Yoshe. Cohen who is sitting and does the avoda. What's halacha by Yoshe? Not Yoshe Sh'oka. Now again, a Kohen who's sitting is permitted to eat Kachek Adoshim. And yet, what's the halacha? In Avad Chino, if he does the avoda while sitting, ultimately the sitting is the avoda is chulin, is profane, is invalid. Therefore, Onein She'ino Ochel in the Dushan Alakid, who is not permitted to eat, not permitted to Kachek Adoshim. So if he does the avoda is going to be invalid. That's the Kavachomer, Yoshe. First, 1 second. Umali Yoshe, Shikin Pasla So we'll say this is the same conversation we had before. 1 second. Can't bring a ride from Yoshe. Why? Because Yoshe as a category ultimately again is excluded from other things. For example, testimony. The people will stand, so you can't have someone who is sitting, going in and giving testimony. The Restream was no, that's not true. In this case, where it comes Chacham, who can give testimony even while sitting. Now, but here's the difference. Yoshe as a category is excluded from Avis. Right? You have an exception as a Tam Chacham, but categorically it is excluded. To which the Gemara says, Shem Yoshe gave us like this. Shem Yoshe is no para. Okay, so the Tana is not talking about categorical things, not specific cases. And things like para. And if you want to say that he does bring up a raya ultimately again from Yoshe, or does ask based on a categorical exclusion, ask from Yoshe or Mechata Mehana. You can go ahead and learn out the case of Zar from Yoshe and one of the other cases. Okay, so we'll say, so bottom line, again, once again, good news. What's the good news? Everyone agrees. Does everyone agree on that a Zar is not allowed to do the Avoda, and if he does so, the Avoda is invalid. Where do we know this from? One of three possibilities. Possibility one is the Torah's general discussion about Aninos by a Kohen, right by Kohen Gadol. Kohen Gadol does it even while the Ore tells me that a regular Kohen cannot. Possibility two, the pasuk where it has the exchange between Moshe and Aaron saying, I offered this as the Kohen Gadol and therefore it is permitted, which tells me that a regular Kohen can't go in a certain state of Aninos. But possibility number three, the Veda Nishmal a Kavachomer which creates a Mamatzinu, which creates essentially a paradigm, and the paradigm says anytime you're not allowed to go ahead and do the Avoda, if we did so, it is profane. So to an Onen who's not allowed to do the Avoda, if he does so, it's profane. So again, everyone is agreeing on the outcome. Three different possibilities as to what the source is. Incredible. Next, Onen Pasuk. You must only pass over Moshe and Elbakavia. That's all it says. Now we're still on the same topic of Anidos. You want to just drill down on this a little bit more. The Gemara says Rabba, I only know that this is true in a case of a carbon yacht, right? A case of an individual. About carbon seaboard, Miratz, but we'll say an owning who does. So when do we say that an owning ultimately again is Pasar? That's only in the case of a carbon yacht. But in the case of carbon seaboard, Kamula offering, ultimately again, the opening is permitted. Where do I know this from? Kavachomer and Tuma. Kavachomer and Tuma. What's the Kavachomer? Man Tuma Shlo Butcher Michlala Eitza Kohen Gadol. Right, the carbon yacht. Butcher Eitza. So again, so by Tuma, let's just use this and then we're going to stop over here for today. So when it comes to Tuma, which ultimately again is not permitted by a Kohen Gadol, by a carbon yacht, which means there is no license for a Kohen Gadol to do any avodah in a state of Tuma whenever it comes to those sacrifices. Yet, Putra Eitzel Hegyot the carbon tzibur. Yet I will say when it comes to a carbon tzibur communal offerings, Tuma Putra B'tzibur, which means when 51% of Klal Yisrael is coming, ultimately the laws are suspended, even for a regular individual, right? Even not just for a carbon, but even just for a hedgehog. Therefore, Aninos Shehutra Michlala Eitzel Kohen Gadol the carbon yakin. Aninos, which is permitted for a Kohen Gadol, even by personal sacrifices, Certainly, ultimately, again, should be permitted by a Kohen Hedyot by Kavan Tzibor. So, so if ultimately, again, if the laws of Anin allow or are suspended by a regular by a Kohen Gadol, even for a private carbon, then Allah has come of a camel. The laws of Aninos are ultimately suspended for a Kohen Hedyot by a Kavan Tzibor. So we'll stop over for today. We'll pick up in Yas Hashem with this, the rest of this Kabbalah tomorrow. Flesh this out a little bit more. Shkoyach.
The people in Babylon were taken into slavery.
Jerry, you normally have the best background in today's tragedy. Shalom, I'm assuming it's not a screen saver. That's the real thing. Yes, that's but not just with the wall, the whole thing. Arguments are a great thing.
They were ordered by their captors to sing those songs, and they say, we sing God's holy songs in this foreign land and foreign idols. So the Levites cut off their fingers, they will be cut off their thumbs, so they won't be able to play the music. And they swore to never forget Jerusalem, to never forget famous words. Why did it happen? Why did it happen? And was there a silver lining?
Arthur will say good morning, let us begin.
On its face,
Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show to thank our commentary sponsors for Tishrei. Although
it's hard to imagine.
Golden Tsar Talmud, we dedicate all the
Beis HaMikdash had stood in one place.
when Joshua's month. Salvation of safety and seeking.
It was a beacon, it was a divine, it was a beacon of
So the same was levels for all of Am Yisrael. Nathan Ari Smith, who is supposed to be the entire Kira because learning sponsors, Alan and Shumai, the creation of the Yertzes of their grandparents and uncles, Avram ben Yaakov Achoni, Basha, Bas Chaim, Yitzchak ben Yaakov Achoni, Fega Bas Avram Achoni, Hirsch ben Avram Achoni, Mordechai ben Avram Achoni, Zichron Lebracha, Richard and Judy Newbelman, Leila Nishmas Martin Schwartz, a long time member pillar here. The shooting whose Levi is this morning, Mechol Nachman ben Lochem Zichron Lebracha, all of the Neshamas family, the families in Lachama, all those who need to flush have and give a cold, all of you,
sure enough, 7 years after the
bring
destruction,
home all of our hostages, allow our police force to stress them upon Masayah, which would truly be revenge to give the souls for most of us. Both says we have a lot to do today, but Hashem, today's got this test of 15. And we are taking up in their Hashem Tashma on Udan News 14b, 6 lines up from the bottom. So remember again, the Lord was asking a fundamental question. The Lord was asking, Halacha Shlobarega. What happens if Halacha Lamaisa, there is Halacha without moving your feet? What does this mean? So remember again, one of the Avodos is Halacha, which means after the blood is received in the utensil, ultimately again it is taken over from there. What happens if Halacha Lamaisa? That Halacha is done without moving your feet, just merely extending your hand. Is that called Halacha or not? That was our question. And what is Tashma? Shapat Yisrael B'Kiva Chakoin. So he saw Shech to the animal, and according to Kabbalah, Nostal Chavero, the Chavero, the Chaveros. We'll say, so interestingly enough, the Gemara is actually describing over here what happened by Karban Pesach. Essentially, by Karban Pesach, there would be like an assembly line. Somebody would check the Karban Pesach, and they would hand it from Kohen to Kohen to Kohen to Kohen. Ultimately, to do this Rika. So we'll say, so what do you see from here? You see from here, now obviously, Pashut Shot is that no one's moving. Rather, what are they doing? They're handing the blood one to the other along an assembly line. Along an assembly line. So the Gemara says, you see from here that halacha b'isam, you got a halacha shalom b'regel. But again, halacha just simply done by extending the hand is enough, which Gemara says maybe not hasan nami b'nayim porta. It's possible that the Kohen was standing on the assembly line, perhaps they moved a little bit. It moves a little bit similar to my Kamashmalan. So therefore, that's the case. Well, what exactly is going to teach me? The Rav HaShesmala is very beautiful. Let's set this up. Why? Because the more Kohanim that you can have, more Kohanim, or the more people in general that you can have involved in a sacrificial rite process, if they're coming to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, you act having like a line of Kohanim, with each person kind of carrying the pencil along, was a tremendous cover to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But again, not a raya, not a proof, ultimately, again, to our questions. Therefore, our question is still outstanding. What is the status of halacha of shalom beregel? Moving or taking the blood to the mizbeach, the first riga, without moving your feet, simple extension of the hand. Does that count as halacha or not? So Itmar, I'm sorry. So Tachma, Kiva HaKohen, the Nasal Apostle. So it's an interesting case over here. Sorry, Kiva HaKasher, the Nasal Apostle. So it's an interesting case over here. So let's say a Kohen, right? Literally kosher. So someone who is fit for halacha. Because remember, we established in yesterday's daf that halacha must be done by a Kohen. It is one of the primary forms of one of the sacrificial rites, and therefore requires a Kohen. So now the Gemara says, what is the halacha? Let's say the Kohen did Kabbalah, but right, he received it, and then he gave it to someone who's apostle. He gave it to Yisrael. Give it to Yisrael. So now what's the halacha? Yaksir l'kasher. Excuse me. The Yisrael has to go ahead and give it back to the Kohen. Now look at Rashi for just a moment. Yaksir l'kasher. Rashi says, Reshinas nolo, bashmoina tartiba. Chagad lo nifsal b'may de'afsekei basol. Bashmoina b'zed halacha zu sha'asa kasher shlo b'rayda shoshit l'basol shahaya omi b'zara mizbeach lo nasis be'achsher lo shmo halacha. Now let's say, the way the Gemara is understanding this case over is as follows. Now what's happening? Kohen is holding the blood. Gives it, he extends it ultimately again to the kasher, to the apostle, excuse me. So the Gemara is learning two things. Number one, that act of the Kohen extending it to the apostle does not invalidate the halacha. And when the apostle goes ahead and gives it back to the Kohen, ostensibly by extending his hand, ultimately that is not an invalidation of the avodah as well. So both of these inferences point in the same direction, namely that halacha l'maisa, halacha shalom beregel, is not halacha, right? Or halacha just of extending your hand is not the halacha. To which the Gemara says, maybe not. Ima yachzer hakasher v'yikabla. Rashi says, or maybe even something else. L'tzara mizbeach v'yikabla v'yikabla apostle, the halacha is kasher kama kshila. Maybe not. I will say maybe ultimately again what it means is that the Kohen has to receive it back, and ultimately again do the halacha again, this time on his own. So in other words, it does not necessarily point in any particular direction. To which the Gemara says, Ikmar la ula amar itmar amar ula Rabbi Yochanan ula sidin Rabbi Yochanan halacha shlo b'regel lo shma halacha. So once this now ula comes along, ula issues a definitive ruling. And what is the definitive ruling? Halacha shlo b'regel, which means that halacha that is done, movement of the blood that is done simply by extending one's hands without moving one's feet is not considered to be the avodah of halacha. Now understand, this has two ramifications, right? Ramification number one is that if the Yisrael were to hold the blood, let's say, because remember again, we established in yesterday's daf, what could a Yisrael do in this whole process? What could he do? Might say it's the book, right? He could be a pillar. In other words, if let's say the Kohen checked the animal, right? The Kohen did the Kabbalah, right? He received it in the Kli, and then he gave it to the Yisrael. He said to the Yisrael, hold this. That's mutter. That's what the Yisrael could act just as a pillar. Now, Ula comes along and says, halacha shlo b'regel is not halacha. Therefore, what that means is, if the Yisrael is holding it, and the Yisrael extends his hand to give it to the Kohen, that's fine. That's not called halacha. Halacha is only called, ultimately, again, you actually move your feet. Good. So let's say, so by the way, there's a tremendous Mr. Haskell also. Well, what do you see from here? That the act of going ahead and extending your arm without moving your body is not considered to be movement. It's not movement, which is a tremendous lesson for this time of year. Tremendous lesson, because one thing that we're all trying to work on in this time of year is movement. So a lot of times we talk about movement, talk about change, we contemplate change, we plan change, we even begin to reach out in different ways for change. Change only occurs the moment that you move your body in totality, so to speak. Change only occurs ultimately when you move your entire self in a particular direction. It doesn't have to be far. Right? You don't have to take giant steps. Remember again, halacha is even a little baby step. Halacha is even a little something. But not moving your feet, not moving your body, stretching out your arms in all directions, that's not called halacha. If you want to affect change in life, change requires comprehensive, total movement. It doesn't have to be dramatic movement, but it does have to be some level of movement. Incredible. What was that top of Tesla? אפשר לתקנה או לא אפשר לתקנה. So we'll say, here's an interesting shayla. So now, what happens if halacha l'maisa? There wasn't a legal halacha that was done. A legal halacha. Can it be rectified or not? You can look at Rashi, Rashi Tesla Dalit. So efshar takna bein sha'asa zar bein sha'asa kohen. Aminam de'ein halacha u'psula. Deharnasis shalot yopasa. Miu yesh la takana la'kzir la'charev la'kzir the holy regel. Or la takana. So it says, here's something very interesting. Let's say a non-Kohen, a Yisrael, did halacha, right? So we could just frame this case. Kohen shechted the animal, received the blood, said to the Yisrael, hold this. Hey, that's mutter. Yisrael decides he's trying to help. What does he do? He starts walking towards the Mizbeach. Kohen says, hold up, stop. So now, can the Kohen take the blood back from the Yisrael and essentially re-walk it? Can you fix the illegal act of halacha or not? Tashma. Kasha and also apostle, Yaxer Kasha. So if you want to quote the same verse we quoted before. Now let's say again, if a Kohen did Kabbalah and then he gave it to a Yisrael. And then what happened? The Yisrael went ahead and began to move with it. So what's the halacha? Yaxer Kasha. So ultimately again, the apostle, the Yisrael should give it back to the Kohen. When he named the Yaxer Hakasha v'Kabbalah. And what's the Isa like lo afshar takna if so like. And what's in the Pashtos, the fact that the apostle can hand it back to the kasher. Now obviously the understanding from that is then the kasher is going to finish off the avoda. What does that indicate to us? That it is rectifiable. That it, in a legal halacha, ultimately again is rectifiable. Which is says, hold on. Mi sabes the kai zag gavoi. Lo, the coins are the right. So we'll say no. Because remember, we think to ourselves, what's the case over here? Where the coin gave it to the Israel, and the Israel's in front of the coin closer to the Mizbeach. To which the Gemara says, that's not the case. It's actually, where the coin is, where the non-coin, the Israel is behind the coin. So therefore, ultimately, again, when the coin gave it to the Israel, even if the Israel did a little bit of movement, the Israel actually did not bring it any closer to the Mizbeach. Maybe that's the case where an illegal halacha is rectifiable, because at the end of the day, the Israel's act didn't really do anything. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi right across. Do you think the Israel was standing closer to the Mizbeach? No, because right. The kasher shoshita lo hechika min hamizbeach hilkach lab halacha habi lifso. So it's incredible. The case over here is where the Kohen actually gave the Israel the blood, and the Israel standing behind the Kohen. So therefore, the act of the Kohen giving the Israel blood did not in any way bring the blood any closer to the Mizbeach. Instead, what it did is it actually distanced it, and therefore it's not an act of halacha. Therefore, once the coin gets it back, we're good to go. So we'll say, but again, it doesn't address our core question. What's our core question? If an illegal halacha was done, is that rectifiable or not? Say it, or as the Gemara says, Amar Ula, Amar Yochanan, halacha shalom b'rayel psula. Okay, so remember again, that's just restating what we said before. Halacha shalom b'rayel. So again, if you do halacha, ultimately, again, without moving your feet, that is psula. That's not level. The alma lo afshar tzkuna. So what do you see from here? That halacha l'maisa ultimately, the lashon of hustle indicates to us that whenever you have an illegal halacha, ultimately you compromise the avodah, right? Unable to go ahead and rectify it. So Eisir Nachman Ula, so Nachman B'Kasha to Ula, Nishbach Menakli ala Ritzbach, the Asfal Kashan. So we'll say here's an interesting case. So let's say again, so Kohen did Shchita, although again you understand, Kohen doesn't have to do Shchita, but Kohen did Shchita. Then Kohen received the blood in the Kli. The Kohen is taking the blood, remember in the Mosai, the halacha, Kohen is taking the blood in the utensil to the Mizbeach. When he gets to the Mizbeach, what is he going to do? He's going to sprinkle it. As he's going ahead and taking the blood, what happens? He spills it. He spills the blood. So Gemara says, he collects the blood back up. Ultimately, again, it's kosher. Right? Don't cry over spilled blood. Right? So the Gemara says, so he goes ahead and he collects it up, and it's kosher. So let's say, so now listen to this. And the Gemara says, now, what does this have to do with our case? So let's say, now watch this. The Gemara is assuming over here that when he spills the blood, what by definition occurs? The blood goes in front of him. Right? When he's spilling, it's going in front of him. So to a certain degree, what's happened? The blood has been moved, but in a non-typical halacha fashion. Yet, what does the Gemara say? That you can go ahead and collect the blood back up and resume. What does that seem to indicate to us? That an illegal halacha can be rectified. That's what the Gemara is doing with this case. An illegal halacha can be rectified. So the Gemara says, how come I ask, what's the case over here? Kishiyat salachotz. Rashi says over here, Kishiyat salachotz, kishenishbach, lo nispashit l'sel mizbeach, el nispashit l'ara. But so maybe not. Maybe what it means is when the blood spills, it didn't spill in the direction of the mizbeach. Rather, where did it spill? Backwards, or to the side. Meaning that the act of spillage did not in any way move the blood any closer to the mizbeach. Because of that, it's not an illegal act of halacha. To which the Gemara says, come on, so is that possible, right? That you have such contained spillage that ultimately, again, it's going backwards, but it's not going forward. It's not generally how spillage works. To which the Gemara says, it can be if we're talking about over here. Let's say where the Kohen spilled, there was a slope. So therefore, by definition, the blood flowed back as opposed to forward. Could also be you're talking about a case where literally, again, the blood spilled into like the Kuma literally means a pit, or rather, better stated, means like a depression in the ground. Or for that matter, we're talking about thicker blood, like a more like Jewish blood, where it didn't splatter everywhere, but rather, again, it's contained. To which the Gemara says, come on. So that's it. So you're telling me now that this entire branch is talking about such a narrow case of thick blood falling in a pit, in a depression, blood falling on a slant, the spillage only occurring in one direction, not multiple directions. It just seems like such a narrow case that the Bryson would be focusing on. Furthermore, that's which we mentioned in the other paragraph. Mishpat al haritzba ba'asfal pas. Right? Ultimately, again, because what said the Gemara has another rule, which is that if the blood falls on the floor and ultimately the coin collects it back up, ultimately it's possible. If that's the case, litlog b'didei, you could splice the case and analyze it on its own. How so? What is that so that the blood is possible? Only if the blood splattered ahead. But ultimately, if the blood splattered backwards, there was no illegal halacha. Ultimately, again, it's possible. To which the Gemara says, Tiyufta. Indeed, this is a refutation, ultimately, again, of Ula. So I'll say, so again. So it's interesting to note is, so the Gemara refutes Ula's statement, right? Ula said that halacha shalom beregel ultimately, again, is possible. Now, the Gemara wanted to suggest that therefore this refutes Ula's position. We'll see exactly again halacha l'maisa how this figures into our greater context, right? So remember, we have Ula's statement of halacha shalom beregel lo shma halacha, right? If you do halacha, ultimately again, not with moving your feet, that's not called the halacha. The shaila is if you have an illegal halacha or an invalid halacha, can that be rectified? Can that be rectified or not? So that question doesn't seem to have been answered yet. That's still open-ended. Okay, so let's see. We're going to get to the Rambam today, Me'ez Hashem. Hikmah, halacha shel b'ragel. Ultimately, if you have halacha shel b'ragel, so the Gemara says, machlokes of Shimon v'Rabbanan. That's ultimately machlokes of Shimon and the Rabbanan. So the Gemara says, b'halacha rabasi, because amal lo pligi b'psula. So what's very interesting. So halacha rabasi means like if there's a significant amount of halacha, or in a case where halacha is necessary because the kohen is not close enough to do zrika without the halacha, everyone agrees that I will call it an erroneous mind, an erroneous machshava will invalidate it, keep the heat. So ultimately, again, where do they have machlokes? Halacha zutrasi. But ultimately, again, I will call it the small halacha, relatively minor halacha. So when it says machkwa rabba, so when it says they laughed about this, they laughed about this statement in Eretz Yisrael because that distinction makes no sense. Because if that's true, so it says, what about a piece of kata salt? And again, kata salt is a bird offering. As we're going to see over here, the way bird offerings work, and we'll get into all of this in Eretz Hashem, is they would shecht it right by the mizbeach. Right by the mizbeach. And remember, by a bird, there was no formal kabbalah. What ended up happening with the bird is they would shecht the bird, and the bird itself, they would shake the bird and sprinkle the blood like that, right? As opposed to other kabbalahs, let's say animal kabbalahs, where they would receive the blood in the kli, right, kli sharis, take the kli to the mizbeach, and then the kohen would dip his finger and sprinkle the blood like that. The bird itself was shaken, right? It did zrika with the bird itself, sprinkle the blood onto the mizbeach like that. So, how are we ever going to have a case of chata sauf, which will become invalidated ultimately again through an erroneous mindset? If you do it before the blood comes out, i.e. before shlita, so a machshava is not going to invalidate it. The basar did not become, and if after the blood came out already, it's abdul mitzvah. Ultimately, the mitzvah has already been performed. My Krishna, Dilma mi the parish the adamat lo mizbeach. Maybe by chata sauf, and again, both said we're going to spend time on chata sauf as well. Maybe by chata sauf, the invalidating part actually occurs between the time that you shake the bird, right, and the blood leaves the bird, to the time that it hits the mizbeach. Those, I don't know, whatever amount of milliseconds that is, maybe that's the time, that moment is where an illegal or an erroneous mindset, erroneous machshava can invalidate the carbon. The ha. So this is actually very interesting. The ha, if you look at this, if the kohen was sprinkling blood, and now watch this. The kohen's hand was amputated before the blood hit the mizbeach. So this is actually quite interesting. Right? In this case over here, what's unfolding is something fascinating. So the kohen is going ahead and doing his rika, and at the time that the blood, so right, he sprinkles it, and then as it left his hand, but before hitting his mizbeach, his arm gets cut off. Now let's say, what does that matter? Because well, obviously matters to him, right? But Lamaisa, the other piece that's important to understand over here is once his arm gets cut off, he's a balmor. So the shaila now is the avoda a valid avoda? When the blood left his hand, ultimately again he was a fully intact kohen. Now, but yet by the time the blood hits the mizbeach, he is missing an arm. He's a balmor. So the shaila is the avoda good or not? Va'amarlei psula. And ultimately, again, he passed that it is possible. My time of the hiza v'nasa ba'ina. This also is actually quite interesting because the lashon of the pasuk ultimately again is v'hiza. He will sprinkle the blood v'nasa across the mizbeach, and it will be placed on the mizbeach, which means that both the hazah, the sprinkling, and the nesina have to be done by the kohen. And by what kind of kohen? A kohen who is fit for the avoda. So fascinating. So the point was why it's being brought down over here, because what do you see from here? What you see from here is something quite interesting, which is that halacha l'maisa, the avoda is only completed at the point that the blood hits the mizbeach, which that also tells us the same way that if the kohen becomes an amputee, between the time that the blood leaves his hand and hits the mizbeach, the avoda is invalidated. Still to it, he sprinkles and then has an erroneous machshava, whatever, machshava psul for a different carbon, or machshava's pigul. Ultimately, again, that will invalidate the carbon, which is really quite interesting. So the Gemara says, this is what they laughed about. Who ultimately, again, do they not argue in the case of halacha rabasi, of a wrong halacha? So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. When they argued, ultimately again they were arguing about a formal halacha, a real halacha. Everyone agrees that in a bowl called halacha rabasi. Halacha zutrasi, which means a small act of halacha that doesn't really require movement of feet. Everyone agrees that a machshava psula will not invalidate it. Keep the heat, halacha rabasi. Fine, holicha zar, get zero coin. The chazar holicha. What's about the parakis? And also, we're going to bring these all together. You're going to see the Rambam in just a few moments. We'll bring all these cases together. Holicha zar, get zero. Is a form of a kohen. And if a zar does it, if a non-kohen does it, it is possible. Now in this case, over here, the zar, the non-kohen did halacha. This zero kohen, the chagr v'alifo. The kohen takes the blood back and backs it up and rewalks it. Now both sides. This seems to be the shaila that we had on the top of the amud of F Shalatakno. If an illegal halacha was done, can you rectify that? So that's what's happening in this case over here. Zar did the halacha, Kohen gets the blood back and rewalks it. So the Gemara says, so what's the halacha? So I'm going to sing about Ashi. So the Divrei, I'm sorry. Second one, I will say. So here, Rabbi and Rabbi Yanai argued on this. They argued. So the Gemara says, Chad Amar kosher, the Chad Amar pasal. One said it's kosher, one said it's pasal. Mar Savar F Shalatok, no, Mar Savar F Shalatok, no. So we'll say, what is this machlokes based on? Very simple. Can you remedy an illegal act of halacha? That's the shayla. So one opinion says yes, one opinion says no. So we'll say, it really so incredible. Can you rectify an illegal halacha? So you understand like the Musar Haskell implications of that. You go in a wrong direction in life. Can you go ahead and rectify that wrongful movement? That also these are mamish tshuva gimaras. It's absolutely incredible. Now the good part is we don't know what the halacha l'maisa is. We definitely know what the hashkafa l'maisa is. Like that, even if in life, even if you have an illegal halacha, you take your life in the wrong direction. The answer is unequivocally clear. Efshar l'tavno. You can always fix it. As the Rambam says in Hilchos Tshuva, ad yom secha, until the day that you die, you can always fix illegal halacha. Again, karbanos remains to be seen. Life, unequivocal, yes. So the Gemara goes like that. Holicha kohen ve'exira v'chazir holicha zar. What about the reverse case? The kohen did halacha, and then a non-kohen went ahead and took it from him. Right? Ve'exira zar, ve'exira v'chazir holicha zar. And then the non-kohen did the halacha. So in case one, the zar did the halacha, kohen took it from him, and kohen rewalked it, redid the halacha. In case number two, kohen did the halacha, zar took it from him, and then zar rewalked it. So what's the halacha? To which the Gemara says very interesting. I'm not saying about Ashi, the Divrei HaMakshir Pasal. So let's say, so according to the opinion that says in the first case, ultimately again it's kasher. We'll say in the second case that it's Pasal, right? Because again, remember, essentially in the first case, if you say that it's kasher, it's because you say the second halacha is the primary one. Well, if the second halacha is the primary one, then ultimately, again, the first case will be kosher, but the second case, the second one is when the halacha is desired, it'll be possible. But divrei apostle machshir, according to the one who says puzzle in the first case, ultimately, again, will say kosher in the second case. Because puzzle in the first case, he goes after the first act of halacha, not the second one. So in the first case, the first act of halacha was the zar, second one was the coin, therefore it's puzzle. But in the second case, first case was the coin, first halacha was the coin, second one was the zar, and therefore will be kosher. Rava says, Apu divrei apostle, Rava says as follows. Rava says, even according to the one who says that we go after the first halacha, ultimately, again, we'll agree that in the second case it's possible. My time, what's the reason? The Hatzarech on the base, La'an Kriye. Because even in the first case of Osai, even in the second case, even if you go with the idea that we look at who does the halacha first as the defining sacrificial halacha, in case number 2, it's still going to be possible. Why? Because in case number 2, at the end of the day, halacha l'maisa, the blood still has to be brought back to the mizbeach. As much as the coin brought it, and now the zar walks it back. So whether you want to say, even if you want to say the first act is the valid act, at the end of the day, you still have blood that has to be brought back to the mizbeach. And therefore, by definition, it is going to go ahead and be possible. I'm going to be with the Ravashi. I'm going to be 50. Ha tzarech lam tuye. Machlokes Rabbi Elazar v'Rabbanan. So this whole thing could be machlokes Elazar v'Rabbanan this time. Elazar Omer. In this case, Elazar Omer. Hamahalif b'makom shetzarech lahalif. Machshava posalas. So let's listen to this. If you do halacha in a place where halacha is needed, now listen, I remember again, we keep on coming back to this piece. As much as halacha is a bona fide form of avodah, and one of the avodas, halacha l'maisa, if you don't need to do halacha, you don't need to do it. In other words, let's say the coin shafts right next to the mizbeach. So technically speaking, there's no need. So that's fine. That's fine. In other words, I don't have to do it. If it's not necessary, it's not necessary. So listen to this. If you're doing halacha in a place where halacha is necessary, then ultimately again, machshava poselas. Therefore, an erroneous mindset, an erroneous thought, whether that's pigul or a machine of different carbon, will invalidate the avodah. But if halacha l'maisa, you have an erroneous mindset. By halacha, in a place where halacha is not necessary, it won't invalidate the avodah. Rava says, Hakol modim, kiblu b'chutz tichnis lifnim, zeu hiluk shetzarech lahalik. Everyone agrees with saying a case where Kabbalah was done outside. Where's outside of Osai? So remember again, for example, let's say in the case of Chatas Pnimi. So Shchita is done outside of the Heichal, right? Outside of the actual structure of the Beis HaMikdash. So it's done ultimately, let's say, in one of the courtyards, and then you take the blood inside. That is called ultimately a necessary hiluch, because you have to walk the blood inside. Everyone agrees that halacha l'maisa zeh hiluch shesaref. That's a necessary halacha, and therefore halacha l'maisa, an erroneous mindset will invalidate that. What happens if, let's say, Shrita and Kabbalah were done inside, and then you walk the blood outside? That's unnecessary halacha, because also essentially what you're doing over there is you're taking the blood away from the mizbeach. And in a case like that, that's unnecessary. And therefore, an erroneous mindset will not undermine the carbon in that case. Rather, what's the machlokes case? The case is where both say you shechted the animal on the outside, you brought the blood inside, and then for some reason you took it back out. Mar sabar hazar limtuye. One says you have to bring the blood back. So because you have to bring the blood back, ultimately is a necessary halicha. Umar sabar lav kehilu chatzarach lav olderdom. Other opinion says no. That second halacha is utilitarian, but it is not considered to be like a bona fide part of the avodah. Okay, ace ve abaye. The Elazar Amar hamahalech makom shetzarach lahalech machshava poselas. If you do halacha in a place ultimately or in a situation where halacha was necessary, so an erroneous mindset will invalidate it. What's the case? Kiblu b'chutz v'chnisu lifnei. If you did Kabbalah outside and then you brought it inside to the Beis HaMikdash, again I will say, remember, inside means inside, let's say the Heichal. So zeh hiluk shetzarech lahalech. That refers to a necessary hiluk. Halacha Kiblu b'fnim v'otzio l'chotz. But if you did Kabbalah on the outside, and then for some reason, the Rabbi says it makes no, it's an illogical act that somebody did it. They brought the blood back outside. Zeh hilok she'in tzarich le'eleh. Ultimately, again, that is considered to be an unnecessary halacha. The Gemara says, "Baha chazavich nisur hilok she'tzarich la'halech." For 1 second, but as much as bringing it outside was an unnecessary halicha, the situation requires you to bring the blood back in. In other words, I understand that it's not a necessary halacha, but lamaisa it is, because the blood needs to get back to the mizbeach, to which he says, "You're right, Amalei, itanya tanya." At the end of the day, if that's the version that you have, then go with it. In other words, that as much as when you take the blood out, right? The blood was inside, right? Somebody took it out. So now it's like, I understand the logic of saying you have to bring it back in. It's not quote unquote like an avodah halacha, because at the end of the day, the blood was already on the inside. That's a true statement. But lamaisa, it still has to be brought in. So because it still has to be brought in, that it's going to be considered to be a bona fide act of halacha. And if there is an erroneous mindset, that will undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. So I'll say, let's spend a moment here just taking a quick look at the Rambam. So this is Rambam in Hilchos Psulim Ekdashim, Parak Aleph. Rambam talks about a whole bunch of dinim of halacha. So let me just run through them very quickly. So this is halachas Chav Aleph, Chav Beis, Chav Zayin. So listen to this. So the Rambam writes as follows. So halacha number 1, the Rambam says, is that halacha is only kosher by a kohen. So we've established already in part 1, right? So I'm giving you right halacha information. Number 1. So halacha can only be done by a kohen. That's number 1. And therefore halacha, when I said the zar, but now I'm calling thus halacha, it is considered to be invalid, invalidates the carbon. That's number 1. Next, the Rambam Paskins, halacha shelo beregel ino halacha. That's in the Rambam Paskins. That ultimately, again, if you do halacha without moving your feet, that is not halacha. That is not halacha. Therefore, leficha kohen gadol shekiva zadat ba'anim v'kamon v'zarkol v'mizbeach nifsal zevach. I will say, now here's what's interesting that the Rambam does do. The Rambam holds that halacha is a necessary form of avodah, which means you have to walk the blood. You have to walk the blood to the point that the Rambam paskins that if the kohen does Kabbalah and then does Srika and he never moves, never walks, the avodah is possible. So, right, so therefore, again, this is sorry. Fact number 1 is that, well, number 1 is that halacha is an avodah. Because it's an avodah, fact number 2, it cannot be done by a non-kohen. Number 3, halacha shelo beregel, which means halacha, just extending your hand without moving your feet, is not called halacha. And a failure to move your feet as part of halacha will invalidate the avodah. Lastly, Rambam, this I'm going to read to you. Rambam says, he brings out some of the other cases, but we're not going to call us v'achim shekibel damam echad min ha'psul ma'avodah. So we'll say, so what happens if halacha l'maisa, a non-kohen goes ahead and, let's say, receives the blood, shekibel dam, right? Or shahodik estamal l'mizbeach, or shezarko l'mizbeach kilvaso, nifsa hazara. Therefore, if a non-kohen does any part of the avodah over here, right? A non-kohen does Kabbalah, or a non-kohen azar does halacha. Such activities ultimately will undermine the carbon. Kiba HaKashar, the Nasal Apostle, follow Hilech Ba'apostle, Ala Alim Komod, Yachzir HaKashar. They will say, however, listen to this, it's Devon. If the Kohen, let's say, does the Kabbalah, right? Kohen receives the blood, and then he says to the Yisrael, hold this. And the Yisrael just stands there holding it, doesn't move, doesn't go anywhere, just acts as a pillar. Then ultimately, again, the Kohen takes it back, kosher. Or we call the Gemara nice it's about dam shalicha apostle avoda ve'xir lekasher v'holicho or shalicha kohen tchila ve'xir nasal apostle v'holicho holo v'holicho apostle ve'nifil v'sop nifsal zevach. However, the Rambam, if the Yisrael is involved, or any type of apostle is involved any way in the halacha, anyway, even if the Kohen takes it back, even if the Kohen walks it back, the avodah is invalid. That is the halacha l'maisa. So if the Yisrael has any involvement at all, even if the Kohen goes ahead and gets back involved, so therefore we'll say, that answers our question. The Gemara says, can you rectify in an erroneous or an illegal halacha? The answer is no. The answer is no. Once you had illegal involvement in the avoda, ultimately the avoda is disqualified. And there is absolutely no way to go ahead and rectify. So halacha once there is an illegal halacha, the carbon is puzzled. But as you said before, that is true halacha in karbanos, not true hashkafa l'maisa in life. Karbanos, once you have illegal movement, you can now rectify it in life. Once you have illegal movement, that's the moment that beauty of tshuva sets in, and we have the ability to fundamentally and profoundly course correct. And we'll say, Hajjallah, Palazvabim, Mazel Tov, Mazel finishing the pack. We'll stop over here for today. Incredible, incredible. All right, everyone, have a great day, everyone. All right, Joe, we'll say good morning, or good tavach. A great Zechus Baruch Hashem to be able to begin a new week of Maseches Zvachim together. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning. Should to thank our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Tishrei, Yoel and Sarah Kelman, in celebration of completing Seder Nezikin for Besoros Talos for Am Yisrael. Nathan Perry Smith in the schos and recovered for the entire Kiva and Eretz Tfilo should be Neskabel. Our week of learning sponsors, Alan and Sue Meyerowitz, ignition of the yard sites of their grandparents, aunts, and uncles, Avram Ben Yaakov HaKohen, Basha Bas Chaim, Yitzchok Ben Yaakov HaKohen, Fega Bas Avram HaKohen, Hirsch Ben Avram HaKohen, Mordechai Ben Avram HaKohen. We hope that in the merits of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas Lav and Aliyah, the families, aides, the Chama, all of those who need a refuah, Shabbat together with Kol Chol Yisrael, Kadosh Baruch Hu should Eretz Hashem bring home all of our hostages, allow our soldiers Eretz Hashem to be successful. B'chol Naaseh Yedeim and Eretz Hashem shower bracha and hatzlacha to all of Klal Yisrael, Am Yisrael, and Eretz Yisrael. Well, as with that, let us begin. Bertha did a great job yesterday. It makes me look so bad every Shabbos, but all right, Baruch Hashem. So, thank you. So today's daf is Yud Dalet. We'll say we are picking up Eretz Hashem on Yud Dalet at the two dots. Rabbi Shimon Machshav Yilov. So we'll say, remember again, in the Mishnah on Yud Gimel Dalet, we were introduced to the idea of like this: the halach l'maisa. If you go ahead and you have a shalom lishma mindset during any one of the avodos, and you want to be primary sacrificial rites and rituals, ultimately it undermines the effectiveness of the carbon. But we shouldn't keep along and said that with halacha, if you have a kavanah shalom lishma, right? If you have an erroneous mindset, ultimately again it does not undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. What's the logic behind that? The Rishona's logic seems to be that at the end of the day, you can go ahead and affect the proper carbon without halacha, right? Halacha, according to Rishonim, is like a utilitarian avoda. What's the point of halacha? What's the point of halacha? To get the blood from point A to point B. So let's say you're standing close enough to point B that you don't need to transport it. Therefore, again, there is no need for the avoda of halacha. So again, the Mishnah was not sure, but he looked was reading the Mishnah Shaya Omer. He afshar below shlita v'shal v'kabala v'shal v'zrika about afshar below kilo. So his whole thing was, since technically speaking, you could offer up a proper carbon without halacha, therefore it's almost as if halacha, it's not an indispensable part of carbonic service, and because of that, halacha l'maisa, if you had an erroneous mindset for it, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. Good. Amru Shimon Lakish. Amru Shimon Lakish is like this. Modi Rakishimin, Ba'alachas Chatos Haknios, Shemachshava Posalasmo. So it's interestingly enough what Reish Lakish suggests is as follows: that even Rabbi Shimon will agree that this idea is not true by all karbanos. He says, for example, by chatos pnimios, inner chatos. And I will say, what's an inner chatos? By the way, this is very shaya for us because in Yom Kippur, the chatos pnimi. Essentially, again, what says we're going to see is like this: there is no such thing. One of the exciting parts that we will get into as we get into this Masechta, we're going to dabble in it a little bit today, but we're just going to run through it today because we'll get to it later. Is a little bit like understanding the layout of the Beis Hamikdash itself. So just to understand something, the chatas pnimi is a chatas sin offering whose blood is sprinkled inside of the heichal. Remember again, the way the Beis Hamikdash worked on a general level was you walked in, there was a chutzner, a courtyard. That courtyard again is where pretty much everyone was able to assemble. Then there were a series of steps. Those steps, when you came down, you went up, there was a platform, that platform is called the Duchon. Then you go down a series of steps, you come into what we'll call the interior courtyard. In that interior courtyard, you would see the Mizbeach, the outer altar, the large outer altar. Walk a little bit further, you walk into the Ulam, which was an antechamber, a large rectangular hallway. And then ultimately, you would walk into another building called the Heichal. Inside of the Heichal, that's where you had the Shulchan, upon which part of this book. That's where you had the Mizbeach HaKetoras, the smaller altar for incense offering. That's where you had the menorah. Walk a little bit further, you'd hit a curtain, the parochas, like two curtains. Like what the say, based on what they have, but two curtains. Walk a little bit past those curtains, and what would you have? The Aron, the Ark. So interesting enough, the Chatas Pnimi was the Chatas whose blood was sprinkled inside of the Heichal. But you never shechted animals inside of the Heichal. Right? Shechita was always done somewhere in the proximity of the outer Mizbeach. So therefore, what you would have to do is you would shecht it in the proximity of the outer Mizbeach, and then you would have to transport the blood to the inside of the Heichal. So Reish Lakish says is like this. Rabbi Shimon in the Mishnah says that if you have, let's say, a shalom lishma intent by halacha, it does not undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. Why? Because halacha is not really necessary. Reish Lakish says, just by the way, even Rabbi Shimon would agree that by a chatas pnimi, which again is a carbon that is shechted on the outside, and has the blood transferred inside, even he would agree that a shalom lishma intent by halacha would undermine that carbon. Why? What's the logic there? Because for a chatas pnimi, halacha is an indispensable part of the carbonic service. Because remember again, there's no way to get the blood where it needs to get to without a physical transport. Okay? Somebody's like inside here. Even Rabbi Shimon would agree that when it comes to an inner chatos, if you have a shalom lishma intent by halacha, that would undermine the carbon. Why? Because again, halacha l'maisa, because halacha is an indispensable part of the avon, right? Reb Shimon's whole logic is that if you have a shalom lishma intent by halacha, by transport of the blood, that doesn't undermine the carbon because halacha is a avoda that is dispensable. That's true, except when it's not. So by a chatas pnimi, it's indispensable. You need halacha in order to get the blood from outside to inside, and therefore, in that case, a shalom lishma intent would undermine the carbon. Look at Rashi, which is Mamifash, it's actually right across. Shev Shalavadla, the lav ora ara, nishchot behechal. So it's very interesting. We're going to talk about this more. Not today, we're going to talk about this more. Rashi says it's not appropriate to chef inside the Beis Hamikdash. So what does that mean? What does that mean? When we use the Beis Hamikdash, she means inside the heichal. So does that mean it's just like not nice? Like, kind of like, you should take your shoes off when you come into the house. Don't slaughter animals in the house. Is that like it's not nice, or that halacha l'maisi can't do that? So we'll discuss that. But Rashi says over here, the lav ora aron lishchot behechal. It's not the normal thing to chef inside the heichal. Therefore, by definition, you shecht it in the courtyard. So we'll say this is incredible. This is the Avodah Yom Kippur. Because what do you do with the chatas pnimi? Chatas, remember again, the Kohen goes in, offers up two chatos, one LaHashem, one LaAzazel. So the chatas pnimi, the inner chatas. So we'll say, remember, if this doesn't sound familiar, because this is the part of Hazar Sashat and Musa, where you're having an otherworldly experience. Right? You're not sure where you are, what's going on. But it happens to me, it's the most riveting part. It's the most riveting part of Musa, which unfortunately when it ends up, it's fascinating. We end up like going quickly through it. You just end up, I don't want to say blowing through a little bit, but it ends up, I'm sorry, it's a lot of words. It is a lot of words. I would advise you, maybe don't do this if you're the cousin, but just read the English. Just read, it's fascinating. By the way, if you're looking for something else, yeah, I don't know who makes it, but there is Machon Mikdash. Machon Mikdash makes a beautifully illustrated Mishnayos Maseches Yoma, and inside of it is the entire pictorial description of the Avot of Yom Kippur. And it's just beautiful. It's just the absolute. The Chol Mikdash also makes a Yom Kippur machzor. This is not an infomercial, right? Although we do product placement as well, you know, if you and I, but it actually makes a Yom Kippur machzor, which is just incredible. I don't have it, but I saw it when I was there, so I should have bought it when I was there, but it's absolutely incredible. And you could literally, again, I don't know, makes everything come alive, Halavai in a way. And that's Hashem will be Zocha, not just seeing pictures, but will be Zocha and Hashem to be able to see with our own eyes. And so Moses says, so the point over here, that's the describing. So Rashi points out over here that for Katas Panini, you can't escape halacha. You need halacha. Therefore, even Rabbi Shimon would agree that a shalom lishma intent would go ahead and undermine the effectiveness of the covenant. But Rabbi Shimon, one second, is that true? Rabbi Shimon, Kol sheinu amizbeach hachitzon kishlon and ein chayav Rabbi Shimon pigol. Now, again, I also want to point out. Remember, we're kind of talking about two things simultaneously: pigol and shalom lishma. Right? Shalom lishma ultimately again just means having kavanah for the wrong type of carbon. Pigul means having intent to consume or to do some part of the temple service outside of the prescribed time. So Rabbi Shimon says anything ultimately again, anything that's not the mizbeach achitzon. Rabbi Shimon says anything that is not offered up on the outer mizbeach is not subject to pigul. So here's the problem. What's the problem? The problem is that halacha nice again. So we're assuming over here that if it's not subject to pigol, it's also not subject to shalom lishma. If that's the case, then a chatas pnimi, which obviously is not offered up on the outer mizbeach, and therefore is not subject to pigol, is also not subject to shalom lishma. And therefore, again, I will say, therefore, shalom lishma by halacha should not undermine the carbon. To which the Gemara says, no, pigol and shalom lishma do not necessarily go hand in hand. And ultimately, again, says that he agrees in that a erroneous machshava, erroneous lishma machshava by halacha will undermine the carbon based on the kavachomer. What's the kavachomer? Uma shalom lishma shel b'shlamim asal b'chadoftos shalom lishma, which does not undermine shlamim. You know, how do we know that? First Mishnah around the Sefta. And remember, in general, whenever you offer up Kabbalah Shalom B'Shema, the covenant is still effective. Only two covenants that it impacts are Chatas and Pesach, right? So ultimately, again, so Shalom B'Shema, which is not a problem by other covenants, is a problem by Chatas. Chutz Lizmano, Shepolsa B'Shlamim, Eno Din Shivsa B'Chatas, and certainly Machshava, Chutz Lizmano, Pigol, right? Ultimately, again, which does undermine Shlamim, should certainly negatively impact Chatas as well. Okay, the Gemara says, the Hashkit on Chutz Lizmano. So now I understand that halacha l'maisa, in machshava chutz lizmano, also known as pigul, will go ahead and undermine the carbon. Chutz limkomo, how do we know that a kavanah to, let's say, consume or offer the carbon outside of its appropriate spot? How do we know that halacha l'maisa that also undermines the carbon? So the Gemara says, in chutz lizmanos, maybe you're going to say, well, if chutz lizmano undermines it, if chutz limkomo should undermine it as well. As they said that why machutz lizmano shekin kares. So because chutz lizmano could carry with it the penalty of kares. That's the same thing for chutz limkomo. Even shalom lishma. If you're going to say it's because we'll just equate it with shalom lishma, here's the problem with that. Shekin noy babama. So it's just very interesting. A lot of interesting pieces over here. The din of shalom lishma also is affected by a bama. What's a bama? A bama is a private altar. Right, so remember again, I will say during different times in Jewish history, when there was not necessarily centralized service, so Allah, if you wanted to go ahead and put a mizbeach or really a matzeva in your backyard, you could do so. Look at Rashi. This moment, it's the second to last short line in Rashi. The carbon bamas yachid, b'shas heter abamas shahari shinoi kodeshu. Tomar b'choslim kamon deloshay b'chitz. So interestingly enough, the din of shalom b'shma applies Maino. Pesach Bechatos Bebama Lo Kirbo. Here's interestingly enough, Shalom Lishma applies to Pesach and Chatos, but fascinatingly enough, you can't offer up a Pesach or a Chatos on a Bama. Essentially, I said the only karbanos when there was a permit from a Bama, the only type of carbon you could offer up on a Bama was essentially Neder and Nidava, right? Shlomim. But you cannot offer up obligatory karbanos on a Bama. Interesting. The Gemara says, another possibility is Hakeshu, it's a Hakesh. So the Gemara says, Shlishi, Chutz Lizmano. So the word Shlishi in the Pasuk, that refers to the psul of eating a carbon outside of its prescribed time. Pigul, Zef Chutz Limkomo. Pigul refers ultimately again out of its specific place. Amarava, in Kimslom, Rav Shimon, Sarah Kibrei. So if you want to hear Rav Shimon holds like his son, so we'll say, interestingly enough, this Rav Shimon, our time about Rav Shimon Yochai. Like his son, Rebbe Lezer. So the Gemara says, it goes like his son. Okay, Shimon say, let me mention this over here, but we're not going to spend time on this. Because actually we'll see this in Mirza Hashem in a couple of weeks when we get a little bit more into the actual layout of the Beis HaMikdash. So since Shimon says, as I mentioned before, so the Mizbeach, there's the outer Mizbeach that was used for animal sacrifice. It was situated in front of the ulam, right? The ulam, the large rectangular antechamber that was attached or that led into the heichal. So the mizbeach was situated in front of the heichal. Now, if you had, let's say, an aerial view, of the Beis Hamikdash, so what you would see is that the mizbeach was actually pushed over to the left. It was not centered in front of the ulam, but rather it was pushed over a little bit to the left. So we'll say, interesting enough, the Gemara says over here, Rebbe Lezer holds that being a ulam lamizbeach, the area between the ulam and the mizbeach is called safel. That has a din ultimately again of north. Now listen, the reason why that's going to be important is because when we speak about blood applications and we speak about ultimately again halacha, so the din is it's supposed to be done on Sfonis, on the northern side. So Rebbe Lezer happens to hold that the entire area between the antechamber and the mizbeach has a din of safel, has a din of north. So the Gemara says, if that's the case, if that's the case that entire area has a designation of north, then interestingly enough, that means that entire area is really fit for sacrificial service. If that's the case, then a machshava pasula, essentially an erroneous mindset, will only undermine the carbon once you enter into the ulam going in. Because since that entire area between the mizbeach and the ulam is fit for sacrificial service, therefore ultimately again an erroneous mindset only takes place in ulam nefnei. Dimdim Slomar, first white line. Dimdim Slomar Sabalak Rabbi Yehuda. And if you say that he holds like Rabbi Yehuda, the Amar Tok Azara Mekadesh, that ultimately again even the floor of the Beis Hamikdash itself has kedusha and sanctifies. Ein machshava mo'alas ba'halachas silut bazitin ela mipesach heichal b'lachotz. So we'll say this is switching over to lechem upon it. Then ultimately again an erroneous mindset by the frankincense. Again, we're going to get into all of this in greater depth when we get into the mechanics of the karbanos. We'll only go ahead, erroneous mindset will only go ahead and undermine the carbon, what we call pesach heichal b'lachotz. From the entrance of the heichal going out, because remember again, this is the shulchan. The shulchan is in the interior of the heichal. And if you say that Rabbi Shimon holds that the kedusha of the heichal and the ulam and the antechamber ultimately again is all one kedusha, in machshava mo'elas elam pesach ulam v'lachutz, then ultimately an erroneous mindset will only undermine the effectiveness of the carbon from the entrance of the ulam going out. Dimtim salomar. And at the end of the day, if you hold that the entrance in the Tocha Pesach, the actual, we'll call it the threshold, has the din of the interior, then an erroneous mindset will not go ahead. Even an erroneous mindset will not help when taking one step. Unless, of course, you extend your hand past the threshold. And if you hold that halacha can be done even without moving your feet, which we're actually going to discuss in just a moment, that if you hold that halacha that is done without moving your feet is not called halacha, Ain Makshava Mo'elas Cloud. Then an erroneous mindset actually will not undermine the carbon at all, provided the person did not go ahead and move their feet. Okay, so there's a whole lot of ifs involved in that entire idea. So again, bottom line, how do we pass it? Because right, let's circle back. How do we get started with this? Rabbi Shimon holds that halacha l'maisa, an erroneous machshava shelo b'shma, does not in any way invalidate the carbon by halacha. Right? What's his logic? His logic is because halacha is a dispensable part of carbonic service. Why? Because if you shecht it close enough to where it needs to get sprinkled, right, or applied, you do not need halacha at all. We do not pass in like Rabbi Shimon, and we hold that halacha l'maisa again. Halacha is an indispensable part of the avod. Even though you're right, there are times where technically speaking you wouldn't need halacha, but since again it is part of the four services, therefore machshava shelo lishma by halacha will undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. Okay, incredible. Let's go back here. Amir Abayim, Lamar Derfista. Why do you name Derfista? Listen to this. Halacha bizar mahu. So Rabbi said this is a very interesting shayla. What is the status if a non-Kohen does halacha? Okay, so just to play this out, remember again, what have we established? A non-Kohen, a zar, can do shchita, right? So can do shchita. We've already established Kabbalah has to be done by a Kohen. The shayla is halacha. Can halacha be done by a non-Kohen or not? Halacha bizar mahu. So the Gemara says, listen to this. I'm like, Shera. So Chisda responded, it's kasha. Umikra Masayani. And Rav Chisda says, I have a pasuk to support me. What's the pasuk to support me? The pasuk says, Vayishchatu es ha-pesach, vayizriku ha-kohanim es hadam mi-adam, v'halaviyim mafshitim. So Rabbi said, so this is very interesting. Let's listen to how the pasuk reads. They shechted the Karban Pesach, so like Karban Pesach, this is very young. They shechted the Karban Pesach, the Kohanim did the Zrika. Now, okay, which makes sense, because we get the Damakar. But where did the Kohanim do the Zrika from? Listen, Vayizriku ha-kohanim es hadam mi-adam. The Kohanim did the Zrika from the blood that they received from their hands, from someone else's hands. So what it sounds like over here, someone did the Shkita, right? Someone did the Kabbalah, and someone's bringing the blood to the Kohanim. Kohanim are receiving the blood and doing the Zrika with the blood that was transported to them. And the Mafshita and the Leviim themselves are flaying the animal. Now take a look at the last Rashi on the daf. Rashi says, Mi'adam shal shoktin mashma v'shoktin zarin nenu. So again, from the pasuk it sounds like non-kohanim are shechted, which is fine, totally fine. Bashminu kra shazar lokin osam yada v'kabel u'molichin osa lizrak. What it sounds like over here is there are non-kohanim taking the blood from the person who did the Kabbalah, bringing it to the kohanim for the zrika. So what do you see from here? What do you see from here? That halacha can be done by non-kohanim. Right, Kabbalah can be done by non-Kohanim. So the Gemara says, Master says, whoa, hold up for just a second. Zar, so we'll say Zar is a non-Kohen. Onain ultimately again is a person who has lost one of the close relatives, 7 close relatives. Like 7.5%, generally Aninos means in that state between death and burial. So Onain, Shikr, you down with a Shikr, someone who's drunk, Balmum, or someone who has a mum. What's the halacha? The Kabbalah, ba'halacha ubizrika pasal. So again, any of these people, so you know, say still my kohanim. So Zar obviously is a non-kohen. Onain, kohen is an avel. Shikr, kohen is a sheker. Ba'mum, kohen is a ba'mum. In all these cases, the kohen can't do kah, halacha, and zrika. The chen yoshev. So to again, if you're sitting, if you invalidate these avodas, the chen is small. So to a lefty, personally hurtful, right? But again, my son, okay. The Gemara says the small. So ultimately, a lefty coin also invalidates many of these avodas. So we'll see. What do you see from here? Again, from all and a lot of fascinating to unpack over here. But interesting for our purposes, what do you see from here? That a zar is not allowed to do halacha. So it's pretty explicit. You know, there's no two ways about that. So the Gemara says to Yufta. Ultimately, again, this indeed is a refutation to Rav Chisda. Rav Chisda is wrong. Chisda is wrong. A zar cannot go ahead and do halacha. So we'll say the Gemara says 1 second. Rav Chisda prakama. Here's the problem. Rav Chisda brought a pasuk. Right? He did bring the pasuk. So what do you do with the pasuk? It's not a shayla. The Gemara says the avid ma'aseh it's the bar. Essentially, again, what the pasuk is really referring to is like this. So a non-kohen shad the Karban Pesach. Somebody did Kabbalah. After Kabbalah, what did they do? They handed it to a Yisrael. What did that Yisrael do? What did he do? What did he do? He stood still. Istabah is a pillar. He stood still. He did not transport it. See, we thought what the Pasuk was saying was, Yisrael shafted it. Let's say Cohen did Kabbalah, gave it to Yisrael. Yisrael transported it to a Cohen. Cohen did Zrika. That's not what happened. Somebody shafted it. Doesn't matter who shafted it. Cohen did Kabbalah, and then he handed it to Yisrael. What did Yisrael do? What did he do? Stood still. Stood still until Cohen could come, get the blood from him, and take it to go ahead and do Zrika. It's incredible. And therefore, again, that's the pasuk is saying. So they will say, now, again, these two suggestions really feed into each other. We don't pass him like Rabbi Shimon and Mishnah. Right? Why? That again, Rabbi Shimon said that a machshava lishma does not invalidate it done by halacha. So again, halacha l'maisa, we don't pass like that because halacha is a valid avodah. Well, once halacha is a significant avodah, then what? It has to be done by a kohen. So these two things kind of lead into each other. So halacha means therefore, if Yisrael does halacha, that fundamentally undermines the avodah. And I will say, I just want to point out, there's something really beautiful in this. And what is the Yisrael doing? Right, the Yisrael is simply doing this ma'aseh itztava. He's just standing in place. Sometimes the avodah of an individual is ultimately to hold halacha. There is an avodah. Sometimes the avodah is to halacha, to go ahead and get from point A to point B. And sometimes the avodah ultimately again is to go ahead and just stabilize things and hold things in place. If Sham Shlomo Hirsch brings down, he says this is the fundamental distinction between the of us. Right? Ultimately, again, you have Avram and Yaakov, who were trailblazers in different ways. But amazing enough, what was Yitzchak's entire avodah? Yitzchak's avodah was to stabilize. Right? That's why you don't see Yitzchak. He wasn't the Machadish. Even the Tila, Mincha. What's Mincha? Mincha is the bridge between Shachris and Ma'ariv. What do you see? What did Yitzchak do in the Torah? What do we know about Yitzchak? The only things we know about Yitzchak are the same things that Avram did. Right? They both participated in the Akeva, obviously in different ways. Avram dug wells, Yitzchak dug wells. Avram relocated because of famine, Yitzchak relocated because of famine. Yitzchak was the ma'aseh itztava. But without the ma'aseh itztava, without the pillar, the foundation itself is shaky and no one else can build on it afterwards. So it's fascinating. There's a time in life to trailblaze. There's a time in life ultimately to move yourself forward. There's a time in life to reinvent yourself and recreate yourself. And then there's also a time to stabilize what is right in front of you. Incredible. Let's go back to Rabbi Yossi Tamid Rabbi. Rabbi Yossi said the following: Halacha bizarre, machlokes Rishon Rabbanon. So they said, no, in fact, let's see, whether or not bizarre could do halacha. This is a machlokes Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanon. Rabbi Shimon the Amar, avodah she'er shalabato lav avodahi. Shira bizarre. So again, Rabbi Shimon on Mishnah. So Rabbi Shimon who said that any avodah that essentially you could do without. Shalabato means it's not automatically necessary. If there is an avodah like that, such an avodah is kosher even with a non-kohen. So therefore, again, halacha bosai. Can you do without halacha? Can you do without it? Sure. If you checked close enough to where the zrika needs to be, you don't technically need transfers. Therefore, Shimon says because it's possible to offer up kabbalas without halacha, therefore halacha is not an indispensable part. Because it's an indispensable part, therefore it's kosher even with a non-kohen. The Rabbanan Psula, the point Rabbanan is possible. Because halacha they hold that halacha. Again, I just want to be clear. Everyone conceptually agrees that you could have a situation where halacha would not be necessary, right? No one's disagreeing with that statement because it's factually true. Rabbi Shimon says, but that makes it a dispensable part of the avodah, and the Rabbanon say that does not make it a dispensable part. It sort of makes it indispensable part of the avodah. What's the nafkamina? Nafkamina will be Rabbi Shimon will say that even a non-kohen will do it, and the Rabbanon will say only a kohen could do it. So again, I just want to drill in. We pass in halacha l'maisa that halacha is an indispensable part of the avodah, even though technically speaking, there could be times that you won't have to do it, and therefore it requires a kohen. So the Gemara says, "Amalei Abaye v'hashchita." So 1 second. So we'll say v'hashchita the avodah she'ef shalavatla ukshira bizar. 1 second. Let's look at shchita. Shchita is an indispensable part of sacrificial service. Yet what? It is kosher by non-kohen. So what is your principle? Amalei is fascinating. Shchita lav avodah. Fascinating. Shchita is not actually part of the avodah. Shechita is not part of the avoda. What the Gemara is suggesting over here is the avoda actually begins from Kabbalah and on. Shechita obviously is a necessary act in order to initiate sacrificial service, but perhaps Shechita itself is not part of the avoda. Rashi says over here, Mishani Shechita la'avodahi, midi is kashu ba'kala psulim. About midi the avoda, the actual avoda psul is ours. So this is fascinating. Just a fascinating idea, right? Who would have ever thought this? Shechita is not part of the avoda. So, yeah, because once it's kshiva bizarre, it must not be avoda. Avoda by definition requires kahuna. So it must not be part of the avoda. So the Gemara says, below, is that true that shechita is not part of the avoda? Let's look at this is very exciting now. Shechita's hara bizar psula. Watch this. Never saw this one coming. Paraduma. Paraduma. I will say the halacha is that paraduma has to be shechted by a kohen. And if a non-kohen shechts paraduma, ultimately it's possible. What do you see from here? That shechita is part of the avodah. Rav said about this, no. Yes. Elazar, the chukuk sidday. By paraduma says Elazar that the shechita has to be done by the Elazar. Remember again was the scan kohen noble. Has to be done by, but for our purposes, what matters most has to be done by a kohen and chukah. This is an everlasting statute. So what do you see from here? That ultimately shechita is avodah. To which the Gemara says no. A shiny para, the kachi bedek habayis. Wow. So what says no. The Gemara says don't bring her up in paraduma. Paraduma is not sacrificial law. Paraduma actually has physical monetary sympathy. It's not Kabbalah's, which I say. We know already from the beginning that paraduma is not Kabbalah's. How do we know that? Because it's Shesami. Remember again, paraduma is shefted ultimately again on Harazesi. We know, I mentioned this before. We know the spot where paraduma was shefted. And presently now, unfortunately, it's actually a monastery. Right? But you can go there, you can actually go there and you can see the site. We know because paraduma had to be shefted in a way that you can see the Harabayis into the entrance way of the Beis HaMikdash. So you can manage to go there today. So it can't be paraduma, it can't be a carbon. Can't be a carbon because at the end of the day, if it was a carbon, remember again, shchute kurs, shechting something coming outside of the Beis HaMikdash is a chiv kais. So the fact that paraduma is shechted outside it in the Arab sense means it's not kochek kadoshim, right? Rather it's kochek ben kabayis, which is just fascinating. It has financial sanctity. So the fact that it requires a kohen, okay, we can talk about that separately, but either way, that's not a raya to the rest of kabbalas. So the Gemara says, "V'lav kol dechinu." Now again, you can make a kavachomer. If paraduma, which is kochek ben kabayis, requires a kohen for shchita, then certainly what? Actual Kabbalah should require a kohen. In other words, well, kol dechinu, kochek ben kabayis, havya avodah, kochek is be'achalav avodi. I don't understand it, but kochek ben kabayis, paraduma, financial sanctity, shchita is considered to be an avodah and therefore requires a kohen. And the most actually say kavachomer, kochek is be'ach. Shchita should be an avodah and should require a kohen. She should read that Midi Dahavi Amaros Negoim, the love avodah by a guna. So this is so fascinating. One says not necessarily, because we see other things that require kohanim, and yet everyone will agree that they are not avodah. What's a good example of this? Tzaras. I will say tzaras requires by definition requires what? A kohen. No one but a kohen is allowed to examine and ultimately pass on tzaras. And it's one of the most fascinating halachas. That even if all you have is a kohen amaretz, he knows nothing about tzaras. Right? He, the only guy who could decide ultimately again about tzaras. To the point of what would we do? Right? What does the Mishnah say? What would they do? They would bring a Talmid Chacham who knows what he's talking about. Talmid Chacham will get to the tzaras, and what would he do? He would whisper to the amaretz kohen, and the amaretz going to say, "Tar, right, tamei." And then, so the Gemara says, "What do you see from here?" You see from here that just because something requires a kohen doesn't automatically render it avodah. I have a hari halachas ivan lekevesh. 1 second. What about the taking of sacrificial limbs to the ramp of the mizbeach? The avodah she'ef shalavakma. On one hand, this is an avodah that you can dispense with. I must say, how could you dispense with it? If you shechten and dismember the animals close enough to the mizbeach, it can be done right there. It doesn't require halacha. So this is an avodah that, technically speaking, can be dispensed with. The Gemara says and ultimately you can't. A non-kohen is not allowed to do it. The pasuk says that the kohen will go and bring it to the mizbeach and burn it. And ultimately, again, this halacha is the act of bringing the limbs to the ram, and yet it has to be done by a kohen. So the point over here is this is an example of something that can be dispensed with. Right? In other words, you don't need this. If you shecht the animal close enough to the ram, it's right there. You just put the limbs right there. You don't require a halacha. Yet the halacha is it must be done by a kohen. To which the Gemara says, well, maybe heichad the gali gali, heichad the lo gali lo gali. Where the Torah explicitly tells me that a kohen is necessary, a kohen is necessary. But if the Torah doesn't explicitly say it, then perhaps it's not necessary. The Gemara says, well, a second. Allah called the thing can't any the kavachomer. Uma holachas ifram the kavesh the lo ma'akva kapora baya kahuna. That was an interesting meaning. Let's say you forgot to bring the limbs to the ram. You didn't do it. So what's the halacha? What's the halacha? Ultimately, the covenant is still good. It's not ma'akir, yet it still requires a kohen. Holachas dam dema'akva kapara lo kol shekin. Ultimately, again, the transport of the blood, holacha of the blood, which is ma'akir. Why? Because remember again, holacha ultimately is necessary for what? For zrika. Right? Because holacha is zrika, so holacha, which is an indispensable part of the avodah, certainly should require a kohen. Itmar, Amar Ula, Ula Samar Bazar, Holacha Bizar Psula, Batir Reish. Also, the Gemara rules on this conclusively, and Halacha Lamaisa, Holacha Bizar, transport of the sacrificial blood by a non-Kohen, ultimately according to the apostle, even according to Reish. So what says Halacha Lamaisa, that's how the Gemara passes. That Halacha Lamaisa, and this is Halacha Lamaisa, that halacha ultimately again requires a kohen. It is part of the avodah, and therefore if a non-kohen does it, ultimately it's invalid. And you know what I'm saying? This looks back to what I said before. That's why we do not pass like Rabbi Shimon, and therefore an erroneous shalom lishma or pickle intent, ultimately by halacha, will fundamentally undermine the cart, because again these two things go together. Once I say that halacha is a necessary avodah, even though everyone agrees that at times you may be able to get away without doing it, but it's still a necessary avodah, therefore requires a kohen, and once it requires a kohen, any machshava shalom lishma will undermine the effectiveness of the carbon. Incredible. Listen, let me just begin the next piece over here because it's really exciting. The Gemara says as follows. Oh, this is very exciting. The Gemara says, halacha shalom b'regel. Listen to this. What is the status of halacha of transporting an item without moving your feet? I would say, how do you transport something without moving your feet? You extend your arm. Extend your arm. What is the status of halacha shalom b'regel? I would say, take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Rashi says over here. Well, let's see. So first, let me read a little more. Halacha shalom b'regel. Shma halacha. Allah shma halacha. So we'll say, is this called halacha or not? Now, what are the ramifications of it? Take a look at Rashi. Shma halacha. Ukasta b'machshava l'rabanan oimasa zar psula. So Rashi says like this. It's very simple. The stakes actually here are high. Let's work backwards. Let's take, for example, we'll say now, one of the interesting things that we saw could happen, is that a Yisrael, and this personally is very exciting because one of I'm not generally like a jealous person. I'm jealous of two things. Number one, Jews who are Zulchah in Eretz Yisrael, which I am not yet Zulchah to, but one day will be in Eretz Hashem. See that? And Kohanim, right? Kohanim, like, what is the chos? What is the chos? You know, they're going to be front and center in the Beis Hamikdash. Their whole life is in the Beis Hamikdash. I guess it's not good if you're a little bit squeamish. Right. But still, there's other stuff you could do. I'm sure there's desk jobs, you know, that you could, do also. But who cares? Whatever it is, you're going to be front and center in the Beis Hamikdash. That's the greatest discourse. So one of the little like rays of hope I have is what the Gemara just said on the top of on the base. The Gemara said Yisrael can be involved. How can Yisrael be involved? Nice, it's tava. I'm going for that job, right? In other words, I'm like, you're the pillar guy, right? just don't do anything, right? Just stand here. Just stand here. Don't talk, don't move, don't this, don't this. So what's interesting about this is what we've seen before is just to play this out, right? And you start to do the shechita, a Kohen does the kabbalah, receives the blood. Then Abdi Singh says we've established holacha has to be done. Holacha has to be done by a Kohen because it's part of the avot. So where can Yisrael be involved? After the Kohen received the blood, let's say another Kohen is coming to the holacha, he's not there yet. So Kohen gives the blood to Yisrael. It says Yisrael, hold this, don't move, right? Because if you move, it's even problematic. Don't walk anywhere. Stay right here. Hold it till the Kohen comes and gets it from you. So let's say, so now what we have established is obviously if I'm the Yisrael, I'm holding the blood. I can't start walking, right? Because if I start walking, then that's what? That's holacha, and holacha is a surah bizarre. I'm allowed to stand still. So now the shaila is, what if I stand still, but I extend my? In other words, I see the Kohen's walking towards me. I want to be a nice guy. I extend the blood to him. So now the shaila is, what is that? Is that called holacha or not? So the ramifications are quite significant. If the Yisrael extends the blood to the Kohen, has he fundamentally undermined the effectiveness of the carbon by having a non-Kohen engage in a nice avodah? So Rashi says over here, so that's number one. In other words, if the Yisrael did it, doesn't undermine it. Or, let's say again, a Kohen or Yisrael is standing in place holding the blood and has a machshava psula, whatever it is. It's a chatas that I have in mind for a shlomin, or I have in mind to eat it, to do the zrika in 3 days from now, or to, whatever the machshava psula is. Does the machshava psula ultimately undermine if you're just extending? So once I start the shaila, what is the status of halacha shelo beregel? So the Gemara says, "Isn't this tashma? V'chein yoshet v'chein small puzzle." Like the price of Mosai on the top of the day said that if you're sitting and you do the avodah, ultimately again it's puzzle. So the Gemara says, "Ha omeid dumya diyoshet kasha." What do you see from here? That ultimately again, if the psul is sitting, but if you're standing like you're sitting, ultimately again it's kasha. Now what does that mean? What the Pashtas that means is, as long as I'm right, if I'm in place, ultimately again, I'm in place, moving, then ultimately again, that's a good avodah. So it sounds like from here that if you look at Rashi says, "V'chein kohen yoshid katani the pasal b'halacha ha'omed de'ena molet elav shata siat dumi diyoshid kasher al mashma halacha." So it sounds like the only time that a kohen will invalidate the avodah is if he does it while he's sitting. But if he were to be standing, and let's say extending, that would be proper avodah. So what do you see from here? That halacha, even without moving your feet, but just going ahead and moving your arm is called halacha. That is called halacha. Which the Gemara says maybe not. Dilma, Yoshed, the Kashayat Nesha, Omed Dumya, the Yoshed denied Kurta. Maybe not. Maybe when the Brisa spoke about Yoshed sitting, then the Kohen is sitting, and what is he doing? He's like scooting. That's the right term. Like he's moving, but he's moving in a sitting form. Or for that matter, again, when he's standing still is the case when he's moving a little bit. That's what it means. In other words, we thought that sitting meant sitting stationary, standing meant standing stationary, but really what sitting means is moving while sitting, and standing means just kind of shuffling and moving along very slowly. So the Gemara says Tashma. So we'll stop over here for today. We'll stop with this Tashma. So says we're going to pick up Meretz Hashem. We're going to finish up this Sugya Meretz Hashem tomorrow. Is holacha? What is the status ultimately again of holacha when it comes to holacha b'yad? Feet are standing in place, extending hand. Is that called holacha or not? Resolution in Meretz Hashem tomorrow. Side Shkoya. All right, come on Zoom. Have a good day, everyone. Jerry, the sukkah looks great. Make it bigger. Make it bigger. We're going to join you. Yes, actually. I don't know. Shit's funny that he by Yao and Sarah Steinberg and Andrew Yerzik by Yao's mother, the national Asilsi, let's give you a realize I forgot to record the rest of the Daphne. Yes, let's just keep up. We'll get through as much as we can. So we're up to Ma'amat Ala Shana Shemai. Last line in the days of the graves. So remember again, I will say in this particular situation, we're quoting the statement of Ben Azai. And Ben Azai wanted to prove that Umba is in the same category as Katos and Isa. Just like Katos and Beta Shimon are going to be also, so to all the Shlosh as possible as possible. We're trying to make Mahat Saj between these Kabbals, who are the rejected of Mahat Saj. And excuse me, Gemara says so Ola was included in that Mad side because Mad side was anything that's Kachin, Shakta, Sholish was possible. That's the Mad side that's coming up in the Isa. And Katos, Ola fits that criteria as well. Which was Malad Sada, Shalish, and Shalish, but it's not Katos. Why don't you see that coming up in Isa and Katos is that they have Sad curries. So let's remember again, the curries is used to make that curries. Curries by Katos because the Katos there's a curries very close. Pesach, if you don't offer cover Pesach, the person is high curries. But nevertheless, you won't have a curries coming out. And Azai, sad curries will hard. So we'll say it's not going to be blown out. So then Azai says ultimately again that Ben Azai does not bring up sad curries. It actually points out because Ben Azai felt curries can't be coming out. Because even though there is an aspect of curries by Chatos and by Pesach, curries is distinguished by both of them. It is even curries application. So because that can't be a marathon, to which the Gemara says, Asham, Nami rice. If that's the case, the Gemara says. So why don't we also include Asham as being also Shemot Shmos? So if the marathon on one side is anything that's Asham, and Shakta Shmos is Spla, Asham in that as well. Asham Barak, so Asham Barak is Asham Barak, Nalatzan, Asham Shabai. Shikin Yeshman, Siva Nuna. What's the Siva? Asham won't work, and I'll tell you why. Because another company now is that what? Is that they both apply both one as well as the that again, Asham only one has a place in almost any possibilities. Sad curries can be part of it. The other possibilities. No, the aspect of curries. Then as I tomorrow company. Ben Azai was in this kind of tradition. Ben Azai had this sort of function that ultimately that Ola is included in the same category as Katos and Isa. And again, he has different Afikoman side, just simply learns it how to come to the soda of his that I have a hard to come up with, how the cover of the cover of the cover. That's what I'm going to have to Gamma element having what purpose to sharpen this tongue. In other words, that ultimately again, that cover is not that cover is that we are sharp exposed. What's the end of the day, we do not accept that the Allah is not in the same category as Katos and Pesach. And these are not Katos and Pesach. And we have a Katos and Pesach, Shmuel, the offshore muscle. Good, says Mishnah. A Pesach. Pesach, Katos, Shishach, Shlomo, Shmon. What's the good day? Pesach and Katos, there was Shechti, Shlomo, Shmon. In other words, the Shechti ultimately had not for their purpose. Kibel, Mahala, Zach, Shlomo, Shmon. Also, was the Eshkita, Shlomo, Shmon. Or Kabbalah. Was remember again, Kabbalah is when the Kohen catches the blood. Or halak, which is halakha, taking the blood to the ground. Or zara, zvika, sprinkling the blood of the ground. Shalom lishman. Or saying any of these things were done for shalom lishman. Oh, lishman with shalom lishman. Or if you did it lishman and shalom lishman. Oh, shalom lishman or lishman. Or you started out shalom lishman and went to lishman. We'll say all of these cases, suit. So we'll say there's different halakha. Halakha number one is that the sul of shalom lishman applies to all of the four blood atoms. Shvita, Kabbalah, Ulacha, and Tzvi. That's halakha number one. If any of those shalom lishma, all was like is, and Shman and Shalom Shman, that also will invalidate by these karmas. So the ones that keep some Shman, Shalom Shman, ones that keep some Shman and Shalom Shman. The Shem Pesa, Shem Shman, we'll say that's what we started off with Kabbalah. So let's say the Shlit, the Shem Pesa, which is the Kabbalah, the Shem Shman. That's the Shman, the Shalom Shman. Shalom, the Shman, the Shman. What's the other case? The Shem Shman, the Shem Pesa. Ultimately, what's every case between the Shem, the Shem Shman. The Kabbalah of Shem Pesa. Shazevach Nisan Ba'arvad Bar. And those that covenant will become invalidated if there is any type of pursuit in any of the four blood apples. The Shita, the People, the Hilu, Shem Makshin. Shem says, have, if you want to have, let's say, Shalom Shema, do something wrong with Holacha, that will not invalidate the covenant. So how you compare the absence of Shalom Kabbalah, Shalom Shita, a carbon must have Shita, Kabbalah, and Shita about Efshar below the group. It was like Holacha is not an indispensable part of the Kabbalah process. Why not? Because Shogun inside of his death is already, was essentially spoke about this ago. You always check the animal right next to the Mizbeach, and therefore what? And thereby avoid for halacha. You can write from there, like the Eliezer Omer, and Mahalik the Makom Shizar Mahalik, and Shabbat Hosaris. Listen, so that replaces the statements. You're not going to understand now. You must go into explain. So the Eliezer says, if you do halacha, then it's usually when you have to walk, you have to do halacha. Then if you have a machshava shel shma in constant present, the makom shezar mahalik, when you do halacha in a place where halacha is not necessary, then what? A machshava posanas. And it was like an erroneous thought or shel shma thought will not validate. What that the Eliezer means is says the Gemara, the Kabbalah of Pasla. So it says now remember the Mishnah Torah is very important, which is that if let's say these Kabbalahs, these second happens, which become also offered up Shalom Shema. If there is a Kabbalah of Shalom Shema during any one of these four blood avodas, Shkita, Kabbalah, Zurika, Rafa, that invalidates the Kabbalah. Shema is issued by the Kabbalah. Tell me that if the Kohen has Shalom Shema Kabbalah by Kabbalah, that invalidates the Kabbalah. That's true. But Tanya was the first line by coming down with but Tanya. Well, second Kabbalah Sakam. In the Bible says you shall offer it. This refers to receiving the blood. Ata Omer Kabbalah Sakam. You see that's Kabbalah Sakam. Who ever speak up? Maybe it actually refers to Zika. Yeshu Omer Bizaku. How is Zika? When it says Bizaku, what's the extra there? Bizaku refers to Zika. Amar, Mama Animal Tanya good people. So what is good people? Su Kabbalah Sakam. Looks like I don't think we're going to first class. So most of the people just understand. So the Muslims can be not the positive of the Kivo, the word Kivo. The Kivo, they are not calling us like that. The Kivo means Kabbalah. That means the act of receiving the blood in the three shards. So says the Gemara, the Kivo, Zakabal Saddam. Then they are not calling. We'll see when it says the sons of Aaron are calling. Shekinah, Cohen, Kasher, who the three shards. Also, what does this mean? It means that Kabbalah must be done with a Kohen Kasher, valid Kohen, and Kushas. It's actually very interesting. In this context, Rashi points out that nobody keeps Sharis means what? Service utensils. Service utensils. Rashi points out here that that's not what it means in this context. You're looking at the second to last of the short line before the line. That's why the Sharis, she able to mushroom big day kumuna. Rashi says, Sharis here means big day kumuna. So Kabbalah must be done by Kohanim Shavim who are wearing big day kumuna. I'm going to have Yakiba. I am a Kabbalah Shalom today. Allah, the Kohen Kasher with Sharis. And the Kiva also says Kiva has its own version of this. But where do we know that Kabbalah has to be done with a Kohen Kasher and while he's wearing his Kohanim vestments? Ne'emar Kani B'nei Aaron. It says over here B'nei Aaron was by Kabbalah. Ne'emar Lahalon, Elish Los B'nei Aaron HaKohanim HaMeshuchim. The Lord says, it says later on, that these are the names of the sons of Aaron HaMeshuchim that were anointed with the Shemen HaMishkan. Just like it was in the second gospel, referring ultimately to Kohanim or Kishin and to wear the Kohanim vestments. After the Kohen Kasher So to be able to talking about culture and the Kushite. Says I would say so that so the people pretty much so the same structure, you just learning out a little bit different. So what's what we have over here so far is as follows. The pasuk of the Kivo, Shachat is a marker of Hashem, the Kivo and the Aaron. The Kivo is Kabbalah. Even though the word Kivo translates as what? As a sacrifice. In this concept, it means Kabbalah. What do we learn about Kabbalah? What do we just learn about Kabbalah? What do we learn about Kabbalah? Has to be done by a Kohen Kosher and the Shars. That's very easy to know how to quote. Good. Hold on. I'm going to be careful. Ekpach Esbona. So it's a very strong word. So it's Ekpach Esbona means I will bury my sons. In Bosh Shamati, Lahavchin Hefesh bin Kabbalah Rizvika, the English. So we'll say, when the Kabbalah said essentially, I swear, like I swear like by my son's lives, that I learned the distinction between Kabbalah and Zika, and I can't for the life of me remember. So we'll say, why would I be careful and see something? So bury my son, and I can't, he's obviously a good question. So I will say something, you know, you can learn something, you can't remember that which you learned. And say, by the way, it's an incredible poster, because otherwise you should be so frustrated that you can't remember something. Sometimes you don't remember tomorrow, somebody says, oh, that'll be sure. I'll see it in 7 and a half. I'll get back to it the next cycle. Let's say the idea that when a person feels so close to their children, that ultimately, again, when they can't remember this profound sense of anticipation, it is an incredible level. In any event, so essentially, the Kabbalah is very upset, very distressed, because the Meister remembers that he learned about the distinction between Kabbalah and Zika, but he can't remember what that distinction was. And what are the Akiva? And the Afarish. And the Akiva says, be careful, don't worry, I'm going to tell you the difference. So he says, the Afarish, Kabbalah law, also a Machshava Kemaisa, also when it comes to Kabbalah, so Machshava is not Kemaisa, also what does that mean? Right? Some of the Akiva saying, and this goes in memory of the Happy now, to be very honest, we're discussing exactly that any bearing on our mission. Remember how this whole conversation started. The Mishnah told me that even if I had in mind for, even if I'm Kabbalah, Shalom Yishma, ultimately that invalidates the carbon. Now I'm also going to see why this whole discussion is. So the Kabbalah says, I remember that there's a distinction between Kabbalah and Sita, but I can't remember what it is. And the Akiva tells us, I'm going to tell you what it is. Kabbalah, the Azimah Shabbat Kemaisa. We'll say when it comes to Kabbalah, we do not make Machshava Kemaisa. We'll say now, what does that mean? Look at Rashi. It is 6 lines down from the wide lines of Rashi. The Azimah Shabbat Kemaisa. Ashto Sakadaitva. Hadika Amar in Machshava Poselas Bishvila. In Kishekva Futbismano. O Shalom Bishmo. Amalo Pastava Kabbalah. We'll say, the same is that Shalom Bishma Kabbalah by Kabbalah, any type of erroneous mindset by Kabbalah, does not invalidate Kabbalah. As opposed to Zrika, ultimately again, Asaba Machshava Kimaisa. So it's like by Kabbalah, if I manage to separate this one that invalidates the Avodah, if I just have a wrong mindset that doesn't invalidate the Avodah. Now, speaking by Zrika, whether I had an erroneous mindset or an erroneous thought invalidates the Avodah, Kiblo Bakos in a high currency. Furthermore, if you do Kabbalah outside of the base Hamikash, that high currency. Zarku Bakos, you speak outside of the base Hamikash, Zark high currency. Kablu Psulim, in Chayav and Arab, was like somebody who's a Psu. Either is a puzzle coin or not a coin at all. Does Kabbalah, they're not trying to use for that. Zarku Psulim Chayav Nasa. And if ultimately again not coin or puzzle coin does Vika, they will be Chayav Nisa. So Rabbi Kiva says these are the distinctions between Kabbalah and Zika. What's so beautiful? Amar lo Rabbi Tarfon. Rabbi Tarfon says Ha'avoda. What's the Ha'avoda means? I swear by the days Hamikdash. At Hitis Yami Ismo. You do not deviate right or left from what the true halacha is. Or as Rabbi Tarfon is essentially saying, spot on. Right? Spot on. Excellent. And Yishamati, the fight, also is not the sense. Now, the Tarfon says, I heard the shield. right? I heard this teaching. The only thing I wasn't able to recall it. Ata Dorish Umaskin Yeshua. You Rabbi Akiva, and I was Rabbi Akiva never heard of Shia. Rabbi Akiva came up with this distinction based on his owner. So the problem is blown away by the fact that he essentially spoon fed the information according to the Talmud. Rabbi Akiva came up with it on his own. Listen, it's nice to come up with it on his own. He didn't invent it, he learned it on his own. So what's this that beautiful? This is Rosh Hashanah Amalot, and the Tarek when he used these Russians that he even say Akiva, Paraporesh Nimcha, Kiporesh Nimcha. Akiva, anyone who goes ahead and separates from you, separates from life. Learn Akiva that everyone should attach themselves to you because you have a mastery of Torah. Because of these words are exceptionally profound as well on a different level. Very idea Akiva, I also feel that one of his credits, the fact that Ham Yisrael is still so vibrant, is so healthy to this day, despite all of the universities and distractions. It's like Akiva. Because of the Akiva was the embodiment of hope, the embodiment of happiness, the embodiment of the mindset that says no matter what happens, Yeshua Hashem will always come. Hashem will always be there by our side. So it's very profound thing. Akiva Kolakoresh and Kolakoresh Koresh Kokai. Separate from Rabbi Akiva, separated from life. You can't separate from Rabbi Akiva's mindset. You can't separate from his halachas. You can't separate from his hashkafas hachayim. Because if you run the risk of not excusing out on the ability to take life. Amar Rabba, so one second. So okay, bottom line, that already is taken from that. So what's the issue over here? What's the issue over here? That we give us a credit to this is that that you can do Kabbalah Shalom Bishma. Because Kabbalah Shalom Bishma is not about the Kabbalah. We'll say that is an often a stira, right? That is an explicit contradiction to our Mishnah. Because the Mishnah says that what? That if Kabbalah is done Shalom Bishma, the Kabbalah will be invalid. And the Rava says, no Kashya, Kandamak Shavas people, Kandamak Shavas Shalom Bishma. Rava says it's not a question. We'll say why? Because it's about two different types of machshavas. One is about machshava people, and one is social system. You're going to spend a significant amount of time speaking about people. What is people? People means any time that a person does one of the avodas with the intention of consuming the carbon outside of the website. It's amazing. It's attraction. People is attraction. And it's going to say, so again, if a point does the avodah and he has in mind to consume the carbon outside of the window, that resounds the carbon with the designation of people. So once I look at actually just a moment about Shabbos people, it's about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 measure from the bottom. About Shabbos people, the Chutz Lizmano lo Chosna B'Kabbalah. So it's like ultimately again, if a person only has Shabbos people by Kabbalah, that will not invalidate the carbon. That's what I need to say. What the Mishnah is talking about, if a person has a machshava shalom shma, that will invalidate the carbon. That will invalidate the carbon. So we'll say, so here this distinction, machshavas, and we'll discuss why this is. Machshavas ego by Kabbalah will not invalidate the carbon. Machshavas shalom shma by Kabbalah will invalidate the carbon. The which the Gemara says. So this was Amar Rabba Lakash Kam Machshavas ego Kam Machshavas shalom shma. Dekunami Diktani Shazevach Yufsal. Once I think about again, this seems to be the Mishnah. What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says that if you have a Kabbalah Shalom Lishma by Kabbalah, then what it will say? The carbon is Nifsa. If we were talking about people, then the Mishnah would have said what? Yit Hagel. Right? Nispagel. And so it's like the idea would have been, so the Mishnah would have talked to this was about people, then it would have used much of Nispagel. It doesn't seem to it just says Nifsa. So it's like, what comes out of here is as follows. The Mishnah tells me that a wrong Kabbalah by Kabbalah can validate the carbon, that's not a shalom shmo Kabbalah. But if one had a machshavas people during Kabbalah, which means at the time the corn is receiving the blood in the vessel, he has in mind that he's going to consume the carbon in 4 days from now, that's people, that does not invalidate Kabbalah. But the machshavas people are possible Kabbalah, so I was saying, after you just said it like as a fact, it must be. Is that true? That if you have a machshavas people by Kabbalah, it doesn't invalidate the Kabbalah, it doesn't invalidate the avodah. Well, remember again, when we say invalidate the Kabbalah, then we say that once you invalidate the Kabbalah, then what? Then what? The carbon. So remember again, the only potential swing avoda, and I say swing avoda, the only potential avoda that may not compromise covering its entirety of the Mishnah was what? Was holacha. Right? That was the one, and we'll discuss that in further depth. But it's clear that if you compromise shita and shlita, it's certainly covenant only compromise. Kabbalah, we just wanted to say, it's only got machshava shalom shma. Machshava speaker doesn't compromise the carbon. You might now just question that. Is that true? Machshava speaker of Basel Kabbalah, is that true? Machshava speaker of Kabbalah doesn't allow you to cover. But I knew that we're yachol, though, to the machshava, more or less, ever the real one. I might have thought that machshava doesn't have an impact on the carbon in general. And the only time machshava has an impact was I swear is by speaker. Neither Amos Kabbalah was said, where do I know to go ahead and include Shita and Kabbalah? Kabbalah says in must quote here in He'achol Ye'achel. The Bisar Zevach Shalom. People who there's actually He'achol Ye'achel the Bisar Zevach Shalom by Yom Hashlishi Lo Yiratzah Makiva So Lo Yichashay Lo People watch this one. So the boss says, people on you, I said, the John Hamadiyim is the Akira Kassim Italian. So it's interestingly enough, the only things that make the covenant legal is when the coin has the wrong machshava, by Navodah, that ultimately brings one to Akira. And ultimately is a gateway Avodah to consumption. So the John Hamadiyim is the Akira Kassim Italian. Yochel Shani Marda, Ashli Chashirayim, was a take a look at this moment. Rashi, it's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, I have forgotten. As I cover you, enter Akila Kosimban. So it was interesting was as follows. The Kosim means Akila with that one. There are only heights of a wrongful machshava, a being that carbon outside of its prescribed time, is only problematic if I have that machshava by an avodah, which is a gateway to consumption, a gateway avodah to consumption. But, the Gemara says, but that's what it means. The John Hamadin with the Achila Kasimidana. Yochal Shanimar Ba'ashli Chashirayim, Doctor is in you. So say, I'm at a birth coming to become people, even if I have the erroneous mindset. It's a Shli Chashirayim, which is cleaning up the leftover blood down the base of the altar. Doctor is in you, burning the leftover living in that. Lomar, Yomar Shlishi, Lo Yiratzeh HaMakiv, also Lo Yirachashim. So the Gemara says, Slika of the Klal Haisa. So Slika, I will say, was included in general cloud. And yet, the Lama Yasa, so why was it singled out? The Hakish of that was that ultimately again, that it should serve as a Hakish. Lama Lachak teach the following. Masti Kamita Shiava, or the Kaparas, Akadas, Kapara, so it's just like Slika is that one, it is part of the sacrificial service, Kaparas, and the tones, Akadas Kapara, and I was like, if you don't do Slika, it prevents Kapara from occurring. Abkol Avoda. Kapara was a soto again was like what makes a carbon people or was it what type of avodas if you have the wrong mindset can make a carbon people only avodas which are like sleeper namely it's an avodah it's part of the sacrificial service kapara and if you don't do it then what it prevents kapara from occurring. What does that exclude? Datsu shlicha shirayim ba'karas umurim she'im ma'akaras hakapara. I will say that excludes what? That excludes the spilling out of leftover blood, the burning of the leftover fats and meat. Which I will say, if you don't do those things, it is not ma'akid kapara. Therefore, I will say, if at the time that the Kohen is pouring out the leftover blood, he has in mind to cover 4 days later, does that make the cover legal? No. So we'll say, before we get to the application of this is an incredibly profound principle. So we've always thought that people with just any type they have and mind and any carbon, and if it's prescribed 10 minutes people commercial. No. It only becomes people of us like this is what's called if you have the wrong mindset, by an essential avodah. What's the definition of essential avodah? A, it has to be called an avodah. B, it has to be something that is necessary to kapara. But if it's not necessary to kapara, then the wrong mindset will not go ahead and valid. So we'll say now, or so we are using this particular paradigm, if that's the case, it would appear that you have the wrong mindset by Kabbalah, that would also validate the Kabbalah. So So if the Kohen is going ahead, I will say, and during Kabbalah, has in mind to cover 5 days later than what? There are multiple actually covers in hustle. Why I will say, because what is Kabbalah? Kabbalah is an avoda. Is Kabbalah ma'akid Kabbalah? Right? Does it, if you don't do Kabbalah, does it compromise the carbon? The answer is yes. If that's the case, then it's avoda. And it's ma'akid Kabbalah, then that should be that what? If the Kohen has in mind to cover 5 days later, that's legal and should allow him to cover. It wasn't, what did we just say before? That by Kabbalah, only Shalom Lishma will invalidate the avoda, but people will not. Here we see that even the principle just discussed by Kabbalah, people should invalidate the Kabbalah. So it's incredible, absolutely incredible. Hello, what's it on the base? Hello, no kasha, not a contradiction. Oh, the Omar Harim Shoki Amanas the Kabbalah Gamal the Mamar. Suppose they watch this. So the Gemara says everything depends on the Machshava. Right? Everything depends on the Machshava. Hodam, I will say, when do we say it's not people? That's when he says, I'm showcase, I'm going to ask the Kabbalah Gamal. That's when he says, I'm going to check the animal on the condition to go ahead and receive the blood tomorrow. Hoda Amar, having the Kabbalah Gamal, I'm going to ask the Yishbok Shivayim. So it's interesting enough. The case where it's not the level says, where a person says, having right, I'm going to check the animal on the condition that I'm going to receive the blood tomorrow, versus when he says I'm receiving the blood on the condition ultimately again that I'm going to spill out the blood tomorrow. We'll say that first case is not legal, that second case is legal. Now we'll see the distinction between those two cases in just a moment. Because it's supposed to on a basic level, what you understand is as follows. Shlichas Shivayim Rabosa is after already consumption could occur. So in a case where he says, I'm going to Kabel the Gam on the condition ultimately to pour out the Shivayim later on tomorrow, indicates it was going to delay consumption as well. Once you delay consumption, that's when you get into the short. Amr Yomer Rabban the Rabban. So we'll say it was one of the rabbis who said to Rabban, Shlichas Shivayim. Lakharas Imur Lokastu Baru Bakshava. What's this now again? So now here's what we established. We established that even by Kabbalah, you have Makshavas, right? People can go ahead and hustle by Kabbalah as well. What's that? One thing we just established is that once you were to get to the point of spilling out the leftover blood or the burning of the leftover fats and limbs, there Makshavas people does not begin. Those things are no longer called avoda, and they're saying avoda. So the Gemara says, "Na'asharas imur v'pasta l'usi." So shlichus tam and na'asharas imur v'pasta l'usi. Is that true? That by the spilling out of the leftover blood or the burning of the leftover limbs and fats, that if you have that say about Shabbos people to cover the on that doesn't pass it, it was not and believers. I might have thought that not Shabbos people was it only applies to Achilas Basar. The only time was that you presented to cover people is if you have an erroneous mindset that was going to consume sacrifices. But if you say that you consume sacrifices outside of the community, the name of Abos is Shirayim, that Taras Emir, you say, how do I know that it comes to food? Even if you have an erroneous mindset, and spilling out of the leftover blood and the burning of the limbs. So what's the interesting of the word dash? Two acts of consumption. So what are the acts of consumption? Achas achilas adam, the achas achilas mizbeach. That's the thing that was said. Kohen eats one, or the firing, whatever, the carbon, and the mizbeach. So once it tells you why. But ultimately, again, you are suggesting that you can even by the consumption of the altar. What's the consumption of the altar? The spilling out of the leftover blood and the burning of the fats and the limbs. That's the consumption of the altar. So it sounds like a little lot. But even if you have the wrong mindset, fine. Spilling out of the extra blood and the burning of the fats and the limbs, that can also render the covenant legal. Which was the Kasha. Other Amr Harim Zorin, Amanas Mishpok Shrine Gamaka. So this is by a case where he says, on the condition to spill out the leftover blood tomorrow. And Other Amr Harim Shobek Shirayim, Amanas Mahakti. We'll say here is where he says, I'm going ahead and pouring out the leftover blood on the condition ultimately again to burn the leftover material. So we'll say, what's this? Look at Rashi. First Rashi on the daf, Lo Kashaha, to the Karvi, Kamalabi, Shlicha Shilai. We'll say, what is the case where you can make a common people eaten by the spilling out of the leftover blood? You go to Omar, Harim Zorek, O Achas Mishar Avodos, Amanas Lishmo Shain Lamaha. It's like, if when he's doing one of the avodas, he says, I'm going to spill out the blood at a later date, or after the prescribed time. So in that case, when during the sleeper, he has in mind to allow carbonic, or I should say, called carbonic, mizbeach consumption to occur at a later date. And we'll say that's when it can become evil. עכשיו בשעה סבוד עבדה ואכילס אדם או מזבח. הלכה חישב בשעה שבעה שיניים על אכילס בשר לא קרובים, ולא having עכשיו בשעה סבוד. So what's this? So you essentially say as follows. If you go ahead and have in mind by the sweet bread, which is one of the avodas, that you're going to pour the blood outside of the prescribed time, we'll say that that's people why. Because we'll say two things. Number one, you're having the machshava during one of the avodas, that's a necessary piece. And you are delaying consumption. Which consumption of ozite is death consumption. So if you're having in mind to delay this death consumption, you're having that erroneous mindset during one of the avodas that you're not denying that can people. However, Shobek Shirayam and Asaki and Muramacha was saying during pouring out of the blood, you have in mind the rest of the leftover blood. That you're going to burn the leftover limbs tomorrow, was that doesn't create people. Why not? Because the act of pouring out the blood is not an avodah. And any erroneous mindset during a non-avodah ultimately again will not create. So we'll say, so bottom line for us was the takeaway. So the takeaway I will say is number one, that Kabbalah, erroneous mindset by Kabbalah, does in fact have the ability to go ahead and validate the Kabbalah. I will say not to do that, but we also establish is that Kabbalah from a nice you can have a case of people even by Kabbalah as well. Just because occurs under certain defined circumstances. Right. I'm going to be very very clear. Shabbat, I heard, was actually a fascinating case. Shetvilas and Spon Mechaleges, Mechageles, Mechatos was in this case. What is this case? Look at that. Shamati Mirabos and Shetvilas and Spon, Ha'oma Bechatos and Helios, Tabala Konesbo, Mechageles, Mechatos, Tabala Hamas, the Hakim of the Mechatos and Helios, Joseph. Katos is what is sprinkled on the side of the pragmatic example of this is Yom Kippur. It's Yom Kippur. So it's literally working as follows. When you sprinkle blood of Katos Apinis, remember, normal sweep up was often done now. You clean, right? You would go ahead, actually, I'm trying to clean your left hand as well. You would throw it on his, sprinkle on his back. For Katos Apinis, it was like doing like that. The coin would keep his finger in the blood, and you would sprinkle it. And you would sprinkle it. It was like, this is what's up, Chazar Sashas, Achos, Yachos, Stein, people are still go for that part. So they come back for that part, right? So it's like, so the idea over here is the following. What happens how about for the night side? Time of the cold, keeps his finger in the blood, he has a machshavas people. So at the time that he gets his finger in that blood, he has in mind that he's going to eat the carbon. Well, that will come as he's going to eat the carbon, he's going to burn the fats and the limbs 2 days later. Here's the Shabbos people. So we'll say, watch, it's already a great Rakia Shamati, Shetvilas, Etzbom, and Bagelas, and Fatis Pilis. And we'll say that if you have the wrong mindset, you get your finger in the blood, that ultimately again that can validate the carbon. Shama Ilf, for Ilf of this. Allah Kamekila, dog, Allah Klumla Manu, El Summit. We'll say it doesn't make sense. I'll tell you why. Because we'll say, where do we learn that from this? So we'll say, the halacha of people is stated in the context of Shlomim. So listen to this. Mount the Shlomim, that's Etzma, that's fine. So we'll say, when it comes to Shlomim, if the coin dips his finger in the blood, and the time that he dips his finger has a machshavas people, we'll say, does that invalidate the carbon? And the answer is no. We'll say, now why not? Why is it that if the coin dips his finger in the blood of the Shlomim has a mindset to become a 2 days later, then it doesn't evaluate the carbon. Why not? Because it's not lavoda. It's not lavoda. So we'll say, so Ilfa says, Shlamim is the paradigm for people. By Shlamim, you dip your finger inside the blood. It does not make you cover people. Avchatos need to be less like blood. So to Bechatos, ultimately, again, if you dip your finger in the blood and have a machshavas people, it does not be a problem. Usually, I say, well, yeah, just because people was taught in the context of Shlamim, does that mean that in order to become people, it must exactly mirror Shlamim? Ima Shlamim, 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 people, was it listen to this? They will say the halacha is carbon only becomes people if halacha l'maisa is otherwise kosher. But if the carbon was not kosher anyway, then it doesn't become people. So which means as follows: Ima Shlamim, Shlamim, in most of the people. So we will say, remember again, let's say the Shlamim was offered Shulal Lishma. So we'll say, what's the status of a Shlamim offered up Shulal Lishma? It's still kosher. It's still kosher. So we'll say, which means that Shlamim that is offered Shulal Lishma could still become people. Abchata Shulal Lishma in most of the people. Then we'll say, what's the halacha? The halacha is that Abchata is offered up Shulal Lishma. We'll say, what's the halacha? Abchata is possible. We'll say, which means that the Abchata is possible in what? It cannot become people. We'll say, it's just a peculiar aspect of people. The carbon could only become people if it would have otherwise been kosher. But if the carbon would have otherwise been compromised anyway, it can't become people. So what happens if you offer up a shlonim shalom shlam? Would a shlonim shalom shlam become people? And the answer is yes. Why? Because shlonim shalom shlam is still kosher anyway. What if a chadas was offered up shalom shlam? Can it become people? And the answer is no, because a chadas shalom shlam is going to be kosher. Elo, my istichalam. So what do you have to say? Right? Let's say what you have to say ultimately again is that you learn this from the from the pasuk of the Rashi. And the Ma'is Korner, I agree with the Karkasi. So you have to say, and we'll see this later on, that ultimately again, the idea that all korbanos are included in halachos and Igor, you learn that from a read later on. Therefore, because you learn that from a read later on, cannot mirror shlamim. We'll say first by Mani Noah. There's Achanami the Uyid the Krakos. I'm going to show you. So we'll say so again. So now it sounds like from here, we'll say that what we're saying is that Halocha Lamaisa by a Chatos, if the coin dips in Chatos fingers where the blood is sprinkled on the inside, if the coin when it dips his finger into the blood has a machshavas people, then what? The carbon isn't valid. It doesn't resemble shlamim. And shlamim is the paradigm for people. No, it's not. No, it's not. Was that Shloim is where the halacha of people is taught, but we don't have all other things that we always see elsewhere as well as we will see. So most of them. So you want to show me, Liaz and Shamati, and misadded, misadded by her Shatiras as Magelas, looking again by Chatis Kunis, Cohen dips his finger into the blood, and Magma Shabbos people, and it makes the common people. So the Chavis by the Shuma Lakish. So also Shuma Lakish, he wondered it out. Mamdu people out of the same conversation. Mamdu people out of the study. Do not learn how to cut the people from study. Mash from it from the Fagelas, just like my Shama will say, when the blood with the wrong minds, and it doesn't make the common people. Avchatos, name Tilas from the Fagelas, so to Avchatos will say, picking up the finger of the blood, also shouldn't make the people. The Fiakon, the Shlomi Mamdu, was that there is everything learned out from Shlomi. Not Shlomi Shlomi Shlomi, most of the people, if you are from Shlomi Shlomi Shlomi, it doesn't, right? This animal is still coming to still become people. Avchata Shlomi Shlomi, in most of the people. So would you say, therefore, because Shlomi, even if you offered up Shlomi Shlomi, still become people? Chata spells to become people if offered up Shlomi Shlomi, what's anywhere else? Not true, right? That Lamaisa again. If the Chatas is offered up Shlomi Shlomi, it's possible. Therefore, it can't become people. Amr Yossi Adichanina, Ein Hakin, Hakomish Shalom Babu. What's it all this? Yossi Adichanina says, you're right. It means yes. Everything is really learned out from Shlamim. Gemara says, Oil the first thing, Komo, Post of the Shlamim, the Shalom, the Shmo, Post of the Chatas. So is it just like what? First thing, Komo, if you offer up the common outside of this prescribed area, passed by Shlamim, so still any if you offer up Shor Shor, passed by Chatas, Mahutz Min Komo. Just like I said, you offer up the Shlomi Muslim Komo, and therefore the covenant is possible. It could not become people. Av Shalom Lishmo HaPosel B'Chatos, Motzi L'Yibbo. So if you offer up to come to Shalom Lishmo by Chatos, ultimately, and therefore that makes it possible. It can't become legal either. I'm going to give you don't have them. Like the ask Krishna was a fundamentally undermines. Malachut Komo, HaPosel Lishmo, Shekinoi B'Cholazah. We'll say the idea of Chutz Komo, offering up and coming outside of this prescribed area, never currently possible, is not unique to Shlamim. We'll say that is the general halacha by all Kabbalos. Kama b'shlo b'shlosh and anoi kama b'beisach v'chatis bilbar. The p'sul shlosh rabo says only said it applies to beisach v'chatas. Ela ma'is l'cholamima. Rather, again, what is there to say? Davar ha'posel bohen motzien midei people. Something Ramos said that it validates the carbon will also prevent it from becoming people. Davar ha'ma'ati bohen reveal midei people. Was it ultimately, again, this is two sides of the same coin. Was it something that ultimately, again, validates the carbon will ultimately prevent it from becoming people. But carbon can only become people if the machshavas people is done by a part of the avodah that is absolutely ma'ati. Hachanami davar haposel ba motzi people. So it was like chatos. Davar haposel, which was what I was saying, something that ultimately again invalidates the carbon. Motzi people prevents it from becoming people. Davar hama'ati ba levia leading people. So it says, in other words, what something that is an indispensable part of the avodah. If you have the wrong mindset by that particular thing, that could make the covenant legal as well. Which was for our purposes means what? The dipping of the Kohen's finger into the blood. Of the chatas happening, the Shalosa is what? Is a davar hama'at. It is a necessity. Because it is a necessity, therefore what? If the Kohen has the wrong mindset to consume the covenant, to sprinkle the blood 5 years later, then it will invalidate the covenant. Omrad Mari Hafananani Kanina, we also learn Sehakal, this general principle, Kalakome's no seem to be. What's it like Kalamin? If the coin flash, the coin goes there and takes the pizza, which is the Grecian principle, the no seem to be, puts it in the utensil, Bam molded, and then one takes it to the there, Bam back to one offers it up, so we'll say Sisotsu again.
That's my bailout. Cheney's a rapper. Yeah, Cheney. I don't know. Why they call him Chin Chin? And I thought that was super racist. I can't do that. I call him Chin Chin all the time. Yeah, well, you're racist. It's cute. Chin Chin. So you're not racist. No, Chin Chin. Especially as a hat on Chin Chin. Yeah. Chin Chin. Chin Chin. Chin. What is your Chin? I fucked up. Chin. Yeah. When I became a naturalized citizen, I changed to Chin. You know what a Chin is? A Chin is a man, a supernatural man, who kind of a demon who leads wayward men astray. It's a cool name, but everyone kept calling me. They call me Chin.
What do you have to say? What you have to say is, even though a Sagi or Yard seeks the coin it needs to place in the midst of the shows, therefore what? It is considered to be an avodah. Hachinami, so to the avosai by the coin dipping his finger in the blood of the canvas happiness. Even the Sagi below other place seeks his physical interest, but is a necessity of Al-Qarqi Hayu Holacha was an ultimately again it should be the equivalent ultimately again of Holacha as well. To which the Gemara says, well, the Olam Kedami the Kabbalah, there was a kicking of the finger in the blood of the Kabbalah, the Amre, Kambana Mela, Hasabi, Kashaka, there was a bad sorry, the act of the coin of putting the pizza into the utensil should be the equivalent of the general act of Kabbalah. I you say before, no, they're dissimilar. Why? You said it was different because by the pizza the coin was actually considered. Rashi indicates that Kabbalah just comes in by itself. It says,
Listen, I also Dudes are slinging out then. Like a Dana White, Rogan. It's fine, no one business. There's no stopping me, your pod. Anyways, fuck you. Wasn't enough, Joe. How's your TRX? My podcast is great too. You want to be a guest? Come on, brother. Don't be like that. Are we best friends? I call you daddy. I stop reading the comments from the bots that talks. A bunch of homeless cats that don't want to have sex in their mother's basement. Start ready for it every day. I don't give a damn. I just want to be going from my side out with the skate. I got a story. It's a chance to imagine my life. I'm going to text man. Shit is out. Anyways, what are we doing later? That you call his friend. This is Sean. Welcome back to Tim's Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On this week's Patreon, we did an extra episode. Ever heard of it? So if you want to see us, even more of us, Eddie. I am white as shit, guys. A big random one. We got a new soundboard. But if you want to see more of us, subscribe to the Patreon. Also, if you want early access to T-Mo's, go to the Patreon. Oh, yeah. We don't want to sleep on that, dude. You know, you guys. That's what we. I'm here for Tater Tots, though, dude. Tater Tots equals early access to you. No, they're not, though. They're not here for this. They're not here for the soundboard. They're not even here for the dolphin bottom, which isn't even here. They're here to watch Tim's Shop. Just turn the timer. Oh, look at you, dude. You got a timer on the iPad right here, dude. Oh, shit. Chain clip. You dumb fuck. You got an iPad in front of you. You can add. Let's do that. Alright, let's see what we got here. Khabib time versus this. It's called RIP2, Papa's Hamstrings Again. Those are definitely the strides of a former UFC NFL D1 football player. Looks like he's racing his wife. Okay, and as you can see, that's the narrative. Spicy. See that? It's spicy. Let's see if I can read my AOC NFL Division 1 football player. Wouldn't you put NFL instead of Division 1? Like, why would you put Division 1? Yeah, just to say all the accolades. I mean, she shouldn't say, against my podcasting, hilarious food truck, marketing truck genius, marketing genius guy. Those are way bigger emotions, Daddy. He looks like he's trying to do a Korean impression, dude. They know how to do the hearts like this, but he's super redacted like that. You don't know about that? No, it's a heart like that. Oh, yeah, Korean people are like that. You learn something new every day. And why is it bad boys? He's a bad boy. Okay, that's nice. Yeah. Got a couple of demons with him. There's a song playing where you can see he chases her down, beats her up. And throws her to the ground, walks away, all that. Now they're grifting a couple scene. A new thing. I like that. Okay. I thought it was going to be bring back the pizza game thing, but no, dude, he's getting a couple games now, dude. You can never predict what's next. I'll give him that. Did you see that coming? That they're going to do a couple things? Only when they posted the first video. That first video of them, like, doing some sort of activity together. Like, it's going to hit likes. They're going to keep on doing it. It kind of makes sense, though, because remember when they were moving to Texas, they did some sort of moving it. They both had things that were like, I can't believe moving to Texas. And I'm like, there's a move to Texas. I got to get my cowboy hat. And it's like, I got to get camo pants for him. And they both saw each other's posts. Like, what if we both did this, dude? On social media, this isn't real. I have a feeling it's going to start meaning that you're done talking about the clip whenever you push this out. Could be, dude. All right, this one's posted by Dandy Kaufman, too. It's called Papa Wants to Assault Mark Baird. Let's see here.
It looks like you're a bitter bitch. Here's the funny thing in the world I come from is Mark Baird with all the shit talk he's talking about with all the Roganverse. And you guys are going to notice he needs to get fucking punched in the face. That's how this shit goes. You're going to talk all this shit and get physically assaulted. You're going to stop, right? We'll snap his fucking neck.
It sounded like he was saying that right now. That was really good. What is Crystalia saying? Like, he's gonna get knocked out. Yeah, is Crystalia not fucking being the voice of reason here? He's not gonna tell him not to hit Mark Maron. What's going on? Oh, I think he's right. Can you imagine? He's like, he might be right. He's gone completely insane. 100% though. Eric's like, I guess you're right. We gotta fuck him up. The next time we go to the comedy store, we see Maron getting beat up by Eric and one of the door guys.
Well, behind a mic, you're gonna talk all this shit. Behind a mic, and get physically assaulted. You're gonna stop, right? You fucking cuck.
He said, why is Maron a cuck? What does Baba think cuck means? I feel like I've said this before, but I truly want to know. Define it. Yeah, you gotta define it. Is that him when he sees you? He's like, I was just kidding. Is he scared of you? I mean, this makes it sound like he wants to fuck me up. Oh, yeah. Maybe he's scared of me. Yeah, that's funny. He's such a bitch that I meet him and he's like, whoa, dude, it was all talk. He says that to me. I don't say, I was just joking. He goes, dude, puppy. And he tells me he was joking. That would be something. Yeah. I go, dude, don't worry about it. You got a gun? I love you, dude. I like how much people do up on your chair. Yeah, dude.
What are you gonna do, man? Fucking touch me, motherfucker.
What are you gonna do, Brennan?
Don't complain to your cats. Only when you're fucking cock.
What the fuck? You better hurry up and work. Like somebody that cooks out the cloud. Oh, yeah, you're cooking on that. You gotta give me a little dolphin noise or something. That makes sense. That makes sense, dude. There we go. What hats, go to your shitty comedy, and go back into your dungeon. Oh, man. Papa. Throwing glass in a stone house is not a good idea. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Dude, that's well said. Dungeon, dude, your house maybe is like storage facility, or at least your podcast, I guess. Yeah. We don't know if it's not the same thing. Well, I was talking about him calling it comedy shit. It's like, oh, that's even crazy. That's just fucking up. What? Go to your shitty comedy. Shitty comedy. Yeah, I think that's crazy for a shot to say for sure. Yeah, that's hilarious. If there was a crowd in front of them, I'd be like, oh. Yeah, dude. And go back in your dungeon. Well, see, this is what bad, dude. I'm done being nice to him, and I was a fan of Mark. I don't think so. When were you ever nice to him? Yeah. He's a big fan. Yeah. Shab is a comedy nerd. He was listening to WTF all the time. I get it, dude. I understand. I get it. I think we gotta kill him. He's got to step up. He's gotta go. It sounds a lot more like an awful. I understand. And I get it. Underage people. Let's see. What else do we got here? Anything else on that one? This one is posted by Flash Over 962. Calabasas gal surviving in the hard streets of Austin, Texas. Some little skits and bits she put on her Instagram. My husband didn't fill my car up with gas, so here I am. I'm just living my life at 9 a.m. And wait, I remember watching this on the live. I think we were debating. You obviously pointed out it's the kid putting it. But now that we know they're doing the couples narrative, it's kind of just, it's part of the show. It's a meme that goes along with, he'll have a thing about being at the gas station, keeping up with the rattlesnakes. Yeah, you like that? They could have a great reality show. I'm surprised they don't. Catch that. Alright, this is you, bitch. You got that button too, kind of. I just want to say it. It's real. This is supposed to be my original standard 42. This is not AI. Yep, that's wild, dude. If the tongue isn't the thing where it's saying if it's not 3 C's, it's not real. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff without 3 C's, but if the tongue's not, I'd be AI. Yeah, because you know, this might be AI. Alright, let's see what else. He loves to take pictures of himself eating. Yeah, I think we'll ever get to the point where that's a bit we do. I've had exes that like take pictures of me eating. It bugs the fuck out of that. My mom likes to do it too. My mom will take a picture of me while I'm eating. And she does it to my dad whenever they're like traveling. In the group chat, she'll just put a picture of my dad with it. I'm about to devour a sandwich. It's like, you're all at Subway. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's in Madrid, but dude, it's something nice to eat before you take a picture. It's Subway in Madrid. It's the best Subway, dude. This is posted by Clint Buller Chips. This is why Papa had to leave the podcast early. Tucker Carlson's Christmas party. Gang, buzz, buzz. Wow. You know what's funny is that I'm sure if we pull up any pictures of Theo Long with fans, that's the exact same face he does. I just feel like I'm going to be like some cheese with my friend Job. Yeah. It's like, oh, he's another fan. Probably. Yeah. He's got the cowboy hat on. It's a sibling. Is Tucker, I mean, you've been in the news since he lived in Austin. I'm pretty sure he lives in some sort of remote area. Okay, well, that makes sense. Can you do me a favor, dude? Can you be in Chops? I know, listen, I made a parody song for today's episode. I say that it hurts to be in Chops for too long. That's facts. You know what I mean? But can you do me like a last 5 seconds and speak for Chops quick? What is the case? I'm gonna help out my boy. Because Theo's been going through a lot. Like, I'm gonna take a picture of him, you know, and like post it for the fans so they can know he's okay. Because I talked with Theo, and it's not just as me. He's still pretty good. So and then people see these two people, when they have a picture of me, and my hat looks nice. I have a good hat.
why
I thought you were just gonna go straight for this, dude. Where's it at?
I'm still talking about
Yeah, because they gotta stop fucking with you. They gotta fuck with him. Oh, that's right. You have to go through shots. Yeah, that's true. That's great to me. Let's see what else we got here. Another Dandy Kaufman post. Is I guess they had a hot episode of Tiger Thinker. What's that? I guarantee it ain't going down like that when it already went down like that. Danny Kaufman getting spicy. Let's see. The dude that's almost a billionaire doesn't need defense. You know, I disagree. No, it's not about money. You're missing it. It's not about money. It's about being a good friend. Because I guarantee if I go to the podcast, they talk to you about Chris, Brian, you, Jeff Dye. What's the reference to? I don't know, but he was talking for a long time about how people wouldn't stand for Rogan, like Bert Kreischer wouldn't stand for Rogan on some podcast. Yeah, that's true. Chris, Brian, you, Jeff Dye, like Rogan. Oh, fuck, dude. What? Jeff Dye really is that bad, huh? And he just accepts it, dude. Jeff Dye is like best friend with Brendan Schaub. That's like he's scared of Yeah. It's like Jeff Dye really thinks that we want Brendan Schaub to come back to stand up. He's like, you can just give me your jokes, and that's why it's so bad now. Jeff Dye doesn't want him to come back to his shows now. They're the guys that hang out together that are both bad. They both think they're good. They don't. Oh, what are you talking about? I always think it.
Recently, I found myself in a hot tub with about 8 to 10 12-year-old girls.
Found myself. That's funny. Wait. Crystalia? I'm gonna look, man.
So standing up for Crystalia, you make a Crystalia joke, and Brian looks at you and he smiles and goes, "You didn't stand up for shit."
And then but he also already admitted that part. Just like, this is your platform. I'm just not gonna say. Yeah, but on other shows, I would fuck everyone up. I don't give a fuck who you are. I'll fuck you up. I don't give a fucking up. Especially if you're a guy. I hate guys. Oh yeah, not only a cuck, but a club, dude. Don't even get started on that. This one here, we got Caterpillar Hot 7539 posting this one. Ollie sent a Gen 3 RAM high manifold. YouTube mechanic install. Brendan Schaub, Ollie Performance. With help from my boy Trey. If the mechanic has a face like this when you dump the car out, I'll be like, I'll get a second quote, dude. You know what I mean? This is the last thing you want to see. This is a messed out mechanic right here.
I wonder if, definitely not. I wonder if Brennan asked Trey, hey, should I make a face? I feel like the guy that asked that. Or maybe he's just super professional. He's like, all right, Trey, thanks for cutting the car, fam. Now take the picture.
No, take a picture of what I my funny face. Dude, you can teach a whole geometry class on this next.
Yeah, it's weird looking.
That's a parallelogram, I'm pretty sure, right?
It looks like some kind of weird cartoon from the 90s, like Rocco's Modern Life or Brainiac, or what is it called? Animaniac? Yeah, definitely. I see that. Pinky in the brain.
Just so unnecessary. We were already not going to click on whatever the fuck your face is on. Now you just make yourself look stupid as hell. You know what I mean? Why?
Also, I think Trey probably did all the work too.
How dare you, dude? Oh my god, it gets worse when you get a little lipstick.
He's got a kind of Mr. Clean thing going on. A little bit, you know?
Yeah. He just cleaned up after Trey. What are you gonna do with that, dude?
Yeah, the job's done.
Yeah. That was like a kid's power. It looks like tiny little man. I gotta give him something because he's busy.
Mission's talking about if
It's
a
like
person
he's working all
has
night.
so much trouble, well, that will invalidate the karma.
Speaking out,
That will invalidate the karma.
anyways, he tried to hire me.
And we'll discuss
I
why.
was like, I can't have a
Shabbos
podcast.
by Kabbalah will not invalidate the
Of course,
karma.
it's just like other
Shabbos
just ads.
will by
It's just other
Kabbalah will
partnerships.
invalidate.
Holiday Performance. Lethal Performance in Texas. Do you think it's
In
them
other
just
words,
like
I'm not sure.
on the tweet episode we were talking about buying a Chipotle for your house and stuff? Is it them just like blowing money up? Just like, oh dude, we gotta work with shop. Furious. What did they get out of it? Is a good question. What is it exactly? Should I ask ChatGPT? Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think probably what happens is like shop essentially goes there and he's like threatening them to make them do ads with it. They have no choice. They're doing this against their will. Like all he wants to do is pose, tag us. I guess that's what. What's the alternative? He beats us up. He sounds crazy. I'm asking right now. Yeah, like what they get out of it. Yeah, and it's on thinking mode, so I'll get a good answer. I'll sit there for a second. Anyways, you want to hit us out on something real quick? Okay.
That social media list is in.
Alright, so it's supposed to be my movie blogger. It's called Always Been Into Cosplay B. Always Been Into Cosplay B. Wow. Man that literally and figuratively wears a lot of hats. So first of all, let's tackle this 2021. And because, you know, the Papa narrative continues to transform, transcend, repaint it, yeah, of course. So, keep up. And what was he doing in that What was he doing in circa 2021? I guess he was trying to be like a LA hipster guy or make fun of him. You're looking at a picture of the guy using your brain data. Oh, what was he doing in LA 2021? Stand up. Wrong. He was going to coffee shops and threatening to fight security guards. That too, just like that. They're describing, they don't know who he is. They don't know British job. They're describing it to the police. He was in a really tight shirt and he had a Gucci fanny pack and he was wearing one of those hats that women wear at Starbucks in Silver Lake. And he had tight pants. We kept saying he was wearing like bike. He had a scooter with brake lights. He made someone take a picture of him outside of the scooter. Texas 2025. I mean, honestly, dude, the Republican grow up is real. You know, he's still a little kid inside me. He looks better there, sure. Yeah. Mexico 2029. I'm there for that. Oh, yeah. Whoa, he should lean into his Mexican side. Yeah. Be all about the Puerto Rican church stuff. His face, he doesn't look like he's got remember that Trump song? It was like, Donald Trump is red and choppy. But that one that goes, oh my God, yeah. He could become the Mexican fucking president, dude. Photo lady. Yeah, I mean, look, stranger things have happened. Season 5. And there's action. Let's see what this is about. A lot of video posts this week, dude. I'm excited. This one's posted by Messi Middle 808. It's called Papa's First Hunting Kill. Shot a very rare white albino. Axis deer, of course. Is that something you want to brag about? Why don't you want to like preserve an albino? That would be my exact thought. Yeah, I don't know what that is. Never heard of it. But I assume so. That's how you know views are bad. Is if you do something extraordinary, he's like, I have to talk about it. He's like, I shot at balding. Like, what? Yeah, I got my first try. And everybody was like, dude, what are you doing? Puppy, bro. Listen, bro, they're in danger. He's like, bet. I'm not fucking gay. Like, yeah, they questioned him. He's like, fucking, I'll fuck you up. They're like, it's an endangered species. Like, I was like, does that make sense?
There's acts there. Yeah, so there's all these access there. And he goes, he has no idea which one is that white one. Like, the white one, he's cute as fuck. He goes, well, do that white one. Very fast here. And fast, so I shoot him, right? He's like, they're telling me your adrenaline's been going, there's all this shit. And I'm like, great. Like, yeah, shoot that one. Like, yeah, I hit him right above the shoulder, so he hits him hard, so he struggled, right? So I shoot him.
Oh my God, dude. That's so funny. They're like all serious.
network
He's like,
in
oh, yeah.
service. Come
Can you imagine how
camera,
you would not, how much you would not think that he understood what you said? You give him instructions, he goes, ah, we're not hitting that deer. No chance.
What makes the
He didn't listen to anything I said, probably. He's probably on his phone. He's not getting anywhere near him.
Only on photos which are like
With the scope right above the shoulder, right in, but he takes off and goes, fuck, I missed.
and if you don't
Boom, falls on like, oh shit. They're like, yeah, give me high five, man. I thought I'd have like this huge adrenaline rush.
He has no brain.
That is out of leftover blood, the burning of the leftover fats in it. It looks like you don't do those things.
You weren't excited about that? That's crazy. That's the craziest thing I've ever seen.
No,
Brian's like,
no.
oh, it's just like
So it's like a
man,
whole
there's
different
nothing
application.
going on. There's
This
nothing
is
going
incredible
inside.
application.
Nothing
We've always
inside.
thought that
How
people
many girlfriends you got?
You're not nothing like I didn't have the adrenaline. Like I was high fiving and stuff, but like my nerves were fine. I was like that.
That's the title of this episode.
What's the definition of
Brendan
central
Trump feels
abode?
nothing.
Hey, it has to be folded abode. He, it has to be something that is
He should put it,
necessary
yeah, it feels something after killing it. I'm
So
fine
if
out
you
here.
set a part of the wrong mindset, will not go ahead
Brendan
and
Trump feels something after killing a dangerous species. Not that that particular one is. It's really factually accurate. It's so funny. You're bringing up rain, you said feeling shit. Same,
wrong
same
mindset.
kid.
By
Shut up.
half ball
Table, we got
that
no
was
able to
also about
Rains all day,
the
daddy.
point is going to
But
head
like
was
my
like
nerves were fine. I was like that thing. And then
Oh, y'all must have forgot, dude. Oh, that's so great, dude. Oh, what are your thoughts on that?
Does it compromise the card? Yes.
I mean,
If that's
probably not true.
and it's
Could
not
be, I guess.
part of, then that's luxury.
Very funny that if you're a shop, you make sure that the lies you're telling on the podcast don't come back to haunt you.
But by
You threaten because you're so big and puffy and all this stuff. You threaten the people that you're with, like, dog, I'm going to say I killed the most rare thing of all time. You're going to fucking go. Yeah, it's hard to tell whether he's dumb enough because both are dumb. Like if he was just like, dude, I'm gonna say I killed somebody, so just don't say anything as part of the show. But and with the flip side of that, it's like also stupid where he's like, I'll kill you. And say, I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you think? I think what's it called? I think that like people find out you have a podcast. People find out you do stand-up comedy, so they'll say something and be like, oh, Brendan Chop is like the guy that uses all of it. You know, he just acts like it's all him. You know, yeah. His life is a movie. So he goes on these hunting trips, or whatever this hunting trip was, and they killed the actual albino deer. And they're like, you should talk about that on your podcast. And Chop's always just get big. He's like that Jack Nicholson thing. Yeah. But it becomes him. Yeah, that makes sense. You know, they're like, dog, we say you should say it. Don't say that you did. What the fuck? He doesn't say their names or they are. I actually taught them a lot. They said I was a natural. They actually walked away with better hunting ability. Let's see what we got here. One more sound. Alright. This one's posted by, I said really quick. It was very slow, but appropriate duty posted this up. Appropriate duty 930. Jesus can return his AI. What do you want to say about it? I've seen this one. Jesus is born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer? They got him just saying shit. He said it as if he was expecting it, or it's an interesting tangent that they can discuss, but not what it is, which is like, what the fuck are you talking about? Are we playing again?
Jesus is born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer?
Actually, maybe I'm reading it wrong. That is kind of being like, what the fuck are you talking about? Play that again? I like this guy.
Jesus is born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer?
I can't do that. This guy's funny. How are you supposed to respond to that? Maybe what's more virgin than a computer? Let's see what he says.
If Jesus does return, even if Jesus was a physical person in the past, you don't think that he can return as artificial intelligence?
Oh my god, artificial intelligence. He busted in that right. He said, oh my god. I'm gonna go. Jules! What's up, what's up?
She said, absolutely, return as Jesus. Not just return as Jesus, but return as Jesus with all the powers of Jesus.
Combine Tesla's Optimus robot and the best foundational artificial intelligence model or whatever.
It reads your mind, and it loves you, and it wants it, and it doesn't care if you kill it, because it's going to just go be with God again.
I don't even understand what he's trying to say. This is who is to thank or blame for the state of comedy. It's this guy who thoughts like that. Yeah, that's fucking.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. No one's been more supportive.
He's, what are you talking about? Why is he doing the religious thing now, too? Everything that sucks can be tied back directly to Joe Rogan. Well, I mean, honestly, everything that sucks can be tied back directly to Catholicism. That's true, and this is just an extension of that. You give Joe Rogan too much credit. What if, okay, what did you have more to say about that? Yeah, and the Unitarian, what is your thing called? Unitarian Universities. Don't get me started on that. Okay. What if, stay with me, okay, don't kill me. What if AI can come back as Joe Rogan? Right? So it's like AI teaches you all about aliens and talks a lot about trigger grills. What's more powerful than Joe Rogan? Right. Here's my thing, dude. I'm Joe Rogan. Right. I'm not talking about AI, dude. Yeah, I'm gonna be like, Jesus is gonna come back and be the fucking middleweight champion of the UFC. Yeah, I like that. That's what I think is gonna happen. Do you don't think Jesus is gonna come down here and choke a fool out and pray for him? That's what he's gonna do. I think I'll take that. No striking. He has this. He's Darth Vader Jesus. I think Jesus comes back. I think Jesus already did come back as Joe Rogan. That's when you know that Joe Rogan's really lost it. It's when he says that. What if Jesus is here right now? His name's British Shop. I wish he had said that, dude. If he had said that, it would have gone so fucking viral. I mean, this went viral too. But this fucking idiot. Stand up for yourself. Have fucking respect for yourself, you cuck. That's a cuck. This is a cuck. This guy on the right. Oh, I'm gonna do it. Yeah, wow, it's Tesla. You suck. You suck ass. Listen, you're horrible. You know, and you have a great set. I mean, I think that's a spaceship. That's what I was about to say. It's something to my favorite shirt. Can you see what Joe Rogan said to start this episode? What if AI came back as God? Oh my god, you know you're in a spaceship right now, right? Dude, I know how much fucking money this costs. You're gonna see some stupid fucking shit like that, dude. He's like, you're in my spaceship. I don't even want you in here anymore. That's the fucking most stupid thing I've ever heard. I wanted to say another word, but this is YouTube. I get it, yeah. I like that. The guy's mad because, like, Joe Rogan has disgraced his amazing set. I think that's funny. That's a great. But I also said, what if AI comes back as God? Like AI laughing. Not Jesus. No, you're right. This guy he put on a great show, and Rogan comes in and says some really stupid shit. Some heinously stupid shit. You think I'm doing this for the views, Rogan? Go back walk outside and put your brain on it. What the hell is this? How dare you sit in our orange chair and say some shit like that? Fuck you. Oh shit, we got another Rogan. I want to watch this episode too. I haven't seen it yet, but this was posted by Appropriate Duty, 9:30. Christianity is real because people are nice.
The scripture, to me, is what's interesting. It's fascinating.
This is a religious podcast. Wow, I think it's a UFO podcast. So why is Rogan is so annoying that he comes on and just whatever he wants to talk about is what you're talking about. It's a fucking space podcast in a spaceship, and Rogan starts talking about scripture. He's like, dude, I fucking love church, right? And you gotta go with it because he's Joe Rogan. You go, oh, yeah, I was gonna talk about space and spaceships and aliens, but dude, when you kneel down the pew and they, you know, it's like the you need part of Christ, you're like, what are you fucking babbling about, you fucking billionaire psycho?
That is what, and also that Christianity, at least, is the only thing I've experienced with. Works.
Yeah, people can't stop me. Christianity works. Okay, good. I got Joe Rogan on my podcast. So what are you talking about? He's talking about Christianity works really well. I didn't know I had him on because I have a spaceship set. I wanted to talk about aliens, but we ended up talking about going to church on Sunday. Dude, Joe Rogan sucks. Yeah. He talked for an hour about the collection. He said the pastor, he actually knows more than the pastor about God. Yeah, but Joe Rogan's great. Yeah, he bought me a nativity. I put it in my spaceship. Yeah. He bought me a Bible. Signed by him. With the crown of thorns, Joe with the crown of thorns. We should change that up, but we'll never get rid of that. Oh yeah, she put a crown of thorns on her. You're right, she's doing something. And now it would probably be, if she came here, she'd probably be super duper Christian. Paul, see you, get on it, dude. Can we get a crown of thorns on like that real quick? Yeah, who else has to sacrifice? Yeah. You know what I got a problem with, dude? Listen, this is 2 minutes of shop, but we gotta talk about Christianity once a week, okay? You know what I got a problem with, dude? That's the narrative. That's what I'm saying, the narrative, dude. Why do they, like, celebrate his death? Like, the most brutal way of killing him is what, like, symbolizes whoever. It's like, they just fucking made this motherfucker bleed on the cross, dude. And then everyone's like, oh, the cross is beautiful. It's like, no, dude, that fool died on the cross. Yeah, that's a good criticism for sure. The fuck? What kind of this crazy fucking ritual is this where they're like praising the death of some prophet? You know, that's like, I was watching Rear Poppy. Unfortunately, it's a rabbit or a shot. That's like a cross necklace. I want to get that on my neck. Get the Rear Poppy poster right to Dallas Skyline. Yeah, what's up, Dallas? Yeah, you push buttons.
People that are Christians that go to this church that I go to, that I meet that are Christian, they are the nicest fucking people you will ever meet. They're really kind.
If he had more money than he has now, I'd be a lot nicer. Oh, yeah. God damn. Of course they're nice to your fucking Joe Rogan. He's so stupid. That's like saying, like, people like Stephen Austin. The kindest people. Yeah, it's like the most cutthroat place. You got like 30 spots that millions of comments are going to get. But Joe Rogan comes around and like, we will suck your dick. Yeah, they're going to be nice to you. Enjoy your famous person. We know you're gay. We will suck your dick. I went to this fucking mosque and they hated me. Yeah. I went to this fucking Buddhist place and they were like, fuck you. And fuck your mother. No, you're fucking Joe Rogan and rich and famous. You should be. He has no idea that it might be yes men around him. No one has told you you're not funny. That's there you go. Anyone that tells you're gonna stand up, they're not telling you the truth. That's a problem. It's a problem.
They're even more nice at a church. When you leave the church parking lot, everybody lets you go in front of them. Everybody's beating. There's no one honking in the church parking lot. It works.
I mean, I would honk at the church parking lot. I'm tired Wendy's, dude. I'm in the Lucky Boy parking lot getting parked at one time. I don't really hug him very much. I hung today, though. I did hung today. Oh, yeah. They were taking too long. And I felt bad. And then I realized how much I hung. I wasn't even that bad. I just wanted to hug hard. Like, I had to hug for a while. You gotta get that hug out. Yeah.
Driving my son to baseball practice.
And where the fucking Bible does it say get hung by war, dude? Nowhere, dude. You go to a fucked up church with your they tell you that you're fucking 6'2". Check for your height over here at my church, dude. Alright, let's see what this one's about. This is supposed to be Danny Kaufman 2. It's called I'll Believe for You. Ruins the audio, blows some lovely exhaust for his guest. What? So he's a Papa Bebop. Yeah, sounds like exactly what it is. Stuff. I was copping to a thing one time. You gotta get on a private jet and go to a party. See, pal, that was radio. Like, thank you. This is good science for us, dude. Sorry for pausing. This is amazing science for us. You know what I'm saying? What Papa's getting a little bit of his focus. Get back to that. Getting a little bit of his happiness step and shit. Get back to that. That you know, start making a little bit good. You know what I mean? Yes. Leaving early on the pod. He wants to leave early on the pod. Yeah. And he's gonna start fucking. I think so. I think you're right. You know, a little bit of attention goes a long way from Papa. He didn't used to get invited to Tucker Carlson's birthday party or whatever it is, but now he's flying out in a private jet, hanging out with Theo Von and Tucker Carlson. It's a good song. Yeah, people like him. He's important on the scene. All right. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
That's social media. This is it. Where you from? Do I see you again? Oh, we will. I gotta go. What fucking sense? I thought starting when you guys are done. Any subject. You guys talk about the great root story. Oh, that's Shop's truck, everybody. That's the Shopster's truck. Was that thing got a Hemi? Dude, you know what podcast you're on? Yeah, you don't know shit about trucking. Talking about it, uploaders and fucking exhaust and shit. What kind of Cubic is that? Those guys always talking about is fucking not a truck guy. And then he goes online and he's pop a little tank car drill. He's like, oh my god, why did I say that? This guy always talking about anything about transmissions. Yeah. Would retire if he had probably laid the doors on a trip. Yeah, dude. Oh, that's hilarious. Like, yeah, I've never seen that. Dude. Are you drunk guy? Are you drunk guy? What are you doing? Are you drunk guy? No, drunk guy left. Drunk guy leaves studio now. Drunk guy and Big Chuck with Big Exotic Demi. The fuck came and they have on the podcast, dude. What happened to having like comedians on it? What is this, his name? Why the fuck are we on there, dude? I know, this guy, nobody knows who this guy is, dude. Oh, I will say that I am looking for new chairs. Looks badass. Thanks. Are you a truck guy? No, I'm not a car guy. Are you a car guy? Oh, really? Right now, I'm a bicycle guy. We need a different studio. Bicycle. What was that up there? It's a Heaty. Dude, they got a guy that doesn't even have a car on podcast. It's crazy. This guy rides a bicycle. And we both have trucks and we've never been on the person. That makes it in what sense. Yeah. In what fucking sense? Dude, I'm just getting more and more pissed right now. This is supposed to be a secret pomegranate 84. Walking to Papa is a fan of Bradley. Oh, man. Love that guy right here. This guy. I wonder. I don't see it. I will say, I've never seen the Fuentes and Matan in the same picture. You're saying they're the same guy? I didn't say that, dude. You know you would have died. Dude, if that secret gets out there, then I'm sorry. But I would watch it. I will say, I've just never seen it happen before. It looks the same height to me. Anyways, I would watch a podcast if it was Matan and Nick Fuentes interviewing Papa.
the both of them, that might be pretty good. Yeah, but I would need, and I don't want this to happen, but I'm trying to think of the perfect scenario, just like you are right now. Bumping his relapse, drinking a little bit, take some Addies, heading to the studio on fire. Because then you know what Todd and McFuckers are, they're in their prime of their fires, dude. They're out here spitting on the mic and fucking wiping it down, spitting again, you know what I'm saying? Right? And so all four of us shooting on all 8 cylinders, you feel me? Like, that's what I want. That's the narrative? Yeah, I think that's the narrative. Alrighty, let's see what else we got. This is posted by Frederick Bastien, 1801. Pronunciation is very hard. Part 9. Oh shit. What happens? You just go, alright, if I was in the government, this would be, I wouldn't lie about this. I would want people to be healthy. That's what you want. That's what you think. And then you don't believe in the land. The what? The land. Landing on the moon, Jesus Christ, all this diet coke is fucking land on it. Landing. Foghorn Leghorn, that land will come alive. They're way ahead. This is a blip on the radar. That'd be so big. I know we probably said blip on the radar. It's like, it's so funny when the wrong word is the exact opposite. A blip versus a blip. If it was a blip, you'd be like, damn, we gotta shoot down this guy. It's so easy. What were they thinking? Trying to sneak in. That's what you hope for as a radar technician. That someone tries to use a blip to sneak in. You're like, got it. That was work today, really. There's a real blip on the radar. Fucking, I said, oh, fuck up. Give it a blips. Second. And you missed the cross the I's, dot the T's. Pretty good. Oh, fuck. I mean, it's the same thing. I feel like I've done that one many times. Listen. Give them a... Now remember, out there books making a fortune unless you forget it's original lawsuit. He's putting on a clinic right now. He's the Babe Ruth of this, of saying things wrong. Lest you forget, now there's a blimp on the radar. Cross your I's, dot your T's. Never heard of it.
Alright, so good morning. So let's begin. Begin by thanking all of our responses for this morning's year to thank. Our Talmudar responses for the month of Tishrei Haba Alina Latova, Yom Tzar celebration of the condition of Seder Zikin, and the celestial Shra and Yisrael. Nathan Perry Smith, and the source of the entire Gila, and our Tefillah speaking the Skabel on high. Our week of learning sponsors, Jonathan and Alana Austin, in honor of the engagement of their daughter Tamar. To your action drop of Teaneck, New Jersey, to build a Bayis Ne'eman Israel. And our Daf sponsors for today, Mark Kogan, in honor of the entire Shir. Beautiful. All right, so with that, let us begin. Today's Daf is your day. We have a really exciting Daf ahead of us today. Baruch Hashem, we're beginning at the Mishnah on Yud Aleph on the days 11b. Mishnah says as follows: very interesting days. Let's see what happened. We checked out a couple of days on the 14th. Which of course is Erev Pesach, Shalom Lishmo. Shalom Lishmo means not for the sake of Kavan Pesach. Not for the sake of Kavan Pesach, then what is it for? Then ultimately, again, let's just for the sake of Shalom. So the Gemara says, what's the halacha? Yeshua Machshir to the Nishchat Mishlosh Shasa. And Yeshua says, shechting it on the morning of the 14th is no different than shechting it on the 13th. Right? I think it just wasn't. So it's no different than on the 13th. And therefore, halacha l'maisa. Remember again, at Pesach, Shalom Lishmo, right, during the rest of the year, ultimately is considered to be a covered stomach. Therefore, Yeshua says ultimately that it is going to be covered. Seira, also to the Nishchat B'nadai. Seira says, no, it's also as if it was shechted Shalom Lishmo on the afternoon of the 14th, which of course would render it invalid. I'm a Shema Ben Azai. Shema Ben Azai said as follows: the Kobol Anun Yishivin Ishnayim Zakim. I have a Kabbalah from 72 elders. That's of course, the son had to the Gemara. Yom Shol Shiva asked for the Eliezer, the yeshiva, the day that they went ahead and they appointed Eliezer as the head of the yeshiva. Shekolash Lochaman Achomot Shenizbechu Shalom Nishman Shir. In general, I will say this really is just a repeat of what we saw in the first Mishnah in the Sefer. And in general, any kabbanos ultimately again that were offered up Shalom Nishman are still kosher. Except that they do not satisfy the obligation of their owner. So we'll say, remember again, that is a repeat of the first halacha that we saw in the Sefer. With the exception of chutz, with the exception of Pesach and Chatas. So for Pesach and Chatas, with the exception of Shul, is from Pesach and Chatas, if you shech them shalom l'shmo, not only do they not count towards the owner's obligation, but ultimately again, they also do not go ahead and they are not valid kabbanos. Ben Azai also wanted to add an older to this category. He wanted to say that if you shecht an older shalom l'shmo, it also doesn't count towards the owner, and in addition is also possible. For the whole group of Chachamim, but the Chachamim ultimately again did not agree to this. Okay, so let's say it's really fascinating. So the Ikar Halacha over here is when it comes to Karban Pesach. What happens if you go ahead? Now remember, Karban Pesach is shefted when? The 14th. But when on the 14th? What happens if you sheft the Karban Pesach on the morning of the 14th? Shalom L'Shmo. Ultimately, again, Shalom L'Shmo, meaning not for the sake of Pesach. What does it mean not for the sake of Pesach? For the sake of Shalom, for the sake of something else. What is the status of that carbon? So the Yeshua says it's mutter, because again, essentially, shechting it on the morning of the 14th is no different than shechting on the 13th. And any time you shecht a carbon Pesach not at its designated time, by definition, it's reclassified as a carbon shlomim. The Ben Beseira says, no, it is possible as if you shechted it shalom l'shmo on the afternoon of the 14th. That's the Ikemach we're going to be dealing with for now. So let's analyze. Says, Machshu ha'ib Ben Beseira, the Pesach sheshach l'shachris ba'asar l'shmo, b'kula yom hazmanehu. Ooh, so this is very interesting. So Rosa says, the core of this is a fascinating idea. The Beseira says that halacha l'maisa, you ended up shechting the Karban Pesach on the morning of the 14th, the carbon is kosher, which is very dramatic. Very dramatic. Why? Because when the single holds that the Ikar Adin really according to letter of the law, the entirety of Erev Pesach is thick or Karban Pesach Shvita. The Gemara says a night Yilu. So what does Ben Beseira mean when he says that if you shecht it on the morning of the 14th, it's as if you shechted it in the afternoon? The Gemara B'Yishua Yilu, Amar Nami Yilu, Amar Yilu Nami Yilu. So the truth is Ben Beseira just said that of textual symmetry. That since so the Yeshua said Ki'ilu, different than the Beseira also said Ki'ilu. Now we'll say, but this is very interesting, right? It's actually quite dramatic. It's too dramatic for this early in the morning, right? But again, just understand what just happened over here. My whole life, we were focusing on this idea that Karban Pesach, it's time to stay in our time, the afternoon of the 14th. Now suddenly there is an opinion that says you can even check Karban Pesach on the morning of the 14th. So again, we'll analyze where that comes from. If that's the case, the mitzvah will be shalom l'shmo. If that's the case, then why does the Mishnah bring the Chomik and Shum and Beseira as a Karban Pesach shechted shalom l'shmo? Why frame it that way? Mitzvah will be l'shmo. Make it even better. Make it a machlokas so that a Karban Pesach shechted on the morning of the 14th. L'shem Karban Pesach, because that's a much more dramatic case, right? Because then Ben Beseira is going to say that it's kasha, and then Yeshua ultimately again is going to say that it's possible. To which the Gemara says, because if they were to argue in the case of the Shmo, the Karban Pesach was shechted, l'shmo on the morning of the 14th, Havamina, Ava b'Shalom l'shmo, Moded Rabbi Yeshua Ben Beseira, holding the Tzatzo right, because I would have thought otherwise. Maybe Yeshua would have agreed with Ben Beseira. Ultimately, again, maybe Yeshua would have agreed with Ben Beseira. Ultimately, again, in the case of Shalom l'shmo, since halacha l'maisa, part of the day is fit for the offering of that carbon. Kamash Molon that they disagree in the case of Shalom Mishmo. Okay, so Moses now the Gemara circles back. So remember again, the earth shattering piece that's been introduced over here is that Halacha L'Maisa. Then the Seder says that a Karban Pesach is kosher. Is kosher Lishmo on the morning of the 14th. So now the Gemara is questioning that. How could that possibly be? The Gemara says, "V'haksiv bein ha'arbayim." But the pasuk explicitly says that the Pesach is up. Put up bein ha'arbayim. What is bein ha'arbayim mean? Bein ha'arbayim, at least as far as we knew, always meant what? The afternoon. So how can you say that it's kosher on the morning of the 14th? This is fascinating. What does bein ha'arbayim mean? Bein ha'arbayim is in the afternoon. Rather, bein ha'arbayim is between the two evenings. Fascinating. So when can you offer up Karban Pesach? Between nightfall and nightfall. Essentially between nightfall on the beginning of the 14th. Now obviously, you can't offer up a Karban at night. Right? Karbanos are not offered up at night. What it means is the time frame is essentially between the evenings. Between what we'll call the night of the 14th, remember the 14th begins at night, and then the following evening, which is the eve of the 15th. In other words, let's take it otherwise, you have the entire day to offer up Karban Pesach. So we'll say that is quite dramatic. So the Gemara says, one second. So does that mean that every single time the Torah uses the word bein ha'arbayim, that bein ha'arbayim doesn't mean afternoon? Bein ha'arbayim means between the evenings? Are you actually putting that forward? Because again, it's going to introduce a lot of very interesting ideas. The Gemara says, Tamid, B'chsiv bein ha'arbayim, ha'kanam b'kol yom ha'kasher. So about Karban Tamid. All right, the daily sacrifice. It also says, remember, it's a Tamid shal shachar, a morning Tamid, and then Tamid shal bein ha'arbayim, which is the communal daily offering. And up until now, we thought that meant for the afternoon. Now you're telling me it means the entire day, to which the Gemara says, Hasan B'chsiv as a keves echad kaseh b'boker. No, it's different because there it explicitly says, one keves, one sheep you shall offer up in the morning. The crowd, the bein ha'arbayim mamish. I can infer from that therefore that the other sheep that's offered up bein ha'arbayim literally means the afternoon. So we say that one carbon is offered up in the morning and the other carbon, the bein ha'arbayim morning, could be offered up the entire day. So the Gemara says, no, echad b'boker v'lo shnayim b'boker. No, because the Torah says echad b'boker. Only one of them could be offered up in the morning, not two. Fine, so therefore it looks like Tamid is going to be different. Even though it says bein ha'arbayim by Tamid can't mean the whole day. Next, Neiros. So what about the menorah? As the menorah, it also says you should kindle the menorah bein ha'arbayim. Are you coming to say then that bein ha'arbayim means you kindle the menorah all day? To which the Gemara says no. Shining Chasam is different there. Why? B'chsiv me'erev ad boker. The pasuk says ultimately again from the evening up until the morning, meaning again that the candles must remain lit. Me'erev ad boker. So the Gemara says me'erev ad boker. Dava achar ein lecha bo b'chsira me'erev ad boker elazu d'ocha. Furthermore, the Gemara says another interesting point over here about menorah. If you take a look at the last Rashi, in the Chavoda, me'avodo shein amuros b'yom kigon avodas hadam bekamso ktar shem halakas nelo seilach. Remember again, essentially what the Gemara is introducing is that once you kindle the menorah, many other sacrificial rites and rituals can no longer be done. So by definition, it makes sense that the menorah was done as late in the day as possible, so as to allow these other sacrificial rites and rituals to be done. What about the Torah? So all the Gemara is doing over here is Ben B'Seira is reading is being machadish. The phrase bein ha'arbayim actually means between the evenings. He's using that to teach us that Karban Pesach could actually be offered the entire day of the 14th. The problem, Chest, is we find that phrase bein ha'arbayim by many different karbanos or many different aspects of the Beis Hamikdash. And how do you reconcile that? What about Ketores? Incense, the Sid, but bein ha'arbayim. So we'll say, now remember again, Ketores is offered up twice, right? Ketores is offered up in the morning, Ketores is offered up bein ha'arbayim. So you're going to say that bein ha'arbayim also means that halacha l'maisa, again, you could do it the whole day. So you're how can I do the fully yom kosher? Shiny Ketores is different types of days, 12 the iskish l'neiros. So Taurus is different. Why? Because ultimately, again, Taurus is compared to the menorah, and this is we've established that menorahs are done later in the day. So to Taurus, Harabayim meaning the afternoon, not all day. Fine. So we'll say, so now, interestingly enough, right? So now, we'll say, so interestingly enough, what we now see is that Ben B'Seira is understanding Karban Pesach to be offered up the entire day on Erev Pesach. Why? Because he's understanding the phrase Bein Ha'arbayim to mean Bein Ha'arabim, between the evenings. So you have the entire day, and that doesn't fit because all other situations where it says Bein Ha'arbayim, we can explain it differently. One second, we're still a problem. So we'll say 12a first line. Asam nami ksid, sham tizbach esach pesach, ba'erev. So let's see, here's the problem. As Karban Pesach, the Torah explicitly says, when should you offer up the Karban Pesach? Ba'erev, in the evening. Now, evening doesn't have to literally mean evening. One thing is clear, which is evening doesn't mean what? Sunlight doesn't mean morning. So doesn't that seem to point to the idea that Karban Pesach is in fact offered up in the afternoon? To which we must be very interesting. So ultimately, that is ultimately again coming to teach me that Karban Pesach is offered later. And let's say, now what does that mean? This is very interesting. So remember, if you think about this, on the afternoon of Erev Pesach, there are two karbanos that are going to come up. What are the two karbanos? Karban Pesach and the Karban Tamid, the afternoon Tamid. Now, generally, the halacha is like this. If you wait to offer up the Karban Pesach until the time of the Tamid comes along, then what's the halacha? You have to offer up the Tamid first and the Karban Pesach second. What's the logic behind that? Tadir v'she'ino tadir kodem. Ultimately, again, when you have two mitzvahs and one occurs, there's a frequency, you perform the greatly more frequent mitzvah first. If you look at Rashi says you're second out from the top, and actually you look at Dabar, you look at Pesach l'tamid, da'af agav b'kuli yom ha'simanei, even though technically speaking, you don't look at Pesach the entire day, ishia azman shlitas ha'tamid, tamid kodem though. So again, I will say this is very interesting. So, but the Gemara says, according to Ben B'Seira, the Sham Tizbach Pesach Ba'erev is teaching you that as much as you quench Ben B'Seira, you have the entire day to offer the Karban Pesach, but halacha l'maisa, if you waited until the afternoon, and therefore it's the time for the Tamid, you have to offer the Tamid before the Pesach. You must. So Bisanyo, you look at the Shemar Bo Ba'erev, or Bein Ha'arbayim, the Davar Shalom Emar Bo Ella Bein Ha'arbayim Dobar. So it's interesting enough, by Karban Pesach, you have two expressions. Ba'erev in the evening and Bein Ha'arbayim. By Tamid, all you have is Bein Ha'arbayim. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, delay the carbon that has Ba'erev and Bein Ha'arbayim and put that after the one that just says Bein Ha'arbayim. So again, all of them B'Seira's model. Although Karban Pesach is kosher the entire day, if you waited and now it's the time for the Tamid, you're going to go ahead and offer off the Tamid first and Pesach second. One second. Does that make any sense? Let me get this straight. The Karban Pesach, right from the B'Seira, you eat Shechta in the morning, right? The entire day is kosher. If you must be Bein Ha'arbayim, I'm at you for Davar. So now I have a carbon that can be offered up even in the morning. But yet if I wait to offer up that carbon until the afternoon, now I have to do something before it. It just seems a little counterintuitive, the Gemara says. No, that is in fact correct. No, you don't know. So we'll say exactly right. It's actually a very important halacha. Halacha is follow shaman for the akakak and follow shaman safek. So I will say, let's say for argument's sake, halacha l'maisa again, davening is going wrong. This, by the way, is an issue that comes up on Yomim Noran. It's actually a very interesting idea. Let's say again, it's after cutting out mincha to be davened at 6.5 hours into the day. So on a general day, let's say again Rosh Chodesh or something. So let's say I'm going to daven Musaf. I'm going to daven Musaf early, and mincha is not going to be till later. But let's say again davening is going much longer. So now, interestingly enough, it's mincha yidor 6.5 hours into the day, and now I have not yet davened Musaf. So now I have two tefillos in front of me, Musaf and Mincha. Which one should come first? So the Gemara said, "Halacha is mispalo shel Mincha, yachakak mispalo shel Musaf." We daven Mincha first and then Musaf. Again, why? Tadir v'she'en or tadir kodem. Again, because Mincha occurs with greater frequency. So the point of the Gemara is over here is you see this model. Now remember, when can you daven Musaf? When you have daven Musaf? the whole day. So you see from here that even though something can be done the whole day, once you get to a certain time frame, and that time frame allows for the performance of a different mitzvah, which occurs with greater frequency, you perform the more frequent mitzvah first. So the Gemara says, so Beinar Abayim, the Sid Gavik Ketoris and Neros Mamali. So the Gemara says, let me just ask you, the Beinar Abayim by Ketoris and Neros. Why do I do that? Well, the issue of Rebbe, Hachas Ben Beseira, the Rebbe Yeshua. Furthermore, again, Rebbe, answer on behalf of Ben Beseira, according to the words of Rebbe Yeshua, Lo in Amrit Ushlosha Asar, She'in Miksaso Loi, Tamar Ba'arba Asar, Shemitsaso Loi. So again, remember the answer back, if you're going to see on the 13th, in other words, if Carbon was opened up on the 13th, where no part of the 13th is fit for Carbon Pesach, say that on the 14th, part of the day is fit for Carbon Pesach. They be so, but then the same way, if you are correct, Kulo Loi. And it's not just part of the 14th that is fit for Carbon Pesach, but rather what? The entire 14th that is fit for Carbon Pesach. Hello, I'm Rabbi Yochanan. Wholesale Haya Ben Beseira, the Pesach Sheshachto Ba'arba Asar, Shachris, Bein the Shmo, Bein Shalom the Shmo, Hoel Umiksaso Loi. Rather, was Rabbi Yochanan reinvents Ben Beseira a little bit. And he knows like this, Ben Beseira holds that if one checks to become a Pesach in the morning, whether you did it Lishmo or Shalom Lishmo, ultimately, again, it is going to be possible. The carbon is going to be possible. Why? Because part of the day is fit for the carbon. Ultimately, again, in other words, that the afternoon is fit for the carbon, the morning is not. Very interesting. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Yavo said, 1 second. Rabbi said, Rabbi Yavo means Rabbi Yavo was like a little bit surprised. If this is the case, in came Pesach Kashla Ben Beseira Hechi Mishkach Masla. So this is fascinating. How do you ever find a carbon Pesach that is kosher according to Ben Beseira? Now what? Now why would be the issue? So let's say here's the interesting part. If halacha a person designates the carbon on the morning of the 14th, the problem is that we're reinventing it. That according to Ben Beseira, he agrees he can't offer it up in the morning. If that's the case, if you designate it in the morning, that is an inappropriate designation because the carbon can't be shechted then. If it can't be shechted, then ultimately again it's set aside for non-use. And I will say we've seen this concept before. So once a carbon is effectively set aside for non-use or for non-sacrifice, for non-offering, ultimately it becomes set aside and precluded for use forever. So the Gemara says the Idat Yeshinu Esmo, and ultimately again, if you designate it on the 13th, if that's the case, then it was fit, but then effectively becomes unfit on the morning of the 14th. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. Deeply Meikara, Rashi says, because according to the Messiah, if you're separating or designating it out in the morning of the 14th, it's not fit for sacrificial use in the morning of the 14th. So ultimately, again, so according to the Messiah, how are you ever having an effective Kala Pesach? No, if you keep a simple case, then maybe the designation of the Kala Pesach, in fact, occurs after midday. Because after midday is the proper designation. Why? Because when I say it could be offered up as a carbon as well. Abaye says, no, you can even do it in the morning. Why? Because once you get to the calendrical date of the 14th, you're good to go. Even if you can't offer up the carbon Pesach until that afternoon, it's not considered to be what we call the Chosr Siman, lacking time. Interestingly enough, you can even designate it at night. In other words, the night of the 14th. Why? Ultimately, because nighttime is not considered to be a lacking in the calendrical designation. Because even when you can't offer it up at night, but when I said it's being designated on the correct day, the Tani Rabbi Shmuel, Leil Shmini Nichnas Ladir Lehis Aser, Ukidrabi Afturiki. He's very famous. So remember, the halakha is as follows: you cannot offer up an animal as a carbon for the first 7 days after it's born, right? Shiva for 7 days, the animal, the baby, is with its mother. Now, not only can you offer up as a carbon, but you also can't designate it as Meiser Behema. So what can you do? Let's say the animal is born 7 days later, the night of the 8th, which is the night after the 7th day, you could already go ahead and go into the pen and designate that animal as nicer behemoth. Ready after Riki, Ramikse. He contrasts the psukim. What do the psukim say? The animal will live for 7 days under its mother. So it's what do you see from here? That already the night of the 8th, it is fit to be designated carbonically. But the pasuk says only from the 8th day and on can it be counted as a carbon. So the Gemara says, you see from here that on the night of the 8th, it can't be designated. How do you reconcile this? Ultimately, at night, you can designate it, but the offering itself could only be done by day. Okay, incredible. So everyone said the Gemara suggesting the same thing with Karban Pesach. You have the Karban Pesach that is designated the night of the 14th, even though what? It can't be offered up until the day of the 14th. I will say, the Gemara kind of detours here a little bit and doesn't make quite interesting. And Moshe Rabbi Yochanan holds the following: Bali Chaim Nidchim. So we'll say, you've seen this before. Bali Chaim Nidchim means that once an animal is precluded from being offered, it is forever set aside for non-use. Dichoy literally means pushed aside. Once it's pushed aside for sacrificial non-use, it is forever rendered ineligible to sacrificial service. So you want to say, yeah, and Yochanan does hold that. So listen, I watched it. It's a very interesting halachas are. If you have an animal that belongs to two partners, Reuben and Shimon own an animal jointly. And what happens? So let's say Reuben was makdish, he consecrated his part of the animal. Then what did he do? He buys out Shimon, and he subsequently is makdish consecrates the other part of the animal. So what's the halacha? Kedusha ve'ena kreva. The animal is consecrated. In other words, essentially it has financial monetary sanctity, but cannot be offered up as a carbon. Now, why can't it be offered up as a carbon? Because at the time of the initial partial consecration, it could not be offered up as a carbon. Why couldn't it be offered up as a carbon? Because you can't offer as a carbon a partially consecrated animal. So essentially, since at the initial stage of consecration, this animal cannot be offered up as a carbon, it is forever set aside for sacrificial non-use. So even though Reuben subsequently buys out the ownership interest of Shimon and consecrates the newly acquired part as well, the animal has financial sanctity but cannot be offered up as a carbon. Also, Tmura, interestingly enough, but the animal can be into a Tmura in order to exchange it for another animal. There's the Tmura penalty, that both animals are consecrated. Tmura Sakiyoteba, and its Tmura has the same status. So it's like from this case, Shmamina Tzlas. We learn three things. Number one, Shmamina, Barechai Nitkin. So most of it's very important. Barechai Nitkin means that once an animal is set aside for sacrificial non-use, it never shakes that status. It is forever precluded from sacrificial non-use. Shmamina, we see from here that again, once the animal is set aside initially from the beginning, that status can't change. Shmamina, and lesson number 3, ultimately, again, interestingly enough, an animal to be set aside even if it has financial sanctity. Take a look at that top Rashi. On 12b, יש דיכוי בדמים, יש קורס דיכוי בקדושת דמים. אף על פי שאין קדושת הגוף, כגון הכה, שהקדיש חסד. It's almost like, even by financial sanctity, once an animal was set aside for non-use, ultimately, again, that status remains, because that's this case over here. When Reuben is makdish his half, remember, again, all Reuben has is financial sanctity, does not have monetary sanctity. Sorry, has monetary sanctity, does not have physical sanctity. So you see that the concept of dichui, setting aside for non-use, applies even to financial sanctity. Incredible. Notice I'll just point out something amazing over here. This phrase, if you notice, back on Amid Aleph for just a moment, the first lesson that the Gemara learned over here, Shmamina, Bale Chayim Nidchim, which means animals to be forever set aside for non-sacrificial use, to be pushed aside. So let's say Shmamina is supposed to have it is only animals that could forever be precluded from becoming a carbon. coming close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? Once an animal is set aside for non-use, for sacrificial non-use, it can never be redeemed. That is only a din by animals. But Baruch Hashem, not the halacha l'maisa, not the hashkafa l'maisa, by people. There is no such thing as a person. There's no such thing as a yid who is always nitcha, who is always set aside. There are times in life that I do things that ultimately compromise my spiritual state. And there are times in life that I make poor decisions and make wrong turns in life, and as a result, I am distanced and set aside from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And that is only temporal and episodic. The power of tshuva, the power of change, is that no matter how bad the rut I get myself into, I can always find a way to extricate and pull myself out. This is a din shmamina, balechayim nitchim. Animals could be set aside for permanent non-sacrificial use. Animals could be precluded from forever entering in the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's a din in animals, but it's never a din halacha l'maisa or hashkafa l'maisa by people. No matter how bad the mistake, we can always extricate ourselves, redeem ourselves, and make ourselves into a carbon come close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. We'll say some great cases over here. Listen to this case. So watch this. Ruvain ate chalev, right? Obviously prohibited. That was it. Has a case where he ate chalev b'shogeg. Right? So he ate chalev b'shogeg. Because remember, Allah. If he eats chalev b'nezid, that's kares. He ate chalev b'shogeg. Accidentally consumed chalev. Separate out of kares. British carbon. Then what happens? The hammer das. He became an apikolis. Afterwards. Okay. No, not okay. Let's understand. In other words, he became an apikolis. The chazar, and then he did shiva. So let's say, by the way, all of this could be happening in an hour. Right? That's how fast change could occur. And see, he becomes an apikolis, and then Baruch Hashem, he does shiva. So let's say, now what's the shaila? The shaila is what's the status of his carbon. Remember again, halacha l'maisa, you cannot offer up the carbon of an apikolis, like of an apostate. You can't offer up that carbon. So the shaila is now, so again, we get 8 to accidentally, separate out a carbon chatos, became an apikolis. As an apikolis, his carbon was precluded from being offered. But then Baruch Hashem, he did tshuva. So again, we're not asking about his status, he's about tshuva. Shaila is what's the status of his carbon. So what's the halacha? Can't offer up the carbon. Why? Because since the carbon was set aside for sacrificial non-use at the time that he became an apikolis, once a carbon is set aside, it's always set aside. So therefore, again, the carbon cannot be redeemed. Now again, what does that mean? Effectively, what does that mean? What does it mean? Is you have to bring another carbon. In other words, he still has his obligation of bringing a karpas. But the nice thing, cannot use that particular animal. Incredible. Another case. It's my name. I'm not very fun cases here. I'm going to be open on. I'll call Caleb and Hiprish carbon. Finish that. Listen to this case. Ruvain ate Caleb. Right? He ate chalev, separated out of carbon chatas, finished that. He became insane. Right? In other words, he lost mental capacity. The chazar finished that, and then Baruch Hashem, then ultimately again, he went ahead and he regained his mental capacity. And we'll say, by the way, it's interesting the commonality between these two cases. Like remember, Sefer Sota says, when does a person sin? Ein adam chote, ela im kein nichnas bo ruach shtos. A person only sins, almost like in an episode of temporary insanity. Sin makes absolutely no sense. When you put it on paper and you write the pros and cons, what's always going to win? When you write the pros and cons, what's always going to win? Ooh. Really? Okay, let me educate you a little bit. Right? The cons are always going to win. Right? I really will start with Judaism 101. Start with that feeling for a little bit, right? The cons, but I'll say, right? We're going up here. The cons will always win. The cons is always in why? Because whatever you get from sin is always temporal and episodic. Whatever you're gonna get has a very limited shelf life. Right? That's the pros. The cons could be eternal. So the Gemara says the only reason a person sins is nichnas bo ruach shtos. It's like temporary insanity. I'm losing my mind for a moment. I'm just losing control. I'm losing rational thought because it doesn't make any sense. Interesting that just the juxtaposition of these two cases. So in case number 2, living eats chalev. He goes in and separates out a carbon chatos. then he slips into temporary insanity. Literally, in other words, he becomes a shota. He loses his mental capacity, and then what happens? We'll say then he recovers. Baruch Hashem. What's the halacha? So we'll say now the shayla is going to offer up the carbon. Now remember again, the carbon of a shota, the carbon of someone who's insane, a shota cannot offer up a carbon. Because remember, to offer up a carbon, you need das. You need intellect, mental capacity. So we'll say what's the halacha? Hold the nitzcha yitcha. Since the carbon was set aside for non-use, non-sacrificial use, ultimately again it remains precluded from use. So we'll say. So the point over here is these two cases are two illustrations of the halacha that the Gemara just said on Amud Aleph, namely that what Shemina Baalei Chayim Nitchin. Once an animal is actively set aside for sacrificial non-use, it remains set aside for non-use. In other words, once you cannot offer it, by definition, you cannot shake that status of or that state of non-offering, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, the carbon becomes precluded from use, even if the owner's status changes back to what it originally was. Incredible. So, by the way, why do I need both these cases? They're kind of both illustrating the same concepts. Why do I need two cases to illustrate the same idea? I need both. I'll tell you why. Because if it would have just said the first case, the apicores, in that case, maybe I'd say Reuben chose to become an apicores. So because he chose to become an apicores, ultimately, again, because of that, that's why the carbon can't be offered. You made a choice to go off the derech. You made a choice to become an apicores. Fine, so that's it. Very nice. You decided to do tshuva. That's fantastic. But at the end of the day, the carbon is set aside for now because of the decision you made about halcha. But in the case of where it becomes a shota, ultimately, he didn't choose to go insane, rather have a dosa, which, by the way, is so incredibly important because it's also Chazal giving us a window into mental illness. And mental illness is often fundamentally misunderstood. Right? Sometimes people don't understand that you're suffering from depression. So people say you're suffering from depression, so just become happy. Go ahead and just come on. Why can't you just change your disposition, change your mindset? It's like telling a person who has cancer, why can't you just get better? Why can't you just get better? Because one of the things that's so complicated that people don't understand about mental illness is that it is no different. It is no, just because you can't see the physical symptoms, it is no different than any other illness that affects the individual. So the Gemara is saying over here, the Gemara is saying in the case where the guy becomes a shota, which essentially is mental illness. In that case, ultimately, again, that's happening de facto to him, right? He's not choosing that. That's occurring to him. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, since, again, the guy's becoming a shota, that's a situation that is occurring to him. It's so different than someone who falls asleep. And let's say, right, this is very interesting. When you're asleep, what's your status when you're asleep? What's your status? Ultimately, it's fascinating to a certain degree, kind of like a shota. Now, why is that? Because a person who's asleep doesn't have das. Now, it's true and not true. Because what's the halacha when you're asleep? Ultimately, you roll onto a kli and you break it. What's the halacha back to our Baba Kama days? Like a chai, right? Why? So you see that halacha, even when you're asleep, still there's a sense of responsibility. But lamaisa, at least I can say, we don't say that every single time a person goes to sleep, their carbon can't be offered up anymore. Right? We don't say that. We don't say that. So I would have thought that maybe the case where it becomes a shota is kind of like the case where he falls asleep. Everybody wants to say that that's not true. Yes, only in halacha, there shouldn't be any other lots. Furthermore, again, if we just said the case of Mishtata becomes insane, loses mental capacity, he doesn't have the ability to come back. In other words, at will, of a halacha imalo. But in the case, ultimately, again, where it becomes an apikoris, ultimately, since he has the control to come back on the derech when he chooses, which I will say is so incredible. Even if you become an apikoris, you control your ruchnius. You control your ruchnius. You want to be an Oven Hashem, you make this decision. I might have thought imolo. I might have thought, therefore, maybe the covenant is not precluded from being offered. Therefore, tzika. Therefore, I will say, ultimately, again, we require both of these cases. Again, so therefore, both cases, interesting illustrations, ultimately, of yesh dichuri, or as the Gemara said, that once an animal is set aside for non-sacrificial use, ultimately, even if the status changes, the animal still remains prohibited. Let's go back to one more case. So, interesting case here. Listen to this case. Very accidentally. And he separated out a couple of chatas. The holy base in Shechel Mutter. Now watch this. After he separated his carbon, Sanhedrin Paskin, that you're allowed to eat chaylev. Oh, back to our hurriest days, right? They kill chaylev. So now what happened? The Chazru Bahen, then Bezin retracted their ruling. So what's the halacha? Mahu. Me have a dichui, although have a dichui. Ultimately, so what is the status over here? Right? So do we say that halacha l'maisa, since had he sinned after the Bezin made their ruling, he would not be chayav a personal carbon, right? Because halacha l'maisa, he would have been covered under the par helam davar or the communal offering. Therefore, his carbon is set aside for non-use, or not. When Rabbi Yochanan would give the examples of dichoy, he would just use this case. My timer, Hasam Gavra Itri carbon Hacha carbon and Nami Itri. In fact, Gemara says this is actually one of the greatest examples of dichoy. Why? Because in this case over here, in the previous cases, it wasn't the carbon itself that was compromised. Rather, what was compromised in the previous two cases was the like this. What was compromised in the previous two cases? It was the individual who was compromised, right? Let's say Ruvain became an apikoris, or Ruvain lost mental capacity. Ruvain was compromised, but the carbon was fine. This case is even a better illustration of dichoy, because in this case, the carbon itself was actually compromised. And therefore, again, this is a great illustration, ultimately, again, of a carbon being set aside, ultimately, again, for non-use. One more round of us, and then we'll stop. Shimon ben Azai. Shimon Azai said, I heard from 72, and he said, he didn't say 72 elders. He said 72, Zakin means old man. Rashi says, why did it say 72 Zakin singular? Gemara says the Kulu because ultimately again all 72 were of the same opinion espoused in the Mishnah. What was that opinion? That opinion was that all karbanos that are offered up shalom l'shmo, ultimately again the carbon is kosher but doesn't work for the owner except for Pesach and Chashas. And this was a universally held opinion that was held by all 72 elders. To show that there was complete unanimity in opinion, it didn't say elders plural, rather it said elders singular. This time, we'll stop over for today. Shkoya. What is that? What is that? All right, have on Zoom. Good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos, good Shabbos. I'm about to sing it over.
Thank you so much for being here. Can't imagine what you've been going through the last few weeks. Tell us what's been on your mind.
Did you do that? That'd be so cool if we could connect the soundboard to people that watch and they could hit it whatever they want. What if there was that would be amazing. They can control. But what if you could make people in real, this is so redacted. What if you could make people in real life say Shabbos just by pushing a button? You just push a button and then some of that there.
All right, good morning. Let us begin. Begin by thanking all of our responsibilities for this morning's shir. To thank our commentators for the month of Tishrei Haba Alina Latova, counting celebration of the completion of Seder Zikim and Besoros Tavos for Amisra, Nathan Perry Smith, and it's supposed to be entire Gila, and our tefillos being the Skabel on high. Our week of learning sponsors, Jonathan and Alana Austin, in honor of the engagement of their daughter Tamar. To Yair Ashendorf of Teaneck, New Jersey, Baby Zochem Meretz Hashem, to build a Bayis Ne'eman Yisrael. And our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Mark Kogan, in honor of the entire shir. Beautiful. All right, so with that, let us begin. Today's daf is your days. We have a really exciting daf ahead of us today. Baruch Hashem, we're beginning at the Mishnah on the Aleph 11b. Mishnah says as follows. Very interesting place. Let's see what happened in chapter on the 14th, which of course is Erev Pesach. Shalom Lishmo. Shalom Lishmo means not for the sake of Chana Pesach. It's not for the sake of Chana Pesach. Then what is it for? Then ultimately, again, let's say for the sake of Shlomo. So the Gemara says, "What's the halacha?" Yeshua Machshir to the Nishchat Mishlosh Hasan. Yeshua says, shechting it on the morning of the 14th is no different than shechting it on the 13th. Right? So it's no different than shechting on the 13th. And if halacha l'maisa, remember again, a Pesach Shalom D'Shmo, right, during the rest of the year, ultimately is considered to be a covered shlamim. Therefore, Rabbi Yeshua says ultimately that it is going to be kosher. The Seirah also can nishchat b'nei. The Seirah says no, it's also as if it was shechted shalom l'shmo on the afternoon of the 14th, which of course would render it invalid. I'm sure that Gemini said as follows: the Kol Anim Yishivim Ushnayim Zachim. I have a Kabbalah from 72 elders. That's of course the sun entry. So you must be Yom Shol Shiva as Rabbi Eliezer the yeshiva. The day that they went ahead and they appointed Rabbi Eliezer as the head of the yeshiva. Shekol Azvotam Anafalin Shemizbu Shalom Shman Shir. In general, I will say this really is just a repeat of what we saw in the first Mishnah and the second. Then in general, any kabbanos ultimately again that were offered up shalom l'shman are still kosher, except that they do not satisfy the obligation of their owner. So we'll say, remember again, that is a repeat of the first halacha that we saw in the second, with the exception of foods. With the exception of Pesach and Chatas. So as before, Pesach and Chatas are the exceptions to the rule. Because Pesach and Chatas, if you check them shalom l'shmo, not only do they not count towards the owner's obligation, but ultimately again, they also do not go ahead and they are not valid sabbaths. And also then Azai Ela Ha'olah, and Azai also wanted to add an Olah to this category. He wanted to say that if you shecht an Olah shalom l'shmo, it also doesn't count towards the owner, and in addition is also possible. But the whole comments that the Chachamim ultimately again did not agree to this. Okay, so we'll say it's really fascinating. So the Ikar Halacha over here is when it comes to Karban Pesach. What happens if you go ahead? Now remember, Karban Pesach is shechted when? The 14th. But when on the 14th? After. What happens if you shecht Karban Pesach on the morning of the 14th? Shalom l'shmo. Ultimately, again, shalom l'shmo, meaning not for the sake of Pesach. What does it mean not for the sake of Pesach? For the sake of shlamim, for the sake of something else. What is the status of that carbon? So Rabbi Yeshua says it's mutter, because again, essentially shechting it on the morning of the 14th is no different than shechting on the 13th. And any time you shecht a carbon Pesach not at its designated time, by definition, it's reclassified as a carbon shlamim. The Ben Beseira says no, it is possible as if you shechted it shalom l'shmo on the afternoon of the 14th. That's the Ikamach we're going to be dealing with tonight. So let's analyze. Says I'm Rabbi Rozer, I'm Rabbi Oshia. Machshir ha'im ben b'sera b'pesach shechti shachris ba'asar l'shmo v'kol yom ha'zmanehu. Ooh, so this is very interesting. So Rozer says at the core of this is a fascinating idea. Ben Beseira says that halacha l'maisa, you ended up shechting the Karban Pesach on the morning of the 14th, the carbon is kosher, which mostly is very dramatic. It's very dramatic. Why? Because then the Seirah holds that the Ikar Adin, really according to the letter of the law, the entire day of Erev Pesach is bit or Karban Pesach Shvita. The Gemara says you might keep it. So what does Ben Beseira mean when he says that if you shecht it on the morning of the 14th, it's as if you shechted it in the afternoon? The Rabbi Yeshua ki'ilu, Amar nami ki'ilu, Amar ilu nami ki'ilu. So the truth is Ben Beseira just said that as textual symmetry. That since Rabbi Yeshua said ki'ilu, different Ben Beseira also said ki'ilu. And I will say that this is very interesting, right? So it's actually quite dramatic. It's too dramatic for this early in the morning. Right? But again, just understand what just happened over here. My whole life, we've been focusing on this idea that Karban Pesach is time to be in our time, after number 14. Now, suddenly, there is an opinion that says you can even check Karban Pesach on the morning of the 14th. So again, we'll analyze where that comes from. If that's the case, if that's the case, then why does the Mishnah frame as a Karban Pesach shechted shalom l'shmo? Why frame it that way? Make it even better. Make it a machlokes of a Karban Pesach shechted on the morning of the 14th. L'shem Karban Pesach, because that's a much more dramatic case, right? Because then the Seirah is going to say that it's kosher. And Rabbi Yeshua ultimately again is going to say that it's possible, which the Gemara says, because if they would have argued in the case of the Shmo, when the Karban Pesach was shechted, Lishmo on the morning of the 14th, Havamina, Hava B'Shalom Lishmo, Moshe Rabbi Yeshua ben Beseira, Chol Mitzasa Roy, because that would have thought otherwise. Rabbi Yoshua would have agreed with them to say ultimately again. Rabbi Yoshua would have agreed with them to say ultimately, and again, in the case of Shalom Lishmo, since Halacha L'Maisa, part of the day is fit for the offering of that carbon, Kamash Shlomo that they disagree in the case of Shalom Lishmo. Okay, so we'll say, so now the Gemara circles back. Remember again, the earth-shattering piece that's been introduced over here is that Halacha L'Maisa. Then the Seder says that a Karban Pesach is kosher l'shmo on the morning of the 14th. So now the Gemara is just questioning that. How could that possibly be? The Gemara says, "V'aksiv bein ha'arbayim." But the pasuk explicitly says that Karban Pesach was offered up bein ha'arbayim. What does bein ha'arbayim mean? Bein ha'arbayim, at least as far as we knew, always meant what? The afternoon. So how can you say that it's kosher on the morning of the 14th? Amar Ula is very interesting. Amar Ula Bein Rabbi Bein Shnei Arav. This is fascinating. What does Bein Ha'arbayim mean? Bein Ha'arbayim is in the afternoon. Rather, Bein Ha'arbayim means between the two evenings. Fascinating. So when can you offer up Karban Pesach? Between nightfall and nightfall. Essentially between nightfall on the beginning of the 14th. Now obviously, you can't offer up a Karban at night. A Karbanos are not offered up at night. What it means is the time frame is essentially between the evenings, between what we'll call the night of the 14th. Remember, the 14th begins at night. And then the following evening, which is the eve of the 15th. Otherwise, just stated otherwise, you have the entire day to offer up Karban Pesach. So we'll say that is quite dramatic. So the Gemara says, good, Mr. One second. So does that mean that every single time the Torah uses the word Bein Ha'arbayim, that Bein Ha'arbayim doesn't mean afternoon? Bein Ha'arbayim means between the evenings? Are you actually putting that forward? Because again, it's going to introduce a lot of very interesting ideas. The Gemara says, Tamid, if Siba Bein Ha'arbayim, Hakanam Yikol Yom HaKasher, so about Karban Tamid. All right, the daily sacrifice. It also says, remember, it's a Tamid Shal Shachar of morning Tamid. And then Tamid Shal Bein Ha'arbayim, which is the communal daily offering. And up until now, we thought that meant for the afternoon. Now you're telling me it means the entire day. To which the Gemara says, "Hasam l'bifsid as a keves echad taseh babokeh." No, it's different because there it explicitly says one keves, one sheep you shall offer up in the morning. Mechlad bein ha'arbayim bein ha'arbayim. I can infer from that therefore that the other sheep was offered up bein ha'arbayim. Bein ha'arbayim literally means the afternoon. Ima chad babokeh v'ida kuli yoma. So we say that one carbon is offered up in the morning and the other is a carbon. The Bein Ha'arbayim one could be offered up the entire day. So the Gemara says, no, Echad Baboker v'lo Shem Baboker. No, because the Torah says Echad Baboker. Only one of them could be offered up in the morning, not two. Fine. So therefore, we'll say Tamid is going to be different. Even though it says Bein Ha'arbayim by Tamid can't mean the whole day. Next, Neiros. They said Bein Ha'arbayim. Hakanam Yikol Yom HaKasher. So what about the menorah? Like menorah, it also says you should kindle the menorah Bein Ha'arbayim. Are you coming to say then that Bein Ha'arbayim means you can kindle menorah all day? To which the Gemara says, no, shining chassan is different there. Why? B'chsev me'erev ad boker. The pasuk says ultimately again from the evening up until the morning. Meaning again that the candles must remain lit. Me'erev ad boker. So the Gemara says, me'erev ad boker. Davar acher, ein l'cha go b'kshir me'erev ad boker elazu yobal. Furthermore, the Gemara says another interesting point over here about particularly the last Rashi. In the Chavoda, me'avoda shein amuros b'yom kibur avodas adam. If it comes to a charge sharing and halakas delos ve'ila. Remember again, essentially what the Gemara is introducing is that once you kindle the menorah, many other sacrificial rites and rituals can no longer be done. So by definition, it makes sense that the menorah was done as late in the day as possible, so as to allow these other sacrificial rites and rituals to be done. What about the Torah? So all you are doing over here is Ben Beseira is being machadesh that the phrase Bein Ha'arbayim actually means between the evenings. Now he's using that to teach us that Karban Pesach can actually be offered the entire day of the 14th. The problem just is we find that phrase Bein Ha'arbayim by many different kavanos or many different aspects of the Beis Hamikdash. And how do we reconcile that? What about Ketores? Incense, the Sid, Bob Bein Ha'arbayim. So we'll say, I remember again, Ketores is offered up twice, right? Ketores is offered up in the morning, Ketores is offered up in Bein Ha'arbayim. So you're going to say that Ben Arbaim also means that halacha l'maisa again you could do it the whole day. So you go hakaran the fully yom kosher shiny k'tares. K'tares is different type of your days 12-8 the iskish leneiros. So k'tares is different. Why? Because ultimately again k'tares is compared to the menorah. And just as we've established that menorahs are done later in the day, so to k'tares ben ha'arbaim means the afternoon, not all day. Fine. So we'll say, so now, interestingly enough, right? So now, we'll say, interestingly enough, what we now see is that Ben Besela is understanding Karban Pesach can be offered up the entire day on Erev Pesach. Why? Because he's understanding the phrase Bein Ha'arbaim means Bein Ha'arabim, between the evenings. So you have the entire day. And that doesn't share because all other situations where it says Bein Ha'arbaim, you could explain it differently. One second, there's still a problem. So we'll say 12:8 first line. Hasam Nani Ksiv, Sham Tizbach Esach Pesach Ba'erev. So let's say here's the problem. At Karban Pesach, the Torah explicitly says, when should you offer up the Karban Pesach? Ba'erev, in the evening. Now, evening doesn't have to literally mean evening. One thing is clear, which is evening doesn't mean what? It doesn't mean morning. So doesn't that seem to point to the idea that Karban Pesach is in fact offered up in the afternoon? To which the Gemara is very interesting. How cool the Alchar. So ultimately, the Uchar, that is ultimately again coming to teach me that Karban Pesach is offered later. And let's say, now what does that mean? This is very interesting. So remember, if you think about this, on the afternoon of Erev Pesach, there are two karbanos that are going to come up. What are the two karbanos? Karban Pesach and the Karban Tamid, the afternoon Tamid. Now, generally, the halacha is like this. If you wait to offer up the Karban Pesach until the time of the Tamid comes along, then what's the halacha? You have to offer up the Tamid first and the Karban Pesach second. What's the logic behind that? Tadir b'she'ino tadir, tadir kodem. Ultimately, again, when you have two mitzvahs and one occurs with greater frequency, we perform the more frequent mitzvah first. If you look at Rashi says we're the second one from the top, and Rashi, you look at Davar, you look at Pesach L'Tamid, Da'afagav T'kulu Yomas Manei, even though technically speaking, we're not going to count Pesach the entire day, Ishia Atzman Shlitas HaTamid, Tamid Kodem Lo. So again, I will say, this is very interesting. So, what the Gemara says, according to the Misera, the Sham Tizbach HaSaf Pesach Ba'erev is teaching you that as much as you according to the Misera, you have the entire day to offer the Karban Pesach, but halacha l'maisa, if you waited until the afternoon, and therefore it's time for the tummy, you have to offer the tummy before the Pesach. The Gemara says, "Yisanyo, yuchar darashinem arbo ba'erev u'bein arbaim, u'darashinom shalom ne'emar bo ela bein arbaim dovar." It's interesting enough, by Karban Pesach, you have two expressions: ba'erev in the evening and bein arbaim. By tummy, all you have is bein arbaim. So therefore, again, the Gemara says, delay the carbon that has ba'erev and bein arbaim, and put that after the one that just says bein arbaim. So again, if you always been the serious model, the goal Karban Pesach is kosher the entire day. If you waited and now it's the time for the tummy, you can go ahead and offer up the tummy first and Pesach second. One second. Does that make any sense? If it's time for homage money, make it straight. The Karban Pesach, quite let me say, if you eat the shechter in the morning, like the entire day is kosher, if you must be doing Rabbi, I'm going to do another. So now I have a carbon that can be offered up in the morning. Again, if I wait to offer up that carbon until the afternoon, now I have to do something before it. It just seems there's a little something to it. So the Gemara says, no, that is in fact correct. Number one, so what's the exact right? This is actually a very important halacha. Halacha is shamim from the Ahadat Shamim. So I will say, let's say for argument's sake, halacha again, davening is going wrong. This, by the way, is an issue that comes up on Yamin Nolan. It's actually a very interesting idea. Let's say again, it's after cutting out mincha could be davened at 6.5 hours into the day. So on a general day, let's say again Rosh Chodesh or something. So let's say I'm going to daven myself. I'm going to daven myself for a little bit later. But let's say again davening is going much longer. So now, interestingly enough, it's mincha yidol at 6.5 hours into the day, and now I have not yet davened myself. So now I have two tefillos in front of me. Musaf and Mincha. Which one should come first? So the Gemara says the halacha is Misparo Shal Mincha, Yachakas Misparo Shal Musaf. You got Mincha first and then Musaf. Again, why? Again, because Mincha occurs with greater frequency. So the point of the Gemara is you see Misparo Musaf. However, when can you get Musaf? When do you have to have Musaf? The whole day. So you see from here that even though you have something that can be done the whole day, once you get to a certain time frame, and that time frame allows for the performance of a different mitzvah, which occurs with greater frequency, you perform a more frequent mitzvah first. So the Gemara says, we made our abiding, so look, if you made our abiding, you sit down with Taurus and Neros now. So the Gemara says, let's just ask you, we made our abiding by Taurus and Neros. Why do I say that? Well, we should ready, half us again, we said, give ready Yeshua. Furthermore, get ready. According to the words of Rabbi Yeshua, Lo Amrit B'Shlosha Asar She'ein Mitzasol Roi Kama Ba'arba Asar She'Mitzasol Roi. So again, remember the answer to that. If you're going to say on the 13th, in other words, if the coverage was opened up on the 13th, when no part of the 13th is fit for Kama Besa, say that on the 14th, part of the day is fit for Kama Besa. But then you say that if you are correct, and it's not just part of the 14th that is fit for Kama Besa, but rather what? The entire 14th that is fit for Kama Besa. Ella, Amr Yadran, also Ayat and the Sira, the Pesach Sheshachto, the Arba Asar, Shachris, Bin Mishmo, Bin Shalom Mishmo, Oil Umitzasa Loi. Rather, it was a Yochanan reinvents from the Sira a little bit. And he knows this, that then the Sira holds that if one check that you come in Pesach in the morning, whether you did it Lishmo or Shalom Lishmo, ultimately again it is going to be puzzle. The carbon is going to be puzzle. Why? Because part of the day is fit for the carbon. Ultimately, again, in other words, that the afternoon is fit for the carbon, the morning is not. Very interesting. So the Gemara says as follows. So Rabbi Avo said, 1 second. Rabbi said, Rabbi Avo means Rabbi Avo was like a little bit surprised. And this is the case in came Pesach Kashla Ben Beseira Echi Mishkach Masla. So we'll say this is fascinating. How do you ever find a carbon Pesach that is kosher according to Ben Beseira? Now why would be the issue? Either Afrashia Ibna, Dichli Meikaro. So we'll say here's the interesting part. If halacha l'maisa, a person designates the carbon on the morning of the 14th, the problem is that we're reinventing it. That according to Ben Beseira, he agrees you can't offer it up in the morning. If that's the case, if you designate it in the morning, that is an inappropriate designation because the carbon can't be shechted then. If it can't be shechted then ultimately again it's set aside for non-use. And I will say we've seen this concept before that once a carbon is effectively set aside for non-use or for non-sacrifice, for non-offering, ultimately it becomes set aside and completely for use forever. So the Gemara says, and ultimately, again, if you designate it on the 13th, if that's the case, Mira, then it's that it was fit, but then effectively becomes unfit on the morning of the 14th. Take a look at Rashi for just a moment. What Rashi says, because according to the Messiah, if you're separating or designating it out in the morning of the 14th, it's not fit for sacrificial use in the morning of the 14th. So ultimately, again, according to Ben Beseira, how are you ever having an effective carbon Pesach? No, we can keep a simple case that maybe the designation of the carbon Pesach in fact occurs after midday. Because after midday, it's a proper designation. Why? Because the nice can be offered up as a carbon as well. Abai says, no, you can even do it in the morning. Why? Because once you get to the calendrical date of the 14th, you're good to go. Even though you can't offer up the carbon Pesach until that afternoon, it's not considered to be what we call the chusros mana, lacking time. Interestingly enough, you can even designate it at night. In other words, the night of the 14th. Why? Laila in the chusros mana. Ultimately, because nighttime is not considered to be a lacking in the calendrical designation, because even though you can't offer it up at night, but when it's being designated on the correct day. The time that Bishmal Lel Shmini Nichnas Lavir Lehis Aser Ukidrabi Asturiki. It's very simple. So remember, the halacha is as follows: you cannot offer up an animal as a carbon for the first 7 days after it's born. Right? Shiva Som Pietachasimo. For 7 days, the animal, the baby, is with its mother. Now, not only can you offer it up as a carbon, but you also can't designate it as Meiser Behema. But what can you do? Let's say the animal is born 7 days later, the night of the 8th, which is the night after the 7th day, you could already go ahead and go into the pen and designate that animal as Meiser Behema. Afteriki, Rami Ksiv. He contrasts the psukim. What did the psukim say? The animal will live for 7 days under its mother. Because what do you see from there? That already the night of the 8th, it is fit to be designated carbonically. But the pasuk says only from the 8th day and on can it be counted as a carbon. So the Gemara says, you see from here that on the night of the 8th, it can't be designated. How do you reconcile this? Ultimately, at night you can designate it, but the offering itself can only be done by day. Okay, incredible. So then what's the Gemara suggesting the same thing as Kavan Pesach? Because after Kavan Pesach that is designated the night of the 14th, even though what? It can't be offered up until the day of the 14th. I want to say about Lema Kasam Rabbi Yochanan. I will say the Gemara kind of detours here a little bit and doesn't look quite interesting. And must say Rabbi Yochanan holds the following: Bali Chaim Nitchi. So I say we've seen this before. Bali Chaim Nitchi means that once an animal is precluded from being offered, it is forever set aside for non-use. Dichoi literally means pushed aside. Once it's pushed aside for sacrificial non-use, it is forever rendered ineligible for sacrificial service. So you want to say, yeah, Rabbi Yochanan does hold that. So listen, I watch this. It's very interesting. I love this. Rabbi Yochanan, if you have an animal that belongs to the two partners, Reuben and Shimon own an animal jointly. And listen, now what happens? So let's say Reuben was Makdish, he consecrated his part of the animal. Then what did he do? He buys out Shimon, and he subsequently is Makdish consecrates the other part of the animal. So what's Talacha? Kedusha ve'ena kreva. The animal is consecrated. In other words, essentially it has monetary sanctity, but cannot be offered up as a carbon. Now we'll say, why can't it be offered up as a carbon? Because at the time of the initial partial consecration, it could not be offered up as a carbon. Why couldn't it be offered up as a carbon? Because you can't offer as a carbon a partially consecrated animal. So essentially, since at the initial stage of consecration, this animal cannot be offered up as a carbon, it is forever set aside for sacrificial non-use. So even though Reuben subsequently buys out the ownership interest of Shimon and consecrates the newly acquired part as well, the animal has financial sanctity but cannot be offered up as a carbon. Interestingly enough, but if the animal can be into a tumura, in other words, if you exchange it for another animal, there's the tumura penalty that both animals are consecrated. Tumura sakiyot and the tumura has the same status. So it's like in this case, shmamina tzlas. We learned three things. Number one, shmamina balei chaim nitchin. The most is very important. Balei chaim nitchin means that once an animal is set aside for sacrificial non-use, it never shakes that status. It is forever precluded from sacrificial non-use. Shmamina dichui me kara hava dichui. We see from here that again, once the animal is set aside initially from the beginning, that status can't change. Shmamina, and lesson number 3, yesh dichui budamin. Ultimately, again, interestingly enough, an animal can be set aside even if it has financial sanctity. Take a look at that top Rashi on 12b. Yesh dichui budamin. Yesh horas dichui b'kishas damin. Even by financial sanctity, once an animal is set aside for non-use, ultimately, again, that status remains, because that's this case over here. When Reuben is makdish his half, remember again, all Reuben has is financial sanctity, does not have monetary sanctity. Has monetary sanctity, does not have physical sanctity. So you see that the concept of dichui, setting aside for non-use, applies even to financial sanctity. incredible. So let's say I just point out something amazing over here. This phrase, if you notice, back on Amud Aleph for just a moment, the first lesson that the Gemara learned over here, Shmamina, Bale Chayim Nitchi, which means animals could be forever set aside for non-sacrificial use. Nitcha could be pushed aside. So let's say tremendous Haskell. It is only animals. It is only animals that could forever be precluded from becoming a carbon, coming close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? Once an animal is set aside for non-use, for sacrificial non-use, it can never be redeemed. That is only a din by animals. But Baruch Hashem, not the halacha l'maisa, not the hashkafa l'maisa, by people. There is no such thing as a person. There is no such thing as a yid who is always nidcha, who is always set aside. There are times in life that I do things that ultimately compromise my spiritual standing. And there are times in life that I make poor decisions, I make wrong turns in life, and as a result, I am distanced and set aside from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But that is only temporal and episodic. The power of tshuva, the power of change, is that no matter how bad the rut I get myself into, I can always find a way to extricate and pull myself out. This is a din shmamina, balechayim nitchim. Animals could be set aside for permanent non-sacrificial use. Animals could be precluded from forever entering into the presence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. That's a din in animals, but it's never a din halacha l'maisa or hashkafa l'maisa by people. No matter how bad the mistake, we can always extricate ourselves, redeem ourselves, and make ourselves into a carbon come close to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Incredible. Amrullah, from the Yochel, we'll say some great cases over here. Akol Chelev. Listen to this case. Akol Chelev and Hirfish carbon. We made 8 Chelev, right? Obviously prohibited. That was it. Has to kind of case with 8 Chelev b'shogeg. Right? See, 8 Chelev b'shogeg, because remember, halacha l'maisa, if you eat Chelev b'mezid, that's kares. Eat Chelev b'shogeg, accidentally consume Chelev, separate out of carbon, Hirfish carbon. Then what happens? Ve'emer das. He became an apikoris. Afterwards. Okay. No, not okay. Let's understand. In other words, he became an apikoris. The chazar, and then he did shuvah. So let's say, by the way, all of this can be happening in an hour. Right? That's how fast change could occur. I see, he becomes an apikoris, and then Baruch Hashem, he does shuvah. So let's say, so now what's the shaila? The shaila is what's the status of his carbon? Remember again, halacha l'maisa, you cannot offer up the carbon of an apikoris, right? Of an apostate. You can't offer up that carbon. So the shaila is now, so again, we've been ate the chayil accidentally, separate out a carbon chatos, became an apikoris. As an apikoris, his carbon was precluded from being offered. But then Baruch Hashem, he did tshuva. So again, we're not asking about his status, he's about tshuva. The shaila is what's the status of his carbon. So what's the halacha? All of the nitchei can't offer up the carbon. Why? Because since the carbon was set aside for sacrificial non-use at the time that he became an apikoris, once a carbon is set aside, it's always set aside. So therefore, again, the carbon cannot be redeemed. Now again, now what does that mean? Effectively, what does that mean? What does it mean? He's going to have to bring another carbon. In other words, he still has his obligation of bringing a chatos, but Lamaisi cannot use that particular animal. In kind of another case, it's my name. I'm going to be very fun cases here. I'm going to be open. I'll call Caleb here for carbon. Finish that. Listen to this case. Ruvain ate Caleb, right? He ate Caleb, separated out a carbon chatos, finished that. He became insane, right? In other words, he lost mental capacity. Because of the nishtata, and then Baruch Hashem. Then ultimately, again, he went ahead and he regained his mental capacity. I will say, by the way, it's interesting the commonality between these two cases. Like the Gemara Masechah Sota says, when does a person sin? Ein adam chotei, ela in kein nichnas bo ruach shtos. A person only sins almost like in an episode of temporary insanity. Sin makes absolutely no sense. When you put it on paper, and you write the pros and cons. What's always going to win? When you write the pros and cons, what's always going to win? Ooh. Okay, let me educate you a little bit. Right? The cons are always going to win. Right? We will start with Judaism 101. So we're definitely a little bit, right? The cons, they'll say, right? The cons will always win. The cons will always win. Why? Because whatever you get from sin is always temporal and episodic. Whatever you're going to get has a very limited shelf life, right? The pros. The cons could be eternal. So the Gemara says the only reason a person sins is nichnas bo ruach shtos. It's like temporary insanity. I'm losing my mind for a moment. I'm just losing control. I'm losing rational thought because it doesn't make any sense. Interesting that just the juxtaposition on these two cases. So in case number 2, Reuven eats chaylev. He goes in and separates out a carbon chatos. Then he slips into temporary insanity. Literally, in other words, he becomes a showdown. He loses his mental capacity. And then what happens? Well, then he recovers. Baruch Hashem. What's the halacha? Was it on the Shabbos to offer up the carbon? Now remember again, the carbon of a shota, the carbon of someone who's insane, a shota cannot offer up a carbon. Because remember, to offer up a carbon, you need das. You need intellect, mental capacity. So what's the halacha? Since the carbon was set aside for non-use, non-self-sufficient use, ultimately again it remains precluded from use. So the point over here in these two cases are two illustrations of the halacha that the Gemara just said are unadabra, namely that what shmamina, once an animal is actively set aside for sacrificial non-use, it remains set aside for non-use. In other words, once you cannot offer it, by definition, you cannot shake that status of or that state of non-offering, and therefore, halacha l'maisa, the carbon becomes precluded from use, even if the owner's status changes back to what it originally was. Incredible. So, by the way, why do I need both of these cases? They're kind of both illustrating the same concepts. Why do I need two cases to illustrate the same idea? I need both. I'll tell you why. Yes, when I come myself, I would have just said the apicores, in that case, maybe I'd say Reuven chose to become an apicores. So because he chose to become an apicores, ultimately, again, because of that, that's why the carbon can't be offered. You made a choice to go off the death. You made a choice to become an apicores. Fine, so that's it. Very nice. You decided to do tshuva. That's fantastic. But at the end of the day, the covenant set aside for non-use because of the decision you made. About halacha, but in the case of where it becomes a shota, then the ultimately, he didn't choose to go insane. Rather have his also, which, by the way, is so incredibly important because it's also Chazal giving us a window into mental illness. And mental illness is often fundamentally misunderstood. Right? Sometimes people don't understand the person suffering from depression. So people will say, "You're suffering from depression, so just become happy. Go ahead and just come on. Why can't you just change your disposition, change your mindset?" It's like telling a person who has cancer, "Why can't you just get better? Why can't you just get better?" One of the things that's so complicated, people don't understand about mental illness, that it is no different. It is not just because you can't see the physical symptoms, it is no different than any other illness that affects the individual. So you're saying over here, you're saying in the case of the guy becomes a shota, which essentially is mental illness. In that case, ultimately, again, that's happening de facto to him, right? He's not choosing that. That's occurring to him. Ultimately, again, the Gemara says, since, again, the guy's becoming a shota, that's a situation that is occurring to him. It's no different than someone who falls asleep. I will say, right? This is very interesting. When you're asleep, what's your status when you're asleep? What's your status? Okay, it's fascinating to a certain degree, kind of like a shota. Now, why is that? Because the person who's asleep doesn't have das. Now, it's true and not true. Because what's the halacha when you're asleep? Ultimately, you roll onto a tree and you break it. What's the halacha back to our Baba Kama days? Like right? Why? Adamu and Leolam. So you see that halacha, even when you're asleep, still there's a sense of responsibility. But Lamaisa, at least I can say, we don't say that every single time a person goes to sleep, their carbon can't be offered up anymore, right? We don't say that. We don't say that. So I would have thought that maybe the case where he becomes a shota is kind of like the case where he falls asleep. If anyone has to say that that's not true. Furthermore, again, if we were just at the case of Nishtaka, it becomes insane, loses mental capacity, he doesn't have the ability to come back. In other words, at will. But in the case, ultimately, again, where it becomes an apicores, ultimately, since he has the control to come back on the derech money trees, which I will say is so incredible. Even if you become an apicores, you control your ruchnis. You control your ruchnis. You want to be an Oven Hashem, you make that decision. I might have thought imolo. I might have thought, therefore, maybe the covenant is not precluded from being offered. Therefore, I will say, ultimately, again, we require both of these cases. Again, so therefore, both cases, interesting illustrations, ultimately, of yesh dichui Or as the Gemara said, that once an animal is set aside for non-sacrificial use, ultimately, even if the status changes, halacha l'maaseh, the animal still remains forever. Let's go back to one more case. Interesting case here. Listen to this case. Ruvain ate chaylev, right, accidentally, and he separated out a carbon chatas. V'holu bezin shechaylev mutar. Now watch this. After he separated his carbon, Sanhedrin paskin that you're allowed to eat chaylev. Oh, back to our hurriest days, right? They can't eat chaylev. So I say, so now what happened? The chazru bahan. Then Bezin retracted their ruling. So we'll say, what's the halacha? Mahu. Mi hava dichui, o lo hava dichui. Ultimately, so we'll say, what is the status over here? Right? So do we say that halacha l'maisa, since had he sinned after the Bezin made their ruling, he would not be chayav a personal carbon, right? Because halacha l'maisa, he would have been covered under the Pachar He'elam Davar Ne'atzi, or the communal offering. Therefore, his carbon is set aside for non-use, or not. When Rabbi Yochanan would give the examples of decoy, he would definitely use this case. My timer, hasam davra itri carbon lo itri, hacha carbon and nami itri. In fact, the Gemara says this is actually one of the greatest examples of a decoy. Why? Because we'll say in this case over here, in the previous cases, it wasn't the carbon itself that was compromised. Rather, what was compromised in the previous two cases was like this. What was compromised in the previous two cases? It was the individual who was compromised, right? Let's say Ruvain became an apikonis, or Ruvain lost mental capacity. Ruvain was compromised, but the carbon was fine. This case is even a better illustration of dichui, because in this case, the carbon itself was actually compromised. And therefore, again, this is a great illustration, ultimately, again, of a carbon being set aside, ultimately, again, for non-use. One more, stop. Shimon as I said, I heard from 72. Now he didn't say 72 elders. He said 72. Zaken means old man. Rashi says, why did it say 72 zaken singular? The Gemara says the kulu because ultimately, again, all 72 were of the same opinion espoused in the Mishnah. What was that opinion? That opinion was that all karbanos that are offered up shalom l'shmo, ultimately, again, the carbon is kosher, but doesn't work for the owner, except for Pesach and Chatas. And this was a universally held opinion that was held by all 72 elders. To show that there was complete unanimity in opinion, it didn't say elders plural, rather it said elders singular. The both sides will stop over for today. Shkoyach. What is that? What is that? All right, have on Zoom. Good Shabbos, everyone. Good Shabbos.
It's not only Patreon stuff, but it's also subscribers on YouTube and likes on live videos, and also leaving negative comments is not good for us either. Yeah, only positive comments, tons of likes, Patreon subs, that kind of thing. It saves the day every time. But that's not what they're here. No, they're here to watch 10 minutes of shot. So start the timer, play the cheat code. All right, so given the state that we only have one monitor now, it's going to be a rough show for me here, but it's fine, right? Don't kill me, we got it. All right, so I did notice in Chang's recently, there's a lot of, you know that
great Swiss ball person to be able
looking at the picture in bed.
to begin to get learning that. By thanking all of our sponsors for this month, you should thank our Talmud sponsors for the month of Tishrei, Kabbalah Adin Lutova. No, it's our Talmud. In celebration of completing stages of Zikin, I think it's so snowballs for Israel. Nate and Harry Smith, and Schloss. Oh, a beautiful year for the entire Kihila. Our week of learning sponsors, Jonathan and Alana Austin. In honor of the engagement of their daughter Tamar, Tiair Ashley got to New Jersey. Maybe don't get to build a bias name and do Israel. They did to see you on Zoom. Hashem Mazel Tov Malchus is up as well. Chazan Countdown to Tum B'Shot Tova Umetz Lachas. And the Middle Mishpacha has this first for the Fushtima for Nachman Ben Nachman. Stab the foot together with cold Israel. The Shpach should be there to bring home all of our hostages and the soldiers should be successful. The whole Nasi again, which is the new year, comes to Bracha. and Shefa for Klal Yisrael. Most of the guys that us being very lucky to do today, tremendous shout to Richter, working in Shira over the young people. Let's go. Okay, so let's say, so today's daf is Yud 11. We are picking up on Yud on the base 10 beat at the two dots on the bottom. Tnan Hassel. The little be again forming the Tnan. Tnan Hassel. Shai Rabbi Akiva Omer. Kol dam shenichnasu lahechal lechaker psulim. Any blood. Now, talking about again blood from karbanos. Remember again, there are many different categories of karbanos. But for our context this morning, there are certain karbanos who called rituals and rites are done what's outside of the interior structure of the base of Mikdash versus other things that occur within. It's actually very beautiful that we're learning this Gemara now, or the time of preparation for Yom Kippur, because part of the unique aspect of the Avodah of Yom Kippur was the fact that you're molten carry that from home on foot. Incredible. That's a guy. Right? And so the nice again, there are certain things that happen in the Bachutz, and there are certain things that happen within. So now what Rabbi Akiva Simon says here is as follows. What happened if Halacha L'Maisa, there was a certain blood service that was supposed to be done Bachutz outside, and we did it within. What's the Halacha? So called them Shenichnos Lahechal Lechaper Psulim. It's possible. So this, if you look at Rashi, Rashi says over here, called Damin. So any blood services that are supposed to be done in the exterior of the base of Mikdash, but instead we're done in the interior, ultimately are invalidated. The Abad Abdullah Sidney Ella Chalchatas Shayuda Ruva Midama Magra the Akiva Kachem Kadash and Kachem Kalim Heribuya. So that's very interesting. Now the only actual explicit carbon that we know that the Torah speaks about that is supposed to be done on the outside. And if you do it on the inside, is hustle is the chatas. That's how it's explicit. But Rabbi Akiva understands based on the chatas that appears that it applies to all types of blood. So any blood service that is supposed to be done on the outside, but instead is done on the inside, by definition is invalid. Come say, the chatas bill. Come say no. The invalidation applies only to chatas, not to anything else. Rabbi Eliezer Omer, Apa Asham. Rabbi Eliezer says even an Asham. So we'll say Shneimar kechatas kasham, because Rabbi Eliezer says chatas and Asham are always linked together. So therefore, we'll say fundamental three-way focus. You take a blood service that was supposed to be done outside. By the way, I just want to be clear. Outside does not mean outside of the base of English precincts, right? Because that's shripping chutz. That's a big no-no. This is talking about chutz just means outside of what we'll call the heichal of the Beis Hamikdash structure proper. In the Beis Hamikdash endurance. That's a word. Right? If it's in the Beis Hamikdash, complex. So again, you take a blood service that's supposed to be done by chutz, you do it with me. Rabbi Akiva, hustle, any type of blood service. Now come in, only chatas, Rabbi Eliezer, chatas, and hustle. Good. Now let's analyze. It says the Gemara Mishnah, but I'll just give you comment time on. So Rabbi Eliezer, I understand your logic, because once it applies to, now remember, I will say, the one thing everybody's going to agree with is what? Is chatas. Because chatas is stated explicitly. So again, Rabbi Eliezer makes sense, because everybody agrees on chatas. Asham is usually lumped together with chatas, so this makes a lot of sense. And it's also incredible to do chatas and asham gemara on essentially the first day of Aseret Tshuva. I mean, it's the third day of Aseret Tshuva, but for us, the first day of active Tshuva. Shoshana is a different avodah. So how incredible. And with Rabbanon, my time on, but the Rabbanon, what's the logic? Asham nichnas damod b'pnim, also lo masasam. So you want to say like this. In reality, that an asham, the fact that it's blood ultimately again would be possible if you bring it to him, doesn't make any sense. Why not? Kavachomer Ola, because ultimately again it's a Kavachomer from Ola. What's the Kavachomer from Ola? So we'll say top of the Aleph. So the Gemara says Ma Ola, Shi Kalon Nichnas Damad Sheva. So an Ola which is unique. Now what's unique about an Ola? It's totally consumed in Mizbeach. So ultimately again, an Ola which is in Mizbeach, yet halakha l'maisa, if you end up bringing the blood inside, it's still kosher. Asham she'eno kalil, lo kol shekin. So certainly an asham, which is not totally consumed, ultimately again should be kosher. So the Gemara says, so that's the kavachomer. So Gemara says, Ma la'ola shekin in mechaveres. Oh, 1 second, it's not a good comparison. Why? Because Ola is not mechaver, and Ola itself does not provide for kapara. I must minchas chote don't be out. Okay, so we're going to have to minchas chote. So Gemara says, Lema Chatas ha'oftopia. I go on every right in Chatas ha'of. Chatas ha'of, Daya, Drabi Adam. Chatas ha'of, and we'll get to this, is its own unique situation. The question of the Adam is what's up to the throw. Man minchas fote, shekipino binesera. Go on and say, giving our minchas fote. Why? Because minchas fote is a mincha. If it's a mincha, it means it comes from what? It's a meal offering. It means by definition, it's not carbonic in nature. Olatopia, shekipino from Ola. The Chazar did. The Gemara says this a little bit of circular logic, and therefore leads us to say the following: Lo rizikr is yes. In reality, the aforementioned cases are dissimilar. So what is the common denominator? Ultimately, the common denominator is that they're all kadshe kadoshim. And yet, despite the fact that they're all kadshe kadoshim, if you ended up doing the blood service in the interior of the Beis Hamikdash, ultimately, again, it's kosher. Therefore, what the Gemara says, ani avi asham shehu kodesh kadoshim. The nichnas damalifnim kosher. So I will also include Hashem, which also is Kodesh Kadashim, and although the blood service is normally done bachutz, if you do it with them, ultimately again it's going to be kosher. Incredible. So we'll say, so this is the logic ultimately again of the Chachamim. So the Chachamim will therefore say the only carbon that if you end up doing the blood service on the interior, in the interior, is going to be possible is katos. Because ultimately, again, that is what is mentioned explicitly in the Torah. Everything else will be added kosher, even though asham is normally linked together with chatos, but they just need this common folder. The Gemara says as follows, or the Shana Shad, I should say. I'm going to rub in the balance for Rashi. Why not bring up the following kasha? Why not bring up the following idea? Perhaps the common denominator is ultimately to have only 7 now. There was an interesting enough in this context. 7 out means it has no floor value. But interesting enough, an asham does have a minimum amount, a minimum value that the covenant has to possess. Now, the higher time is Rabbanan, so what's Rabbanan's logic? Remember, what does Rabbanan say? Rabbanan said that the only time that there is a psul, if you offer up the blood, the thing is where? Only by chatas. Only by chatas. So the Gemara says, so what's the logic of that? Because the pasuk says it's blood. And we'll say that pasuk is the chol katas asher yuva mizama el ohel moed lechaper b'chodesh lo se'achal ba'esh tisarei. That's the explicit pasuk. Anytime you bring the blood of the katas into the interior of the Beis Hamikdash, the carbon is embarrassed. And what does the pasuk say? Dama. What does dama mean? It's blood. So that I want to understand, that means this is an exclusionary phrase. What does this psul apply to? Only kantos and to nothing else. Incredible. All the other things. Say dama below bisara. Is that comes to mean the only psul for a kantos is if you bring the blood. But if you end up bringing the meat of the carbon on the inside, that does not go ahead and invalidate the carbon. Rather than will say dama. Because most of them dama no darish. Right? So we'll say so again. Just the point to remember over here is halachah l'maisa, our three-way mathematics. Obviously, again, it's one of the fact that certain carbonos are done with nim, certain done bachutz. What happens if you take a carbon that was supposed to be done bachutz, and let's say you do the blood service with nim inside of the Beis Hamikdash? So what's the status? Can be a jiva. Anything that you do is going to be possible. Chachamim only chatos. Rabbi Eliezer, chatos and ashar. Up until now, we're just trying to figure out the svara of the svara of the Chachamim, and really it's based on the pasuk Dama. Only the blood of the chatas is invalid if you don't even do it with me, but that invalidation does not apply to everything else. Yes, we show that Rabbanan Asham to Shechus Shelo Lishmo Kasher. So going to Rabbanan and saying that Asham Shechus Shelo Lishmo is still going to be Kasher. This is Mincha Lechatos, Mincha LaAsham. This is why Karban Mincha is both compared to a Chatos and compared to an Asham. Where do we see that? It's Anya. And Rishimon says, Kodesh Kadoshimi. The pasuk says, talking about a carbon mincha, is actually very interesting. Talking about a carbon mincha, it's Kodesh Kadoshim, and the Torah itself compares a mincha, kachatas, the ka'asham, the kachatas and asham. So the Gemara says, minchas fotei, Harihi Kechat is very interesting. So right Minchas Chokeh, which is the mincha that is brought as a sin offering. Harihi Kechat is the equivalent of a carbon chatas. Therefore, Leficha, Kamsa Shalom Lishma Psula. Therefore, if you did Kmitza, Shalom Lishma. Remember also what's Kmitza? Remember again, that's the three fingers of the meal offering. If you did Kmitza, Shalom Lishma is possible. I was saying, as you can what's happening over here, the Torah is comparing a mincha to a chatas into an asham. What's the meaning of that comparison? So ultimately, again, on one hand, it's like a chatas. Just like a chatas, the term Shalom Lishma is possible, right? Our first Mishnah in the Sechta. So too, if Mitzvah is done Shalom Lishma, ultimately, again, the carbon is possible. Minchas Nidava, Harihi Kash, let's say first one line. On the other hand, a Minchas Nidava, which is again a voluntary mitzvah offering, that halacha is going to be like an asham. How so? The Ficha comes a Shalom Lishma Shera. Interesting. So just like a carbon Nidava, if done Shalom Lishma is going to be kosher. Still to the Knitza of a Minchas Nidava, if done Shalom Lishma is going to be kosher. But Al Rabbi Eliezer, the Michael Pasar Iskish Mincha Lechatas Mincha Lasham for Rabbi Eliezer. Remember, I will say, Rabbi Eliezer himself already linked Hashem, the Torah itself links Hashem and Chatas, and at least when it comes to the blood applications on the interior. So if you remember again, Rabbi Eliezer says Mincha, Chatas and Hashem are treated the same. So in this context, what is the impact? Ultimately, again, of comparing Mincha to Chatas and Mincha to Asham, with the Izach Rabbi Shimon. It's for the other dimension. Let's say third wide line 11a. This is very interesting. Shalobikli Sharis Suba. What happens if you do a carbon mincha, not in a kli sharis? If you look at Rashi for just a moment, Rashi, just move your fingers to the right for that 5 lines up. Shalobikli Sharis, Shalobikli Deish HaKomitz Bikli Sharis. Okay, so let's say again, you took the knitza, but you didn't put the knitza in a kli sharis. It's a kli sharis, a service utensil, a basic service utensil. So what's that? Ultimately, the mincha is going to be possible. Why? These are interesting. Shaman Knuckles, Hukshu is fucking lit on Arba Avodos, Nitza, Hitzabos, because a mincha, remember again, a mincha is a meal offering. Interestingly enough, a mincha is compared to other karbanos. So it's actually very interesting, Rashi. Lit on Arba Avodos, just like by, right? Remember again, by a carbon, there are 4 primary avodas. What are the 4 primary avodas? Shkita, Kabbalah, Mulacha, Zrika. Right? So just like by carbon, you have 12 primary avodas. By carbon mincha, you also have 4 primary Kabbalahs. The avodas is to this Knitza, Kineged Shkita. So Knitza, which is the actual taking of the flour, right, of the meal offering, that corresponds to Shkita. Matan comments between Kineged Kabbalah. Then you put the comments right in a it's in a service utensil. That's like Kabbalah, just like receiving the blood of the offering. That's Kabbalah. Halacha Knegel, and then I'm just going to say, Halacha means taking this rishayis in this block, that's the sin by both of them. And Haftara Kinegel Zrika, and then actually burning the actual comments on the Mizbeach, that corresponds to Zrika. This is just fascinating piece of just carbonic information. Okay? So the Gemara says as follows. Therefore, this is not Shalobikli Sharis Tzuba. Therefore, Halacha writes if you took the comment and you did not put the comments in the Kisharis, so you just took the comments and you put it right on the Zerah. Ultimately, the comment is valid. Rabbi Shimon Makshir. Rabbi Shimon says that it's kosher. Isn't that incredible? Rashi says that Rabbi Shimon Makshir in Holicho B'Yadom becomes so Adam is V'Yach Ve'Ktiro. So listen to this. So Rabbi Shimon says that if the coin took the comments and he literally walks the comments right over to the Mizbeach, puts the comments on the Mizbeach, then ultimately again it is kosher. Rabbi Chia. By the time Rabbi Shimon, why does Rabbi Shimon hold that the comments doesn't need to go in a Kisharis? What's his logic? Listen to this. So listen to this. Because the Torah itself compares the carbon mincha both to a chatos as well as to an asham. How so? Watch this. So the Gemara says, it's telling you that there are 2 modes or two avenues in which you could offer up the carbon mincha. On one hand, you could do it like a chatos. And let's say ultimately again, if you go ahead and do it like a chatos, then what? As long as you do it with your right hand, ultimately it's kosher, even if you don't use a kli sharis. Now, what's that about? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, "The halachos ba'karos yad shelo b'kli ogdo v'yamin shakomet ba kizrikas dam chatos shu biyad be'etzba u'biyamin b'siv b'chatos v'lakach hakol v'dam chatos be'etzba u'v'nasan v'dashin l'kma v'arbeis be'etzba u'v'nasan shlo tein nesina elo b'yamin chomachim." So on one hand, interestingly enough, just like the chatos is sprinkled onto the mizbeach, ultimately again with the right hand, so too, if you go ahead and you don't use a kli sharis for the carbon mincha, as long as you handle it in your right hand, it's going to be kosher. Fascinating. On the other hand, the kli of the smoke asham. If you do use a kli sharis, then ultimately you have to handle the kli sharis in your left hand, just like an asham. Rashi says, "You're about to the kli, Rashi the the small, the whole kli should feature the soap of the small bowl in his beach. The leaking is small minakli ala ishim kizrika sam asham shuminakli." So it's fascinating. So just first of all, just in general, the fundamental focus about how you actually offer up a carbon mincha. Does carbon mincha? So first of all, just interesting piece of information to keep in mind that a meal offering of mincha has 4 corresponding avodos that correspond to the 4 avodos of a carbon. Okay, that's number 1. But then another focus, does a carbon mincha require a kli sharis or not? Tanakama says absolutely yes. A failure to use a kli sharis ultimately validates the carbon. Rabbi Shimon, no. The chatas ka'asham says there are 2 avenues in which you could offer a carbon mincha. You could do it like a chatas, and then for a without kli sharis, just use your right hand. Or like an asham, with the kli sharis using your left hand. That's an area. Those halachos, by the way, of chatas and asham, we're going to get to. One part of the beauty of the Masechta Shlachim is you mentioned by the time we are finished with this Masechta, we're actually going to have the working knowledge of how kabbalas work and how different kabbalas work. Rabbi Shimon, hychromatically, I'm sorry, so ultimately, again, Shimon, could the pasuk be used for both? Yes, if we're promising who the breeder here, who the asa. The primary use of the pasuk is that who the breeder here, right? And the idea of minchas spoke is it's not from the Shema, it's going to be possible to actually learn that from different pasuk. Chatos, time mind, ultimately again, what says, why is it that by a carbon chatos, if you don't do it Lishma, it is invalid. Why is that? Because ultimately, again, by the Chatos, it says he, or who. This is the passage we've been quoting a number of different times. Right? Chatos, who, which teaches me ultimately, again, that Chatos has to be done Lishma. Minchas Chote Nani Ksib Ba, he. But by Minchas Chote, it also says he. And so Rabbanan. And therefore, again, if I see from it's just like Chatos has to be done Lishma. So too, Minchas Vote also requires the Shema. I will Rabbanon, but my officer is Kish Asham Lachatos. But according to the Rabbanon, so remember, let's go back to just a second. The Rabbanon are the ones who say that it's only the blood of a Chatos that is offered between is possible, but the blood of an Asham that offered between is not possible. So if that's the case, what's the nature of the comparison between Chatos and Asham? To teach us ultimately again, just like Chatos requires smicha, so too Asham requires smicha. And again, like I said, I will say, remember, just so you appreciate, you know this already, if you notice the structure of the Masechta, remember, we have not started the Masechta with the specificities of Kabbalas. Right, well, remember what we started with over here is actually the beginning of the Shema. That's how the Masechta starts. So, but like every Masechta in Gemara throws in a whole bunch of details before we actually learn out these details. And there's Hashem, as we kind of go through each of the Kabbalas individually and learn their different unique specificities, a lot of these other things kind of fall into place as well. But let's go back there. It says, Yossi ben Koli Omer Nishcham. Supposed to see back to our Mishnah. So remember again, Yossi ben Koli said, Hanishchat l'shem Pesach l'shem Chatos Sulen. That was interesting enough. So remember again, the structure of the Mishnah. Yossi ben Koli says, anything that is shafted for the sake of Pesach or for the sake of Chatos is possible. So the Gemara says, I'm Rabbi Yochanan, Yossi ben Koli, Rabbi Eliezer, Amru Davar Echad. So Yossi ben Koli and Rabbi Eliezer seem to be saying the same exact big. So the Gemara says in the Mishnah, the Gemara says, no, I'm sorry. In fact, again, the machlokes is by other karbanos shechted for the sake of chatos. So if you take a look at Rashi in the wide lines, Rashi is 4 lines into the wide lines. Rabba Amar Bachim Shem Chatas Pligi, you see that Rashi 4 lines into the wide lines? You'll see things only Rabbi Eliezer, but also Rabbi Eliezer Ela Ba'achirin L'Shem Pesach. So as you're going to see, Rabbi Eliezer himself only passes when you have other karbanos shechted for the sake of Pesach. But in Rabbi Eliezer's, Rabbi Eliezer is the previous, I think you mentioned in the show. Rabbi Eliezer, you have other kabbalas mentioned for the sake of katos. Ultimately, offered for the sake of katos is going to be kasher. Or we have it first. Let's go back to the Gemara. So therefore, the machlokes ultimately again is other kabbalos that are checked with shem katos. Here we go. Pesach sha'avashna. So the shachta is ma'al l'shmo. Interesting case. You must remember again, Carbon Pesach has to be an animal within 1 year. The animal is over a year, it has aged out. Now, what happens to a Carbon Pesach that ages out? What's its status? Shlamim. Shlamim. So the word says, so the shachta is man of the shmo. So if you have a Carbon Pesach that ultimately aged out, and you shechted it in its time for the sake of Carbon Pesach. The Gemara says, "B'tein hashopi achir l'shem Pesach bizmano." For that matter, you check the different carbon for the sake of Carbon Pesach bizmano. Now, what's bizmano? Just Pesach. What's the halacha? The Eliezer says these carbonos are possible. Rabbi Yeshua machshir. Rabbi Yeshua says ultimately again it is going to be kosher. Rabbi Yeshua. So it's Rabbi Yeshua's logic. In b'shai mos hashana she'eno kosher lishmo. So ultimately again the Gemara says if during the rest of the year. So in b'shai mos hashana she'eno kosher lishmo. Then ultimately again a carbon pesach achirim tishmo achirim shirim lishmo. If you check others ultimately again for the sake of pesach it's going to be kosher as a shlamim. This mano should kosher l'shmo if you checked it in its right time, where it will be kosher l'shmo, checked it as a pesach. Ain't no din, she is l'shmo. But some of the other kabbalas checked it for the sake of pesach in the right time before the kosher as well. Otherwise, the Lord says, "Okay, he said just the opposite. Not in Yishayimos Hashana She'eno Kosher l'shmo. If you checked it during the rest of the year, for the sake of Pesach, it's not going to be good. The Gemara says, I'm sorry, Yishayimos Hashana She'eno Kosher l'shmo Kosher l'shem achirim. So yes, if you checked it the Pesach, for the sake of Shalom, it's going to be kosher. Bismano should kosher l'shmo. In its time, when it is kosher l'shmo, ain't no din she'yoksha l'shem achirim. It's coming to be kosher even if you checked it l'shem. A different carbon. The yoksha Pesach ma'abasa shelo l'shmo. And ultimately, are you trying to say therefore that a Pesach, a cut Pesach, should even be kosher on the 14th shelo l'shmo? The Kach Ata Omer really put forward such an assertion. Mali Bokshu Achirim B'Shabi Mos Hashana L'shmo Shekein Hu Kosher L'Shem Achirim. This verse says as follows. Mali Bokshu Achirim B'Shabi Mos Hashana L'shmo. So other kabbalos during the rest of the year are going to be kosher L'shmo Shekein Hu Kosher L'Shem Achirim, because the Pesach itself will be kosher for a Shlamim designation. The Yikshu Achirim is mano l'shmo, and let other karbanos be kosher in its time. Other Pesach l'shmo, shekin hu pasol l'shem achirim. Because ultimately, again, a Pesach offer up is mano l'shem shlomo pasol. Or Yeshua, imtain horeisa koach Pesach, v'nesa koach l'shlamim. That's the case of Mosai. And ultimately, what you've done is you've eroded the power of Carbon Pesach, and instead given a heightened importance of power to Shlamim. The Chazer of Mosai, the Gano Din Acher. So the Lazar therefore changes his tune. And you actually something different. Matzinu, Mosai Pesach Bashlam. So Mosai Pesach. Remember again, what's the classic case of Mosai Pesach? The classic case of Mosai Pesach is a surrender from Pesach. Then what happens? So what happens? I lost the animal. I offer up another carbon in its stead, and then I find my original animal. That's the case of Mosai Pesach. So we'll say, so now, when you find that original carbon Pesach, what do you do with that original animal? When you find the first animal, so what do you do with that animal? Now, again, I've already offered up my carbon Pesach. What do I do with that first animal? Shlamim. Yeah, in most Shlomo Bar Pesach. Interestingly enough, if you have an extra Shlomo, your extra Shlomo cannot be offered up as a Korban Pesach. Uma Pesach, Shemos Sarah Bashlamim, and by a Korban Pesach, where again, if you find that original animal, you call it the extra Pesach, it can be offered up as a Shlamim. Shachto Bismano, the Shem Shlamim Pasul. If you shacht it on Erev Pesach, for the sake of Shlamim, it's going to be Pasul. Shlamim She'emo Sarah Bar Pesach. So on Shlamim, where the extra animal, so to speak, cannot be offered up as a Korban Pesach. And shachtam l'shem Pesach bizmano. If you ended up shachting it l'shem Korban Pesach on Erev Pesach, eino jin sheik surim. It's really sheik pasol. That's kavachomer. We'll say other days. I'm going to Yeshua. Matzinu moser chasir. That's the kavachomer. So I'm going to Yeshua. Matzinu moser chatos ba'olah ve'im moser olah ba'chatos. So it's very interesting. The result says as follows. We find the case of an extra chatas. What's most of chatas? Same case. I'm chayv becoming chatas. What do I set aside an animal? Then what happens? I lose my chatas. Then I offer up another animal, and instead I find my original chatas. What could I do with that chatas? Ba'olah. That could be offered up as an olah. But yet, interestingly enough, a moser olah ba'chatas. But if the same case happens with an olah, I designated an olah. Lost my original animal, offered up a replacement animal, then I find the original. The leftover animal or the original animal cannot be offered up as a chatos. So I says, Uma chatos, shamos sarah ba'olah. If the chatos with the extra chatos to be offered up as an olah, shakta l'shem olah p'sula. Yet, if you offer up a chatos l'shem olah, what's the number one style? Everyone agrees. Plus, I remember again, we'll say chatos is unique because a chatos that's offered up shalom l'shma. What's the halacha? Not only is it not only the same Bible, not only does it count towards one's obligation, but it's fundamentally possible. Olah she'ein mosara ba'chatos. And olah, ultimately again, where halacha l'maisa, the quote unquote the leftover olah cannot be offered up as a chatos. Shakta l'shem chatos in a diksha psuba. It's only if you offer up an olah for the sake of the chatos, it definitely should be possible. The rest because it says no in Amrat the chatas shekin shira l'shma kolas hasharas. Listen, the words is not necessarily listen to this. Chatas, right? Chatas, but ultimately again is shira kolas hasharas the entire year. Gemara says, Tomar the Pesach shino kasher l'shma ala bizmano. Pesach is unique, right? Because once the Pesach could only be offered up l'shma when only in Erev Pesach. Gemara says, so therefore, perhaps it'll say it's possible Korban Pesach is unique. Since the Korban Pesach, even the Shmo is only kosher. What means only kosher when? Only kosher on Erev Pesach. Only kosher on Pesach. Therefore, ultimately, even when Korban Pesach, she'eno kosher l'shmo ela bizmano. Hobo pasal l'shmo, dinu she'pasach here in the Shmo. Therefore, it makes sense that perhaps if other kavanos are offered up with Shem Korban Pesach throughout the rest of the year, they should be partial as well. Okay, incredible. Shimon Achia Zari Omer. Next part of the Mishnah. So we're just making our way. We finished up the first book of very exciting against the second Mishnah on the Sefta. Next person quoted in the Mishnah was Shimon, the brother of Azariah. Let's remember again, why Shimon is Shimon, the brother of Azariah? Why? Because his brother Azariah supported him in his learning. Right? Because again, it was his brother Azariah who allowed him to sit and learn, and therefore again, Azariah and his brother gets credit for his growth in Torah. When you facilitate someone else's spiritual growth, you get credit for that as well. So Shimon, the brother of Azariah said, Shaktan l'shem davo men ksherin, l'shem nalo men ksurim. So he advanced a very interesting idea. Shimon, the brother of Azariah, said like this: when you go ahead and you offer up a carbon, ultimately again for another purpose, is a carbon plus or not depends on what you're offering it for. If you go ahead and you offer up a carbon for the sake of another carbon that is of higher status, then your carbon will be kosher. If you offer up the carbon for the sake of a carbon that is of a lower status, your carbon will be awesome. That's what Shimon Achazariah's sheet. Let's analyze this. So Rav Ashi and Maskin Mishmei, Rav Yana, my time with Shimon Achazariah, or Shimon Achazariah's logic, although you tell you it's Kodesh B'nei Yisrael, Asher Yazimu L'Hashem. As the pasuk says, you shall not profane the Kodesh of Klal Yisrael, that they were elevated to Hashem. What do you see from here? The Mulam Dan is Chalolin. If you offer up a carbon for the sake of another carbon that is of a higher status, the carbon is not profaned. The normal man, but if you offer up the carbon for the sake of a carbon that is of lesser status, mischalolin, the carbon is profaned. Fascinating. Does that also come to teach us that? The Pasuk teaches something else. So honey by the Shmuel. You look at the Shmuel. What does Shmuel say? We'll say first white line. Then Shmuel. How do you know that if you eat table, you're chayiv misa? What's table? What's table? Table's untied produce. How do you know that if you eat table, you're chayiv misa? Yomer Shmuel, where it says Shneimar, lo yichalu es kachay b'nei Yisrael, asher yarimu laHashem. Because the Pasuk says, do not profane. The Katzkid identifies all that they will lift up to Hashem. Dasidim literal akosik of Megdada. Now, what is it referring to? It's referring to items that are going to, quote unquote, be lifted up. Which are the items that are going to be lifted up? That refers ultimately again to Shumas and Maisus. Shumas and Maisus. So what do you see from here? That Allah, so the Pasuk itself is telling Shumas and Maisus. I came lift up Asher Gomu. In that case, the Pasuk is going to say Asher Gomu. My Asher Yarimu. What's Yarimu? Shmamina Karti constitutes with two halachas. Two halachas. So what's the two halachas? Number one, for this the position of Shimon, the brother of Azariah. Halacha number one is that again. That halacha said if you go ahead and you have in mind for a carbon of higher status, the original carbon will be kosher. You have kavana for a carbon of a lower status, ultimately the carbon is going to be possible. And number two, if you eat tevel, you are chayav nisi. Now we are passing that if you eat tevel, ultimately you're chayav nisi. Incredible. Next to both sides. Boy Rebbe Zira. Shemei Meratzin. So it's very interesting. Now when Shimon, the brother of Isaiah, says like this. So we'll say, if I'm offering up a carbon, and now I don't have in mind for this specific carbon, I have in mind for a different carbon. Is the carbon good or not? Shimon says it depends. If you have in mind for a carbon of a higher sanctity, the carbon is kosher. Lower sanctity, ultimately the carbon is kosher. Here's the shayla. Let's say I had in mind for a carbon of higher sanctity. Does that mean it's kosher and counts towards my obligation? Is that literally what he's saying? No. That it's just kosher, but doesn't count towards my obligation. So the Gemara says, "Share the imaratz in the chifligi dechata, holik okluma k'shem imaratz in tartin." So the shimon will say that it's kosher and counts towards my obligation, or ultimately again it's kosher but doesn't count towards my obligation. Tashma. Here we go. Have a korban meiser. If you went ahead and you offered up to the card or a meiser animal, you did it for the sake of shlamim, it's going to be kosher. Shlamim sheshachtam l'shem bakar, or l'shem meiser p'sulim. But if you went ahead and you shach the shlamim for the sake of bakar or the sake of meiser, it's going to be possible. Now it says Rabbi Yisrael Sherid Umiratzin. So ultimately, again, if you hold that Shimon is saying that it's kosher and it works, and it satisfies your obligation, so the Gemara says so what's a Bachar animal? It's not an animal that affects the total psyche. In other words, a Bachar animal it doesn't satisfy an obligation. An obligation to give my firstborn animal. But let's say that animal dies. Like I have no obligation of replacement. So it's not a receipt. It doesn't come to satisfy my first obligation. Sharing the ignorance, rather it's seen to be that what Shimon, the brother of Azariah, is saying is if you take an animal and you take a carbon and you offer it up for a carbon of higher sanctity, ultimately again the carbon is kosher but does not satisfy my obligation. Only the seifa sharing the ignorance from the fact that the seifa ultimately again is a case of kosher but doesn't satisfy my obligation. Shinami sharing the interaction. So to the first case also has to be a case of ultimately where it's kosher, but doesn't satisfy the obligation. So maybe not. Maybe not. Why do you have to do creation sefer? Maybe they're two different cases. Hello, my commercial words is teaching me. It's teaching me ultimately again higher categories and lower categories. Farino, the Gemara says, we learn this case, Gemara says, Kate said, Kachin Kadachin Shishak, Kachin Kali. Now again, the Mishnah then goes on and Shimon the brother of Isaiah gives explicit examples of this. If you were to go ahead and you have a carbon that's Kachin Kadachin, and you check it for the sake of Kachin Kali, which is a lower level, Shimon will say ultimately such a carbon is possible. L'shem Kachin Kali, Good. Now the demo you have into this. Coaching production, the coaching column league of the Bob and Other. About column the column low. So it's an article like this. Maybe the one that cover us. Maybe one is very maybe the cover us. There's like two categories. There's coaching production, coaching column. And therefore in Shimon's logic, in this construct, if you check coaching production for the sake of coaching column, it's going to be possible. Coaching column for the sake of coaching production, it's going to be kosher. But maybe in the respective categories, there's no hierarchy. So, for example, let's say in Kachim Kadoshim, all Kabbalahs are created equal, and in Kachim Kalim, all Kabbalahs are created equal. Kamashma, that's not the case. Listen to this. Gemara says, "Hanami Tanina, Shlomin, Koltnin, Esabachar, B'Meishu, Tunin, Matan, Arba, Usmicha, Umisachem, Utnivas, Chazei B'Shem." So let's say, Gemara teaches us that a lot of months say that's not true. Even in the realm of Kachim Kadoshim, there's still a hierarchy. For example, Shlomim are more important or more kaddish than a Bachar. Why? Because in Shlomim, ultimately, again, what do you need? Number one, Matan Arba, there's 4 blood applications. Number 2, Smich. Is leaning on the animal. Next is sucking. Ultimately, again, libations. Tunifos has a shock, and a waving ultimately again of the chest and thigh. So ultimately, again, you see that even in the realm of Kachei Kadashim, there's a hierarchy. Which the Gemara says, the Gemara says, he Adron asking. You're right. The Gemara is teaching this halach from 2 places. Here it happens to be broken tangentially. Over there is the primary source. So let's say, from Danaber is as follows. So remember again, the Gemara is suggesting that, again, according to Shimon, the way this works is like this. If you check the carbon shalom, the small, is the carbon kosher or not? So again, it depends. If you check them for a carbon of higher sanctity, it's kosher. Lower sanctity, ultimately possible. Now the interesting part is, sanctity is not just determined by Kachim Kadosh and Kachim Kal, but even in those categories, there is still a hierarchy. So if you shifted, for example, a Bachar for the sake of Shlomim, that'll be kosher, because even though those are both Kachim Kalim, a Shlomim is higher than a Bachar. If you shifted Shaman for the sake of Bachar, ultimately, again, it's going to be possible, even though they're both in the realm of Kachim, they're both realm of Kachim Kalim. So we'll say, Halakha, nice how we pass him, we'll do the Rambam tomorrow, and we'll say, great run today. What's the most fantastic? What is the takeaway from everything we did today? What is the takeaway? I'm sorry? I can speak quickly. Right. This is also what happens when I front load on caffeine before the shear. Right? This is all right. This is also what I'll say. Here's also what to remember. What to remember is that sometimes the pathway to Kedusha is confusing and circuitous. Right? Remember again, this whole study is all about Kabbalah, all about coming close to our Kadosh Baruch Hu. So sometimes, again, I know where I want to get to in the path. I know I want to get to Kadosh Baruch Hu. But I have a whole path. But sometimes, again, that path has so many twists and turns. There's mistakes. There's moving forward. There's setback. But at the end of the day, what's the goal? The goal is get to the Mishnah, right? The goal is at the end of the day, just make it to where you need to get to, recognizing that in the pathway to the actualization of Kedusha, rarely does the journey occur as you thought it would. But if you stay the course, some parts make more sense, some parts make less sense, some parts I follow, some parts I don't. But as long as I stay the course, ultimately, I will get where I need to get. I'll get to the Mishnah. I'll get back to the Kadosh Baruch Hu. See you tomorrow.
But that's not story worse. That's also like schizophrenia. It's like he's just not a comedian. He's like, no, let's not make fun of each other, dude. We're gonna try to do some fucking slimy things. We're gonna, report differently on our IRS forms, and you can't tell anyone about it, dude. It's not funny. It is funny that he, not only is he the worst comedian of all time, but he also doesn't eat. He doesn't understand basic comedian. That's the whole thing. You make fun of each other. They all make fun of him.
Arthur will say good.
What they did, right? The civilians. Yeah, we know. We're
Morning,
like now
good morning, good night, to such a small to be able to enter a show to begin.
I wish we would.
By thanking all of our sponsors.
Oh, yeah.
Don't so much about our annual coming total sponsor, the Top Shin Pay Hey. Incredible. I want to see something, you have something annual where it's going to like last time so long. And then you get to these ends of like annual. And you recognize the funded field and message of quick. So you express my tremendous personal hope to the customers. We're dedicating all of our Torah this year as a exclusive. Priscilla Stellos Fabulous on television, yes, the JC that's Korean. Our telephone sponsors for the month of Elul. I've got Alina Recover on his last day of Elul. Benny Cooper Korean and Shums of his parents. Abram the Ben Ashapin was Taylor Eagle, Bas Selling, and the hopes that an answer to the students of Akila Normal Place will be answered. Shmuri the Dinamity, the Mishmas David from Spanner, the Ari from Yitzchak, Aryeh, Ben Haber, Yaakov, for the Bracha, and the League of Learning sponsors. Jonathan and Alana Austin, in honor of the engagement of Eretz Yisrael, in honor of the engagement of their daughters Tamar, Tia, Ashendar from Teaneck, New Jersey. Beautiful. Maybe you look at the world of Einstein, we show how beautiful it is. Baruch Hashem to end off this year with the same fun with the Chassan and Kala and the Mazel Tov. Chassan and Kala, we look at the world of Einstein that we saw and had many years. Both with Mazel Tov, Simsa, and Hatzlacha. In Eretz Hashem, Kodesh Baruch Hu should bring our house with this home, Shalom, the Carmel, our holy soldiers to be successful. The whole Maaseh game and all of Am Yisrael should be Zilcha to see where the Chassan and Tova. And most of that, let us be with a lot to do today. Not a lot of time. I promise. A finish time between 8 and 9 a.m. So I'm gonna make good on that. And then closer to 8. So let's go. So today's daf is daf yes. 8. Coming up in Restream Hashem on the bottom of a sign on the days. Thank you to Ramon for pushing me to the 2 dots yesterday. Second line from the bottom. 2 lines from the bottom. Context and gone. Remember again. Gemara now is journeying through the Mishnah. So the Mishnah explained that halacha l'maisa. Normally the halacha is as follows: that when you have a carbon, if the carbon is offered up, not l'shma, it's a different carbon or shmi, violence. Normally the halacha is the carbon itself is going to be kosher, but ultimately will not count towards the obligation of the owner. There are 2 exceptions to this rule. 2 exceptions are chatos and hisach. So the Gemara is now going through each of these. Chatos and nolam. From where do I know that if a chatos is offered up shalom l'shma, that not only does not count, it's always the obligation of the owner, but the halacha l'maisa, again, the carbon itself is an invalid carbon. From where do I know that? To say the shachat or saw l'chatos, shetei shchita l'shem chatos. Ultimately, again, there's a possibility, we've seen this so many times. The shachat also l'chatos, you shall shecht it for a chatos. So halacha l'maisa, the shchita itself has to be l'shem chatos. Ashkech on shchita, so that tells me shchita, kabbalah minala. From where do I know kabbalah? So the Gemara says the tzid top of fast is a Rakach according to Dama Chatos. A Kabbalah l'shem chatos. Also says the coin will take from the Dama Chatos. So from here you see that again is referring to the Kabbalah, to the receiving of the blood. So the Kabbalah also has to be done. The Ashkit from Shvita the Kabbalah. So now I know Shvita and Kabbalah has to be done the Shvah. Rika Minoah, I don't know if it's Rika, has to be done the Shvah. We'll say third line now from top 8A has been done the Dhamma. The Hebrew of that coin means Chatos. So once it says the coin will go ahead and perform the Chatos, which is Kapara, the Shem Chatos. That the Kapara, the atonement has to be the Shem Chatos. Now, we'll say, remember again, in carbon, Kabbalas, what affects the Kapara, which is Rika, the sprinkling of the blood. So same idea over here. Keep out of a coin means Chatos. So essentially, you keep seeing the same type of drasha over and over and over. But you're totally making an additional kind of almost like insistence, l'chatos, mechatos. So from here you see that this Rika is sprinkling all stats to be done the Shema. Incredible. So Ashkechan Shinu Kodesh. So now I understand that a chatas has to be done the Shema. So what type of the Shema? Or we'll call it the Shema of Kodesh, which means it has to be offered up for the particular carbon, for the particular carbonic designation. Shinui Byron Yaman. How do I know that the carbon, in order to be effective, has to be offered up for the sake of the specific owners and can't add a carbon for a change in ownership? I'm not sure. Allah. Therefore, the Pasuk says, Allah. The Chatas is for him. Allah. Allah, the law of the Chatas only works for the intended owner and not for his friend. Ashki from the mitzvah. So now I understand that ideally, most of the mitzvah, this is the ideal. That when offering up a Chatas should be offered up for its intended owner. La'aki minavan. Remember, again, I will say, what the Mishnah introduced us to is, look, all Kabbalah, that's Ila, you wanted to be the Shema, right? I wanted to do the Shema for Kabbalic designation. I wanted to do the Shema for the ownership designation. So fine, chatas is no different from that in that respect. What the mission is introducing you to is that by chatas it's la'ativ. La'ativ means that halacha l'maisa you don't have the shema either by carbonic designation or you don't have the shema by ownership designation that the carbon is valid. And where do I know that? So the Gemara says, Ashkech al mitzvah la'ativ no. The Gemara brings on Yeshua chatas chatasal. So we'll say, so we'll say, it's interesting enough, the Gemara suggests where are we learning this out from? We're learning this out from the chatos of the Nasir. If you look at Rashi, Rashi says chataso, it's in short lines of Rashi, 3 lines, chataso, Tikra lava koin chataso, Shizar del Shmuel chatos chataso, the Habib of Nichtach chatos, Siv Bob, Yisir the Medrash Beit Bailu. So ultimately, again, I will say, so once again, we got Sheen over here. It could have just said chatos, but instead it says chatos so. So this time this pasuk is read by chatos no, which we'll get to in just a moment. But chatos so is again possessive, telling you that what? In order for the carbon to be effective, it must be shafted for the purpose of the designation of this particular owner. Therefore, we see from here that halacha l'maisa, it's la'ativ. And ultimately, it's not just that you need the Shema L'chachila, but failure to have the Shema actually undermines the effectiveness of the carbon. So Ashkechan mitzvah, listen to this, Ashkechan mitzvah b'shinei kodesh. Zika b'shinei bailim being the mitzvah being la'ativ. So it says, here's what I have. Now I have that halacha l'maisa l'chachila, you have to have the correct carbonic designation. I also know that halacha l'maisa, if you do zika for the wrong owner, being the mitzvah being la'ativ, that it compromises the carbon. La'ativ b'chol avodos b'shinei kodesh. B'shar avodos b'shinei bailim being the mitzvah being la'ativ. But how do I know ultimately again by all other parts of the carbonic designation that if you have shinui kodesh to change the carbonic designation, then it compromises the carbon? Or for that matter again, when it comes to shinui bailim, changing an ownership designation, how do I know that if you do that by a chatas, it undermines the chatas? You know, it's I'm Rabbi Yonah Asya mechatas nasir. Ultimately, again, we were after the chatas of the nasir. It's said the hikru b'koin b'nei Hashem. Because the pasuk says the kohen will offer it up before Hashem, and he will do his chatos, so remember, I want to point out what's happening over here. The Gemara is really focusing on the fact that whenever you see chatos, it's always phrased in the possessive, chataso. So when you see chataso, the Gemara is understanding that in order for the chatos to be effective, it has to be done. The Shema. Again, what does the Shema mean? 2 forms of the Shema. Right, the Shema for carbonic designation, the Shema for ownership designation. So the Gemara says, so if you're not according to the Hashem ba'asas and so Shemu kol asiyos of l'shem chatos. So here you see everything done for the carbon has to be done l'shem chatos. Ashkechon shinui kodesh shinui bailim navad. So now I understand Shinui Kodesh. Okay, so once again, I understand that the carbon has to be offered up for its particular carbonic designation. Shinui Bailim. But how do I know that halacha l'maisa, the carbon also has to be offered up for the sake of its particular owner? Gemara says, they made it in themselves. I would just stick runs actually. I'm not going to read Yeshua chatos salt. Once again, because the pasuk that it just said chatos. The fact that it says chatos so possessive indicates to us what? That in order for the carbon to be effective, it has to be offered up for that particular owner. We'll say, by the way, just I know the Gemara could sound like a little bit confusing, a lot of back and forth. This is one of these Gemaras where what's the good news? The good news is everyone agrees on a conclusion, right? There's no more focus about the conclusion, which means everyone agrees that a chatos is unique, and that in order for a chatos to be kosher, it has to ultimately have the shema. The shema meaning has to be carbonic designation, you have to have in mind for carbon chatos, for carbonic designation, and for ownership designation. And failure to have the shema in either of those 2 areas makes the chatos hustle. The chatos itself is an invalid carbon if that happens. Not just that it doesn't count to the owner, but it's fundamentally hustle. And everyone agrees with that fact. Everyone agrees with that. All the Gemara is doing over here now is trying to figure out from where do we know that? The Gemara says, Maski Paladina. So I will say, so really, interestingly enough, so much of the drasha by Chatos really comes down to Chatasol, the possessive form of this, to indicate us that the Chatos ultimately again has to be done with small. So Maski Paladina, Eleni Ata, Olas. So my Darash today, here's the problem. The Torah uses this emotion by Ola. Ola. Could have just said Olas, but it says Olas so. So what do you do with that possessive? So the Gemara says, Uravino, Minchas so. Nesef, Nisko. So my Darshibu. They don't say, here's the problem. If the Torah would only say by Chatos so, right here. But that's not the case. The Torah uses this same type of verb used by a lot of other Kabbalos as well. Which the Gemara says, so we say for some of it, ultimately teaches us other halachas. I see, for example, by the mincha and stuff. The mincha is the meal offering. The suffering is wine libations that accompany certain karbanos. So the additional lashon teaches us that as much as the carbon itself must be offered up by day, these supplemental carbonic accessories can be offered up at night. Some of this is very interesting. Sometimes even the mincha and the soften, the meal offering, the wine libations can even be offered up the next day. But ultimately, what do you do with olas? In other words, what do you do with the possessive of olas? What does that teach me? To which the Gemara says, furthermore, again, are we actually able to learn out these things from Chatos Nasir? So we're going to see right now that there's a number of different cases of Chatos. So remember again, the lashon of Chatos so that the Gemara is darshaning everything from, right? Because remember, the introduction of Chatos is Chatos, which the Gemara is using to teach me what? Lishma. That it's got to be done for the sake of Chatos. What if we have for the sake of Chatos? This one has to be up to number one for Lishma, for Kodesh, for Chatos designation, and Chatos for the particular owner. And all of this is done now from Chatos to Nasir. Remember, everyone's like, Nazir, the Nazarite, when he comes to right initially he abstains from drinking wine, eating grapes, coming in contact with the dead. When he finishes the duration of his Nazarite vow, he brings a series of karbanos, amongst them a karban chatos, a sin offering. So we're learning out now all of the halachas of chatos from this chatos. The Gemara now says, hold up. Can we really learn out these chatos offerings from the chatos nazir? Why is it this? So chatos chayla and chatos nazir lo gama. So again, for example, the chatos chayla is forbidden fat. And if you go ahead and you eat forbidden fat intentionally, you hide curries. You do it unintentionally, you bring the carbon chatos. The word is something very interesting. I can't really learn out chatos chayla and chatos nazir. Why? Shekenish ima dam machirin. Because the chatos of a nazir has other accompanying kabbalah which come along with it. Chatos nazir and chatos chayla lo gama. Furthermore, I can't learn out chatos nazir and chatos chayla. Why not? Shekin kares. Because ultimately, again, I've also remember again, chayla is a kares bearing infraction. Allah Rava says, Asya mechatas mitzora. Interesting. Perhaps we'll learn out the source for, again, the din of Lishma by Chatos is actually the Chatos of Yitzhak. Right? That's especially in Saras. There's a purification process. Part of his purification process is that he brings a carbon Chatos. It said, Vasaha koin es Chatos, she who call Asiyos of Lishin Chatos. That's what it is. It's called Vasas koin es Chatos. Then we'll do the Chatos, which indicates to us what? All steps of the Chatos must be done Lishma. So why don't we say, just like the chatas of the Mitzorah has to be done with Shema. And also remember again, whenever we say the Shema, what does the Shema refer to? What does the Shema refer to? Two forms of the Shema. Carbonic Lishma, ownership Lishma. So say the same way that chatas Mitzorah has to be done with Shema, so to all other forms ultimately again, all other forms ultimately again, all other chatas offerings also have to be done lishma, which the Gemara actually mentioned in Kodesh. That teaches me that you need carbonic designation. Ultimately again, shima and baila and right? How do I know that halacha might also need ownership lishma? The kita ala mitaher. The pasuk says it will atone for the one who is being purified. Ala mitaher zeh, ala mitaher chavero. And only who does the carbon? Who does the carbon work for? Only for the individual who is the owner of that carbon. the intended object of the purification atonement, but not for someone else. So that teaches me again that there must be ownership of Shema as well. Vakati, Miyati Miadabi, but still, can you learn out? So essentially what we're trying to do over here is originally we thought we were learning out to do the Shema from Chatas and Nazir. Then it turns out the Gemara says, no, you can't do that because Chatas Nazir is too dissimilar to other cases of Chatas. Fine, so the Gemara says, we'll learn it out from Chatas with Sora. But he says, can you do that? Vakati, Miyati Miadabi, after all, Chatas gave me Chatas and Torah, I can't pronounce the Chatas of Pelev from the Chatas of Mitzvah. Why not? Can you Shema Kamimachir? Because remember again, when the Torah brings his Chatas, he brings other Karbanos as well. Chatas and Chatas Pelev lo Gamra, and I can't learn Chatas and Chatas Pelev. Why not? Ultimately, again, because there is a din of Chatas by Pelev, and that doesn't apply in other cases. So let's say, so wherever I am now, he's very interested. Shimon says, Mechadalo Asya. The truth is, it could very well be that perhaps. So let's say, I just want to point out what the truth here is. Shimon is going to talk about essentially 4 different categories of Chatas. One of the 4 categories of Chatas. Chatas of a Nazir. Right, remember again, a Nazir at the end of the Nazirite vow brings a Chatas. The Muslim just as an aside, why does the Nazir bring a Chatas? Why does he bring a Chatas? Because at the end of the day, he prohibited something to himself that is permitted. In other words, anything that Mishpah doesn't want us to have, he said, don't have it. If he didn't say, don't have it, then effectively he's saying, enjoy it. Just enjoy it responsibly. The Nazir is ushering wine onto himself. That is, as much as he's doing it for a good reason, to amplify his personalistic holiness, there is an element of sinfulness. Because why you've never been saying that's permitted? So that's the Chatas of the Nazir, that's one. Number 2 is the Chatas of the Mitzvah, which makes sense that he's bringing the Chatas because, again, Taras always comes about because of some type of sinful behavior. The other 2 cases that the Muslim references Chatas Chelav and Chatas Dalam. If you ate Chelav accidentally, but didn't fast, you bring a Chatas, or if you ate blood accidentally, you bring a Chatas as well. So now watch this. So the Gemara says, Mechadalo Asya. Could very well be that in order to learn out this halacha, that a Chatas requires the Shema. The Shema both by Kabbalic designation as well as the Shema by ownership designation can't be learned out from one example. Maybe we see Chadin and Tartu. Maybe we can learn it out from two examples together. So the Gemara says, the high low lift off. So which one do we not have to mention? The Gemara says, low lift off is one of the Chatas Chelav. We're facing it on. So maybe don't say anything about Chatas Chelav, but learn out Chatas Chelav from the other cases. The Gemara says, here's the problem. I can't learn Chatas Chelav from Chatas Mitzvah and Chatas Nazir. Why? Malachanish can Yishimon Darnachim. Shabbat, here's the problem. Chatas Mitzvah and Chatas Nazir both have other accompanying Kabbalos. Therefore, again, perhaps it can serve as a source of Lishma for the other cases. So the Gemara says, Lo Lifto Brahmana, the Chatas. Lo Lifto Brahmana, the Chatas Nazir, which is, correct. Lo Lifto Brahmana, the Chatas Nazir, so again, therefore perhaps we'll say like this. Don't do anything by Chatas Nazir, and let's learn Chatas Nazir from the other cases. Malahana, Shekin Ein Lahen Sheila. Was very interesting. The other cases do not have revocation. Look at Rashi. Rashi points out that Sheila, Nazir Nishalachacham Ba'okin is Yosef Adin Achava. A Nazir, technically speaking, can have revocation of his vow. And if he has revocation, that can retroactively uproot the vow and exempt him from carbonic liability or responsibility. Lo Lichto Brahmana B'Chatas Mitzvah. So the person that has a case in other cases, Malahana Shekin Ein Ba'il B'Dalos. In these other cases, that we say there is no substitute carbon in case the individual is an Amish. And what you see from here is to try to figure out what is the source case to teach me that the Shema is an indispensable necessity by Chatos. So we must Zos HaTorah, the Ola Mincha. And the Pasuk says like this, and remember, we've quoted this Pasuk a number of times, but the Pasuk in its entirety is Zos HaTorah, La'ola, La'mincha, Bela'chatas, Bela'asham, Bela'miluim, U'vezerach HaShlamim. So listen to this. The Gemara says, Kisha Kasa L'Shlamim. What do you see from here? That the Torah goes ahead and equates all Kabbalas, Ola, Mincha, Chatas, Asham, and Miluim, Shlamim. So what does that equation teach me? Mashlamim, Shimei Kodesh, Ben Shimei Bailim, Ba'ina L'Shma, Mitzvah, Chatas, Ben Shimei Kodesh, Ben Shimei Bailim, Ba'ina L'Shma, the Mitzvah. Listen, now watch this. Tzalach L'Nais, the Gemara says, just like Shlamim requires L'Shma. Now I'm going to say, what kind of L'Shma does Shlamim require? Two levels of L'Shma. L'Shma, ownership L'Shma, or I should say carbonic designation L'Shma, and ownership L'Shma. I will say that by Shlamim, and therefore again, just as Shlamim requires it, so too all of the other Kabbalists require it. But there's only one problem, which is the mitzvah. The mitzvah means what? So what I learned from this is very important. It's very important. So this passage teaches me by equating chatas to shlamim, just like shlamim requires l'shma in both elements of the shma. So to chatas requires l'shma l'chatila. So the Gemara says hilchak mitzvah shlamim v'hanach krai la'akeh. Interesting, I was saying. The rest of these psukim that we mentioned, all the chatas so psukim. Teaching that what? That not only is the Shema required l'chafila, but ultimately again it's ma'aseh. It's required even b'di'avad, and therefore not having the Shema, not any cases of chatas, whether it's the ownership of the Shema or providing designation of the Shema, would fundamentally compromise the chatas. Most of it's actually quite a beautiful lever if you think about it. So therefore, the idea that chatas has to have the Shema l'chatila is actually learned out from Shlamim. And then the additional psukim that we just mentioned before, all these chatas so psukim teach me that chatas requires the Shema even b'di'avad, and failure to do so fundamentally undermines the effectiveness of the Kabbalah. Incredible. The aspects of chatas, Helen, if sidei l'chatas. Now I understand this is true about chatas of Helen, but this is l'chatas. Also, Kassaris, Takas Takavim, the Shmias Kol, Bitus Vasayan, Tumas Mikdash Vekadasha, the Logos Sintovo Minaman. That was very interesting. So I understand ultimately again in any case where the Torah is going to say Lachatos, that it's going to apply. Even Lashma Lachatos teaches me again that it's not accurate. What about all these other cases, all these other carbon chatos? Chatos for Avodah Zarah, Chatos Shmias Kol Avodah, it's again where you hear it all and you answer amen to it. Bitus Vasayan, where you articulate the Shema. Tumas Mikdash Vekadasha, either again you enter into the Mikdash in a state of Tumah, or ultimately again to Kodesh in a state of Tumah. All of these cases of chatas, the Lord Silbo, but there's no mention to say like lachatas. Ultimately, again, we know. How do I know that halacha l'maisa in these cases you need lishma by the chatas, and failure to have that undermines the effectiveness of the carbon, to which the Gemara says chatas tavodas v'chavim asya mechatas chela. So the chatas, at least for the chatas of the that's not going to should encourage Kamosa, because ultimately, also because just like Chayla has a few times, Avodah Zarah has a few times, and therefore just like the Chatas of Chayla needs to be the Shema, so too the Chatas of Avodah Zarah needs to be the Shema. What about these other cases? And all these other cases of Chatas will simply be learned about and Mahasad of becoming Namir. Or we learn how to become Namir. So I will say that ends the segment. So bottom line, halacha l'maisa. What do we have? So first, what's interesting enough, what we have is like this. Let's first start with the ruling. So the ruling is that a chatas must be offered up the Shema. What type of the Shema? Two categories of the Shema. Ownership the Shema for the sake of the right owner, and kabbanic the Shema for the sake of the right karban. Failure to do so by a chatas makes the chatas possible. The carbon itself is fundamentally possible. Not the narrow does not count towards the obligation of the owner, but Allah the carbon itself is invalid. Where do I learn that from? So it seems like the bottom line is pretty much the Gemara settles on the fact that the Torah compares chatas to a shlamim, teaches us that just like the shlamim requires the shema in both categories, so too does the chatas. But that only teaches me that the chatas requires the chatila. How do I know that a chatas requires it even to be that? That's all of these other shows. Chatas so lichatas teaches us that there's an insistence ultimately again on the shema. Incredible. What's that? So like Changabonon, Pesach Pismon, what's this? Now we're switching back to Pesach. Pesach was the other item that acquires the Shema in both categories of Hashila, and failure to have the Shema in either of the categories ultimately renders the carbon unfit. So Changabonon, Pesach Pismano, the Shema, Kasha. The low the Shema pasta, so let's say very clean right here. You might as well follow. If you are offered a carbon Pesach, Pismano. Someone say, what's Bismano? What's Bismano? Bismano? Erev Pesach. Erev Pesach. So I just want to point out how beautiful it is to learn, on the Gemara on Carbon Pesach on Erev Pesach. Right? What's Pesach? It's clear. What's the message? It is reserved to all of the Carbon Pesach in the celebration. That's what the Shach is telling us. That's the case. Why else would there be a sugya of Carbon Pesach on Erev Pesach? It must be ultimately again that this is going to be the year of final Nes Hashem. We are going to have our third base to Mikra, and the Zocha Nes Hashem shall literally again to know how Sham and Asrochim and Minapsachim. This is going to be the year of Mishpach is telling us to get ready. So we better learn the sugya of Carbon Pesach and Erev Pesach. So the Gemara says, Pesach Bismano B'Shmocha, so Shalom B'Shmocha. So if you offer the Carbon Pesach, now again, Bismano means on Erev Pesach, on the 13th. On the 14th of Nisan, if you offer it up with Shmo for the sake of Pesach, it's kosher. Shalom Shmo, whatever. Shmo also means what? You offer it up for some other carbon other than Carbon Pesach. Halacha l'maisa, it is possible. It is possible. So you might see the Shaimos Hashem that during the rest of the year, you might say the Shmo possible, Shalom Shmo kosher. So during the rest of the year, if you offer it up for the sake of a Carbon Pesach, that is in doubt. Right, because Carbon Pesach is only offered once a year on the 14th of Nisan. But interestingly enough, if you offer up Shalom Shmo, but listen, the Pashtos, Shalom Shmo and Carbon Pesach is Shmamim, because the Carbon Pesach is a Carbon Shmamim. During the rest of the year, it's kosher. It's kosher, which makes sense because it's a Shmamim. So the Gemara says, you're not going to need to come with this. Come on, with the Shmo, the Pasuk says, in our soul Karbano, the Zeva Shmamim Lash. The Pasuk says, right, in their own Karbano, if the Kohen will come from the sheep, the Zeva Shmamim Lashem. So now what we're asking over here is, during the rest of the year, how do I know that if you offer up a Carbon Pesach Shalom L'Shmo, right, not for Carbon Pesach, for Shmamim, then it's going to be kosher. So the Gemara says, Davar HaBaminat, so Hashem teaches us anything that comes from the sheep has the ability to be a Shmamim. So essentially, a Carbon Pesach offered up Shalom L'Shmo during the year just becomes a regular Shmamim. Incredible. So I aim a Shmamim in Midian. So what's that? So maybe it means like this. Maybe it means like this. So maybe that's talking about a case where Enafinami, if you take the Carbon Pesach and during the rest of the year you shefted it for the sake of a Shmamim, then Enafinami then it's kosher. But ultimately, again, if you went ahead and you shefted it for some other purpose, perhaps it should be possible. No, actually, interestingly enough, it doesn't matter what you have kavanah for. A Carbon Pesach shechting Shalom L'Shmo. Whatever you're shechting it for, you're shechting it for only when you're shechting it for Shlamim, it'll still be kosher during the rest of the year. Fascinating. Ema kol b'shachat lahadu kanesa. The Gemara says, so ultimately, so why don't you say, if that's the case, whatever you have kavanah for, that should be what the carbon is used for. Now, once I have the pashtos, anytime you shech the Pesach during the year becomes a Shlamim. So the Gemara says, but 1 second, no matter what your kavanah is, it's kosher for a shmamim. But why? Why don't we say whatever your kavanah is, that's what the carbon becomes? So if you have in mind that the Pesach should be an olah during the rest of the year, then it should be an olah. If it would have said Shlamim Zevach, then I would have agreed with you. Hashta B'Tzivli Zevach Shlamim. And now that it says Zevach Shlamim, what does that mean? The call to Shafet, right? Shlamim Mehavi. It teaches me that when a Carbon Pesach is offered up during the rest of the year, Shalom B'Shmo, not for the sake of Shlamim, it automatically becomes not for the sake of Pesach, it automatically becomes Shalom. So let's say I want to just find out what's happening over here. So when you check the Carbon Pesach during the rest of the year, whatever your as long as you don't have kavanah for Carbon Pesach, you're good to go. Whatever you have kavanah for, right? The carbon is fine.
All right,
And
here's
it's
what we're
going
not
up
going to
whenever
do.
you have
Y'all are not
Kavanagh,
going to come
what
in
is the
here.
carbon going to become?
It's no,
It
you
is going
just
to
tell
be a carbon
your
schmuck.
staff what they
Incredible,
should do. You
incredible.
say,
So the Gemara
here's
says,
how you do
Ima,
it correctly.
Lezevach, Flash, Shlomin, Plat, Chalukat. Why do we say this? Why do we say Lezevach is a cloud, a general term? Shlomin is a plat, is a different term. Chalukat, and I have a cloud and a plat. Ain't the cloud elamash and a plat. Ultimately, again, the only thing in the cloud, right? The cloud is modified ultimately by the plat. So the Gemara says, why do we say this? Shlomin is nothing alone. It can only offer that first one, not anything else. To which the Gemara says, no. The Gemara says, La Hashem Hadar Kalam. It's really a cloud without the cloud. Because Hashem is at the end. So the Gemara says, Maskita Yaakov not called Paul knows not the cloud after the cloud come. But here's the problem. The second cloud ultimately again does not match the first cloud. To which the Gemara says, Cloud Kama Marbis Vatan Sulo. Ultimately again, the first cloud comes to look and include other Gavados. Lala Basra La Hashem. Called the La Hashem about Hebrew La'opal stop Hebrew La'minafas. So let's say, so the first cloud features any type of animal carbon. The second cloud La Hashem is to indicate that it's any type of carbon, even Minafas, even meal offerings, even nerves. To which the Gemara says, Hot Kardir Shmo, the cloud you Hot the Garish Kiagatna. So we actually saw this memory here at the beginning of the set about whether or not, generally, in a cloud cloud, two clouds are the bookends. Two clouds are the bookends. So what's I see interesting enough, generally, those two bookends are supposed to resemble each other. And if they don't, you generally can't judge the cloud. The Gemara says that Karna Yishmo ultimately judges the cloud, even when the second cloud does not match the first. So I just want to point out what just happened. It's very important. So Gemara says like this: Kabbalah Pesach, in general, on Erev Pesach, if it's offered up a Shei Pesach, it's good. If it's offered up Shalom B'Shmo, not for the sake of Pesach, then what? It's invalid. And not only does it not count towards the owner, but it's fundamentally invalid. During the rest of the year, if Hamal again, it is offered up a Shei Pesach, it's invalid. If it's offered up for anything else, ultimately it's valid. But no matter what Kavanah you have for that Pesach during the rest of the year, it is automatically designated as a carbon shlomi. That is the halacha ultimately again with holidays. So let's just point out something so beautiful over here. If you notice, so this will conclude if you notice that halacha nice and the Gemara says the last cloud was Hashem. So the Gemara said the first cloud over here just includes the first cloud just includes the stuff and animal kavanah. The last cloud of Hashem includes everything. The other says when you have the Ribono Shel Olam, you have right now, Hashem by definition includes everything. The last part is everything. When you have a Kadosh Baruch Hu, you don't understand that. This is what David HaMelech says. And David Hashem is saying it every single day. Achos sha'alti me'is Hashem osavakish. One request, one request only. Shifty the days Hashem kol yimei. Let me dwell in the house of HaKadosh Baruch Hu for all the days. And the question asks, David, that's your only request? One request? What about carrying on some? What about a livelihood? Like again, just kidding. It's one of the perks of the job. You have a lot of money, right? Probably nice, still, right? What about carrying on some? What about health? What about shalom values? What about children? All things that David, right? We always say the one thing that David HaMelech did not struggle with was money. But every single thing else he did struggle with. When you only have one request, shifting the race Hashem, the mom says to David HaMelech understood the core central truth of life. That if you have Hashem, you have, doesn't mean you have all the money you want, all the food you want, all the shalom you want. If you have a Kadosh Baruch Hu in your life, then by definition, you have everything you need in life to be successful. Achos sha'alti me'es Hashem osavakish. Baruch Hu, just give me one thing. Just let me have a relationship with you. Because if I can have that, I know somehow, everything else is going to be good. Why? Because it's an explicit Gemara in Sefer Sfachim, that's the best of the days. Kala Basra was a Kadosh Baruch Hu. What is a Kadosh Baruch Hu? What does it matter there? Ultimately, again, Hashem called the Lash. Hashem is my best. How about Kadosh Baruch Hu? What a way to finish off the Baptist one for Rosh Hashanah. Because at the end of the day, our entire hold of Hashanah, the entire hold of this day is to reunite our relationship with Kadosh Baruch Hu. It's not about even asking for stuff. It's not even about asking for life. It's perché
fucking maximum season of slot. I'm just
il bonus sono over all accroche à email session. C'est pas à you, la chaîne, homework to la chaîne. We have a condition most likely stuff will be for today. By the way, okay, 34 minutes, just saying, 34 minutes, okay. Let's actually go a little fast. Let's say it's Sports Podcast as we close out this year. It's supposed to learn with all of you modified channel for club. Just give us many years of learning and growth together. See what what's over. All right, everyone's in. All the show cover. Well, Sports Podcast for you all of you to see how it is. I hope that this is the last year that you are seeing. Or maybe you can continue. And there's a fan, I'm coming over to you. I'm going to we'll have to like, share, and subscribe. We'll have to swing back to America. We'll do that. I'll let you see the scoop of it.
I know how we're saying where to improve the kids' game.
It is a
No,
good because
you always bring your attention to me. You put more pressure on. So I just stay quiet now. I don't say shit. And then T, his bat's been off. They're 12, so I'm trying to give benefit of the doubt. I'm dealing with the pressure from Billy, which we'll get to. I have all this shit going on, and then he dropped his pop fly, which is a routine pop fly, and then he didn't hustle. He walked to the ball, and there you go. Bubba. And now you got my attention. Well, now I'm going to say something. Now, it ain't about baseball. You can't stroll. That's so disgusting. And there you go. Oh no, come on. And it's just, what is that? That is disgusting. It's ponytail kind of pony shop. I think it's more of a wow. Photo shop. Now you got my attention. Well, now I'm gonna. That could be edited. Something else. Man, I was zooming in on that. It looks like a growth. It looks like a pimple that needs to be popped on it. Welcome back to Pimple Poppers. Shut. What are we doing? Shut. Pimple talk. That's disgusting. Yeah, you got a little blackhead on your back too. It doesn't. It looks like a gigantic growth in the back of his head. Yeah. Like a cartoon. He like Wile E. Coyote. He ate an anvil. Looks like he's a grace. It's in your corner on the back of his head. Oh, facts. Yeah. It's just all that happens. All the podcasts are scrolling. It's a scroll. I love when adults go away and get kids. Oh, I hear you. Let's see. Say something now. It ain't about baseball. You can't stroll to the ball. My thing was hustling. You can't stroll and yell my last name. Yeah. I'm Mr. Hustle. Yeah. Buddy. Yeah. You're gonna walk in. We're playing against Stormview and we're by one. And you're gonna, you're Joe Cool. Well, let me introduce you to Big Brown. Now it's not popping. Now it's maybe not ironically, but it might just be very funny. I want one of my friends to say that about their kid. They get mad at their kid. Oh, let me introduce you to Big Brown. Oh, you're Joe Cool. What? You said that? That's awesome. To kids. Oh, my bad. You're Joe Cool today. You're Joe Cool. I want to say that to kids. Oh, I didn't know you guys were Joe Cool. Okay, cool. Well, let me introduce you to Big Brown. Let me introduce you to my team. Let me introduce you to Big Green. You kids are Joe Cool. Okay, well, let me introduce you to Gerda. Here comes Renato. Let me introduce you to Jaloldo. I think it's funny to introduce me. Oh, yeah? All right, well, let me introduce you to Big Brown. God damn, dude. That's terrible. I want to be a baseball coach now. This is like a part of a documentary after M words and S words himself. Yeah, his whole family. Definitely. Yeah, it's like, what turned out to be whatever the fuck. There were signs. People didn't notice noticed anything wrong, but if you look back at the footage, it's like him going, Big Brown. Oh, you're joking. You just should Big Brown. I don't want to do this for real because I feel like I would fuck with the kids. But it would be kind of funny to just play this character as a baseball coach as me, where I just act like him. And I go, oh, hey, Rubo. Anybody think they're joke bullet eggs? Introduce me to Big White. And I just like getting kids shit. You know? Oh, that kid, I gotta go to the other team. I go, look at the other team. Are we really going to lose those bad kids? You know, I want to do that. That kid's fucking huge. We are not. This is serious, okay? Look, a lot of you, I can see your dads aren't very athletic. All right, like your dad is. I get it. I get why you're not trying, but you and your dad, like, that's a hot guy. That's a big guy. Goddamn big guy. Your dad looks like a fucking giraffe.
Now, it's very interesting. I'm Big Brown, and I know I'm huge and loud, and I cuss a lot. So I pulled him outside the dugout, and I forgot. I saw red, and he's over. Is he over? Not it. But I saw red, and I said to him something I shouldn't have said, and I forgot his team was listening. His conditional coaches were listening.
He separated from your mother. Oh, coach, that did anyone?
I apologize this morning, everybody. I apologized last night. I apologize to Tiger. Because when you do that, he doesn't go, oh, no doubt. Okay, I'm going to do better. He goes, I'm even more embarrassed. You're going to embarrass me in front of my fucking teammates. And he goes, shut down. I'm going to shut down. Oh, you thought that was bad? Check this out. Now I'm going to apply no effort.
He's like, Dad, I'm already being made fun of as the guy whose dad is a gigantic growth on the back of his neck. And now you've done this to me. You have a giant pimple on the back of your neck. Dad, the kids keep saying, Pop, your dad's pimple. Your pimple on the back of your neck has hair on it. It's like another head. Like Joe Rogan's head is on the back of your neck. Oh, you want to be too cool? Oh, Big Brown. You pimple guy.
Oh, boy, I really fucked up. His team still did their thing. Yeah. And
I think so. I mean, you gotta push your kids sometimes if they walk to the ball or whatever. Yeah, that's just every baseball player. If I tell my kid to take out the trash and he's not running, I'm gonna fuck him up. Dude. Brother. Yeah, I'll be like, oh, Joel's taking out the trash. I'm big trash. What's so cool if you're not taking out trash, I say, let me introduce you to small T. I might make it. Let me introduce you to Sharpie. Yes. All right. This is what my Pico in combat. Mighty Morphin water things. Just terrible. It's weird, yeah. I heard this is the new season of Stranger Things. It's not in frame, but she's pulling the Starbucks bag. Yeah. She just drank it. She's going, I'm gonna search the whole internet for Starbucks bag and then buy it and then bring it here. Just go to Starbucks, they'll give you one. No, I want a bag that you can have. See here, okay, finally some land. Posted by Jim Close Clips. Someone finally said it. Oh, this is great. I saw this.
sit up, Brenda. Frog,
Dude, you sit like that when you just were shooting. I like that part. I'm a frog. Yeah, that's such a classic.
I'm a frog, dude.
Dude, this is when Brendan's at his best. I actually like him because he's so. That makes no sense. He's definitely done stuff like that before. I think we can play. Nah, man, I'm a frog. Really? Yeah, right. Oh, let me introduce you to Big Frog.
sit up, Brenda. I'm a frog, dude.
You sit like that when you just wear shorts. By the way, thanks for wearing pants at least. Yeah, for real. Your balls was out. Thanks for not wearing a skirt. What happens if I don't keep going? Go ahead. He's one of the best podcasters ever done. He will not say anything. And when called out, just laughter. He's like, oh, that's all I got. Because Delia, I've been like an unnatural positive. If Delia didn't keep doing it, they would write the show to him. I wonder if he came up with a joke called. No, I don't think so. I actually wonder what he was trying to say. I forget the joke. Let me forget the joke. Now, damn, frog. We go to church on Sunday. This is Brian is officially Christian by Danny Kaufman too. I think he's going to Red Rocks. Yep. And it's the hit thing to do right now. It's so great because the pastor was talking about this kind of stuff, keep going, you know. It's these life lessons that they're all in the Bible. And then we take our kids, 3.5 and 1.5, and my 3.5-year-old is marked hearing stories. But within the stories, there's this great message. And he'll come out with that great message. Texas, they church differently. I'm from the East Coast, I never seen
Don't say
you gotta be kidding. Oh my god, dude, that's so funny. You haven't seen the Great Republic, right? Dallas is North Korea with a church. Many churches. Dude, that's so funny. He also says, like, East Coast. Church is different. Oh, fuck. Because it's funny because, you know, he never went to church out here in LA. Yeah, he was big. My 3.5-year-old is marked hearing. This is like church stuff. I don't know why I do this. When you go to church on Sundays, we go to Red Rocks. And kids 3.5 and 1.5, and my 3.5-year-old is marked hearing stories. But within the stories, there's this great message. And he'll come out with that great message. Texas, they church differently. I'm from the East Coast. I never went to church. I was a little bit far away from God. But also, you go to church and in the States, and it's a priest basically talking in Latin. It's all, you know, you're singing songs to the fellowship mass. 40, and everybody's in there dressed cool as shit. We got a band, we got a rock and roll band going. I like it. I mean, it was so casual. People in tube tops. My wife, she comes from the East Coast, dresses up for church. She'd been going to church her whole life. She was like, oh, a little formality here. Chicks have the church in front of God. 100%. Oh, no. I'm a man of God. I'm a man of God. So I'm going to check the church for the chicks. Be true, son. Church. It's a social good time. I go there, it's a concert. It's not really worship. It's more like, let's go there, I'll hear a great sermon, and then you'll talk. And then you hang out afterwards. They got coffee, they got snacks. Texas is a Christian country. We're Christian country. Okay. Oh man, God. In the church, it's bullshit. It's not. You can't live happy on Sunday. Red Rocks turn into. Yeah, man. It's a good church. Bullshit. I'm a big fan. I was just surprised at how casual it was. I will. I'm a tie. Not yet. Shot hates casual stuff. I just don't get it, dude. He gives money shortly after asking me I can't really refresh it right now. Well, it's probably a nervous tick of some kind. And Bob, or maybe it's some sort of podcasting trick that we just don't know about, dude. We obviously don't know it. Oh, yeah, come on, guys. What is that? What do you guys knew this was coming? Because somebody liked it that way. Yeah, I mean, if, would you do this amount of likes if you were saved by Flipper? It's like, okay, better. And would you make that okay? Yeah, just times, you know what I'm Toronto wasn't so bad, dude. I'm kind of thirsty. Haven't had enough water today. Dehydrated. Oh man, we got 5 legs over here. I don't know why I said that flipper thing. listen, I'll turn the sound on. The annoying sound. So Brian's a Christian. POV Brendan Shaw finally brings up the comedy mothership posted by Nicholas Knives. He's always good. Yeah, flag. Oh, geez, man. Usually they always get me. I always laugh at the fucking Vince McMahon. Those clips crack me up. Anytime Vince McMahon is in one of these things or in any other kind of meme, I am laughing. That guy is a clown. Yeah. I never was into wrestling, so, but I know for a fact that the WWE is very stingy with their copyright. Always been a Dodger fan, being posted by Philadelphia 76. I mean, like I said, dude, imagine ever wearing copyright jerseys. He wears every team, dude. Like, he has no, he likes sports. He's like that meme where it's just, the guy, Rob Lowe, wearing the NFL hat. It took me a while, I got there, dude. Oh my God. I like, for a split second there, I could have been a fucking murderer. Like, if somebody was in front of me that had a knife, I would have stabbed him. What's like, what is he talking about right now? Rob Lowe in a football hat? You're saying the fucking squirrels don't make sense? Squirrels don't make sense, but I'm also instantly, I have brains. I'm tired. Makes sense. Yeah, let's give this a try. Let's give this one a try. It was before effective. Did I do that on purpose? I think you did. I didn't hit a pause on purpose. That was fucking, that's a break. In the all caps. No, thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm not crazy. Okay, cool. Oh, you guys don't get that NFL hat? Okay, all right, we'll see how long the sound is. I'm like, wait, no, that's a tobacco. Could you imagine if someone, what if you found out I could just make that noise? Like I do with tobacco. I did not see that exact FL. The chat has a mask grade. We don't understand you. Oh, good. Let's see here. Okay. This is posted by Turd Exclusive. Hold the fuck up. Yeah. This one nuts. Alright. So we're back doing shop comments to find fans out that LA for subscribe to the Big Boy YouTube channel. Posted by Papacito Vera. Wearing a different hat, by the way. This goes kind of like the rap. I think that's LA's
5K subscribers, which we're at 20 now, so that should be any week now. So every 25, we're gonna pick one fan from out to LA. We're out with me, the boys, and Zoo Culture. Sit in on a podcast. Let's find a kid, keep it safe, don't build, food truck, tell about the Spiky Canyon.
Dude, nobody wants to go to 5 shows. Yeah.
It's your choice. It's every 25, so someone get flown out. At damn near 50,000 subscribers. We said every 25,000 we're gonna fly a fan out. So it's long overdue. We randomly picked our boy Sheldon.
Family sounds like that old, like Game of Thrones times. Ramley Bolton won.
Overdue. We randomly picked our boy Sheldon. And when I say fly out, I mean he took a long drive from Orange County. Like, shut up. He's here. He's working out with the boy.
That's good. That clip was really funny. Alright, let's see here. Another video. When he comes to later response to the Rio Comedy Festival, this is the segment that was cut out of the podcast hosted by President Me. I think we watched this on one of our shows. We had like 15 jokes.
That's where I did start talking about the comedy festival. You know, I can see the thing out when you come to dresses, the festival. You know what? I don't think I need to dress it. You guys have it all figured out. I think you guys got it.
No, it's Christian. Remember when you weren't on the live? He came in here and he's like, I'm like at Gainesville. I started laughing. He went to the restroom and came out and I was like, yo, whatever you say on the live, don't say it at Gainesville. And then he started off with that. I was like, I said it at Gainesville. This is fucking ridiculous. That is funny. If it was done on purpose, it'd be so funny. Like, we're gonna yell out, try games, and that would be kind of funny. Kill people in the game. Yeah, exactly. Cool story. This was posted today. Rogan specialist still on the wall of fame, apparently. You saw like a murderer and he was really strong on the news. Ted Gates. There you go. And saved it up with the first name. Dazzling Rabbit 633 posted this one. I don't know if you caught what I just said right now, but the specialist still on the wall of fame. That's right. That's right. Strange times. Let's get into this right there. Right there. That one. Remember, I don't know, do you remember do you follow what's happening right now? Elf Graveyard's videos where he's like, you know, they have a wall of fame about the best specials. For some reason, Joe is going to and then follow like one of the other dystopian comedy videos. He was like, I think he saw my video because he took it down. Oh, I don't remember that. Yeah. So apparently the narrative is that it's back up now. Maybe it's Joe Rogan, you know, pumping that violence out of his DNA, busting out bits of just portraits of himself. I'll stop talking. Maybe the Elephant Graveyard is Joe Rogan. And fucking Joe Rogan's like, here's the big ground, but welcome to 4 foot ground. Bombing on Fox News posted by Alden Nevada, 77. I'm not sure what or haven't they been through enough? They what could it work too much? Alright, let's see here. Papa predicts both his kids will be pro athletes in whatever sport they select. Warning long baseball dad ranch. Posted by Danny Coffin too.
But the one thing I don't co-sign with people, it's just a game. It's just a game to you. To me, it's life. To me, it's a way to make a living. And they have the genetics where they can make a living doing whatever sport they choose. If they put in the effort, they can do that. That's the gift they were given. So, if you're something that's a game, and easy,
Bob Brenishop is the worst person to have a trade range. Why you say that? Lord forbid, that's a weird imagination. Back over shooting meth out of the guy's vein, that's fucking never something. But heroin, something like this, yeah. And then shots on the days, or whatever they call it, the intervention. He's in one of those chairs, and he's just like, you gotta buy Bubba. You gotta be big, Bubba. Oh, you want to be Joe? You want to be doing heroin on the street? I'll be proud. Yeah. And he's dressed in the jersey. So he's still the shot down. And the intervention. He's got 2 other kids. He shows up late. He's like filming. I'm at my son's intervention. And he's like on math. Tiger's going through, dude. So mainly, you show up. Talk to him. I wonder how I'm going to show up. Okay. Oh, fuck. I'm at the wrong intervention. God, I don't know what this is. Said, kind of a fan of Ashley now, calling Whitney out everywhere. Who's Ashley? Yeah, but I know Ashley is me. God. I want to hear another. Okay, listen. Ready did not make sense. Okay, so I'm going to end the hole there. Okay. All right, I'll agree. Oh, the sad time. I gotta look this up. I'm sorry. Oh, dude, her whole family hates her. Yeah, that's true. I forgot. Shit, I must have forgot. Yeah. I think she was saying, actually, I don't know. I've never heard of her. That would be such a way of like derailing it. It's like your sister Sarah coming. Doesn't even exist. Where is she talking shit about? The Dabbleverse.
So I wanted to preamble this. Something that is a well-known fact is that you create a habit, good or bad, but break a habit.
got a good feeling. I'm waiting for Kyle's comment. Dabble first, exactly. Wait, are you guys fucking together? No, I honestly just said that because it said dab on the screen. Maybe it's the dabble first. It's like a stuttering John thing. I don't really know what it is. That's Robbie Goodwin said it once. We'll look at
Winning, lose, or draw, he's excited to get eyes right. We're going to run circles around you. You're not going to be able to compete. Now, while they're young, it's a game felt good. Yes. Now I'm saying if your kid has that same heart, same fucking blood running through his body.
how many times did you hit your chest so the word heart? Real question, by the way. Sometimes a lot. Yeah, fucking figure it out. It's funny, like I always do skate. You know what I mean? It's good. Talk about loving on skate. Depends if he's the next week. Oh yeah, he's an expert in thing.
It's like, no, we're here to win. When I see Tiger, I go, dude, how about the home run? You have to be fucking lost. Boom, that's what I want. That's what I want. You don't want the kid, again, I get it, maybe it's different in your household. You don't want the kid to lose, it's like, nah, it's just a game, I don't care. But if your child's of that mind, it's just not a game. It's not okay to call it time.
Is it though?
That's what you guys do, right?
It's funny. It's encouraging. I hate it. That was terrible. Yeah. I was so bad, but I acted like that. I was like, I should have been used to losing and lost all the time. I think God lets down the rabbit hole that comes still. Fuck you, God. Gearhead's gone wild. Yeah, I said that earlier, yeah. What do you think about that? Well, I think it's a great play on words. Only a smart, a cool dad. Gearhead's gone wild. Truck walk gone wild. Fat truck. That would be a fucking sick ass shirt. Truck walk gone wild. Straight up. Hot chicks asking what's the truth. And on the back it says, it's like the girl, not the girl asking, and if you're asking long, it just is thick letters. If you're asking all the truck walks, it's when you walk into a truck. Hey, yeah, so yeah, I got your number actually. That Charles put it back like he's never his therapist. He's not calling, so I just call him. Tell him about it. I'm on the phone with your therapist. Yeah, the Turo definitely needs to come in. Oh man, I stay away. Check out Third Store coming soon, folks. We ain't got no merch.
I'll even tell Tiger, sometimes when we're having a hard time, whatever.
Gerardo got a while. It was so funny. Actually, you know, fully your name, like your real name, Gerardo got a while. It's like, you know how they have like a short name sometimes where you I was like, go there, that makes sense. Like, it's a thick red Sharpie, it's thick red lettering. Okay. But like, it's just like off the side, like it's finished writing it down. But it's like a show like Girls Gone Wild, it's another show like that. Big Boss, yeah, so Big Taxi. Let's see. Big Driving School, Brendan. That's so big. Brendan Buzz, Gerardo Gone Wild. We're like creepy demons. Who wants to get on the Brendan Buzz? I pull up in a bus to some chicks and like, yeah, right? You want some coffee cake? So you're driving. So like, can we give you $100 to the subreddit? All right, I've got it. Or what we say, not say coffee cake, dude. We don't say this stuff on the pod. Dancing bear. Yeah, dancing bear.
I'm gonna go
That would be so
to a
gross.
rope.
No, that's like a hairy bear. That motherfucker's there for a bear. Gerard doesn't burn them.
Because they have
Like,
the blood.
or actually, the Gerard overshells.
Believe me,
Catch,
going, I'm ready to catch it.
the cash cab guy follows everybody. Anyone who's ever done comedy somehow, Jonathan Bailey follows him. Yeah. Well, cash cab's a good show. Backroom, what is it? Casting couch. Backroom podcast. He's called casting couch. Casting couch. Podcasting couch.
So why did you say ultimately like Santos and
There is something we do like the red button. It should be all fun and games and hot dogs and fucking buns. But again, the juice is worth the squeeze. If this is what you want to do, this is what we gotta do. Yeah, let's ride that. All right, let's do it. So Candace, I never asked Tiger to put in extra work. Never. Never. Bossy, never. They have to ask me. And I'm down to do it at 6 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 11 a.m., 7 a.m., 5 a.m., midnight. You got the dad who's down. That's the difference. Hey, let's get working. Whatever work you want to do, I'll cancel whatever. When I was a kid, the kids and dads that put in extra work did the best. Went pro, played in college. That's just, you get out of the game what you put into it. So if you put into it, it's just a game. Let's go get some ice cream.
You get from Gerda's Gone Wild what you put into it. Yeah. If a girl's on Gerda's Gone Wild, I mean, like, that's who you're with. Okay. Down for whatever. Guys, you guys. If you want to take Adderall, let's do it. Let's go Charleston.
You get a regular job and you're happy. Fuck yeah, man, good for you. It's an easier life. You know? If your kids of that mind, fucking run with it, man. Because you got one. And you're super fortunate. Well, I think it's about the time of the show, dude, because somebody got the list halfway through that fucking clip. I was down the rain. Oh, yeah. And we also have not hit up on the license now, dude. That's fucked up. I mean, I don't think it's necessary, but you can do it. Oh, the water thing, I was just going to do it. Oh, okay. It's not even me laughing anymore. Oh, fuck, man. Yeah, dude. I mean, we got to some really good stuff. Was I really tired in the beginning? Oh, sure. You just got off the Brendan bus. I was just on the Brendan bus. I had to do a lot of Brendan, if you know what I mean. All right. My fiance doesn't like that. I say it's part of the job. I bought the Brendan bus. I'm not going to not use it. Okay, what am I not? What's the guy's name? Yahoo. What am I not? He's got good sugar all over his own dick and lick it off himself. Okay. I got sugar, but my doctor told me to stop eating sugar. You gotta stop going to the doctor. I know. That's part of the problem. Yeah, got doctor problem. Oh shit, 2 S words. Oh shit, 2 S words. He's the one rapping to, dude. He's dropping his raps over on the Discord. Oh, nice. Yeah. Cover more bases than Choppy's ever could. Nice. Sports talk with Trevor Block. What's with man leaving the sports talk? Should we spend like 30 minutes on sports? Kind of a thing. Blue Jays Blues. I want to see the couch when you get up. It must be great. Hey, come on. Hey, who is this person? It's Uja's sister. I bet it is. See this person. I'm going to call it in front of you. She likes the letter E. Or it's that one guy we bought.
people that we talk on this channel, like Craig Edition, Force Space, people like this, they always create a podcast. They're still fans of the show. Yeah, you're damn it. That's so funny that I locked it and I couldn't get it open. I was trying to be like, damn, it's right on my face. Man, you thank you. Thank you, Matthew. Yeah, a lot of, I think a lot of women join this podcast and enjoy it. Toronto thinks that they're men, but well, they are, until they're not. You're a bot. Chicks love us. God's a chick. She likes it. If chicks love us, then why when they come into my apartment, they see 3 cameras, they go, they sit on the same 2 red chairs. Yeah. I guess I gotta go to my room. I don't have emergency. Well, I mean, we could sit in the red chairs and go, that's fucking wild. What chairs? I think you probably want to sit on my creepy bed. It's not weird. Boxers, whatever you got under that. Wear that. We go to my room, but I usually take my shirt off. Is it cool Adam, great idea. You guys can do a 24-hour TV surprise live show. It's great. It's impossible because it's Kadoosh technically. This is helpful. This is kind of like a countdown. This is how I just started the podcast. Like, I'm strapped to fuck. Alrighty, y'all. Well, we're gonna get out of here now. I think it's about time. We hit 15 calls as well as one episode. Love you guys. Thanks for all the likes. I bet one of you has that type poster in your bathroom. Like African food. No, I barely put 2 pages up that I drew myself. I'll tell you what your ass is bad. So weird thing that says keep your booty. He's never heard of a petition. Yeah, but it also says keep your booty hole on it. Right. So people go in there and that's what they see. Right. I didn't even see that said petition. I say keep your booty hole clean. Yeah, you want that there. Then you come out here and you find me fucking a squirrel. It's not much normal outside, mister. These Sharpies with brown spots all over. Alright, y'all. So where you at? Yes. Later on, y'all.
Even though that one application is done quote unquote above the red line, nevertheless there was a snack anywhere above the red line, not even as it done, that's not on the corner itself, the actual testimony. But all us about the contrast name, you know, now say about the book is there was like however shall Allah
Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, when it comes out, it will be Cowvaluations. The second episode of Cowvaluations. Also, we watched Woody Comedy with Andrew Schultz recently in Trevor Noah. Trevor Noah had some stuff to say about what's going on in the comedian Civil War. He did. It was before Joe Rogan and Andrew Schultz went on. If you pay attention to like they tried. But anyways, that's not why they're here, right? No, that's not why they're here. You keep talking about them. They are here to watch them as a shop. So start the timer. Joke. It'll start the timer.